Madame Lu is at death's door, and the young master of the Lu family is deceived into ascending the Beast Mountain. Just as he is about to be devoured by a tiger, a girl materializes out of thin air. Lu Jin'an is astonished to discover that the girl possesses the ability to communicate with animals. Qi Bao is brought to the Lu household, where she employs her medical skills to save Madame Lu. Soon, 7 uncles arrive at the Lu residence. The eldest uncle proclaims, "This is a member of my Fu family. Let anyone who dares to harm her beware." The second uncle adds, "Whoever injures our Qi Bao shall face no mercy." The patriarch of the Fu family declares, "Anyone who opposes Qi Bao is opposing the Fu family." Fu Tian exclaims, "It is this jinx that has brought misfortune to my entire family." Qi Bao interjects, "Actually, I can protect myself." The beasts roar, "Who dares to bully our queen?" In the end, a domineering father and a doting mother shower her with love, turning her into the envy of the world, a little princess. Chapter 1. Can you speak with animals? Roar. A ferocious sound reverberates through the mountains. Qi Bao shakes her head. It sounds like the voice of Mama Tiger. She follows the sound. Stay back. Lu Jin'an brandishes a stick, attempting to fend off the beast before him, oblivious to the girl stealthily approaching. Mama Tiger. The tiger seems captivated by her presence, shifting its focus from the boy to the girl, advancing step by step. Seeing this, Lu Jin'an's eyes widen. What should he do? Should he run? If he does not, what will happen to his mother if he dies here? Qi Bao gazes at the slowly approaching tiger, tilting her head. The last time she saw Mama Tiger was during her birthing. Afterward, she had hidden away with her cubs and hadn't seen her in ages. Just as Qi Bao intends to reach out to touch the approaching Mama Tiger, her view is obstructed by the boy's voice. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Lu Jin'an crouches low, stick in hand, ready for battle. Although he knows he cannot overpower the beast, the thought of the girl behind him compels him to stand firm. Qi Bao tilts her head, curiously observing the frail boy before her. "Mama Tiger." Lu Jin'an momentarily fails to comprehend. "What?" The tiger inches closer, and just as Lu Jin'an prepares to entangle it to buy time for the girl to escape, the tiger surprisingly lies down submissively. Qi Bao chuckles, bends down, and gently strokes the tiger's head. "Mama Tiger, it's been so long. I've missed you." Lu Jin'an watches in disbelief. Is this girl actually petting a tiger? This is a tiger. Although he cannot discern what the girl murmurs, he sees the tiger emit a low growl, and the girl giggles softly. No need to mention it. "Mama Tiger, I will come to visit the little cubs in a few days." The girl's small hand caresses the tiger's exposed belly, and the tiger responds with a contented rumble. Qi Bao laughs heartily. Mama Tiger's belly is so soft. Although Lu Jin'an has never witnessed such a scene, he quickly regains his composure, being the young master of the Lu family. Do you know this tiger?" Qi Bao stands up and nods obediently. "Yes, this is Qi Bao's good friend." Lu Jin'an nods lightly, the recent events leaving him no reason to doubt her words. The tiger stands up alongside Qi Bao, regarding the boy with a low growl that clearly expresses displeasure. Qi Bao pats her. "Mama Tiger, that's not allowed." Roar. "Huh? Is that so?" Roar. The girl solemnly nods. "I understand." Lu Jin'an senses they are conversing, yet finds it hard to believe. He cautiously asks, "Can you understand what she says?" Qi Bao looks at the boy with curiosity. This is the first time she meets someone her age. Her master never allows her to descend a mountain, although she has already learned their skills. "Yes, this is Qi Bao's good friend. Let me introduce you." Okay." Lu Jin'an stands before the girl, feeling flustered in the presence of such a large tiger. However, seeing the girl's trusting gaze steadies his nerves. Hello, I am Lu Jin'an." The tiger glances at him, snorts dismissively, and turns its head away. "Mama Tiger, that's not allowed." After what seems like an internal struggle, the tiger turns its face back and gently rubs its head against the boy's outstretched hand. Mama Tiger is the best. Qi Bao loves Mama Tiger the most, but you mustn't tell the master tigers about this. Qi Bao affectionately strokes her. Lu Jin'an is astonished to find someone so young capable of conversing with animals. She must have lost her way from her family. He wonders how she survives in this mountain. It must be quite difficult. Recalling how she just saved his life, Lu Jin'an speaks. My name is Lu Jin'an. What is yours?" Nervous about making introductions with someone her age, Qi Bao mimics her master, clears her throat, and extends her chubby little hand. Hello, big brother. I am Qi Bao. Jin'an is amused by her little adult demeanor and obediently raises 3 fingers, as if making an oath, fearing she might not believe him. Roar! Noticing that Qi Bao's attention is diverted, the nearby tiger emits a displeased growl. Yes, big brother. Mama Tiger said you took something from her, and that thing is very dangerous. Mama Tiger wanted to warn you not to take it otherwise. She wouldn't have chased you. Mama Tiger is very kind, she didn't mean to harm you, so don't be afraid of her. Jin'an touches the herbs in his pocket, and then openly reveals them. I'm sorry, Qi Bao, I had my reasons for taking this. Roar. Really? Thank you, Mama Tiger. The girl, still not tall enough, tiptoes to nuzzle the tiger's neck. What did the big tiger say? Brother, it's Mama Tiger. Okay, what did Mama Tiger say? Qi Bao grins, not realizing that her pronunciation is slightly off from her master's teachings. Mama Tiger said this herb is a gift for you. Be careful. Jin'an's eyes brighten. Really? Thank you, Qi Bao. Thank you, Mama Tiger. Roar. Roar. All right then. I'll come find you play next time. The tiger leans down to nuzzle the girl's palm before swiftly disappearing into the thicket, unnoticed by anyone, save for the respect reflected in the tiger's eyes for the girl. By the way, big brother, what do you need this herb for? At this question, Jin'an slowly lowers his gaze. My mother is gravely ill, and I heard this herb can cure her, so I came to collect it. Qi Bao tilts her head, but the herb he just took out was clearly poisonous. How could it heal? Brother, but Qi Bao saw you picking poisonous herbs. What? Jin'an pulls out the herbs he had been keeping, not questioning how the girl could identify herbs. It seems that person not only wanted my life, but also my mother's. Qi Bao looks at the boy, clenching her fists. Bad people. Anyone who bullies Qi Bao's friends is a bad person. Master Tiger said to help friends. Qi Bao will help you. Big brother. Jin'an gently pats her head. Okay. He feels a hint of disappointment. He initially believed this herb could save his mother. He never anticipated it could have jeopardized her life. Thankfully, Qi Bao intervened, or he would have caused a disaster. Chapter 2. Excuse? Shao Qi. What brings you here? A parrot with vibrant tail feathers perched on the girl's shoulder. Qi Bao. Qi Bao. Bad person. Bad person. You mustn't speak carelessly, Shao Qi. This is a new friend of mine. Bad person. Bad person. Qi Bao blinked and whispered softly. Yet upon hearing this, Shao Qi flapped her wings in agitation. Bad person. Bad person. The bad person wants to take Qi Bao away. Help, help. Shao Qi. My brother is not a bad person. Bad person. Bad person. Qi Bao ceased her argument with Shao Qi, turning to Jin'an, clenching her fist, determined to rescue someone. Let's go, brother. All right. At that moment, the Liu household was in disarray, for their young master had slipped away from everyone's watch just 3 hours prior. The surveillance footage revealed he had entered the most mysterious of mountains, the Mengsho Shan. Butler Lao Li rolled his eyes, immediately donning a look of urgency. What should we do? How did the young master end up at Mengsho Shan? Send someone to find him. Even if we have to turn the mountain upside down, we must locate the young master. And do not inform the madam of this matter just yet. Lao Li immediately commanded, Yes, 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 I'll send someone right away. How much time had passed? You don't even know if your son is alive. The herbs he mentioned can only be found in the caves where the beasts dwell. Your son, I fear, may not survive. Even if he does, the people you send won't let him come down alive. Even if you scour Mengsho Shan, just prepare for his corpse. Who knows if those beasts will leave behind a complete body. Jin'an cradled Qi Bao as they descended the mountain, the girl appearing remarkably familiar with the path. Brother, there's a big river ahead. Be careful. Brother, there's a pit ahead. Be cautious. Brother. All the way down, Jin'an skillfully avoided the obstacles, unlike his earlier journey where he bore scratches. He couldn't help but feel that the girl in his arms was a little lucky star since meeting her. Everything seemed to flow smoothly. Qi Bao, you are amazing. He. As they neared the base of the mountain, a group of masked individuals suddenly sprang from the nearby bushes, each one tightly wrapped. Sensing their malicious intent, Jin'an spoke softly. Qi Bao, you go down first and find the Liu family. There will be people there to protect you. When I say run, you must run. Qi Bao tilted her head, looking at the mere 20 individuals. Brother, why do we need to run? The leader of the group chuckled upon hearing the girl's words. Ha ha ha. No need to run. None of you will escape. With that, He brandished a knife and advanced to eliminate the two. Although the employer had only instructed to kill a boy, letting this little girl escape would be disadvantageous for them. After all, whether one or two, it was still a kill. Get them. Jin'an sheltered the girl from an incoming strike, managing only to place her behind a tree trunk before engaging in combat. As the eldest son of the Lu family, he had learned some skills. Dealing with one person was manageable, but facing so many attackers left him feeling somewhat powerless. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the person in front of him suddenly flew far away. Before Jin'an could react, the leader was also sent flying. "Brother, don't be afraid. Qi Bao will protect you." "Qi Bao, you." The leader lay on the ground, spitting blood. Utterly bewildered, how could a mere child possess such strength? No, it must have been that boy. He must have let his guard down, allowing the child to exploit the opportunity. "All of you attack." The group surged forward, and Qi Bao pushed Jin'an aside, choosing to remain within their encirclement. "It hurts, it hurts." Help." One by one, the assailants were sent flying. Qi Bao shook her hands and approached the leader. "Speak. Who sent you? Why do you want to harm Qi Bao and my brother?" The man glanced at his fallen comrades and then at the little girl before him, who barely reached his knees. She was terrified. These two had come down from Shoshan, so this must be. "Monster. Mother. A monster. Great-grandmother, please spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here." Qi Bao was taken aback. She pouted, recalling that the Shihu said calling someone a monster was an insult. This man was insulting her. "You are the monster. You call me names first." The Shihu said that those who resist cannot suffer losses, so I called you names. "Why did you insult Qi Bao?" The leader seemed unperturbed by her words, instead repeatedly bowing before the girl. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Great monster, please spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit. "Great monster. We were wrong. Please spare us. We were also coerced. Please, great monster, spare us. Please, great monster, spare us." Jin'an lifted the girl, stroking her head. "Qi Bao, don't pay them any mind." Qi Bao observed them, growing increasingly displeased, and the beast in the mountain seemed to sense her mood, letting out roars. Roar! Roar! The group trembled, becoming more convinced that the girl before them was a rejuvenated monster commanding the beasts of Shoshan. Below the mountain, villagers from a nearby settlement looked up. Though accustomed to such sights, they were filled with reverence. The Shoshan has stirred. Surely, the spirit of Shoshan has awakened. It must be. "Spirit, we mean you no harm, please. Great one, spare us." Hearing the roars, Lu Xuanbo quickened his pace. If anything were to happen to Shaoan, how could he explain it to Ji? "Shaoan, Dad." Upon seeing his son, Lu Xuanbo's anxious heart finally found peace. "Shaoan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Dad." "This is Qi Bao." She just at Lu Xuanbo glanced at the scene before him and naturally assumed it was his son's doing. After all, no one would suspect a 3-year-old girl could possess such capabilities. It seemed Shaoan had made progress in his combat training. The moment of being bound. The leader felt as though he had been granted a new lease on life. The great monster had spared him, and he would rather be captured than eaten by her. "Thank you, great monster. Thank you, great monster. Thank you, great monster." As the group passed by Qi Bao, they dared not lift their heads, yet all uttered the same phrase in unison. Lu Xuanbo furrowed his brow. What were these people saying to his son? Completely oblivious to the indignant girl in his son's arms. On the journey back, the father and son remained silent. Qi Bao glanced at Jin'an, then at Lu Xuanbo, smiling, her innocent laughter echoing in the carriage. "Brother is very handsome, just like uncle. Both are exceptionally good-looking." Lu Xuanbo couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's words. Qi Bao knows that uncles are handsome at such a young age. Recalling what his son had just said, he smiled again. How could such a small child possibly take down those 20 strong men? It must be Shaoan's fabrication to let Qi Bao down the mountain. Lu Xuanbo didn't take it seriously. "Oh, Qi Bao knows. The Shihus are very handsome. The Danao tiger and mama are all very beautiful." Chapter 3. The 9 Curves of Resurrection Needle. Lu Buishuan smiled lightly, dismissing the matter without much thought. The trio hurried directly to Shun Zi's chamber upon disembarking. Lu Buishuan settled beside the woman's bed and gently inquired, "Z, how are you feeling today?" Despite her pallor, the woman's beauty remained evident. Gazing at the man before her, Shanzi managed a faint smile and replied, "Much better. Please do not worry about me." She noticed the little girl standing next to her son. Qi Bao, upon meeting her gaze, immediately chimed in, "Hello, I'm Qi Bao." "Hello, Qi Bao. Would you like to play outside with your brother? IE is surrounded by illness. We do not wish for you to catch it." Qi Bao puffed her cheeks and climbed on his sickbed, declaring, "No, I am not sick. I will be fine." Shunzi chuckled softly at the innocent girl before her, wishing she too could have a daughter like her. Alas, she lamented the uncertainty of her own longevity. Noticing his wife's emotions, Lu Xuanbo spoke up, "Shaoan, why don't you take Qi Bao for a stroll?" "All right." Once the two departed, Lu Xuanbo grasped the woman's hand and, after a moment's pause, added, "Perhaps Qi Bao is our family's lucky star." Qi Bao pouted, nestled in her brother's embrace. "Gidge. IE is not sick. She is poisoned." Lu Jin'an immediately set the girl down to meet her at eye level. "Poisoned? What kind of poison? Can you tell? IE's lips are purple. It is a clear sign of poisoning. Qi Bao can help IE. She is suffering from chronic poisoning, and it must be that a wicked person secretly poisoned her. Gidge, you must catch the bad guy." "All right, I will catch the bad guy. Qi Bao will save Mama." Okay. Considering that Lu Xuanbo might oppose Qi Bao treating her mother, Lu Jin'an cleverly diverted his father's attention under the pretext of punishing the instigator. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Bao scurried inside. Upon seeing the girl enter, Shanzi set down her book. "What brings you here, Qi Bao? Come sit with I." Qi Bao climbed onto the bed, her expression serious as she declared, "I, Qi Bao, can heal you." Shanzi could not help but laugh. So many esteemed doctors had deemed her condition hopeless, and what could this little girl, hardly reaching her knee, possibly do? Yet, seeing Qi Bao's eager eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse and replied, "All right, I believes in you, Qi Bao." Qi Bao, undeterred by any doubts regarding her abilities, recalled the teachings of her masters, who emphasized the joy of helping others. She firmly believed she could heal IE. Gently, she touched the woman's pale face and checked her pulse, stating, "IE, although your poisoning is quite severe, do not fear. For Qi Bao is very capable and will surely heal you." Shunzi furrowed her brow. "Poisoned? How could it be poisoned? Those doctors said I am suffering from organ failure and that there is no hope." Yet, Qi Bao had just asserted that she might still be saved. Though Shunzi recognized the improbability of the claim, the mere possibility ignited a flicker of hope within her. What if there was a chance for survival? She pressed her lips together, observing Qi Bao's next move. The little girl retrieved the resurrection needle gifted by Master Hu and was just about to administer it when a commotion erupted outside. Madam, you must take charge." Old Li barged in, disregarding the guards, with Lu Jin'an and Lu Xuanbo following closely behind. "Madam, please help me." Shunzi frowned slightly, about to speak when Lu Xuanbo's keen eyes spotted the silver needle in Qi Bao's hand. "Qi Bao, madam, what are you doing?" Qi Bao looked momentarily confused. "Qi Bao is healing IE." Lu Xuanbo hurried over to lift the girl down, exclaiming, "This is nonsense, Qi Bao. How can you play with IE's health? What if something goes wrong?" Shunzi gently patted Lu Xuanbo. "You frightened Qi Bao. It was I who instructed her to do this." "Madam," Qi Bao said, "I am poisoned. So many doctors failed to notice, but she did. Perhaps she truly has a way to help." Shunzi pleaded, "Xuanbo, I wish to try, for your sake and Shaoan's." Lu Xuanbo pressed his lips together, choosing silence. However, Old Li, kneeling on the floor, exhibited a flash of panic upon hearing the word poisoned. "Impossible. The poison I used is undetectable. How could such a little child discern it?" He darted his eyes around and hastily added, "Madam, you must not. I have watched you grow. Your constitution has always been frail. If this little girl inadvertently harms you, we will be devastated. Madam, you cannot take such a risk." Shunzi's voice turned cold. "Enough. You all stand back. I trust Qi Bao." She then turned her gaze back to the little girl with warmth. "Qi Bao, do not be afraid. Proceed. No matter what happens, I will not blame you." Shunzi's words empowered Qi Bao, and Lu Xuanbo was about to voice his objections when Lu Jin'an swiftly lifted the girl back onto the bed, fully believing in her ability to heal their mother. Qi Bao looked at the woman before her, recalling how IE had defended her. Her masters had taught her to be grateful, and she was determined to heal IE. "IE, do not fear. Qi Bao is here. Qi Bao will heal you." Qi Bao began to delicately arrange the needles. Before long, several practitioners of both Western and traditional medicine arrived, witnessing the scene, and promptly intervened. What are you doing, child? If anything happens to Madame Lu, can you bear the responsibility? They attempted to pull Qi Bao away, but an elderly traditional doctor stopped them, adjusting his glasses. Is this the 9 curves of Resurrection Needle from Master Yunluo? What? The 9 curves of Resurrection Needle from Master Yunluo? How could that be? Master Yunluo never takes disciples. Lu Xuanbo furrowed his brow. Do you recognize this technique? Indeed, Mr. Lu. Your wife is gravely ill, and we are out of options. However, if this is truly the 9 curves of Resurrection Needle from Master Yunluo, the chances of recovery significantly increase. We are curious about this child's connection to Master Yunluo, as she possesses such remarkable skills. Once Qi Bao completed her needlework, she observed the silver needles darkening and carefully extracted them one by one, wrapping them in a cloth. Brother, please soak these needles in high-quality medicinal liquor. Be careful not to touch them. Understood. Qi Bao exhaled deeply and handed Lu Xuanbo a handwritten prescription. Despite her tender age, her writing was elegant and clear, catching Lu Xuanbo's attention. It seemed he had underestimated Qi Bao. Uncle, this is the prescription. Take it twice a day, but you must prepare it yourself. Ai has been poisoned with a chronic toxin that caused her condition. Please ensure this medicine is prepared correctly. The group of doctors immediately urged the leader among them to approach. The man awkwardly rubbed his nose. Having previously spoken ill of the child, Mr. Lu, may we have a look at that prescription? Lu Xuanbo glanced at Qi Bao, who nodded obediently, and he handed over the prescription. The group gathered to study it, exclaiming, "Incredible! How did I not think to use these 2 herbs in this manner? Brilliant! After expelling the poison, these will help eliminate any residual toxins. A truly ingenious approach." Chapter 4. The Fu family Shinzi would take a while longer to awaken, and Qi Bao was thoroughly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed. After covering them with blankets, Lu Xuanbo quietly exited. This time, Qi Bao had saved his wife, bestowing a favor upon him and the Lu family. With Shinzi healed, he would handle the remaining matters. Have they confessed? They have. They all spilled everything upon questioning. I do not know what spurred them, but they keep muttering about a monster granny letting them go, as if they have seen a ghost. Thinking of Qi Bao, Lu Xuanbo pressed his lips together. On the way up the mountain, he had seen many lying on the ground, initially believing it was Xiao and S doing, but now it seemed otherwise. I shall inquire further. Capture that person and ensure he does not escape. Also, instruct the others to keep their mouths shut. No unnecessary questions should be asked. Yes. Rest assured, sir. Slowly awakened, feeling more refreshed than ever after the attack. Reflecting on Qi Bao's words, she squinted, realizing that the perpetrator must have meticulously planned the poisoning from the start. Had it not been for Qi Bao, the consequences could have been dire. She began to doubt her own frail constitution. Was she truly weak since birth, or was it the work of someone intent on poisoning her? However, she considered herself reborn now, glancing at the sleeping girl beside her and chuckling softly. Qi Bao, you are indeed my little lucky star. Qi Bao seemed to sense her presence and murmured, I want to eat a big chicken leg. Shinzi laughed gently, just as Lu Xuanbo entered and caught sight of her smile. He sighed softly, having not seen her smile like that in ages. Thanks to Qi Bao's assistance. His gaze fell upon the girl beside her, and a thought suddenly struck him. Madam, Shu, lower your voice so as not to disturb Qi Bao's slumber. Let's step outside to converse. Once outside, Shanzi inhaled the fresh air, a sensation she had not experienced in a long time. Xuanbo, the weather is splendid today. I have never felt a day could be as beautiful as this. Lu Xuanbo looked up slightly and smiled. Indeed, the weather is delightful. It is wonderful that you are recovering, and thankfully, Qi Bao is here. By the way, have we located the poisoner? She inquired. Yes, we have found them. It's old Li Isnt it? Lu Xuanbo was somewhat surprised. Did you guess it, madam? Shunzi regarded him. I have been frail since childhood. And with Qi Bao saying I've been poisoned for at least 20 years, it could only be old Li who has been by my side all this time. Madam, let's not dwell on this any longer. I wish to host a banquet for Qi Bao, firstly to express our gratitude for her kindness to the Lu family, and secondly to help her family find her. Additionally, I have grown fond of Qi Bao and wonder if I might adopt her as my goddaughter. I share the same sentiment. Leave everything to me. You should rest and recuperate, so as not to disappoint Qi Bao's care. All right, on the fierce beast mountain, Xiao Yanlu leaped up immediately after hearing Xiao Qi's words. What? Qi Bao has gone down the mountain with a stranger? Shao Qi flapped its wings frantically, exclaiming, "Bad person! Bad person!" Shao Qinga drew his sword and prepared to rush out. Which scoundrel dares to abduct our family member? Let me show him how I will settle the score. Xiao Ruozhou calmly sipped his tea. Why the hurry? This is Qi Bao's destiny. She is meant to leave, and besides, there are ties awaiting her down the mountain. I have calculated this for Qi Bao long ago. Otherwise, I would not have allowed her to descend. Did you really let her go out to play? Shao Qinga protested. What if something happens to our Qi Bao? He sat down in frustration. We three cannot protect her for a lifetime. She must eventually descend the mountain. Hearing this, Shao Qinga fell silent. The trio had just entered the mountain when they heard the cries of an infant, abandoned in the snow. They adopted the girl, naming her Qi Bao. With remarkable talent, Qi Bao quickly mastered 90% of their skills. Shao Qinga set down his sword. At least you could have informed me, and elder brother. Let us discuss this together. It cannot be stopped. Our Qi Bao is no ordinary child. She has her own fortune and misfortune. We can only assist her as much as we can. Merely a night passed, and news of a little divine doctor arriving at the Lu family spread widely. Have you heard? The Lu family has a little divine doctor who cured Madame Lu's unusual ailment. What little divine doctor? I heard it's just a 3-year-old child who saved her by accident. They say that little divine doctor is incredible. She can perform the 9 curves returning yang needle. What nonsense! How could she possibly know the 9 curves returning yang needle of Master Yinlu? They must be exaggerating. At this moment, in the Fu family, Fu Huan frowned slightly at the invitation from the Lu family's banquet that had just arrived. The Lu family is a partner of the Fu family, so a visit is necessary. There's a banquet at the Lu family tonight. Let us reschedule our original plans. Understood. That evening, Shunzi dressed Qi Bao in a specially tailored starry gown, its hem shimmering under the lights. Wow, Annie, this dress is so beautiful. Shunzi patted Qi Bao's little head. Does our Qi Bao like it? I like it. Thank you, Andy. Madam, the banquet is about to commence. Shunzi lifted the girl and walked outside, as the center of attention was on them. More accurately, it was on the girl in Shunzi's arms. I heard she is the little divine doctor who healed Madame Lu. Outside, whispers filled the air. Is this the little divine doctor? She doesn't look like one. And she is so small. This rumor must be false. Indeed, she is so tiny that her teeth aren't even fully grown. What a joke. The Lu family must have released this information to lower our guard. Shunzi scanned the crowd, speaking, Qi Bao is our benefactor and a child we regard as our own. I hope everyone will take good care of her in the future. This declaration undoubtedly solidified the rumor that Qi Bao was the little divine doctor associated with the Lu family, elevating her status significantly. Qi Bao, however, was not focused on the surrounding chatter. She noticed a line of kinship extending from her hand, feeling puzzled. Are there relatives here? Auntie, I want to go down to play. All right. Shunzi placed the girl on the ground, allowing someone to accompany her while she attended to the guests. Qi Bao followed the kinship line forward and fortuitously spotted a man leaning casually against the bar. Could this be Qi Bao's family? She tilted her head and approached. Hello. Fu Huan heard her voice and looked around. I'm right here, big brother. As Fu Huan slowly bent down, he was struck by the sight of the girl's cherubic face. In that instant, he felt an uncanny resemblance to his sister's child. The girl's eyes mirrored those of his sister perfectly. Fu Huan trembled as he knelt. Little one, what is your name? Where are your parents? Qi Bao tilted her head, gazing at the kinship line in Fu Huan's hand, realizing, is this person my father? Chapter 5. Acknowledging kinship. My name is Qi Bao, she replied, her gaze gradually dimming. Qi Bao doesn't know where her parents are. The she who said, I'm an angel sent here. So, I don't have parents. But I know that my parents must have abandoned me. The Shihus are just comforting me. But it's okay. Qi Bao isn't sad. My Shihus treat me super well. So I don't need my parents. Seeing the tears welling in the eyes that resembled his sister's, Fu Huan felt a pang in his heart. She looked so much like her. He could recognize her as his sister's child without the need for a paternity test. But how did his sister give birth to Qi Bao? Who was Qi Bao's father? Where was his sister? A series of perplexing questions loomed. Fu Huan exhaled softly. No, Qi Bao. Your parents surely didn't abandon you. They must have their reasons. He picked up the girl, and perhaps due to the kinship connection, Qi Bao felt especially secure in his embrace. Big brother, you smell nice. Qi Bao smells nice too. Fu Huan chuckled gently, stroking the girl's head with affectionate eyes. Our Qi Bao smells the sweetest. He had already instructed his secretary to send a message to the Fu family, expecting that his parents would arrive shortly. This must be his sister's child. There was no doubt. They would absolutely not let her be lost again. Meanwhile, the Fu family was in a frenzy, as Fu Huan had just sent word that he spotted someone resembling his sister at the Liu family. Fu Yong notified the still studying Fu Jingyi before hastily heading towards the Liu family with a large entourage. 8 Rolls-Royces came to a halt at the entrance of the Liu residence, drawing curious glances from within. It appears the rumors about the discord between the Liu and Fu families may indeed hold some truth. After all, was this not an attempt to disrupt the gathering? Liu Xuanbo frowned slightly. Although the Liu and Fu families did not have frequent interactions, it was unlikely they harbored animosity. What could the Fu family mean by this? Yet, he could not afford to tarnish the Liu family's reputation before the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for our inadequate hospitality today. We shall make amends next time. Was this an indication that they intended to clear the guests? It seemed the rumors were more than likely accurate. Indeed, the Fu family's grand entrance was enough to give the Liu family pause. Before they could step out, Fu Yong had already exited the vehicle, followed closely by the rest of the Fu family. Observing this scene, onlookers became increasingly convinced of their suspicions. The Fu family had all arrived, confirming their assumptions. Ah, is that Fu Siming? He is so handsome. If only I could marry him. Liu Xuanbo knitted his brow again as he approached, accompanied by Shenzi. Mr. Fu, may I inquire as to the purpose of your grand arrival at the Liu family today? Fu Yong remained silent and walked straight in, just as Fu Huan emerged holding Qi Bao. Upon seeing the girl's face, which bore a resemblance to his daughter's, he recognized her as family. You are Qi Bao, aren't you? Qi Bao blinked and replied, Yes, uncle. Do you know Qi Bao? Fu Yong reached out to embrace her, but hesitated, fearing he might startle the girl. I know. Li Ning's eyes glistened with tears. This child was the daughter of her family, and regardless of her origins, she belonged to the Fu family. Qi Bao, Annie is not crying. The master tigers say we must be strong. No crying, aren't you? All right, Annie will not cry. Fu Siming stepped forward, shaking a limited edition doll he had prepared. Qi Bao, I am your third uncle. Qi Bao tilted her head, unsure why he claimed to be her third uncle, but knowing they were all related to her, she happily called out, Hello, third uncle. Very good. This is a gift from your third uncle. Do you like it? May I give you a hug? Qi Bao's eyes lit up at the sight of the tiger plush toy, reminiscent of her mother tiger. Yes, thank you, third uncle. The others instantly expressed their displeasure. Third brother, how could you do this? Fu Yunxing immediately protested, having specifically given up a competition to be here. Qi Bao nodded, remembering the master tiger's lesson on forgiveness. It's fine. Qi Bao forgives uncle. Fu Yunxing immediately grinned, revealing dimples on his cheeks that mirrored Qi Bao's. Fifth uncle, may I have a hug? Qi Bao nodded and leaned forward, while Fu Huan shot a glance at his younger brother, thinking to himself that he should not be trying to steal Qi Bao away. He would not be receiving his allowance this month. Liu Xuanbo frowned, puzzled by the situation. Was the Fu family here to take someone? Mr. Fu, what do you mean by this? He waved his hand, and his aides promptly brought forth a continuous stream of gifts. Mr. Liu, we thank you for taking care of our Qi Bao these past days. This is a token of our gratitude, and Qi Bao will be coming with us. Shenzi did not even spare a glance at the offerings. Did they think they could take Qi Bao away with mere gifts? What, they treated her poorly. Moreover, Qi Bao appeared not to recognize them. Mr. Fu, the Liu family does not lack these items. I treat Qi Bao as my own daughter. If you wish to take her, you must provide us with a reason. Do you think you can simply buy her with these? Shenzi's words shattered the long-standing peace between the Liu and Fu families, but it was a necessary move to ensure Qi Bao's safety. Observers could easily see that the Liu family genuinely cared for the little girl. Had they amicably allowed Qi Bao to depart, perhaps the Fu family would have expressed gratitude and offered the Liu family some benefits. However, by causing a scene, they risked offending the Fu family if Qi Bao did indeed have ties to them. The onlookers stood by, eager to witness the standoff between the Liu and Fu families, only to be surprised when Fu Yong burst into laughter. Madam Liu, you truly are a person of genuine sentiment. With everyone present, I shall speak plainly. Qi Bao is one of ours, a member of the Fu family. Fu Yong's smile gradually faded as he scanned the crowd. Naturally, she is also under our protection. Whispers erupted among the crowd. How could this little girl be a member of the Fu family? She is indeed fortunate. I heard she was a wild child from the mountains, and now the Lu family has taken notice, only for the Fu family to claim her. Such luck. Yet, they have presented no proof to assert she is one of them. It seems rather hasty. After the crowd dispersed, the Fu family members gathered around Qi Bao as they sat within the Lu residence. Mr. Lu, we truly appreciate your assistance. Without it, we would not have located Qi Bao so swiftly. You are too kind. Shunzi gazed reluctantly at Qi Bao, while servants continued to load gifts into the car. Qi Bao, with a little dress Annie bought for you, and don't forget to come and play with Annie often, all right? Qi Bao nodded, sensing the woman's emotions, and leaned in to kiss her cheek. Auntie, don't be sad. Qi Bao will come to visit you in a few days. Lu Jin'an pursed his lips and handed a watch to the girl. Qi Bao, this is a gift from me to you. Qi Bao promptly donned the watch and beamed at Lu Jin'an. Thank you, brother. Chapter 6. The gift of meeting Fu Yong bid farewell to the Lu family, carrying Qi Bao as they made their way to the Fu residence. The opulence of the journey captivated many onlookers, who speculated about the identity of the wealthy heir. Who is this? So affluent? Driving out such a fleet of luxury cars? Who knows? But those inside must be born with a silver spoon. Ordinary people like us can hardly compare. Perhaps you could marry someone from within. Wouldn't that elevate you to a higher status? What nonsense. They're likely just a bunch of old men. I wouldn't want to. The elder brothers of the Fu family surrounded Qi Bao, chattering excitedly as they introduced themselves. Their mother was the 5th child of the Fu family, and they cherished this precious little princess dearly. However, she had been abducted by the family's enemies, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Qi Bao gradually smiled, realizing that her parents had not abandoned her. The master tigers would no longer need to deceive her. Grandpa, is my mother especially beautiful? The master tigers say Qi Bao is the most beautiful girl they have ever seen, sent by angels. Fu Yong laughed artidi, glancing at the woman beside him. Madam, look how adorable our Qi Bao is. Qi Bao, your mother is just as beautiful as you. Qi Bao obediently shook her head. No, mother must be more beautiful than Qi Bao. Mother is the most beautiful. All right. Your mother is indeed the most beautiful. Fu Yunqing chimed in. Dad, how long have you been holding Qi Bao? It's my turn. You little rascal. How impudent. What if you drop Qi Bao? But your hands are trembling. You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Bao laughed joyfully at their banter, feeling fortunate to have family now. Yet, she wondered when she could visit the master tigers again. They must still be unaware of where she was. Qi Bao, come, Grandpa will take you to see. The view unveiled a lavishly decorated estate, even more extravagant and understated within. Wow, it's so beautiful. Fu Yong lifted Qi Bao onto his shoulders and laughed as he took a few strides. Let us go. We'll ride a big horse to see Qi Bao's room. The long quiet Fu family finally returned to life. Due to the disappearance of the daughter of the Fu family, the household has not been this lively for quite some time. Qi Bao gazed at her delicate room and immediately broke into a smile. Wow, a doll. I love it. Thank you, Grandpa. After touring the room, Fu Yong took the girl to meet the members of the Fu family. Fu Sun knelt down and gently patted Qi Bao's head. Qi Bao, I am your eldest uncle, and this is your aunt. You should call her Andy. Qi Bao nodded earnestly and, looking at the woman who hadn't yet changed out of her suit, sweetly called out. Andy, Suemo softly exclaimed, you are such a good girl. Qi Bao, how about I give you a gift? Fu Sun immediately interjected, Dear, did we not agree that I would give it? Qi Bao blinked and looked at the two, saying, Uncle, Andy's a girl, so you should let the girl have it. Laughter erupted around them. Our Qi Bao knows that boys should be considerate of girls at such a young age. Indeed, Qi Bao is quite clever. Fu Yong laughed heartily. After this playful banter, others began to stir, eager to show Qi Bao their gifts. Although bringing Qi Bao home was an unexpected event, these gifts had been prepared long before for the younger sister. Now that they had found the daughter of their sister, they poured their sentiments into her. Fu Sun cleared his throat to regain control of the situation. After all, he was the eldest son of the Fu family, known as the charming figure in court, and the others felt a certain trepidation around him. Fu Sun retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a scale carved from diamonds, with a girl standing on one side. Upon closer inspection, the figure bore a striking resemblance to Qi Bao, and a gentle warmth filled Fu Sun's gaze. Qi Bao, this is a gift from your uncle and aunt. Qi Bao tilted her head, looking at the little figure. Uncle, is that me? Yes, it is our Qi Bao. Your uncle may not have much ability, but this scale will always tip in your favor. Your uncle and aunt will always be your support. Qi Bao turned to the woman holding her. And Suemo smiled gently. Do you like it, Qi Bao? Yes. I love it. Thank you, uncle and auntie. But the teacher said, this is a society governed by law. We must not break the law. Qi Bao wants to be a good Qi Bao. Fu Sun chuckled. All right. Qi Bao has little friends now. Qi Bao felt herself being held by someone else, and upon seeing the handsome face before her, she sweetly called out, Second uncle. Ah, Qi Bao is so good. Second uncle has a gift for you. Will you give me a kiss? Fu Sun immediately warned, Fu Huan, don't go too far. What? Are you jealous? Qi Bao promptly planted a big kiss on Fu Sun's cheek, leaving a trace of her innocent drool on his face. Hee, uncle isn't angry. Qi Bao is very fair. Fu Sun felt his ears redden. How could his own sons ever do that? Daughters are simply better. Qi Bao then kissed Su Mo's face, stating, Annie must not be left out. Thank you, our Qi Bao. Fu Huan presented his prepared gift to the girl. Qi Bao, this is a gift from your second uncle. Do you like it? Cheng Jing caught sight of the card and widened her eyes slightly. Is it the unlimited card belonging to Fu Huan? There are only 3 in the world, and he cherishes it so much that I've never even touched it. Now he just gives it to that child? What about my daughter? He would rather give it to someone else than to his own daughter? She forced a smile, thinking, I cannot let them think I am stingy. Haha, Qi Bao, your second uncle is so generous to you. He treasures that card dearly. He has refused to give it to me after I asked several times. Today he just gives it to you, treating you better than he treats our Tian. Fu Huan frowned slightly. What nonsense are you saying? Cheng Jing immediately felt wronged. She was merely speaking the truth. Why was he so angry? Had their years of relationship meant less than a small child? Although the words of the second son's wife were indeed inappropriate, it could not lead to a quarrel in front of Qi Bao. Li Ning calmly interjected, Enough. This is not how we should behave. Second son's wife. Have you prepared a gift? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jing's expression faltered. Qi Bao, sorry. Your second aunt did not have time to prepare a gift for you. I'll make it up to you next time, all right? Qi Bao nodded, it's all right. Second aunt. Cheng Jing absent-mindedly replied. Fu Huan had indeed given her money to prepare a gift, but the amount was far too generous, exceeding her monthly allowance. She simply could not bear to spend it, so she hadn't prepared anything. Moreover, Tian had previously insisted on a gift, so she used that money to buy something for her instead. If necessary, she could just pay for another gift later. With this thought, Cheng Jing steadied herself, only to unexpectedly meet Fu Huan's gaze. Chapter 7. Contest for Affection. Fu Huan glanced at Qi Bao, who was surrounded by family members, and felt relieved that she had not noticed the commotion. He turned to the woman before him and spoke coolly, Come outside with me. Cheng Jing immediately shook her head. No, I can't go out. If I do, he will definitely question me. Fu Huan fixed his gaze on her, seemingly seeing through everything. Here we go again. He always looks at me this way, as if I am nothing but an emotionless sum of money. This man is cold and heartless. Although this was a marriage of convenience that I orchestrated, have we truly not developed any feelings over the years? Without uttering a word, Fu Huan walked outside, leaving Cheng Jing to take a deep breath, as if accepting a harsh reality, before following him out. Fu Huan surveyed the surroundings, confirming no one was around before he began to explain. Fu Huan, want you to understand that I thought Qi Bao is still so young, so the gift doesn't need to be overly extravagant. That's why I didn't buy her anything. You know I'm not stingy, but you also know that Tian had been clamoring for that gift, and it was a bit pricey. I didn't buy it initially because she threw a tantrum for a long time. I had no choice but to use that money to buy something for Tian. But don't worry, I will prepare another gift for Qi Bao with my own money. I will definitely make it up to her. I would never treat her unfairly. Besides, you all have given Qi Bao so many gifts. My one contribution won't matter. Fu Huan's gaze was devoid of any sentiment. He was a shrewd operator in the business world, and he could see through the deliberate teasing. Cheng Jing, I warn you. Qi Bao is the daughter of my younger sister. She deserves everything in this world. Listen to what you just said. You claim that Qi Bao is too young for expensive gifts, yet Tian is only 1 year older. Do you think she deserves expensive gifts? At the mention of Tian, Cheng Jing's anger flared. Fu Huan, what do you mean? Tian is your daughter. Who else deserves it? That wild child? What a joke. You didn't even do a paternity test. Who knows if she's trying to deceive you? After she finished her outburst, she saw the man's dark expression and immediately regretted it. She calmed herself down and tried to take his hand. Fu Huan. I didn't mean it that way. Fu Huan coldly shrugged off her hand. This is the first and last time. Chang Jing. Don't let me find out there is a next time, or we will meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once the man walked away, Chang Jing panicked and pulled out her phone to call her mother. Mom, what should I do? Fu Huan has mentioned divorce. She recounted everything in detail. What do I do, Mom? This time Fu Huan is really angry. Qi Bao was being passed around by the members of the Fu family, holding all the gifts she could manage. This is from uncle, and this is from second uncle. This book was gifted by San Jiojio, yet Qi Bao remains oblivious to its significance. San Jiojio mentioned that it would be beneficial for her examinations in the future. As Fu Jing observed the volume of Wu San in Qi Bao's hands, he couldn't help but smirk, thinking that San Ge was indeed excessive. Qi Bao delicately caressed the resplendent book, confirming its authenticity. Fu Ximing had commissioned it to be crafted from pure gold, with each page as thin as a cicada's wing, yet dazzling in appearance. This was a present from Si Jiojio. With a flurry of activity, Qi Bao's small hands danced across the keyboard, tilting her head slightly. Qi Jiojio, Si Jiojio, gifted me a computer. Fu Jing regarded the uniquely signed computer, one of a kind in the world, with a stoic expression as it was being misused by the girl. Indeed, Si Jiojio was quite thoughtful. Qi Bao then stood, her footsteps echoing as she approached a petite pink car suited to her stature. Qi Jiojio, this is the car that Wu Jiojio gifted me. Once I learn to drive, I will take you for a thrilling ride. Fu Jing chuckled lightly, playfully tapping the girl's nose. Do you even know how to speed? Of course. Qi Bao is very capable and unafraid. Mama who often took me for fun rides. Qi Bao continued. This is the game console from Lu Jiojio, but I don't know how to play. Can you play? Qi Jiojio? The rapid shifts in the girl's topics caught Fu Jing off guard, leaving him unaware of her mention of Mama Hu. I can play a little. If you can't, let Lu Jiojio teach you. Okay. Fu Jing then revealed his own gift, a limited edition Lego set. Its market value incalculable. Qi Bao clenched her fists excitedly, declaring, I can build it. Tian, when we go inside, remember to greet Qi Bao, all right? Cheng Jing held her daughter's hand as they moved forward, coincidentally spotting Fu Yong standing outside with a gentle expression. It was a look he had never shown to Tian, causing Cheng Jing to clench her fists. Her mother had advised her to endure and not provoke the Fu family. Dad, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? Tian pouted, having received a call from her grandmother at school, claiming that Qi Bao was a wild child, a bad influence who would steal her belongings. Fu Yong, oblivious to the girl's demeanor, stepped aside to allow them entry. Qi Bao, look who has arrived, Cheng Jing said with a smile. But her expression stiffened upon noticing the numerous gifts on the floor. Her own Tian had never received such a bounty. Why did this wild child have so much? It was simply unfair. Ha ha ha. Qi Bao, with so many gifts, could you spare a little for Tian? Fu Jing frowned slightly, second sister-in-law. These are gifts for Qi Bao. If Tian desires something, we can certainly provide it. But isn't it rather inappropriate to directly ask Qi Bao for it? Cheng Jing forced a smile. Of course, it was merely jesting. I want those things. Give them to me. It turned out that while the two conversed, Tian had rushed over to Qi Bao to snatch her gifts. Having grown up with Xiao Qinggu, Qi Bao had a naturally strong grip, holding tightly to her possessions. These are mine. You cannot take them. The commotion immediately drew the attention of others, interrupting Fu Huan as he spoke to the board members. I apologize, everyone, but there seems to be a situation. Downstairs, Tian, unable to overpower Qi Bao, grew increasingly frustrated and pushed her to the ground. Just as Fu Huan descended, he witnessed this scene unfold. Tian, what are you doing? Hearing her father's voice, Fu Tian shrank back in fear, but quickly regained her composure. Grandma said these are all hers. Qi Bao is a wild child who came to steal my things. She shouted, I hate you. You're a wild child. You came to take my stuff. Cheng Jing felt a mix of satisfaction and anxiety at her daughter's words. Given Fu Huan's regard for Qi Bao, she worried about how he might respond to Tian. She quickly interjected, Tian, how could you say such things to Qi Bao? Didn't I tell you to get along with her? Fu Jing, cradling Qi Bao, regarded the escalating situation with a calm demeanor. Second brother, we must address this matter for Qi Bao. Fu Huan nodded. Fu Tian, apologize. Seeing her father's stern expression and Fu Jingyi's defense of Qi Bao, Fu Tian felt overwhelmed with injustice. All of this was because of Qi Bao. I don't want to. I just hate her. She's a wild child. Mom said Qi Bao is an unwanted child, a bad egg. I don't want to play with her. Since they arrived, everyone only likes her. No one likes me anymore. I want her out of the Fu family. Tian, I do not like you either. You just insulted Qi Bao and push her down. Qi Bao is very upset. You are mistaken. The uncles still like you. They do not solely favor Qi Bao. You are speaking nonsense. Qi Bao stepped forward and pushed Fu Tian down to the ground. Perhaps no one had ever treated Fu Tian in such a manner. She sat on the floor in shock and, upon realizing the pain, began to cry. What? I hate you. You are an unwanted wild child. I detest you. I want you gone. Cheng Jing immediately scooped Fu Tian into her arms. Tian, do not cry, do not cry. Mama is here. Let me see if you hurt anywhere. After confirming Fu Tian was unharmed, she turned to Qi Bao. Qi Bao, why were you so cruel? Our Tian only said a few words. Did you have to be so vicious as to push her down? She is still young. It is natural for her to make mistakes. Why did you do that? Second daughter-in-law, Tian is actually a year older than Qi Bao. Moreover, I saw everything clearly. It was Tian who pushed Qi Bao first, and Qi Bao was merely defending herself. As for you, stirring up trouble. Tian's words are certainly a reflection of your influence. Li Ning stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Cheng Jing. Very well. Now that Qi Bao is here, everyone favors her, right? No one cares about Tian and me anymore. Mother was right. Qi Bao is a calamity and will surely cause trouble for Tian in the future. Mother, Tian is still young and does not understand. Li Ning ignored her daughter-in-law, realizing her excessive indulgence towards Fu Tian could lead to detrimental consequences. Fu Tian apologized to Qi Bao, with tears still on her face. Fu Tian was bewildered by the sudden shift in affections. Her father, grandmother, and uncle seemed to prefer Qi Bao over her. Yet, seeing her grandmother's stern expression, Fu Tian hesitated, instinctively wanting to seek comfort from her mother. Cheng Jing, full of concern for her daughter, glanced at Fu Huan and Li Ning's serious expressions and softly instructed, Tian, apologize to Qi Bao. As her mother echoed the sentiment, Fu Tian burst into tears again. Vuvuvu, em soda. Ooh, mama, grandpa, grandma, daddy, and uncles all like Qi Bao now. She's a bad child. It's all her fault. Do not cry. My darling, Mama loves you. Rest assured, Mama will not allow Qi Bao to take anything from you. Qi Bao stood there, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had not done anything wrong. The Hu brothers had said that Tian had bullied her first, yet Tian refused to be her friend. Li Ning gently patted Qi Bao's head. Qi Bao, it is all right. This incident was Tian's fault. She should not have insulted you or pushed you. You did nothing wrong. You are Grandma's precious child, not as Tian described. Qi Bao nodded. I understand, Grandma. Qi Bao is not angry anymore. You're such a good girl. Grandma apologizes on behalf of Tian. Can you forgive her? Qi Bao nodded, yes. Qi Bao forgives her. Fu Sun and Su Mo arrived with their two sons, conversing as they walked. Fu Heng scoffed, I don't like my sister. She's so spoiled. I'm a boy. Boys should play with boys. Su Mo chuckled, is that so? But Qi Bao is quite impressive. What is so impressive? She is not even older than me. Gently interrupted her boisterous son, questioning the significance of age. Just because you are older than your younger brother does not mean you are more capable. Indeed, my younger brother, Fu Heng, is undoubtedly remarkable. Qi Bao's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again, pondering whether her brothers would also harbor disdain for her like Tian. Fu Heng took Fu Wan by the hand and walked over to Qi Bao, his ears slightly flushed. This sister was undeniably beautiful, unlike that overly pretentious Tian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fu Heng, and this is my brother, Fu Wan. Qi Bao beamed, sensing that her brother might not dislike her. Hello, brother. I am Qi Bao. Fu Heng felt his face grow warm, mumbling, I already knew that. What? Fu Heng retrieved a gift he had prepared, albeit under the insistence of Su Mo and Fu Sun. Yet upon seeing Qi Bao, it appeared quite fitting. This is a gift from my brother and me. They held two exquisite music boxes in hand. Thank you, brother. Su Mo chuckled. Where is Tian? Li Ning sighed helplessly. Tian has been excessively pampered by her mother. developing a princess-like temperament. If this continues, the child is bound to be spoiled. Fu Huan, you need to intervene. And also, remind your wife of what should and shouldn't be said to children. Let her consider carefully. This is the final warning. Understood, Mom. Cheng Jing dialed her mother's number, tearfully recounting the events. Mom, Tian has endured such great humiliation today. I truly worry about her emotional scars. Now, every member of the Fu family supports her. How will Tian and I cope moving forward? Don't fret too much. You're not the only one who thinks this way. Why not unite and deal with this wild child, finding a way to send her elsewhere? Mom, are you suggesting Fu Sun's wife? That's impossible. You don't understand her. She would never remain indifferent when it comes to her own children. Now, it's up to your skills. Xiao Jing, you must make her believe that Qi Bao's presence threatens her children's interests. That evening, the Fu family gathered around the dining table when Su Mo suddenly inquired, what is Qi Bao's full name? Full name? What does that mean? The Shihus did not inform Qi Bao. Qi Bao often uttered unfamiliar phrases, and the Fu family had grown accustomed to it. Fu Yong then realized that Qi Bao did not possess a formal name. It was my oversight. Thankfully, the eldest daughter-in-law pointed it out. What name does Qi Bao wish for? Buji Island. Let Grandpa decide. Qi Bao will surely love it. Cheng Jing led Tian downstairs, whispering, Tian, when we go down, you must apologize to Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad. Be good and refrain from insulting Qi Bao again. But she's just a wild child. As Grandma said, Tian, this is not something to voice aloud. Otherwise, Dad will become angry. When we go down, you need to take the initiative to admit your mistake and appease Dad and Grandma. Ha, all right. Our Qi Bao is truly obedient. Laughter erupted from downstairs. And Cheng Jing was momentarily stunned. In the afternoon, Tian had faced such great injustice. Not only was there no concern for her, but now they were joyously surrounding that wild child. What does Tian amount to? Doesn't she count as a member of the Fu family? Or is it that with Qi Bao's presence, they no longer favor Tian? Contemplating her mother's suggestion, Cheng Jing exhaled deeply and walked over, holding Tian's hand. Chapter 9. Is there a powerful ally? Upon Cheng Jing's arrival, silence enveloped the table. Li Ning stood to ease the tension. Are you here? Please sit. We are discussing what name Qi Bao should be given. Do you have any suggestions, second daughter-in-law? Cheng Jing's smile faltered, as her intention was for Tian to perform well in front of them, and Li Ning directly thwarted her plan. What suggestions could I possibly have? It should be a name Qi Bao likes. By the way, Mom, Tian mentioned she learned to dance at school today and wishes to perform it for you. Tian, hurry. Didn't you say you wanted to dance for Grandma? Tian stood and gracefully danced before the dining table, already showcasing her unique charm. Cheng Jing felt a wave of relief. Her daughter was indeed extraordinary, far beyond that wild child. Applause erupted, and Li Ning nodded. What is so impressive about that? Qi Bao is the real talent. Qi Bao can perform martial arts. She is so cool. Cheng Jing's face flickered between shades of green and white. What does this mean? Are they now being overshadowed by a child? Martial arts? What can this wild child possibly know? Just childish games that may embarrass her. She pondered. If only she could embarrass Qi Bao, then the Fu family would recognize that only Tian could bring glory to the family. Qi Bao is so formidable. Then let us have her show us. Fu Yong glanced at Cheng Jing, her thoughts evident on her face. This small child can do nothing extraordinary. It is merely childish play. Now, to have Qi Bao showcase her skills is not a kind gesture from the second daughter-in-law. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Bao chimed in, all right, if second aunt wishes to see, then Qi Bao will perform. But Qi Bao needs someone to be her opponent. Fearing others might harm Qi Bao, Fu Yuncheng immediately offered, Qi Bao, how about I accompany you? That works. Fu Yuncheng stood in front of Qi Bao, who barely reached his knees, awkwardly scratching his nose, feeling as though he was bullying a child. 5 Uncle, Qi Bao will let you go first. Fu Yuncheng couldn't help but chuckle, yet upon seeing the girl's serious expression, he sighed. All right then, who hasn't had a heroic dream in their youth? I will indulge Qi Bao and let her live out her fantasy as a little heroine. Here I come, Qi Bao. Fu Yuncheng squatted down and gently pinched the girl's cheek. Qi Bao frowned slightly, her little face displaying great concern. 5 Uncle, Qi Bao truly won, show mercy. Yes. Come on, Qi Bao. The girl seized the man's hand. using it as leverage to flip onto Fu Yun Cheng's shoulder, then rolling onto the ground, ultimately pinning his hands behind his back. 5 Uncle, you lost. Fu Yun Cheng was utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did he suddenly end up on the ground? Fu Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Impressive. Our Qi Bao is truly remarkable. Hurry, let Grandpa see. Li Ning looked at her son, who was howling on the ground, unable to bear to watch. Fu Yuncheng, get up quickly. Fu Yuncheng hurriedly approached the girl, saying, Woo-woo, Qi Bao is too powerful. 5 Uncle is in pain. A kiss from Qi Bao will make it all better. Get lost, you little rascal. Fu Yuncheng, having failed to win her affection, could only ask, Qi Bao, who taught you this? How are you so skilled? I learned it from the 3 Shihus. The 3 Shihus are very formidable. The people at the table exchanged glances, puzzled by who the Shihus Qi Bao mentioned were. Qi Bao, Grandpa wants to know, who are your masters? Qi Bao has 3 Shihus. The first master is called Xiao Yin Luo. The second master is Xiao Ruo Zhou. The third master is Xiao Qingge. Cheng Jing had not anticipated that her plan to embarrass Qi Bao would instead lead to her outshining everyone. However, she had never heard of these individuals. They likely weren't notable figures. Ha ha ha, your masters are unknown to second aunt, so they must not be very impressive. Qi Bao has already done quite well to learn this much. If Qi Bao is interested, second aunt can arrange for you to learn from Tian's teacher. Tian's teacher is quite renowned, and she has praised our Tian. Once Qi Bao visits, Tian will surely speak kindly on your behalf. Cheng Jing's eyes brimmed with pride for her daughter, believing that Qi Bao could not possibly compare to her child. Qi Bao tilted her head, second aunt. My Shihus are all very impressive. You probably haven't heard of them. They're quite wealthy. Just one trip down the mountain, and they're a great deal of money. Is Qi Bao being criticized for her lack of experience? Cheng Jing felt a bit embarrassed. After all, what was wrong with earning a little money? How could this wild child possibly comprehend what it truly meant to be wealthy? Teacher Tian earns hundreds of thousands for a single lesson, easily raking in millions in a year. Ha, Qi Bao, it's not that second aunt is trying to belittle you. She knows many people, yet she has never heard of your masters. Furthermore, a few tens of thousands is hardly a substantial amount. Qi Bao tilted her head, insisting, it's not just tens of thousands. The Shihus bring back billions every time they come down the mountain. Cheng Jing immediately chuckled, questioning whether Qi Bao understood the enormity of billions. Your Shihus must surely be deceiving you. Fu Huan interrupted coolly, causing a chill to run through Cheng Jing. This man, since their marriage, had shown no hint of affection. He even felt compelled to refute her every word. His remarks seemed to extinguish any remaining hope Cheng Jing had for their marriage. Now, her only concern was to secure Tian's standing within the Fu family. Ha! Qi Bao should be grateful to them. Without their support, she, a neglected child, would surely starve. By the way, when will Mom and Dad arrange a paternity test for Qi Bao? Although she resembles her younger sister, it must be confirmed. Otherwise, Qi Bao might harbor doubts herself, right, Qi Bao? Cheng Jing continued relentlessly. Surely, Qi Bao wouldn't want to be labeled as an ambiguous wild child? The paternity test is necessary, don't you think, Qi Bao? You want it too, right? Second aunt knows. She will help you. Qi Bao is thinking about it. Isn't she? Second aunt knows what needs to be done. What if she isn't one of us? Tian stood frozen, bewildered by her mother's sudden change, feeling that all of this was Qi Bao's fault. Just moments ago, Dad had scolded Mom. It was all her doing, if not for her. None of this would have happened. Tian glared at her, as if trying to bore a hole through the girl opposite her. Fu Huan then spoke. Take the young lady downstairs to lull her to sleep. After Tian left, Fu Huan knelt before Qi Bao, apologizing. I'm sorry, Qi Bao. It's all second uncle's fault. They are merely speaking nonsense. You are one of us, a member of the Fu family. We need not conduct that pointless paternity test. I assure you, Qi Bao is our kin. Qi Bao lowered her head, remaining silent. After a long pause, she finally lifted her gaze and softly said, Grandfather, I think Qi Bao should still undergo that paternity test. It's all right, Grandfather. Qi Bao knows she is a member of the Fu family, but second aunt doesn't believe in Qi Bao. Qi Bao wants second aunt to believe. Qi Bao gazed at the strand of kinship in her hand, feeling a sense of melancholy. Why didn't second aunt and Tian like her? Qi Bao longed for the Shihus, especially for Danao, whom Mama and Xiao Qi. Holding back her tears, she softly murmured, Qi Bao is tired. Qi Bao wants to sleep now. Good night, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and brothers. Chapter 10. A Conspiracy? After finishing, Qi Bao dashed to her room, closing the door behind her and laying on the bed, feeling somewhat dejected. In the Beast Mountain, Xiao Ruozhou suddenly sat up in bed, taking out his fortune-telling tools to cast a divination, his brow furrowing slightly. Elder brother, third brother, are you asleep? A sound of something hitting the door echoed, followed by Xiao Yun Luo's voice, get lost. No, elder brother, something has happened to Qi Bao. What? Suddenly, the adjacent door swung open, and Xiao Qinggu emerged, asking what is wrong with Qi Bao. Xiao Yun Luo followed suit, looking concerned. When Qi Bao descended the mountain, I predicted she would find her family, but today, I sent someone interfering. Qi Bao is not doing well. Who dares to bully our Qi Bao? This is unacceptable. I must go down the mountain. All right, we'll set off tomorrow. The parrot on the shelf quietly opened its eyes. Qi Bao. It wants to find Qi Bao too. That night, while everyone was asleep, Cheng Jing crept to Su Mo's room, knowing that Fu Sun had recently received a call from the law firm and was currently absent, leaving only Su Mo inside. Knock, knock, knock. Su Mo opened the door to find a disheveled woman standing before him, looking rather haggard. Sister-in-law, why are you looking for me at this hour? Cheng Jing quickly scanned the surroundings and asked, Elder sister, may I come and talk? Su Mo observed her appearance and nodded, stepping aside to allow her in. Cheng Jing looked at the woman before her, a twinge of jealousy rising within her. Why was her marriage so troubled while this one seemed so blissful? It felt utterly unfair. Even if she were caught, she would drag Su Mo down with her. Cheng Jing wasted no time and stated, Elder sister, Fu Hong and Fu Wen are not children anymore, right? Fu Huan began learning about business at the age of 10. In a couple of years, they should be taking on responsibilities within the Fu group. Su Mo frowned slightly, sensing that Cheng Jing had come to discuss this late at night out of concern that Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen might take away her precious Tian. Sister-in-law, you need not worry. Fu Sun and I do not intend for Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen to enter the Fu group, as it is the hard work and achievement of our second brother. If Tian can study these matters well, she could become the second in command of the group in the future. Cheng Jing couldn't help but scoff internally. Those words sounded pleasant. But who knew what schemes the couple was concocting to seize the company? They were pretending to be benevolent in front of her. Though the Fu group would undoubtedly belong to Tian in the future, securing Su Mo's allegiance required her to convince her that Qi Bao, that wild child, would inevitably overshadow her sons. Elder sister, what are you saying? If Fu Hong and Fu Wen are outstanding, then our Tian would hold her position. Father would make her step down. However, if it's Qi Bao, that is uncertain. Given the old master's affection for her, even if she were utterly useless, she would likely be allowed to take over the group. Who knows if there would still be a place for Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen? Su Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Was this an attempt at sowing discord? That is not quite accurate. Sister-in-law, you saw tonight that Qi Bao is not an ordinary child. She is naturally capable. That is even more reason to eliminate any potential threats in their infancy. If we let her develop, what future will Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen have? Su Mo stared at her, and after a long silence, asked, what do you propose? Cheng Jing smiled subtly. Her mother was indeed correct. Whenever it concerned her sons, Su Mo would likely comply. It's simple. We just need to prove that Qi Bao is not a member of the Fu family. At that point, no matter how capable she is, I refuse to believe the old master would allow an outsider to partake in the Fu family's affairs. Consequently, your Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen would naturally be safe. Sister-in-law, do you think if the paternity test confirms Qi Bao is not a Fu family member, the old master would still believe it? Are you suggesting we tamper with the paternity test? Exactly. Elder sister, you're quite clever. You should know when Qi Bao is to undergo the paternity test. If we just make slight adjustments, it should suffice. The Fu family acts swiftly. The samples were already sent for testing tonight, and the hospital will surely expedite the process. With that thought, Cheng Jing continued, Elder sister, don't you want to try for Xiao Hong and Xiao Wen's sake? We can't just let that wild child keep overshadowing them. Su Mo remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. All right, I understand. Then I will await your good news. Mother, you were right. Su Mo indeed agreed. Now I just need to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Tomorrow, Qi Bao will no longer be a member of the Fu family. Yes, send someone to look into it. Are you worried Su Mo might turn against us? She 1T, mother. When raising a dog, one must always be cautious, lest it bites back. Trust me, investigate it. The results of the paternity test came back swiftly. Early the following morning, Fu Yong gathered everyone together, as if to witness a significant event. Cheng Jing chuckled, eyeing the sealed envelope on the table. To ensure absolute certainty, she had deliberately bribed personnel at the hospital, and indeed, this paternity test had been tampered with. Su Mo remained relatively loyal. However, how could the likes of Fu Hong and Fu Wen hope to partake in this affair? Once she dealt with the little wild child Qi Bao, she would turn her attention to those two. TSK, 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 did the old man create such a grand spectacle merely to silence others? She was eager to see how he would conceal this result with so many witnesses. Now, even if he wished to protect Qi Bao, it was no longer possible. Fu Yong cast a casual glance her way and remarked pointedly, "Today, we have gathered to confirm a matter of concern. Some suspect that Qi Bao is not a member of the Fu family and have requested a paternity test. Qi Bao herself has raised this issue. So I present to you the test results just delivered from the hospital. Let's examine them together." Fu Yong tore open the sealed bag, revealing the results, which slowly unfolded. Based on the analysis of various genetic loci, the probability of a biological relationship was established at 0%. Cheng Jing could not help but laugh upon seeing the result. Fu Yong cast a cool glance her way. "Second sister-in-law, your calculations seem quite astute. It appears you were aware of the outcome well in advance, having prepared accordingly." A flicker of panic crossed Cheng Jing's eyes. "Father, you think too much. I may be foolish, but I only wanted to make you happy." And suddenly I had an epiphany. Fu Yangzun turned to her second sister-in-law. "Do you not think your words too harsh for Qi Bao?" Cheng Jing had not anticipated that the typically indifferent fourth brother would defend Qi Bao. "Fourth brother? What do you mean? Qi Bao has no connection to our family. Her presence in the Fu household is merely a stroke of fortune for her, otherwise she would likely never have encountered such grandeur." Fu Qian interjected, "Second sister-in-law, have you forgotten how formidable Qi Bao's mentors are? Moreover, Qi Bao herself is quite exceptional." Cheng Jing surveyed the crowd before her, sensing that they all stood in opposition to her. "Ah, I see. You all cannot bear to part with Qi Bao, can you? Yet, does that mean I must take on the role of the villain? Truth be told, I too am reluctant to part with Qi Bao, but to raise someone entirely unrelated to the Fu family and eventually hand over the Fu legacy to her. Where would that leave our family's dignity? Very well. Since you all are unwilling, I shall assume this role of the antagonist. I will inform Qi Bao and send her away. What do you say?" Chapter 11. Paternity test having spoken, she attempted to ascend, unconcerned about being cast as the villain. As long as the little wild child departed from the Fu household and ceased to threaten Tian. As she neared the door of the girl's room, Fu Yong suddenly interjected, "Second sister-in-law, why the rush? Why not consider the other results?" Cheng Jing's eyelids twitched as she met the old man's gaze, feeling inexplicably flustered. She remained silent, yet prepared to knock on the door. Something felt amiss. Fu Yong seemed to be aware. No matter, even if discovered, she was determined to expel Qi Bao. The door swung open suddenly, revealing the faces of three unfamiliar men. Cheng Jing's mind momentarily blanked, but she quickly began to relish the situation. The three men had been in Qi Bao's room for so long. Who knew what had transpired? If Qi Bao were to be tarnished, she would relish seeing how the old man would protect that little wild child. "Who are you? What are you doing in Qi Bao's room? She is still so young. How dare you commit such heinous acts against her? You beasts!" Xiao Qing'an narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman only saw the three of them and spun her tale with remarkable flair, proving herself a master of slander. "Cheng Jing, these are Qi Bao's three mentors. I would appreciate it if Master Xiao and the others could step down and not disturb Qi Bao." Xiao Qing'an let out a disdainful snort as he unceremoniously seized the woman's collar and dragged her downstairs, unceremoniously tossing her to the ground. "Father, look. These three have been in Qi Bao's room. Something must have happened. We must interrogate them severely to clear Qi Bao's name." Fu Yong regarded her coldly, then sighed. "Old Li, bring that item here." "Yes." The steward returned with another sealed bag identical to the previous one, marked with the words paternity test. Fu Yong lifted his chin, and the steward placed the item before Cheng Jing. "Second, madam, take a look." Cheng Jing's hand trembled as she opened the file bag, her gaze lingering on the final line. Upon examination, The probability of a biological relationship is established at 99.99%. Even knowing this was likely a legitimate paternity test, Cheng Jing remained unconvinced. Father, even if you cannot accept that Qi Bao is not a member of the Fu family, you cannot fabricate a false report. Second sister-in-law, I have been exceedingly gracious today. You have seen, this paternity test confirms that Qi Bao is indeed our Fu family's child. As for your tampering with the hospital's evidence, I am aware of that too. If you wish, I can have the bribed nurse brought forth. Cheng Jing cast a glance at Su Mo, who appeared unfazed. She laughed. Ah, old man, you think you know I bribed the hospital? It seems you have yet to uncover the truth. Allow me to inform you, this entire scheme was orchestrated by your beloved eldest daughter-in-law. She feared that Fu Hong and Fu Wen would lose their inheritance to Qi Bao and sought me out from the beginning. I was merely a pawn in her game. Old man, do you think you can merely deal with me? Fu Yong recognized Cheng Jing's words as slander. The eldest daughter-in-law informed me of everything shortly after you approached her. The remaining actions were orchestrated by me. Cheng Jing suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, what? Old man, what evidence do you possess to claim her innocence? Is it merely your word that deems her blameless? That seems rather biased, does it not? Su Mo regarded her with pursed lips. It appeared that Cheng Jing was intent on dragging her down as well. When she had approached Su Mo the previous day, something had fell off. Seizing the opportunity as Cheng Jing turned away, she recorded their conversation, not anticipating it would prove useful now. She retrieved the recording from her phone, and the words exchanged the day before played back in clear detail. Cheng Jing turned to her, and Fu Huan suddenly spoke. Cheng Jing, let us divorce. Tian will remain with the Fu family, and I will compensate you. The woman staggered to her feet, gazing at the emotionally detached man before her, unable to suppress her self-mockery. Look, Cheng Jing, you have fallen for such a heartless man. You sacrificed your purity and youth for her. Yet he harbors no feelings for you. His gaze remains as cold and indifferent as that night. He regards you as nothing more than disposable trash. Fu Wan, you are heartless. May all the members of the Fu family suffer ill fate. Very well, is a divorce you seek? I shall leave. But you will not take Tian. She is mine. Do you not have that little wild child? Why do you need Tian? Shouting, his temples throbbed. This woman had already hurled insults at Qi Bao countless times since the beginning. You all can go to hell with Qi Bao. Get away from me. Xiao Qinga restrained himself, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Madam Cheng, please recognize that we, Qi Bao's mentors, are not mere decorations. We did not bring her down the mountain to suffer. She is a treasure to us. How dare you demean her? Ha ha. Very well, you all support that little vixen. Do you? Fine. I will take Tian and leave. I will take Tian to die. Cheng Jing rushed up the stairs. Quick, stop her. Cheng Jing scooped up her still sleeping daughter and bolted for the exit. Mommy? Oh, it's Mommy. Tian is not afraid. Mommy is here. Daddy and the others no longer like you, but Mommy loves you. Mommy will take you away. Mommy will take you away. Fu Tian stared blankly at the woman before her, her hair disheveled and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. A wave of fear washed over her. Mom, I am scared. Do not fear, Tian. Mother is here. I will take you away. We will leave together. I will never abandon you in the Fu household. They are all demons, and only Mother is the best. I will take you away. Cheng Jing clambered onto the balcony, holding Tian as she sat on the edge. Fu Huan and the others rushed over, exclaiming, Cheng Jing, what are you doing? Come down. Don't joke with the child's life. Whoa, Daddy. Daddy. Tian is so scared. Do not be afraid, Tian. Daddy will be there soon. Cheng Jing, come down. Did you not hear the child? She said she is scared. Cheng Jing ignored him, instead kissing the girl in her arms. Tian, do you want to go with Mother? No, Tian doesn't want to. But Tian loves Mother the most, doesn't she? Mother will take Tian away. You should be happy. Aren't you happy, Tian? Speak. Oh, Daddy, I want Daddy. Want Daddy? How can you want Daddy? I have loved you so much all these years. It is I, Fu Tian, who has nurtured you. Look at you, how outstanding you are now. This is all my achievement. How can you want Daddy? You are an ungrateful wretch, aren't you? Fu Tian was terrified, bursting into tears. I hate you. I want Daddy. I hate you. Wah, Daddy. Chapter 12, Divorce? Cheng Jing was momentarily stunned. Tian, you don't hate Mother, do you? Mother was wrong. I should not have scolded you just now. It was my fault. You don't hate Mother, do you? Fu Tian, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never experienced such fear. She buried herself in Fu Huan's embrace, crying out, "I hate you. I hate mother." Fu Huan gazed at the woman on the floor and said quietly, "Tomorrow, go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. We shall divorce. Take her to the room and keep an eye on her." Xiao Qingge did not allow anyone else to intervene, directly dragging her into the room. Cheng Jing slumped in the room, faint sounds drifting in from outside. "Second brother, I'll take you tomorrow. Let's try my new car." "All right. Qi Bao, wake up." Qi Bao, a brilliantly feathered parrot perched by the window. Qi Bao opened her eyes. "Xiao Qi, what are you doing here?" "Master, master, the masters have also come?" "Xiao Qi, where are the masters?" "Downstairs, downstairs." Qi Bao is awake? "Yes." "Second uncle, have my masters arrived?" "Yes, they're downstairs. Grandfather is chatting with them." "Qi Bao, go find them, but take your time. Second uncle will be there shortly." "Okay. Thank you, second uncle." After placing the girl on the bed, Fu Huan left first. Fu Tian quietly made a phone call. "Hello, Grandma." Tian, what's wrong? Where's mother?" "Ask her to call Grandma. I have something to discuss with her." "Grandma, mother just stood on the balcony with me. I was so scared." "What? Your mother took you to the balcony? How could she be so foolish? If she does that, the Fu family will surely be enraged. Who knows if the Fu family can still be protected?" Tian, do not be afraid. Grandma will come soon. When I arrive, you must tell Daddy and the others that you want to go with Grandma, understand?" But Tian is afraid of mother. Tian wants to stay here. Tian, listen to Grandma. If you do not say you want to go with Grandma, you cannot stay here, understand? Do not tell anyone else this, especially that Qi Bao. Tian must remember that she is a bad child. In the future, while staying in the Fu family, you must be cautious of Qi Bao. She will take your things. You must win over Daddy and the others. Do not let Qi Bao overshadow you, understand? Understood, Grandma. After Mrs. Cheng hung up, she hurriedly gathered her things to head to the Fu household. How could Xiao Jing be so foolish? Who knows if the Fu family's backing can still be maintained? But even if it cannot, she must ensure they give more money. As long as Tian is here, she will not worry about not getting a share of the Fu family's fortune. That little illegitimate child might obstruct Tian's path. Xiao Qingge observed the parrot perched on Qi Bao's shoulder, feeling a headache coming on. When did this troublesome bird come down? I didn't feel a thing. Masters, why did you come down? Xiao Yinlu gently patted the girl's head. Qi Bao pouted, thinking she would be able to spend more time with her masters. All right, in-laws. In-laws. Hey, madam, you cannot go in. I have not reported yet. Get away. I am here to find my in-laws. What do I need to report for? Mrs. Cheng entered the hall just in time to see Qi Bao. She turned her eyes and said, "Oh, so this is Qi Bao? She looks so adorable. I often hear our Xiao Jing mention you." "Indeed, coming to the Fu family makes you look much better. It proves that saying, what is it? I forget. Something about dogs relying on clothing, right?" Xiao Qingge frowned and shielded the girl behind him, just as Fu Huan and Fu Yong came downstairs. The woman's eyes lit up, and she immediately approached them. "Oh, in-laws have arrived? I thought you all were not welcoming me anymore, even blocking me from entering." Fu Yong frowned slightly, but, out of respect for the two families, spoke up, "The servants are not wise. Is there something you need today?" "Haha, in-laws. What are you saying? If there's nothing, can't I come to see Tian and Xiao Jing? After all, I am still Tian's grandmother. By the way, where are Tian and Xiao Jing?" "Tian, Xiao Jing, Tian, Xiao Jing." Fu Yong felt a headache coming on. This Mrs. Cheng was a typical money-minded person. "Do not make a fuss. Tian is currently sleeping." "Why is she still sleeping so late? Doesn't her mother, take her to class?" "By the way, Qi Bao, you may not know this, but our Tian is quite impressive. Her mother has her learning various skills. You, having just arrived, should learn from your sister Tian, all right?" Qi Bao looked at her and blinked. "Grandma, Qi Bao is also very impressive. I don't need to learn from sister Tian. You little girl, indeed. Those who come from outside have not learned the etiquette of a young lady. Has no one taught you not to lie? And that one should be humble? In-laws, I must say, Qi Bao needs to correct this quality. Tian is much better, bringing face to our family, right?" Xiao Qingge regarded her and spoke. "Who do you think you are, directing your fingers at our Qi Bao? I see you lack any proper upbringing. Even dogs would probably urinate in disdain upon encountering you." Qi Bao couldn't help but chuckle. Her three masters were renowned for their sharp tongues, and this grandmother was in for it. Xiao Ruozhou chimed in, "Don't. Third brother, I reckon even dogs would avoid you. People like this tend to meddle in others' affairs while being fully aware of their own shortcomings. How are you two speaking? Although she is not a decent person, we must still give some face to the Fu family. It is not good to speak so bluntly. Fu Yong stifled his laughter, not interrupting the trio. It was ridiculous. Qi Bao was the apple of their eye, and such a person could be casually disparaged? You, in-laws, what kind of guest do you have? Speaking over the host is rather disrespectful, don't you think? If you allow this, who knows what they will say when you are not around? It seems they are just taking advantage of your status. In-laws must discipline Qi Bao. She cannot be so spoiled. It would tarnish the Fu family's reputation. Fu Yong glanced at her. Oh, I was unaware that they were speaking of me. It seems to be directed elsewhere. Qi Bao's three masters are renowned figures and would not engage in schemes against others. They generally speak the truth. If they were to criticize me behind my back, it would certainly be due to my own shortcomings. So there's no need for you to be angry on my behalf. Furthermore, do not compare Tian and Qi Bao. Qi Bao is Qi Bao, and Tian is Tian. Such comparisons will only hinder Tian's growth. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch of the Chung family had undoubtedly grasped the stance of the Fu family. They were resolute in their desire for divorce, were they not? What does this signify for our family? Well, my dear Jing, why is she yet to emerge? Have you done something to her? Jing. In Chapter 13, Deception, Fu Yong gestured for someone to bring the individuals down. Soon, Cheng Jing appeared, accompanied by Tian. Mother, what brings you here? Cheng Jing exclaimed. My poor daughter, let me see. How has your face come to look this way? The Fu family treats you so poorly. What grave sin has our Jing committed to warrant such treatment? Is there no justice left in this world? Listening to these words, tears streamed down Cheng Jing's cheeks. Do not fear, Jing. I shall stand for you. Today, I will sit here and watch how the Fu family provides us with an explanation. Fu Huan disregarded her unreasonable outburst, stating, tomorrow, we will proceed with the divorce. The Fu family will offer compensation, but Tian must remain with us. The matriarch of the Chung family quickly rolled her eyes, seizing the moment of her cries to whisper in Tian's ear, Tian, quickly say you wish to go with your grandmother. Is there no justice? She lamented. The Fu family treats my daughter this way. It is intolerable. Tian seized the opportunity to declare, I want to go with grandma. I want grandma. Fu Yong and Fu Huan, having navigated the treacherous waters of business, immediately perceived that the matriarch of the Chung family was not genuinely seeking justice for her daughter, but rather attempting to negotiate for a heftier compensation. Let us be direct. What are your conditions? Fu Huan inquired. Son-in-law, how can you say such things? It wounds me deeply. I am here not for compensation, but to seek justice for my daughter. Otherwise, you might think the Chung family has no one left. Fu Huan frowned slightly. Very well. How do you propose to seek justice? The matriarch of the Chung family thought for a moment and replied, you cannot divorce our Jing. She has tirelessly served the Fu family for many years. Surely, she deserves some recognition for her efforts. If a divorce must occur, as you have heard, Tian wishes to stay with us. Fine, then let us proceed. You may lay out your demands. It is simple. If you wish to divorce our Jing and keep Tian, you must provide at least 1 billion and 10 houses. Fu Huan frowned once more. I advise you to ascertain what your cherished daughter has truly done before making such demands. The matriarch of the Chung family felt a twinge of unease. Regardless of her actions, our Jing has been with the Fu family for so many years. Is it unreasonable to seek compensation? Surely, the Fu family cannot be this miserly. Fu Huan looked at Cheng Jing, whose eyes no longer held the initial glimmer of hope, her expression now one of desolation. It was indeed laughable. For years, the Chung family had benefited immensely from the Fu family, yet her mother continued to extract every last drop of value from her. Cheng Jing foolishly believed her mother was genuinely there to support her. In reality, it was merely a tragic farce. With a soft sigh, Fu Huan said, very well, let us proceed as you wish. I will have the contract brought forth. Qi Bao blinked innocently and asked, Grandma, will your money go to my second aunt? Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Chung family turned pale. What nonsense are you spouting? You, a mere child, understand nothing. What mother does not care for her daughter? It is only right for my second aunt to repay me. Qi Bao tilted her head. But Grandma, have you considered how my second aunt feels? Qi Bao sensed that her second aunt might be unhappy. The matriarch glanced at Cheng Jing, whose complexion had turned ashen. What do you know? I am merely safeguarding your second aunt's interests. Since the contract had already been signed, the matriarch of the Chung family was unafraid of the Fu family's potential regrets and boldly declared, "Ultimately, this is all your fault. Qi Bao, were it not for you, this wild child, encroaching upon Tian's affection, our Jing would not have quarreled with my son-in-law. You have disrupted another family and now dare to cast aspersions? Clearly, no one has taught you proper conduct." Xiao Qinggu mercilessly struck her across the face, applying no restraint this time. The matriarch of the Chung family clutched her swollen cheek, a bloodied tooth falling from her mouth, crying out, "You Fu family are utterly despicable. I will sue you. Jing, let's go." "Grandma," Tian called out, trailing behind them, her innocent eyes unable to comprehend why her grandmother and mother no longer wanted her. "Didn't Grandma say we would leave together?" Upon returning to the Chung family home, Chung Jing sat despondently in a chair, her gaze vacant. That night, Qi Bao lingered in her room, feeling inexplicably anxious. She retrieved the fortune-telling tools given by her second uncle, Hu, and cast a reading for Fu Huan. Upon observing the results, Qi Bao was momentarily taken aback. Second uncle, second uncle, second uncle. Fu Huan opened the door to find the barefoot girl standing on the floor. Chuckling lightly, Qi Bao truly resembles her sister. He lifted the girl into his arms. "What is it, Qi Bao? Do you need something from your second uncle?" "Yes. Second uncle, Qi Bao has something very important to tell you." Fu Huan carried her outside, smiling as he responded, "All right, Qi Bao, speak. I am listening." "Second uncle, I just cast your fortune, and you must not ride fifth uncle's car tomorrow. There is something wrong with fifth uncle's vehicle. Moreover, Qi Bao advises you to refrain from proceeding with the divorce tomorrow. It is dangerous." Fu Huan showed no skepticism. "Very well, I will send someone to investigate immediately. However, Qi Bao, your second aunt has harmed you, and this marriage must be dissolved. Therefore, I must go. Please understand, all right? You need not worry. I will ensure my safety and will not allow myself to be harmed." Qi Bao furrowed her brow, recalling that the reading indicated the impending danger was difficult to evade. "All right, second uncle, then I will accompany you." Concerned for Qi Bao's safety, Fu Huan firmly rejected her plea. "It is unnecessary, Qi Bao. You must stay at home, all right? Your second uncle can manage on his own. Please, second uncle, take Qi Bao with you. I can protect myself. I can also safeguard second uncle." Unable to resist her pleading, Fu Huan's heart softened as the girl's endearing demeanor reminded him of his sister. He finally acquiesced. "Very well. I shall ensure more personnel are assigned to protect you. Even if it means I must endure wounds myself, I will not allow you to be harmed." That night, the Fu residence was ablaze with light. "What on earth has the young master lost his senses about, summoning us all at this hour?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish to lose your job?" The individual immediately fell silent, aware that the benefits of this job were substantial and not worth jeopardizing. He glanced around and whispered, "I heard it was the young miss who said so," prompting the young master to summon us. "The young miss? You mean Tian?" When Chung Jing was present, she often rewarded them generously. Now, they attributed their misfortune to the arrival of this calamity bringer. With the second madam gone, such a promising opportunity would be hard to find again. Fu Huan descended the stairs, cradling the girl in his arms, his gaze sweeping over the assembled staff. After Qi Bao reported that fifth uncle's car had been tampered with, Fu Huan promptly ordered an investigation. As anticipated, the brakes had indeed been maliciously interfered with. Had they been driving, the outcome would have been fatal. Fu Huan narrowed his eyes. "It is now 11 o'clock. I will give you 10 minutes. If no one steps forward to admit their wrongdoing, my investigation will not be so lenient." Someone mustered the courage to inquire, "Young master, why have you summoned us at this late hour without informing us of the matter at hand?" Fu Huan cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "There are 9 minutes remaining. Has no one come forth yet? Very well, from this moment forth, if no one admits to their actions, I will dismiss one of you every minute. As for who that will be, I cannot say." True to his words, a stir of unease rippled through the crowd. A solitary voice resonates, evoking the response of countless others. After all, the compensation for this job is exceedingly generous, prompting many to cherish it dearly. Indeed, how perplexing. Come fort swiftly. Chapter 14. A trap? As time ticks away, the crowd's emotions are stirred, for several individuals have already been dismissed. It dawns upon them that the words of the second young master hold true, and restlessness begins to permeate the assembly. RBZ, was it you? I saw you lurking in the garage of the fifth young master. Did you engage in some nefarious act and get caught? The moment these words are uttered, the crowd's gaze turns to the inconspicuous figure of the lame man. Is it you? Step forward and confess. Do not implicate us all. Indeed, come out. How could you betray the Fu family after they took you in? Do you have no conscience? Someone gives RBZ a push, and soon others follow suit. Numerous hands propelling him forward until he stumbles before Fu Huan. Second young master. Fu Huan's eyes, devoid of emotion, fix upon him. RBZ, a beggar they had taken in out of pity, now stands before the second young master. Speak now. Perhaps the second young master will spare you. This is far better than begging on the streets. Yes, speak up. Speak. Kneel before me. A forceful push sends the man crashing to the ground, and those who were dismissed glare at him with fury. Fu Huan observes the man on the ground and suddenly declares, "It is not him. How can it not be him, second young master? Look, he has confessed. You cannot let him go simply because he elicits your pity. Beizi, you must confess quickly." Fu Huan casts a cold glance at the speaker. "I shall grant you another opportunity. I neglected to inform you that the vehicle is equipped with hidden cameras." A shiver courses through the crowd. Had the second young master discovered everything? Why then were they still dismissed? Fu Huan glances at the individual who had spoken. "You, who have repeatedly embezzled during your management duties and suppressed others. Am I wrong?" The man's gaze falters, and he falls silent. Initially, he believed he could exploit his position for personal gain. Having escaped capture once, he grew bolder and greedier. The second young master was indeed aware. Fu Huan surveys the remaining dismissed individuals, who all avert their eyes in shame. From the start, those he dismissed were not innocent. The Fu family may not have spoken, but they were not ignorant. He had hoped that leniency would encourage reform. Yet it seemed others continued to enjoy the Fu family's benefits while plotting against them. Will you not confess? The final countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2. I am RBZ, second young master. I beg you, spare my family. I was bewitched. Fu Huan's gaze shifts towards the source of the voice, revealing the man who had initially pushed RBZ forward. Qi Bao leapt down, standing before the man. "Why did you betray my second uncle?" Shang Yunis I stopped nervously. He understands that if he can appease this girl, the second young master may yet show mercy. "Little miss, I am utterly wronged. It was Cheng Jing who coerced me. If I did not comply, she threatened to kill my entire family." Qi Bao fixes her gaze upon him, her hand clutching something that she shakes repeatedly. "Oh, is that so? Uncle, how old is your mother?" The man, momentarily relieved, fabricates a response without concern for exposure, having arranged a fictitious family upon his arrival at the Fu family. "She just turned 70. Little miss, you must understand, my mother is gravely ill. I had no choice." Yet Qi Bao elongates her tone, producing a photograph from her hand, revealing Zhang Jun's image from the welfare institution. "He has no parents. Let me see, which one is uncle? This one? No. This one? No. Oh, I know now. Is it this?" The girl points at herself. Did I guess right? Zhang Jun collapses to the ground, realizing Fu's family has uncovered this detail. "It's over, utterly finished. Little miss, please save me. You possess great power. I knew you would not allow the second young master to harm me, which is why I dared. How despicable. The Fu family provides for you, yet you repay their kindness with treachery. You deserve this. Indeed, you deserve it." The others join in condemnation. For if it were not for this man, they would still be profiting within the Fu family. You have 1 hour to gather your belongings and leave the Fu residence. As for you, having offended the Fu family, your fate is sealed. Cheng Jing, glancing at the message on her phone, notes, "Done. Good. The funds have been transferred to your account." She exhales sharply. Since Fu Huan has shown her no mercy, she shall not bear any guilt. The next morning, Cheng Jing awaits at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today, the divorce is inevitable. After all, whether Fu Huan survives to arrive here remains in question. A smirk graces her lips as half an hour passes. It seems Fu Huan has met his demise on the road. Just as Cheng Jing prepares to leave, a vehicle halts before her. "Where are you headed, second aunt? Second uncle and Qi Bao have arrived." Cheng Jing's eyes widen in disbelief as two figures emerge from the car. "How can this be? You should be dead." Did Zhang Jun fail his task, or has he somehow discovered the truth? Cheng Jing's mind races with possibilities, and Fu Huan, having scrutinized her for a long moment, finally speaks. "Let us proceed inside." The man offers no further comment, prompting Cheng Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps he has not discovered anything. Are you both here of your own volition to divorce? Yes. Yes. After signing the documents and completing the formalities, Cheng Jing gazes at the man before her, suddenly finding it amusing. All these years of toil, only to end up for this man, and in the end, it amounts to nothing. This is the property deed and funds I promised you. The password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Qi Bao pleaded for your sake, so I shall not pursue this matter further. Cheng Jing's pupils expand. What matter? Fu Yunqing interjects. What matter? You do not know? If it were not for Qi Bao today, my second brother and I would have perished on the road. Cheng Jing, your actions are truly ruthless. Were it not for Qi Bao pleading on your behalf, do you think you could stand here unharmed? Cheng Jing's gaze shifts to Qi Bao, who stands with a parrot perched on her shoulder. Bad woman. The bad woman is looking. Ha ha, pity? I, Cheng Jing, do not require your pity. Fu Huan, Godi. With that, Cheng Jing draws a knife and lunges toward the man. Caught off guard, Fu Huan is momentarily stunned as the blade approaches him. Qi Bao leaps into action, deftly kicking the knife away and swiftly restraining the woman from behind. Let go of me. I do not need your sympathy. Get away. It is all your fault. You are being so hypocritical. Allow me to kill him. Let me kill him. Let go of me. Chapter 15. Support at the Fu residence. Fu Yong gazes at his son on the sofa, letting out a weary sigh. Initially, he and his wife had consented to Cheng Jing entering the Fu family, even though Fu Huan had been reluctant. Now that it has come to this, they bear their share of the blame. What has become of Cheng Jing? The Cheng family accepted double compensation and withdrew the lawsuit. We are no longer pursuing it. Cheng Jing has been sentenced to 10 years. Forget it. Do not inform Tian about this matter. Understood, father. In the stairwell, Tian crouches, eavesdropping on their conversation. She gradually tightens her fists. Mother was also harmed by that Qi Bao. Mother does not want Tian anymore. Grandmother does not want Tian anymore. It is all that jinxed Qi Bao's fault. Qi Bao opens the door, coincidentally spotting Tian crouched there. She slightly purses her lips before shutting the door again. Xiaoqi, Tian is so pitiful, but second aunt wanted to kill second uncle. She is the villain. Villain. No. Old man. Shoo. Xiaoqi, do not speak carelessly. Fu Yong gazed at the sweet room above and let out a gentle sigh. The name of Qi Bao had been settled, and it was time to arrange a banquet. This would also bring some joy to the Fu family. I will take care of the preparations. You should spend some quality time with Tian. Certainly. The Lu family had also been invited to attend. After Shunji, he had someone prepare the gifts. She looked at the father and son carrying a large pile of items and urged, hurry up, don't be late. Lu Jin sat in the car, his ears slightly reddening at the thought of meeting Qi Bao. Lately, when they spoke on the phone, he sensed a hint of melancholy in her voice. However, according to his parents, it seemed that the second daughter-in-law of the Fu family was not treating Qi Bao well. He was determined to find out who had been bullying her. Su Mo dressed the girl in a custom-made starry gown and adorned her with exquisite hair accessories, making her resemble a runaway princess. Qi Bao looked exceptionally beautiful today. Thank you, Aunt. You look lovely too. Su Mo smiled as he picked up the girl and carried her downstairs. The light illuminated her, making the starry dress shimmer. The guests were momentarily taken aback. It was clear that this child was living in luxury in the Fu family, appearing far better off than in the Lu household. What is that? The Lu family is exceptionally doting too. You didn't see how they brought 2 full carloads of gifts just now. The father and son were laden with them. Their affection is just as abundant as that of the Fu family. This child is truly fortunate, being favored by both the Lu and Fu families. What do you mean by favored? You must not be aware. I heard that this child is extraordinary. Xiaoyan Luo is her master, and her medical skills are unparalleled. There is even more astonishing news. The fortune teller, Xiao Ruo Zhou, is her second master. Second master? Didn't that little girl claim to be a wild child living in the mountains? How could she be Xiao Ruo Zhou's disciple? His predictions are worth their weight in gold. Indeed, it's astonishing how lucky she is. And Xiao Qingge is her third master. Have you heard? That second daughter-in-law of the Fu family attempted to harm the second son of the Fu family in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, but this little girl intervened. Her skills resemble those learned from Xiao Qingge. When did this happen? I've never heard of it. I also heard it from someone. The news must have been suppressed. Shoo, don't speak recklessly. The truth of it is uncertain. Among the crowd, Tian listened to their conversation and gazed at the shimmering girl on the stairs. So that is how it is. It's all her fault. It's her doing that mommy is gone. It's all her fault. Now that Tian has lost her mother and grandmother, no one loves her anymore. Daddy only cares for Qi Bao. Everything that should have belonged to her has been taken away by Qi Bao. If only she would disappear. Then no one would take anything from Tian. Xiao, take your sister play, but don't wander too far. Seeing Qi Bao looking bored, Su Mo suggested. Fu Hong immediately nodded, of course. Don't worry, mommy. I will take good care of Qi Bao. Finally, I can play with Qi Bao. These adults are no fun at all. Lu Jin'an slightly pursed his lips and followed Qi Bao. Brother Lu, let us go. We can play together. The girl took his hand and moved forward, while Fu Hong pouted, wondering why Qi Bao chose to hold this person's hand instead of his. Lu Jin'an felt his ears flush slightly as he intertwined his fingers with the girl's, casting a glance at Fu Hong while pretending to be indifferent. Qi Bao, may I play with you? Fu Hong stood in front of Qi Bao as soon as Tian arrived, remembering how she had bullied Xiao and Qi Bao before. He would let her harm them again. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Tian thought angrily. Indeed, Qi Bao had manipulated Fu Hong completely. Now that mommy is gone, they're openly bullying her. With tears in her eyes, Tian looked at him. Xiao Hong, why do you treat me this way? Just because my mommy is gone, you bully me? I haven't bullied you. What are you pretending for? The girl's sobbing immediately drew the attention of other guests, and they naturally heard Tian's words. I said it. Without the second daughter-in-law of the Fu family, Fu Tian is probably in for a rough time. This little girl is pitiful. Had it not been for that girl from the mountains, she would likely be a young lady by now, not suffering like this. She continued to cry. Wu, Qi Bao, I don't know how I offended you. You made Xiao Hong say such things to me. I just wanted to play with you. And my mommy was taken away by the police because of you. I forgave you, so why won't you play with me? Nearby, Li Hui heard this and moved her eyes, speaking up. Qi Bao, this is where you are in the wrong. Didn't Tian say she forgave you? Why are you still holding a grudge against her? She nudged her daughter, saying, Tian, don't be sad. Come, let my star play with you. Fu Tian nodded. Okay, thank you, aunt. What star? She's so ugly. She's not even half as pretty as Tian. If it weren't for dealing with Qi Bao, she would want to play with her at all. Li Hui smiled, knowing that this was Fu Sun's daughter. If she could win her over, it would benefit their company. Fu Tian played along, leading Xing away, as this was merely to pave the way for her subsequent plans. She wanted everyone to know that Qi Bao was just an illegitimate child. Qi Bao calmly looked at the woman before her and said, Aunt, you didn't see anything, and yet you speak so freely. Qi Bao wonders if you are as clever as she is. Furthermore, aunt, my second uncle won't help your family just because of someone. He is very wise. Li Hui was taken aback that such a young child could see through her intentions. Embarrassed, she retorted, what are you talking about? Is it right for you to isolate others? It seems that children from the outside are not as obedient as Tian. Lady Li, what do you mean by that? I don't see Qi Bao isolating Tian at all. You shouldn't say such things just to curry favor with the Fu family. Li Hui immediately turned to the person. What did you say? I see you are bewitched by this wild child, and I am here to uphold justice for Tian, and you dare speak against me? I would like to see how the Fu family will respond to you. What? Does Lady Li have business with our Fu family? Chapter 16, A Clever Scheme. Su Mo approached her, her eyes devoid of warmth. Li Hui was indeed playing a shrewd game. Now that Tian had just lost her mother, the second son would surely feel guilty towards her. If Tian merely mentioned the Li family, Fu Sun would naturally take notice. What a clever yet perilous move. Due to her profession, Su Mo exuded an innate aura of strength. This caused Li Hui to shrink back slightly, but remembering her husband's words, she straightened up. What's wrong, Mrs. Su? Why are you here? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Wasn't it Lady Li who said she would wait for the Fu family to arrive? Now that I am here, what is it you wish to discuss? Li Hui glanced over her shoulder, noticing no men from the Fu family had arrived, and she breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that the Fu family did not hold this child in high regard. Her husband, and she must have made the right gamble. Oh, this matter is merely children's play, nothing serious. I've already resolved it. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. I had no idea that the affairs of the Fu family's children required your intervention. Mrs. Su, perhaps it would be better for Tian to explain this to you. However, I feel compelled to interject that you must not allow favoritism towards Qi Bao at the expense of Tian. That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it? Su Mo ignored her provocation and crouched down, softly asking, I want to play with Qi Bao, but Xiao Hong won't let me get close, claiming that I would harm her. He said all of this was because Qi Bao said so. Fu Tian slightly raised her eyes, noticing that Su Mo had not allowed her to continue speaking. She frowned but persisted, saying, Qi Bao claimed that the Fu family would ultimately belong to her and that I should leave. She even pushed me to the ground, revealed her wounded hand, bloodied and raw. Li Hui, standing nearby, echoed in concern, how severe is this? Qi Bao, you've gone too far. Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence is simply unacceptable. Fu Hong, already incensed, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? When did Qi Bao ever say such a thing? She didn't even push you to the ground. Do not slander her. Su Mo cast a cool glance at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear our child utter such words? Only Li Hui, being closer, was aware that Qi Bao had not spoken those words. Now that she had already taken a side, she felt compelled to continue. As Li Hui opened her mouth to speak, the girl before her interjected, Annie has been standing there all along, witnessing everything. A sudden shock coursed through her. This little girl was attempting to ensnare her. However, since she had already chosen a side, she could not back down now. Li Hui glanced at Su Mo's eyes and, steeling herself, said, Yes, I heard it. Qi Bao did say that. The opposing side immediately erupted in agitation, for this was indeed a scandal within the Fu family. Li Hui's followers chimed in. How could Qi Bao behave this way? It's utterly unacceptable. Indeed, who would have thought that someone so young could be so malicious? Su Mo's indifferent gaze swept over them. Lady Li, are you certain you heard correctly? My husband has already gone to review the surveillance footage. If the events do not align with your account, Li Hui's heart sank. She was unaware of the existence of cameras. Did Fu Tian know? Was this a deliberate trap? Well, I'm not entirely certain Qi Bao said that. Li Vistameld. Fu Hong immediately countered. Weren't you just adamant about that? Why do you hesitate now that I mentioned the surveillance? Qi Bao in dezet, Oni. Perhaps you should reflect on what transpired earlier. After all, with age comes forgetfulness, which is quite understandable, don't you think? Li Hui quickly grasped the girl's intent and responded. Yes, it must have been my misinterpretation. There was no such incident. Those nearby immediately remarked, but you were just so certain before. It seems Qi Bao has indeed called you out. Li Hui's face flushed. What are you saying? It was merely a playful scuffle among children. Now that it's resolved, why must we escalate this? No one was hurt. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Indeed, Madame Li speaks well. I never anticipated that the Li family would raise their children in such a manner. Fu Yong approached with Lininginto. Upon seeing the elder of the Fu family present, Li Hui became visibly flustered. Elder, that's not what I meant. Qi Bao and Tian are family. Such trivial conflicts should be resolved amicably. This is rather embarrassing for both children. Li Ning, discerning her attempt to use Qi Bao and Tian as shields, stated firmly, This is a matter of the Fu family. You need not concern yourself. As for your prior insinuations about Qi Bao, I trust everyone here has witnessed the truth unfold. Today is a formal banquet held for Qi Bao, and my wife does not harbor such goodwill towards you. She turned to the crowd, her aura suddenly commanding. The Fu family shall have no further dealings with the Li family. This farce today has provided entertainment for all. I kindly ask you to allow my wife the dignity to continue enjoying the festivities. The Li family was finished, with the Fu family declaring such. Who would dare to collaborate with them? Indeed, a failed scheme has backfired, murmured others. Li Hui stood in a daze, watching as the group led Qi Bao away. Tian, please, help your aunt speak to your father. We cannot sever ties with the Fu family. Fu Tian gazed at Qi Bao, surrounded by the crowd, slowly clenching her fists. She had taken everything from her. Why should she still be so joyful? She should experience the same losses. Fu Tian rolled her eyes, looking at the woman grasping her arm. She raised an innocent smile, causing Li Hui to tremble involuntarily, sensing that this girl was far from the pure facade she presented. Auntie, do you wish for my father to assist you? That can be arranged, but you must do me a favor in return. She leaned closer, whispering in the woman's ear, prompting Li Hui to widen her eyes in alarm. No, that could lead to imprisonment. If neither of us speaks of it, who would know? Besides, it seems only my father could save your family. If you do not take the chance, your family will have no opportunity at all. Li Hui glanced at her vibrating phone, realizing her husband must have learned of the news. Very well, I agree. However, upon completion, you must ensure that Fu Huan invests in our company. Agreed, replied Fu Tian. After Fu Tian departed, Li Hui answered the call. Hello, dear. The man spoke, and Li Hui chuckled lightly, tears welling in her eyes. She understood the risks involved, but if it meant reviving the Li family business, it would all be worth it. Chapter 17. Conspiracy. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Li Hui sought out Qi Bao. The girl stood in the upper corridor, hidden from view below, yet this vantage point afforded her a complete view of the happenings beneath, an ideal observation post. Watching the scene below, the parrot perched on her shoulder added an air of nobility. Li Hui approached, speaking softly. Qi Bao, Auntie acknowledges her mistake. I apologize for the things I said. Can you forgive your aunt? Qi Bao turned her gaze, her brows slightly arching. Li Hui frowned, interpreting this as a sign of unforgiveness. Initially, she had hoped that if Qi Bao willingly complied and assisted the Li family, she might spare her. Now it seemed she was doomed. Li Hui forced a smile. Surveying her surroundings, Qi Bao, I sincerely apologize. How about this? You and I have a chat over there, shall we? I will compensate you for any grievances. Qi Bao followed the woman's gesture, realizing it led to a blind spot for the cameras. With a light laugh, Qi Bao declined. No need, Annie. I shall not go. Besides, matters concerning the Fu family are managed by my grandfather, and I am unaware of them. Perhaps you should seek his help. It might prove beneficial. Li Hui narrowed her eyes, recalling what Fu Tian had previously conveyed, and smirked. Very well, since you were so insistent. I shall not waste my breath. She scanned the area, ensuring no one was watching, before forcefully pushing the girl down. Qi Bao had not anticipated such boldness under the camera's gaze. She could not evade in time and fell. Pain surged through her while Li Hui watched, her hands trembling involuntarily. Do not blame me. I had no choice. You forced me into a corner. Li Hui hurriedly tidied the scene before fleeing to find Fu Tian. Fu Tian gave her a fleeting glance. Is everything taken care of? Yes, but Miss Fu, there are cameras there that capture me. Can you handle it? I cannot afford to be caught. Fu Tian regarded her with disdain. Such trivial matters hold little value. Indeed, indeed. Did anyone else witness it? Li Hui shook her head. I was cautious. No one else saw. Xiao Qi, after the woman left, flew beside the girl, calling out, Qi Bao. Qi Bao, not receiving a response. It flapped its wings in search of Xiao Yunlu. Xiao Qi, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to watch over Qi Bao? Something has happened. Something has happened. Qi Bao. What? Qi Bao is in trouble? Quickly, take me there. For the sake of the elder, the Fu family had equipped a medical room, fully stocked with equipment. Xiao Yunlu rushed in, cradling the girl, whose complexion had turned ashen, blood continuing to seep from her wounds. Xiao Ruozhou clenched his fists, staring at the locked door. Investigate. Find out who harmed our Qi Bao. Fu Yong, upon learning of the incident, nearly fainted, but Fu Sun quickly steadied him. Father, please rest. Mother, and you should take a break. We will handle this. After the old master passed away, Fu Huan ordered the gates of the Fu family to be shut tight. Qi Bao's actions were evidently deliberate, and unless the culprit was identified, no one present would be allowed to leave today. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of panic. Fu Xiao, what is the meaning of this? We were invited to your home as guests. Is this how the Fu family treats its visitors? As one person spoke out, others quickly chimed in, demanding an explanation. Seeing the commotion, Fu Huan slightly bowed, and the crowd fell silent. It was a farcical scene. How could the illustrious second young master of the Fu family, known for his dominance in the business world, lower himself to such a degree? I apologize, everyone. There's been an incident concerning the Fu family, and I kindly ask for your cooperation. The Fu family will offer compensation in due course. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted, for the Fu family's compensation was not a trifling matter. Fu Tian frowned at the sudden silence, feeling displeased that her father was intentionally avoiding any mention of Qi Bao. Was she not cherished enough to be included in the explanation? Fu Huan's gaze fell upon the girl in the crowd, and he gently furrowed his brows. Tian, come here. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Fu Tian obediently approached. Father. She looked at him and suddenly inquired, where is Qi Bao? I haven't seen her. Fu Huan, aware of their relationship, felt a sense of unease at her question. Fu Sun interrupted him, stating, Fu Tian, hold your breath. We cannot alarm the snake in the grass. Understood, uncle. Fu Huan watched the girl walk away, his brows slightly knitted, yet he refrained from saying anything. Li Hui lingered in the crowd, her gaze evasive. The cameras have been dealt with, so it should be fine now. Damn it, who did this? Watching the surgery room door remain shut for an extended period, Fu Yinqing couldn't help but curse. Fu Yang Xiyuan pursed his lips, seated himself, and took out his laptop. His second brother had just mentioned that the surveillance footage at the staircase had been maliciously deleted. Fu Qi and observed his older brother's swift fingers, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Impressive. Fu Sun addressed the crowd with a smile, his voice warm. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone wishes to come forward voluntarily, the Fu family welcomes it. However, this does not guarantee your safety. Of course, if you choose to remain silent, the truth will eventually surface, will it not? Li Hui trembled slightly, knowing Fu Sun's reputation as a cunning figure. She steeled herself with determination, assuring herself that everything would be fine. The footage had been deleted, and she would not be implicated. Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, Fu family's eldest son, what on earth is happening? If you explain, we might be able to help. Fu Sun smirked slightly. Those familiar with him could discern that he was on the brink of fury. Qi Bao was pushed down the stairs, and Master Yin Luo is currently performing surgery. We shall have news soon. The crowd stirred, knowing well that Qi Bao was the Fu family's cherished jewel. Someone raised a question. Madame Li won't know about this, right? Li Hui panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have evidence? You can't just accuse me without proof. The person scoffed dismissively. Oh, now you know? Just a moment ago, you were so certain in your accusations against Qi Bao without any evidence. Li Hui was at a loss for words, retorting you. Do you have any evidence? Fu Huan found it incredibly amusing. Those who had not faced consequences could never understand the pain of others. Seeing the person present no evidence, Li Hui grew triumphant. That surveillance has been deleted. The only evidence is gone, and I won't be caught. What? Can't say anything now? The person was about to speak when a parrot suddenly flew over and landed on Li Hui's head. Recognizing the familiar bird, Li Hui's heart sank. What is it doing here? Bad person, wicked woman. Shao Qi mercilessly defecated on the woman's head. You wretched bird. Chapter 18. The Division of the Family? Seeing this, the person burst into laughter. Oh, Madame Li, didn't you say you had nothing to do with Qi Bao? But I remember this parrot belongs to her. If it says that, it must have seen something. Get away. She grabbed Shao Qi, intending to throw it to the ground, but suddenly someone seized her wrist. Fu Sun glared at her coldly. Madame Li, kindly remove your hand from our Qi Bao's pet. If anything happens to it, I cannot guarantee the consequences. Realizing Fu Sun's grim demeanor, Li Hui instantly released her grip. Shao Qi took the opportunity to fly onto Fu Sun's shoulder, continuing to chant, bad person, Hamet Qi Bao, bad person, that is not me. Fu Shao, don't listen to this parrot's nonsense. Did you teach it to say that? Are you trying to frame me? The individual glanced at Li Hui, disinterested in her frantic behavior. Fu Shao, they say animals possess spirit, and parrots even more so. Perhaps it speaks the truth. You should investigate thoroughly. Fu Sun waved his hand, and immediately someone approached to drag Li Hui away. No, you have no right to arrest me. You have no evidence. On what ground can you detain me? I will sue you. Who says there's no evidence? The crowd turned towards the voice, where a cold-faced man stood in the shadows. Who is this? I don't know him. He looks somewhat like the Fu family's young master, but I've never seen him before. Could he be the fourth son of the Fu family? The fourth son of the Fu family? The most useless one? The Fu family's fourth son seldom made appearances, and few had seen him. Even those who had did not truly understand him. The Fu family never introduced this child to outsiders, leading many to believe he was merely a rich second generation relying on his family's wealth, overshadowed by his more accomplished brothers. Fu Yang Xiyuan ignored the murmurs and slowly approached Li Hui, his expression icy. Signaling to his bodyguards, Li Hui was forced to kneel. She barely registered the pain in her legs, shocked that this man claimed to have evidence. Where could such evidence possibly come from? It was impossible. The surveillance had been destroyed. Fu Yang Xiyuan grasped her chin. Who instructed you? It hurts. Li Hui felt as though her jaw might shatter. She forced herself to respond. Who are you? Fu Shao. Do you allow this brat to act recklessly in the Fu family? As for the evidence you possess, who knows if you forged it? Madame Li, you overestimate yourself. My Fu family's fourth son does not have the leisure to frame you. What? The Fu family's fourth son? The legendary waste? But how could he possibly have evidence? The footage was projected on the screen, clearly showing Li Hui pushing Qi Bao down the stairs after an exchange of words. It was evident she had committed the act. She truly did it? How cruel. Indeed, how heartless. Qi Bao is just a child. Speak. Who instructed you? Realizing her scheme was exposed, Li Hui let out a long breath and suddenly laughed. No one instructed me. I acted alone. I couldn't stand Qi Bao. Fu Yang Xiyuan easily discerned her lie and replied coolly, if the Fu family does not relent, do you think anyone will assist the Li family? Whether the Fu family will aid the Li family is not something one person can decide, is it? Li Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Fu Tian will certainly persuade Fu Huan to help the Li family. After all, she is his biological daughter. As she attempted to speak, a youthful voice interrupted her. Fu Tian emerged from the room, coldly fixating on her, yet her words were unexpectedly gentle. Hearing her daughter's name, Li Hui realized Fu Tian was using her daughter as leverage against her. It is I who have acted independently, without anyone's guidance. Fu Liangxuan furrowed his brow, slightly, casting his gaze towards the girl upstairs, while Fu Tian looked at him with an expression of innocent bewilderment. What is it, fourth uncle? Fu Liangxuan diverted his gaze, instructing, take her downstairs. The lights in the operating room had yet to dim. Fu Yunxing paced anxiously, and upon seeing Fu Liangxuan's arrival, approached him. How is it? Have you discovered who it is? No. Damn. If that's the case, let her bear the consequences alone. I wonder how Qi Bao is faring inside. Roars echoed through the air, as the inhabitants of the beast village trembled in fear, for the beasts on the mountain were unusually restless today. May the goddess protect us. May the goddess protect us. 3 hours later, the lights in the operating room finally extinguished, and Xiao Yinlu wheeled Qi Bao out. Fu Yong immediately approached with his cane, asking, Master Yinlu, how is Qi Bao? Xiao Yinlu huffed in dissatisfaction, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Qi Bao was safe on the mountain, but upon arriving at the Fu household, calamities abound. Xiao Ruozhou could not help but inquire, how is Qi Bao? She is no longer in danger. Now we must observe her recovery. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Fu Yong did not dwell on Xiao Yunlu's earlier attitude, repeatedly expressing, thank you, Master Yunlu. Thank you for saving Qi Bao. Fu Huan quietly withdrew, glancing towards Fu Tian in the corner, suddenly asking, Tian, is this related to you? Fu Tian's heart sank, disbelief filling her eyes as she looked at him. Is father now suspecting me because of that wild child? Fu Tian squeezed out tears. Father, how can you suspect me? Although my relationship with Qi Bao is not good, I would never harm her. Do you truly see me as a wholly wicked child? Fu Huan regarded her in silence. Fu Tian, you must remember that Qi Bao is your sister. The Fu family abhors internal strife. It truly was not me. Enough. Li Ning interjected as she entered. Mother. Fu Tian cried as she hurled herself into the elder's embrace. Grandmother, it truly was not me. Woo-woo. Father no longer loves me. He only cares for Qi Bao. Li Ning patted the girl's back, though her eyes held little warmth. Those with discernment could easily see that Fu Tian was the instigator. Yet Madame Li had foolishly believed the little girl's words. Fu Huan, for various reasons, I have refrained from allowing you to separate from the family. But now, I believe it is time. Grandmother, are you sending father and Tian away? Li Ning smiled as she wiped the girl's tears. How could that be? Uncle and his family will also depart. This is not a matter of expelling you, merely a separation. No, we cannot separate. If we do, she will have even less chance to partake in the Fu family's fortunes. Li Ning was evidently aware of this, or else she would not have broached such a notion. Chapter 19. Adults know, Grandmother, I do not wish to leave. Grandmother, do you not like Tian anymore? Why does Tian have to go while Qi Bao does not? Li Ning ignored hervading. The child's waywardness stemmed from the Fu family as well. Cheng Jing had left, and she should have compensated this child well, yet she harmed Qi Bao instead. In this matter, Li Ning had already made significant concessions. I will go see Qi Bao. Fu Huan, please talk to her. With that, she turned to depart, while Fu Tian fixed her gaze firmly on her receding figure. It's always like this. Everyone sides with Qi Bao. No one loves me. Qi Bao only remembered being forcefully shoved from behind, losing consciousness. Now, she wished to awaken, but found herself unable to do so. Who's calling me? I am here. Qi Bao looked around, finding nothing amiss. until she felt a gentle bump at her feet. A small, pale yellow chick stood beside her. Qi Bao's eyes widened slightly as she gently lifted the chick, asking, "Chick, was it you speaking just now?" "It is I, Qi Bao. You can finally see me. I have often sought you, but you have ignored me." No, Qi Bao has not seen you. Yes, I've always been by your side, yet you could not perceive me. Qi Bao tilted her head, sitting on the grass and gazing at the chick. The chick hurriedly flapped its wings against the girl's hand, pleading, "No, please stay with me a little longer. I have no friends and have lived here alone for many years. Now that someone has come, please play with me a while longer." "All right, but how do you know my name?" Upon hearing this, the chick appeared particularly proud as it puffed up its chest. "Of course, I am the king of all beasts." Qi Bao stared blankly at the tiny chick, which was smaller than her palm. "You are the king of all beasts? Really? I have not finished speaking. Do not be so surprised. There is something even more impressive. I, the Guna La chicken, am merely a pet of the king of all beasts, although I am just one of the pets." Qi Bao looked at it with a face of disbelief. "So you're just a pet? I thought there was only you as the pet of the king of all beasts. How could that be? The master is incredibly powerful, able to control all beasts, and has countless pets. I am just one among many." Qi Bao clapped in encouragement. "So impressive, with so many pets. How does the king manage them all? Does she know your name?" "Of course." When speaking of the master, the chick's eyes filled with evident respect and nostalgia. "The master remembers the names of all her pets. She loves us all." However, the chick lowered its head, its tone turning dejected. Qi Bao looked at it, her heart suddenly swelling with empathy. "Have you been waiting?" The chick looked at her, its eyes brightening. "Yes, I have been waiting. It is you, Qi Bao. You are the master." Qi Bao hurriedly waved her hands. She understood the importance of this master to the chick. "It is not me, truly. I know nothing of this master. And besides, Qi Bao is only 3 years old. I cannot possibly be your master." The chick flapped its wings, seemingly about to collapse, and Qi Bao quickly reached out to catch it. "Qi Bao, it is you. I have a way to judge. The master left it for me. My judgment cannot be wrong. It must be you." The chick pulled Qi Bao to a tree, gently resting its beak against the trunk, whispering, "Over the years, I have mistaken many, but now I have a strong feeling that this girl before me is the master. Please help me confirm." "Qi Bao, place your hand on the tree trunk and close your eyes. Do not think of anything." Gazing into the chick's expectant eyes, Qi Bao slowly exhaled. Even if it was just to convince the chick that she was not the master, she would give it a try. Qi Bao gently placed her hand on the trunk, and in an instant, it felt as if she could sense the life of all the beings in the forest. Each tree was a life, intertwined with her spirit. The chick watched as the light surrounding the girl intensified, realizing it had found the right person, and tears welled in its eyes. After so many years, from countless beasts to being left with only itself, it had waited far too long. If it could not wait any longer, it too would fall into slumber. What would happen to their master then? Thankfully, it had finally arrived. Lowering its head, it called out, its voice merging with the lives in Qi Bao's mind. As countless spectral beasts appeared before her, all bowing their heads and roaring, "Welcome, master." All the light coalesced into a single point, landing on the girl's forehead, forming a plum blossom that quickly vanished. Qi Bao slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings, which had returned to tranquility, as if the scene of the beasts submitting was merely a dream. "Master, how do you feel?" Qi Bao shook her head. She needed to process what had just transpired. How had she suddenly become the king of all beasts? The little yellow chick cautiously edged closer to her. Qi Bao looked at it, softly stating, "Chick, I'm not your master. I am merely a descendant of your master, and I have no obligation to care for you. I only wish to live well with my Shurhu and uncles." With that, she attempted to depart, as she could not bear such a responsibility. "Do not go. Master, master, you once promised to love us eternally, to provide us with a home, and to care for us. Dear one, Qi Bao." The girl gradually halted her steps, observing her stillness. Xiao Huang hurriedly approached her. "Qi Bao, do you see this vast forest? These are all our companions. We have waited for you for so many years, yet they remain unwilling to forge another contract and have slowly succumbed to slumber. Only I am left awake, but soon I too shall fall into sleep. Thankfully, I have finally found you. I beseech you, take us with you and grant us a home." Qi Bao bit her lip, gazing at the distant trees swaying gently. "I lack the abilities of you great ones. I am but an ordinary person. I cannot provide you with a home. You can, dear one. If you doubt, you may first make a contract with me. If you find it unfeasible, then I shall no longer press you. Qi Bao lowered her head, staring at the grass beneath her feet, and softly replied, "All right." Xiao Huang rejoiced. "Dear one, I shall instruct you on how to proceed. First, close your eyes, clear your mind, and sincerely feel the things around you." Qi Bao obediently followed, shutting her eyes and emptying her thoughts. It was as if she found herself engulfed in an expanse of nothingness, surrounded solely by white. Suddenly, a faint light appeared before her. Qi Bao tilted her head and stepped forward, reaching out to touch it, when the luminous orb suddenly radiated brightness, enveloping the girl. Contrary to Qi Bao's expectations, this light was not blinding. Instead, it gently embraced her. Chapter 20. The upper divination Qi Bao affectionately nuzzled against the surrounding glow, which pulsed as if imbued with emotion, gradually flowing into the plum blossom on her forehead, causing one of its petals to shimmer. Slowly, Qi Bao opened her eyes, feeling a power within her that she had never experienced before. She tentatively raised her hand, noticing a faint thread connecting her to Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, what is this?" Xiao Huang bowed slightly, expressing reverence. "Dear one, this is the contract line between us which you may choose. Of course, you also possess the right to alter it. Yellow symbolizes equality. If either the master or the spirit beast perishes, the contract dissolves automatically. Black signifies enslavement. If the master dies, the spirit beast also dies. If the spirit beast dies, the contract is terminated. White indicates that the spirit beast is the master. If the spirit beast dies, the master perishes." Qi Bao nodded obediently, tugging at the line on her hand. Previously, the contracts between masters and spirit beasts had been founded on equality, and thus Xiao Huang directly continued the contract. Fearing the girl might be dissatisfied, Xiao Huang quickly added, "Dear one, should you find this contract unsatisfactory, you may change it at any time. I willingly offer myself as your servant." Qi Bao shook her head, picking up a small chick that had been looking down. "No need for that. We are friends, not slaves." The girl's demeanor mirrored that of her former master. "Little chick, how did you end up here? Let me heal your wounds. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Huang. We are friends. Dear one, there's no need to address me as such. Simply call me Qi Bao." "All right, Qi Bao." Qi Bao sat down on the ground, the fallen leaves gently brushing against her face, and she chuckled. "By the way, Xiao Huang, how do I get out? My uncle and the Shur who must be worried about me." "Qi Bao, if you wish to leave, you may do so. However, I must inform you of a few important things. With your current abilities, you can only contract a maximum of 3 spirit beasts. Be cautious not to overload, or your space may risk rupture. Secondly, you must only contract when the spirit beast is willing to open its domain. Forcefully doing so will injure both the spirit beast and yourself. After you exit, I shall remain by your side in spirit form, but you may summon my physical form at any time. My physical self will temporarily stay within your domain, and you may also enter." Qi Bao blinked, inquiring, "How do I open the domain?" Xiao Huang was momentarily perplexed. When it encountered the dear one, her domain had already been robustly established. Thus, it seemed uncertain about how to open it. "Well, this is something that the dear one never taught me. But I know that the key to opening the domain must lie within you, Qi Bao. It could be a phrase or a thought. Either may serve as the key." After speaking, it appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly leaping up. "I know. The dear one often said a particular phrase when opening her domain." Qi Bao's eyes brightened, her earlier frustration about not being able to open her domain dissipating rapidly. "What is it?" "I'm the most beautiful." Qi Bao's lips twitched in disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, are you serious?" Xiao Huang nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Do not be fooled by our dear one's vanity. It is not an exaggeration at all. Every spirit beast cherishes her, and many men admire her beauty." Qi Bao did not doubt the appearance of the esteemed one. She simply had not expected such a portrayal. "Very well, I shall give it a try." In the expectant gaze of Xiao Huang, Qi Bao slowly proclaimed, "I'm the most beautiful." The air seemed to fall into a hush, and just as they believed the key to be mistaken, the space before them began to transform, revealing an entirely different realm. Qi Bao's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld a place she had never encountered before. "Is this my domain? Wow, there's even a small stream." Dipping her hand into the water, she splashed her face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Xiao Huang explained, "Every blade of grass and tree, even the water within this domain, differs from reality. They carry the essence of the master, making it the ideal environment for spirit beasts to thrive and an excellent place for healing. However, the effectiveness is limited by the master's abilities, and the more spirit beasts there are, the more the essence will be divided. Qi Bao nodded. Can that esteemed one sustain all of you spirit beasts? Is there enough essence in that space for everyone? Absolutely. The dear one is remarkable. Her essence is sufficient for all of us spirit beasts. Fearing that the girl might feel disheartened, Xiao Huang intended to say more, but was interrupted by Qi Bao, exclaiming, "Incredible! I, too, shall strive to become like that. I wish for all spirit beasts without a home to have a place to thrive." Xiao Huang gazed at her, smiling gently. "All right, it is settled. We shall do this together." After determining that the time was right, Qi Bao resolved to leave. If she did not awaken soon, her uncles would undoubtedly be worried sick. Qi Bao closed her eyes, and voices resonated around her. "Qi Bao, sure who? Qi Bao, have you awakened? Brother, come quickly. Qi Bao has awakened." Qi Bao slowly opened her eyes, meeting the delighted gazes of the three sure who. She turned her attention to the side, where transparent little chick mischievously blinked at her. Qi Bao slightly smiled as she regarded the approaching crowd. Having not consumed water for a long time, her throat felt a bit hoarse. "Sure who? Uncles, grandparents. I am sorry for causing you worry." Li Ning, with tears in her eyes, hurriedly replied, "Qi Bao, dear, there is no need for apologies. It is your grandparents who should apologize for not taking better care of you." Xiao Yunlu snorted softly, but considering Qi Bao's presence, he refrained from saying more. "All right, you all may leave now. I need to check on Qi Bao once more." Li Ning seemed reluctant to leave, but was gently pushed out by Fu Yong. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Yunlu turned his gaze to the pale-faced girl on the sickbed, checking her pulse with a slight frown. When he first found Qi Bao, he had checked her pulse, which had been quite peculiar. He had advised her to ensure that no one else learned of her unusual pulse. Moreover, he had imparted all his skills to her, fearing she might not be able to protect herself in the future. Uncertain if it was due to her fall, the girl's pulse had grown even stranger. Xiao Yunlu cautiously inquired, "Qi Bao, you have not forgotten what master instructed you previously, have you?" Qi Bao nodded, "I have not." Qi Bao did not allow anyone to check her pulse. Qi Bao always takes her own pulse. Xiao Yunlu chuckled lightly, stroking her head. "Qi Bao is truly remarkable. Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" "Not at all. Master, who can rest assured? Qi Bao is completely fine." Xiao Yunlu, seemingly unconvinced, felt her pulse once again and noted that it was indeed different from before, more intricate than ever. "Qi Bao, have you visited any other places before fainting?" Upon hearing this, Qi Bao's eyes flickered briefly, and she obediently replied, "No, Master who, Qi Bao has been very well behaved." With that, Xiao Yunlu felt relieved and patted the girl's head. After completing his examination, he stepped outside. "You may enter now." As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd surged in eagerly. "Qi Bao, do you have any pain? If you want something to eat, tell Grandpa, and he'll have someone bring it to you." Li Ning pushed him aside, putting on a smile as she leaned closer to the girl. "Forget about your grandpa. Tell Grandma what you want, and she'll cook it for you." Qi Bao giggled, planting a kiss on the woman's cheek. "Hee, Grandma, Qi Bao doesn't want anything." Su Mo was amused by her cleverness. "Is our Qi Bao this well behaved?" Fu Sun could not resist teasing her either. "Qi Bao is so good that Uncle wants to reward you with a gift. What do you wish for?" Qi Bao obediently shook her head. "Qi Bao doesn't want anything. Thank you, Uncle." Just as Fu Sun was about to speak, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Miss Tian fell into the water. "Hurry!" The moment Fu Huan's expression changed, he rushed outside and spotted the girl struggling in the river, ready to jump in when someone was quicker than him. Xiao Qinga grabbed the girl's collar and pulled her up, unceremoniously dropping her on the ground. His eyes devoid of any emotion. This girl was no angel. Had it not been for Qi Bao urging him to save her, he would have been indifferent. Cough, cough. Fu Tian spat out the water from her mouth, feeling a burning sensation in her lungs. Fu Huan patted her back, asking, "Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Xiao Qinga glanced at the loose railing by the pond, understanding the situation. Fu Tiantian's eyes brimmed with tears. "Oh, Daddy, I'm so scared." Fu Huan frowned slightly, but gently patted the girl's back to help her calm down. "Don't be afraid, Tian. Daddy is here. Tell me how you fell in." Fu Tian raised her head, glancing around fearfully before beginning to speak. Fu Huan's gaze deepened, as if he sought to discern the truth behind her words. After a long pause, he sighed softly. All right, Daddy understands. You don't need to be scared. Let's have the doctor check your body, shall we? Seeing that Fu Huan believed her, Tian relaxed and nodded lightly. Okay. After the girl was taken away, Fu Huan's expression darkened considerably. It was hard to believe anyone would dare harm a young lady in the Fu family. Knowing they would soon relocate, waiting to act then seemed far more prudent. Second young master. The butler dragged a person to Fu Huan's side. Fu Huan raised an eyebrow, observing this uninvited suspect. Second young master, I noticed this person lurking nearby. And considering Miss Tian, I brought him to you. Fu Huan nodded. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Huan turned to the silent man on the ground and inquired, what were you doing nearby? The man, seemingly amused by the question, scoffed, what? Is it not permissible to be curious when I see you all gathered together? Second young master, you can't frame me just because I'm here. Hearing this, Fu Yunshun immediately exploded. What are you talking about? Who is framing you? You were acting suspiciously nearby. Are we not allowed to suspect you? Is that so? Have you figured something out now? Fu Huan furrowed his brow, speaking in a calm tone. Enough. There's no need to waste more words with him. Take him away. Do not let this person enter any property of the Fu family. Understood. Fu Yunshun appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Although it was Tian who fell, he felt it was too lenient to let him go. Second brother, how can you just let him go? That's too easy on him. After settling Fu Tian, Li Ning and Fu Yong arrived outside and happened to overhear this exchange. Li Ning frowned slightly, asking, what have you found out? Fu Yunshun immediately interjected. This person was lurking suspiciously nearby, so we brought him in. He must be the one who pushed Tian. Fu Huan ignored him and turned to Li Ning and Fu Yong. He shook the loose railing in front of them, saying, Dad, Mom, look, this railing is loose. Fu Yong gently shook it and confirmed its instability. What about the surveillance? It was damaged before the incident. Nothing was recorded. Li Ning frowned slightly. What did Tian say? Fu Huan recounted her words verbatim, and Fu Yong's expression grew darker. I did not know there were such bold individuals in the Fu family. What did you learn from him? Fu Huan shook his head lightly. He likely has no connection to this. Just a scapegoat. What? How can he have no connection? He was acting suspiciously nearby. It's obvious he is involved. Fu Yong was not inclined to engage with his slightly naive, albeit endearing, fifth son and gestured for Fu Huan to continue. Receiving the silent encouragement from his father, Fu Huan elaborated. Firstly, Tian isn't tall enough to be pushed over this railing. This alone contradicts the scenario. Secondly, even if she were thrown over, it wouldn't cause the railing to loosen. The only plausible explanation is that she used the railing to jump down, which would indeed explain the instability. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted. His words suggested that this entire scene was a self-directed performance by Fu Tian. Fu Yunshun immediately countered, but everyone began to sense something was amiss. After all, the Fu family's equipment is routinely checked and maintained. Such a possibility should not arise. For a moment, no one spoke. Fu Yong scowled lightly. Fu Huan, you handle this matter as you see fit. He paused and continued. Proceed with the separation as planned. Yes, Dad, I understand. It is also our fault for being too lax with Tian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone astray. Merely suggesting a separation prompted her to concoct such a scheme. If not for the flaw in the railing, no one would have suspected her. She could simply find another scapegoat to quickly clear her name. Chapter 22. Still wanting to separate? Fu Yong sighed slightly. Indeed, Cheng Jing and her mother have had a significant influence on Tian. She has become excessively jealous. I wonder if the separation will bring about any change. Tian was unaware of these matters. She believed she had executed everything flawlessly and awaited Fu Huan's comfort with great anticipation. As she heard a knock on the door, her eyes brightened, and she dashed to open it. Daddy, you're here. Tian is fine now. Fu Huan's lips curled into a faint smile upon seeing his daughter, and the typically decisive man in the business world found it hard to speak. After a long moment, Fu Huan picked her up and tucked her under the covers. He gently patted her back, narrating a story he was not entirely familiar with. Once the girl fell into a deep sleep, he quietly exited the room. Tomorrow, help the young lady pack her belongings. Qi Bao gazed longingly at the three. Master who? Are you all leaving tomorrow? Qi Bao will miss you. Xiao Yunlu ruffled the girl's hair. Don't worry, Qi Bao. The masters will visit often. Don't be sad. Little Seven will stay with you. If anything happens, just send Little Seven to find us, understand? With tears held back, Qi Bao nodded obediently. I understand, Master Hu. Rest assured, Master Fu has taught you the healing arts. Henceforth, before saving lives, one must ponder deeply, for life should never be treated lightly. Xiaoqinga interjected immediately, affirming the importance of practicing martial arts and chess skills, urging that one must not forget. In the face of danger, if one cannot fight back, one should flee, understood? Qi Bao, I am unlike the others. Do you remember what Second Master told you? Any attempt to pry into the secrets of heaven must come at a cost. Thus, you cannot regard fortune-telling as a lucky charm. Instead, strive for your own desires. If it is possible to avoid prediction, then do so. Do you understand? Qi Bao obediently nodded, her gaze earnest as she bowed to the three masters beside her bed. Rest assured, masters who, Qi Bao will certainly remember your teachings and will not let you down. Xiaoruozhou's eyes glistened with emotion. They had watched Qi Bao grow, and naturally, their hearts were heavy. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Qi Bao. Xiaoqinga intended to stay, but was pulled out of the room by Xiao Yunluo. After they departed, Xiaoruozhou sighed deeply, looking at the girl in the bed, his eyes brimming with affection. Qi Bao, before departing, Second Master cast your fortune. It foretold both great peril and great fortune, truly extraordinary. Yet, many challenges lie ahead. After a pause, Xiaoruozhou's gaze flickered towards the position of Xiao Huang, causing Qi Bao to feel a surge of anxiety. I am aware, Second Master Hu. Do not worry. Qi Bao can protect herself. She is quite formidable and will not disappoint you. Xiaoruozhou chuckled softly, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently ruffling the girl's hair. He took a deep breath, ensuring that the two outside remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor. Upon his exit, Xiaoqinga raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Have you finished speaking? Yes. Let us go. Xiaoqinga understood that among the three, he was the most fortunate, yet also the most unfortunate. He possessed the ability to glimpse the secrets of heaven, but lacked the power to alter any of it. Thus, he chose to retreat to the mountains, escaping this vexing yet enviable gift. His affection for Qi Bao was profound, and now, departing was most difficult. Did you foresee something? Why? After much contemplation, Xiaoqinga swallowed his words. Concerning Qi Bao, if he had discerned anything, Xiaoruozhou would undoubtedly inform them. Never mind, let us depart. The following morning, the Fu family gathered to bid farewell to the three masters. Take care on your journey. Masters, they said. Do visit us again next time. Xiaoqinga scoffed, showing no respect to the legendary head of the Fu family. As long as you look after Qi Bao, we shall be eternally grateful. He then turned his gaze directly to Qi Bao. Be good, Qi Bao. Your masters are leaving, so you must take care of yourself. Do you understand? Yes. Qi Bao will. She assured. Masters who, do not worry. Fu Tian observed the scene from the shadows, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. She was eager to see how, once the three departed, Qi Bao would stand against her. After the incident of falling into the water yesterday, it was likely that Li Ning would manage to keep herself safe. Henceforth, her plan was to feign amiability towards Qi Bao to lower their guard. After sending the three away, Li Ning slowly crouched down, softly asking, Qi Bao, would you like to go back to sleep for a little while? You must take good care of your health. Yes. Qi Bao will go to sleep now. After the girl left, the smile faded from Li Ning's lips as she sighed. Turning to Fu Huan, how is the preparation for the division of the family going? It is all set. Mom, but I haven't mentioned it to Tian yet. After all, she was his own daughter, and Fu Huan felt somewhat soft-hearted. Li Ning was well aware of her son's nature. Although his demeanor was distant, his heart was softer than anyone else's. She exhaled lightly. Fu Huan, you are aware of what Tian has done, right? Your compassion towards Qi Bao is unfair. Yes, Mom, I understand. I will resolve this matter promptly. Li Ning did not shy away from the others. Su Mo and Fu Sun had naturally guessed the general situation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo spoke with a smile. Mom, since the second brother has proposed a division, we, as the elder brother and sister-in-law, naturally cannot lag behind. Moreover, it is closer to our law firm, which is more convenient. Li Ning felt a twinge of guilt, although division was a tradition among large families. The Fu family had never practiced it. Originally, she intended to discuss this with the eldest family in hopes of making things easier for Tian. However, she did not expect the eldest brother's wife to take the initiative in the conversation. Eldest brother's wife, Su Mo, chuckled, stepping closer and gently patting her slightly aged yet well-maintained hand. Mom, All right, hurry and spend some time with Qi Bao. Suamo did not possess much sympathy for Tian and had no intention of bringing up the move for her sake. Fu Sun frowned slightly. He knew that his wife had taken the initiative to avoid burdening their mother. Dear, there is no need to force yourself. I could discuss it with Mom. Before he could finish speaking, Suamo interrupted him. Oh, come on, it's not a big deal. Let us go. Fu Sun pursed his lips, contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Fu Yong led Li Ning towards Qi Bao's room. Noticing his wife's furrowed brow, he sighed softly. Qi Bao, your grandparents have come to see you. Qi Bao's eyes brightened, and she instinctively glanced at Xiao Huang beside her. Grandpa, Grandma, you're here. Qi Bao eagerly jumped off the bed to greet the elderly couple, adjusting her pace appropriately before them. She nuzzled against her grandmother's skirt. Grandma, please sit. All right. Li Ning donned a smile and sat down beside the girl. Our Qi Bao has reached the age for school. Your grandfather and I discussed whether you would like to attend school with everyone. If you prefer not to, we can arrange for a teacher to come to the house. How does that sound? It's all right, Grandma. Qi Bao could go to school. Moreover, Qi Bao loves making friends. Very well. Then let us allow our Qi Bao to make friends, shall we? Yes. Thank you, Grandma. Fu Yong did not interrupt the two and gently stepped outside. He approached Tian's room, hesitating for a moment with his raised hand before lowering it. Just as he was about to leave, a male voice called from behind. Dad, why are you standing here? Fu Huan spoke softly. It's nothing. How is Tian? Fu Huan shook his head slightly, still the same. I don't know who told her about the family division, but she refuses to eat. Fu Yong sighed, glancing at the food in his son's hands. Give it to me, Dad. Fu Huan was somewhat taken aback. After all, aside from his little sister and their mother, his father had never served anyone else. You little rascal, why do you have so much to say? Oh, okay. Fu Yong twitched his mouth slightly. It was unclear from whom the boy inherited such a trait. He knocked on the door in front of him. Tian, can Grandpa come in? A sound came from within, and the door opened to reveal the girl. Barefoot and eagerly gazing at the old man. Grandpa, you finally came to see Tian. Fu Yong looked at her, feeling a sense of helplessness. If Fu Huan had not married Chengjing, if they had paid more attention to Tian, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Tian blinked, seemingly unaware of her grandfather's thoughts, and pulled him inside without mentioning the family division. Grandpa, the food you brought is delicious. Thank you, Grandpa. Fu Yong chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. Good, if it's delicious, then eat more. After swallowing the last bite, Tian looked up, tears streaming down her face. Ooh, Grandpa, I miss Mommy. This sentence from the girl caught Fu Yong completely off guard. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, in the matter of Chengjing, they had wronged Tian, forcing her to lose her mother at such a young age. Tian lamented, Grandpa, you are all I have left. I promise to be obedient and will no longer quarrel with Qi Bao. Please do not drive me away, all right? I have already lost my mother. I cannot bear to lose you too. Fu Yong's gaze darkened, and he remained silent, gently patting the girl's back until her emotions calmed. Once she was composed, he spoke. Fu Tian immediately brightened, embracing Fu Yong and playfully declaring, How could I, Grandpa? I will always think of you and Grandma. Fu Tian nestled against the elder, resting her face on his shoulder, her expression devoid of joy. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she sensed Fu Yong's steadfast resolve to separate their families. Nevertheless, she vowed not to let Qi Bao have it easy. Grandpa, since that is the case, you must come to see me often. Otherwise, I will miss you terribly. Of course, we promise to visit you frequently, my dear Tian, her grandparents assured her. By the way, Grandpa, I want to apologize to my sister Qi Bao. It was all a misunderstanding. Grandma told me to drive Qi Bao away, saying that if I didn't, I would be separated from my mother. It was wrong of me to listen to her. I am sorry, Grandpa. I sincerely wish to apologize to Qi Bao and promise it will not happen again. Will you forgive me? Ah, if that is the case, then that would be wonderful. Tian is truly obedient. Fu Yong squinted slightly, seemingly pondering the authenticity of her words. Great. Let's go find Sister Qi Bao now. I cannot wait to make amends. Fu Tian exclaimed, skipping ahead and humming a tune, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Grandma, Tian is here. Upon seeing the girl, Li Ning was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. Tian, what brings you here? Fu Tian leaped into the woman's embrace, affectionately rubbing against her. Of course, I came because I missed you, Grandma. I miss you so much. Li Ning chuckled, patting the girl's back. Such a little rascal. Now tell me, what brings you here? The girl stuck out her tongue and giggled. Grandma, you guessed wrong this time. I didn't come to see you. Fu Tian turned to Qi Bao, a slight smirk on her lips. This time, I came to find Qi Bao. Li Ning furrowed her brow, unable to discern the girl's intentions. Xiao Huang immediately bristled, positioning itself protectively in front of Qi Bao, sensing the malice emanating from Fu Tian. A disconcerting smile flitted across Fu Tian's face, as if nothing had occurred. She donned a seemingly harmless expression as she took Qi Bao's hand, which dangled off the bed, and said, Qi Bao, I am sorry. I did not mean it before. Will you accept my apology? I am sorry. Can you forgive me? After all, we are related by blood, and I was not truly angry with you. So surely you can forgive me, right? Qi Bao regarded her calmly, gently extricating her hand from the girl's grasp. Just as she was about to speak, Li Ning interjected. Tian, Qi Bao has done nothing wrong, so she does not need your forgiveness. You, however, must sincerely acknowledge your mistakes and seek forgiveness, not command others to forgive you as you are doing now. Chapter 24. Shall we go together? Fu Tian's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly adjusted, affectionately taking Qi Bao's hand once more. I'm sorry, Qi Bao. I realize my fault. Will you forgive me? Mom always said that one should be forgiving. Can you forgive me? Qi Bao regarded her coolly, remaining silent. Li Ning recognized her intent and interrupted Fu Tian, saying, seeing that the woman wanted to dismiss her. Fu Tian quickly exclaimed, Thank you, Grandma. It is just that Qi Bao cannot join me in school, which is such a pity. How interesting it would be if she could attend school with me. The girl's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head towards Qi Bao on the bed, inquiring, Right? Qi Bao, if you are with me, I will take good care of you and introduce you to many of my friends. But alas, Li Ning's expression changed. She and the elder had considered this approach, but quickly dismissed it, knowing the complexities of the children's relationship. After all, it was precisely for this reason that they chose to separate their families. She promptly replied, Tian, it is fine. You can invite your friends over to play. And Qi Bao will meet other friends too. Grandma, that is different. I want to introduce my friends to Qi Bao. After all, she is so cute. I am sure everyone will love her. It is all right, Grandma. Understanding that Li Ning had no further reason to refuse, Qi Bao spoke up. It is fine, Grandma. I will go to the same school as Sister Tian. I believe she will take good care of me, right, Sister Tian? Qi Bao tilted her head towards Fu Tian, her gaze mirroring Fu Tian's earlier expression. What was this madness? Why was she so easily agreeing? Fu Tian cast a skeptical glance at Qi Bao, but immediately added, Indeed, Grandma, I will take excellent care of Qi Bao. Moreover, she can make friends on her own and become independent at school. Qi Bao's statement startled both Li Ning and Fu Yong, concerned that Qi Bao might be easily deceived. Li Ning quickly responded, Qi Bao, your grandparents can help you find another school. You can do very well, so there is no need to be afraid. Li Ning gently coaxed her child. After all, the separation was meant to keep them apart. If they attended the same school, given Tian's temperament, it was uncertain how she might bully Qi Bao. At that point, they would be unable to reach Qi Bao immediately. Yes, Qi Bao, if you do not want to be with others, we can have a teacher come to our home to teach you, and invite a group of other little friends to join you too. Would that be all right? Fu Tian observed the two surrounding Qi Bao, realizing that she was no longer the unloved young lady in their eyes. Perhaps they had already decided to give the entire Fu family to Qi Bao. Qi Bao obediently looked towards Fu Tian, and Li Ning's gaze also shifted to her, causing Fu Tian's heart to leap. Qi Bao, this wild child, did not appear to be so innocent. Agreeing so easily was one thing, but now she was even helping to persuade Li Ning? Could there be some hidden scheme? But at this point, she could only continue to play along. Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma, you need not worry. With me around, what grievances could Qi Bao possibly suffer? It would only be typical disagreements among young girls, nothing serious. If you're too sensitive, it might only drive Qi Bao away from others, right? Li Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering the girl's intentions. However, her words effectively severed the path for Qi Bao to complain in the future. How could that be? Our Qi Bao is so well-behaved. She would not be upset over trivial matters. Since she is sharing this with us, it must be significant. We will certainly stand up for our Qi Bao and not allow anyone to bully her simply because they think the Fu family is no longer present. Qi Bao felt warmth in her heart. Although she had experienced affection from her mentors, nothing compared to the love and favoritism from family, which brought tears to her eyes. She nuzzled into her grandparents' embrace, affectionately saying, "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. I will not let myself be wronged, so do not worry." Li Ning chuckled helplessly. Despite her worries for Qi Bao, she could not thwart her choices. All right. Grandma did not realize that our Qi Bao is already a big girl who can make her own decisions. So, you may go to school with Tian. Grandma believes in you, Qi Bao. However, we must establish a pact. First, if any classmates or teachers bully you, you must inform your grandparents or your uncles. Understood? Yes, I understand. Qi Bao will tell you. Furthermore, if Qi Bao feels any discomfort, she must communicate with her grandparents. Understood. Qi Bao is quite remarkable and will surely adapt. Excellent. Our Qi Bao is the best. Li Ning smiled and affectionately stroked the girl's nose, reminiscent of the time when the little girl sat on her lap, declaring, "Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of myself." The memory flooded back, causing Li Ning's eyes to glisten with emotion. As if sensing his wife's feelings, Fu Yong spoke up. Fu Tian, forcing a smile, nodded and said, "Understood." However, as soon as she turned away, the smile faded. Take care of that wild child. What a joke. She had already ensured she had no relatives by her side, and now she expected to care for her. Just wait. She certainly would not allow Qi Bao to navigate this smoothly. Fu Yong tucked the girl in gently and said softly, "Qi Bao, you should rest well. Your grandparents will take care of everything at school, so you needn't worry. Just wait patiently for school to start." After speaking, he reiterated his concerns. If anyone bullies you, you must tell your grandparents. You must never hide it from us, understand? Yes. I understand, Grandpa. Qi Bao will protect herself, she declared, waving her small fist. Fu Yong chuckled at her enthusiasm. All right, our Qi Bao is truly impressive. Rest well. Your grandparents will take their leave now. Chapter 25. The Second Divine Beast. Once the two left, Qi Bao immediately rushed to check on the little chick nestled in the blanket. Xiao Huang flapped its wings and awkwardly emerged, exclaiming, "I'm suffocating." Qi Bao hastily smoothed its messy feathers. "I'm sorry, Xiao Huang. I promise I won't put you under the blanket again." Although others could not see Xiao Huang, Qi Bao instinctively hid it, resulting in the current situation. "It's all right, Qi Bao. These are trivial matters." Xiao Huang patted its chest and reminisced, "Back in the day, Xiao Huang." Qi Bao quickly lunged to catch the falling chick, but only managed to grasp a few feathers. Seconds later, her eyes widened as the yellow body slowly ascended. Although unsteady, it was indeed flying. Xiao Huang landed clumsily on the bed, shouting, "Ah! Qi Bao, did you see? I just flew. I actually flew. I told you I wasn't chicken." Qi Bao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Wow, Xiao Huang. You're amazing. You really flew. You flew." Xiao Huang flapped its wings and fluttered toward Qi Bao, still trembling but clearly taking shape. Qi Bao gently supported it with her hand, fearful it might fall. Xiao Huang dove into her embrace, nuzzling her affectionately. Qi Bao tenderly stroked its head and suddenly recalled, "Xiao Huang, why did you suddenly mention sending me to Tian school?" Upon mentioning this, Xiao Huang perked up. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot the important matter. I detected a familiar scent on that person, albeit faint. But I'm certain it is quite familiar." The abrupt change in topic left Qi Bao momentarily bewildered, prompting her to ask, "Who?" "That girl, Fu Tian." "Fu Tian? How could she have a scent familiar to you? That shouldn't be right. Did you make a mistake, Xiao Huang?" No. The mission left to me by the adults is to locate those divine beasts. Even if it costs me my life, I will never mistake their scent." "Divine beasts?" "Indeed. Qi Bao, divine beasts are rare, so I can remember their scents. Each divine beast's emergence brings significant change." Qi Bao furrowed her brow slightly. "If that's the case, how could you detect a faint divine beast scent on Fu Tian? Could it be that she can also form a contract with a divine beast?" Xiao Huang shook its head, feigning profundity, and when it noticed the girl's anxiousness, it calmly replied, "No. The scent on her does not seem like that of someone capable of forming a contract. It is very faint, leading me to suspect she visited a place where a divine beast resides. The only places Fu Tian has been are the Fu residence and the school. I did not detect it at the Fu residence, so it is likely at the school." Qi Bao nodded. "Where in the school could the divine beast be hiding? It's so big. Where could it possibly conceal itself?" Seeing the girl's distress, Xiao Huang cheerfully patted her head with its wing. No need to worry, Qi Bao. Many years have passed. A little more time won't matter. Though it feigned calmness inside, it was already bursting with excitement. I have been wanting to do this for ages. The adult seemed so serious back then, I never dared to get close. Now, with Qi Bao being so adorable and small before me, I can't help it. Qi Bao's head is so soft, so very soft. Before Xiao Huang could extricate itself from this delightful sensation, it felt the girl gnawed heavily beneath its wing. Xiao Huang, rest assured, I will work hard to find the divine beast as soon as possible. Good. I believe in you, Qi Bao. Go for it. The arrangements for the separation were swift. Fu Huan moved out with Fu Tian the following day. As they were leaving, Fu Tian grasped Qi Bao's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Fu Huan frowned slightly. He could not recall when the two had grown so close. Tian, we must leave. Say goodbye to Qi Bao. All right, Qi Bao. I truly do not wish to part with you. However, the thought of seeing you at the same school soon makes me exceptionally happy. You'll be happy too, right? I'm looking forward to seeing you, and you mustn't disappoint me, or I might become unhappy. Fu Tian's lips curved slightly, and without lingering, she turned to leave. Xiao Huang bristled behind her. Who is looking forward to seeing you? Bad girl. If it weren't for the divine beast, Qi Bao wouldn't go. Qi Bao stroked Xiao Huang's feathers with a light laugh. It's all right, Xiao Huang. You needn't worry about me. I can protect myself, especially since you will be accompanying me, right? Are you concerned you can't protect me? How could that be? I can definitely protect you. Qi Bao, go with confidence. I will certainly keep you safe. Qi Bao's venture into school was monumental news for the Fu family. Li Ning descended with the elegantly dressed girl. Qi Bao, adorned in a bespoke high-end gown, already exhibited the demeanor of a young heiress. Fu Yuncheng immediately dashed over, taking the girl's hand. Whose little princess is this? How so lovely. Qi Bao giggled behind her hand. Uncle Wu, please do not tease Qi Bao. Fu Yuncheng effortlessly lifted her, cradling her while weighing her lightly. Why is our little princess so light? Is it that the chef's dishes do not suit your palate? Qi Bao instantly recalled a scene where a group of uncles surrounded her, inquiring about her tastes. Fearing the scene would recur, she quickly shook her head. No, Uncle Wu. The dishes prepared by the uncles are all delicious. Qi Bao loves them. However, my tummy is only a little bit big and cannot hold so much. Qi Bao is quite troubled. Fu Yang chuckled. Indeed. Every time our little princess eats, her belly seems ready to burst. Grandpa. Fu Tian sat quietly in a chair, observing the scene unfold, her fists clenched tightly, even causing the luxurious custom gown to wrinkle. Without Qi Bao, all of this should have rightfully belonged to her. All should have been hers alone. It was all because of Qi Bao, the jinx who snatched everything from her, claiming the affection that was meant for her. It was all right. Once at school, she would see who could still protect Qi Bao. Chapter 26. Advancement. Qi Bao. Your school is in partnership with Qi Jiujio. If anything arises, just have the teacher contact Qi Jiujio. Understood? You must not compromise your own well-being. Got it. Fu Jingyi chuckled lightly, stepping forward to playfully ruffle the girl's nose. The capital's academic enclave is renowned as the gathering place for the offspring of distinguished families and talented individuals. It boasts a comprehensive educational system spanning from kindergarten through high school, even extending to university, making it the aspiration of many. As the most prosperous city, the capital is a place where many strive to gain entry, resulting in a plethora of capable individuals within the academic enclave. Apart from the privileged scions of noble families, there are also remarkably talented ordinary folk. Yet, even in such a domain of immense power, the Fu family stands among the elite. I know, Qi Jiujio. Qi Bao 1T wander off, you can rest assured. Fu Yong glanced at Fu Jingyi beside him, his voice low and serious. I have already communicated with the school. If anything arises, just call me directly. Take good care of Qi Bao. She must not suffer any grievances, understood? Don't worry, Dad. I will look after Qi Bao. Fu Tian sat in her seat, feeling the gaze of someone lingering upon her. She lifted her head slightly, only to meet Fu Jingyi's eyes. The girl tightened her grip on the tablecloth, wondering why both he and others favored Qi Bao so excessively when she was the one who had been in this family first. Uncle, you need not worry too much. I will take good care of Qi Bao. Fu Jingyi nodded lightly. All right. The next day, Qi Bao looked at the large family gathered in front of the car and felt a slight headache. Grandfather, grandmother, and uncles, I can go with Qi Juju on my own. You don't need to send me off. Fu Yunqing immediately objected. That one T do. You can't just let Fu Jingyi take you. What if others think Qi Bao is not favored in our Fu family and bully you? Li Ning promptly smacked her son on the head. Qi Bao, don't listen to your fifth uncle's nonsense. Grandmother has already spoken with the teachers. All you need to do is get along well with your classmates. Worried about her feeling overwhelmed, Li Ning quickly added, of course, you need not force yourself to mingle with them. Do you remember what grandmother told you is the most important thing? Qi Bao obediently nodded, counting on her fingers as she responded. I must not allow myself to suffer grievances. I must not keep grievances to myself without telling you. I cannot bottle up my grievances and solve them alone. Seeing Qi Bao's soft demeanor, Fu Yunqing felt his heart melt. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Qi Bao, you are truly obedient. Would it be all right for your fifth uncle to accompany you to school? Qi Bao felt a bit helpless. Her fifth uncle was the most childish among them. She had to protect him and ensure he wasn't led astray. No need. Fifth uncle, you go attend to your own matters. I can manage on my own. Trust me. All right, I believe in you. As time was drawing near, Fu Yong spoke up, seeing that his father was about to reprimand him. Fu Yunqing decisively chose to escape. Qi Bao, I'll head off first, bye. You little rascal. Fu Yong ignored him. Let us go, Qi Bao. Once the three of them were in the car, Fu Yong frowned slightly upon noticing Fu Tian standing motionless. Tian, why aren't you leaving yet? Fu Tian raised her head slightly, observing the cheerful scene inside the car, her heart filled with bitterness. They were all focused on Qi Bao's advancement. Who cared about her? Once they reached the school, they would realize that only she could bring honor to the Fu family, while that wild child would only tarnish their reputation. All right, I'm coming. Fu Yong had already made arrangements with the teachers. The Fu family's status in the capital was well known, and especially since they were people of great importance to him, they naturally needed to be given due attention. Thus, someone was already waiting at the entrance for Qi Bao's arrival. Though aware of the Fu family's extra affection for this outsider, the principal was still taken aback upon seeing both the old master and mistress of the Fu family stepping out of the car. Old Master Fu, madam, why have you come in person? He stepped forward to assist them, but Fu Yong gently raised his hand to stop him. No need. He carefully assisted Li Ning out of the car, and the principal was not surprised by this scene. While rumors circulated that the head of the Fu family and his wife had a troubled relationship, those who truly knew them understood how affectionate they were. After helping Li Ning, Fu Yong turned back, his upper body half inside the car. The principal furrowed his brow, wondering if there was something else they had forgotten to take. When did the Fu family's servants become so oblivious? Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled as Fu Yong emerged from the vehicle, cradling a delicately carved girl and gently placing her on the ground. Thank you, Grandpa. Fu Yong affectionately tousled her hair. You're welcome, Qi Bao. This is the principal of the school. If you have any issues, you can approach him. All right, I understand. Hello, Principal Uncle. Ilu. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, having never seen old Master Fu so doting towards any child. The fact that he personally carried her from the car indicated that this child's status was not to be underestimated. Old Master Fu, madam, please follow me. Rest assured, Qi Bao's class is undoubtedly the best. Our teachers have undergone rigorous vetting and can adapt to each child's personality. You can rest assured that Qi Bao will have no issues here. Fu Yong did not respond, but looked at Qi Bao. Qi Bao, your grandparents will take you to see the school. Jingyi, you should head to class first. Noticing the time, Fu Jingyi did not linger, all right. He gently squatted down, gazing at the girl before him with tenderness. Qi Bao, your little uncle is leaving now. If anything comes up, just have a teacher find me. Understood? Qi Bao knows. Goodbye, little uncle. Goodbye. The principal introduced the school to the group, and upon noticing Fu Tian trailing behind, he addressed her as well. Fu Tian, how has the preparation for the upcoming competition been? Seeing his gaze shift towards her, Fu Tian could not suppress her pride. Principal Uncle, I'm all set. The principal nodded. Indeed, as a daughter of the Fu family, her abilities surpassed those of her peers. Fu Tian, you should not only focus on studying. Make sure to rest as well. Chapter 27. Isolation? Old Master Fu, your granddaughter is truly remarkable. Winning numerous awards at various competitions, she is indeed a source of pride for the Fu family. The principal praised Fu Tian profusely, and she beamed with pride in response. Principal Uncle, please don't say that. I believe Qi Bao will achieve great success at school as well. She might even surpass me. After all, I cannot compare to my little uncle. Indeed. Especially when compared to Fu Jingyi, the disparity is even more pronounced, but that is only natural. After all, Fu Jingyi is extraordinarily talented, almost godlike, and not someone who can be easily surpassed. Fu Yong remained silent, listening to their conversation throughout. Noticing that the atmosphere had not lightened, the principal scratched his head, thinking it odd that his previous remarks had not been inappropriate. Yet it seemed to have displeased the old master and mistress of the Fu family. It must be a misperception, as they were all children of the Fu family. Arriving at the classroom, he announced, "Old Master Fu, Madam, this is Qi Bao as class. Allow me to introduce you to her homeroom teacher, Teacher Sunday." A stern-looking woman approached. Appearing somewhat older, "Hello, I am Qi Bao as homeroom teacher. My surname is Sunday." Fu Yong nodded slightly. "Hello, I am Qi Bao as grandfather. She will require your assistance and care. You are too kind. It is not about special care. They are all my students, treated equally." This remark offered no regard for the Fu family's esteem. The principal quickly grabbed her sleeve, realizing that this teacher was indeed excellent, teaching the best class, which is why Qi Bao had been placed in it. The character exhibits an obstinate demeanor, impervious to reason and advice. Upon arrival, he had repeatedly cautioned her to treat Qi Bao with utmost courtesy. Now, if she were to offend anyone, it would be disastrous for the school. Old Master Fu, you jest with Teacher Sunday, rest assured. We will take excellent care of Qi Bao, ensuring she faces no grievances. Qi Bao, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to speak with Teacher Sun, or come to me directly if necessary. That is settled. Fu Yong lightly interrupted, having assessed Teacher Sun prior to this encounter. Though somewhat stern and rigid, he is principled and devoid of prejudice. Her remarks were entirely anticipated. Teacher Sun, we entrust our Qi Bao to you. Please feel free to call if any concerns arise. Very well, take care. Qi Bao, your grandparents are leaving now. Please keep us informed of any matters. We shall return to pick you up this evening. All right, understood. Goodbye, grandparents. Yes, farewell, Qi Bao, goodbye, Tian. After their departure, Fu Tian beamed at the woman before her. Hello, Teacher Sun. I am Fu Tian. You must recognize me. I have long admired your reputation. You are truly remarkable, and I have always wished to meet you. Today, I am overjoyed. Fu Tian wished to continue speaking, but the woman showed no sign of acquiescence and turned to leave. Incensed by her dismissal of her overtures, Fu Tian thought, what a pretentious display. She still desires to ingratiate herself with that wild child, perceiving that the Fu family does not regard me highly enough. Just wait and see. Qi Bao obediently walked alongside the woman, occasionally glancing up. What is it? Do you wish to speak with me? No, I do not. Qi Bao did not gaze at Teacher Sunday. Is that so? Children who tell lies will be captured and eaten by monsters. A chuckle escaped Qi Bao as she realized that this seemingly stern teacher could share such playful banter. Teacher Sun, there are no monsters that eat children. You just tricked me. Will you be captured by monsters too? Well, I might be taken by the monsters along with you. Upon hearing this, the girl burst into laughter. Teacher Sun, you are mistaken. You stated that children who tell lies will be taken by monsters, but you are no longer a child, so you shall not be captured. Observing the girl's expression, Sun, you could not help but smile, finding this child more delightful than she had anticipated. Everyone quiet down. Today, we welcome a new student to our class. The prestigious Jingxing Xueqing is a place that many aspire to attend. The introduction of a transfer student hardly raises eyebrows. The students remain calm, seated obediently as they listen to their teacher. Let us extend a warm welcome to her. Amidst the applause, Qi Bao entered the classroom. Hello, everyone. I'm Qi Bao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to make friends with all of you. That girl is so cute. I like her, and I want to be her friend. Teacher, can Qi Bao sit with me? Qi Bao blinked, surprised to make a new friend so quickly. Sun Yu turned to her and asked, Qi Bao, do you agree? Yes. Wonderful. Qi Bao, come quickly. Hello, I am Wu Yuding. It is delightful to meet you. The girl before her blushed and radiated enthusiasm. Qi Bao could not help but smile back. Hello, I am Qi Bao, and I'm also very happy to meet you. At that age, children are inherently curious. While the teacher is present, they maintain relative quietness, but once the bell rings and the teacher departs, they swarm around Qi Bao. Wow, Qi Bao, you are so beautiful. Just like a doll. Qi Bao, I like you too. Can we be friends? Seeing her friend being swept away, Wu Yuding quickly intervened, asserting, I am the one who gets to be friends with Qi Bao first. Therefore, Qi Bao's best friend must be me. You cannot take her from me. Wu Yuting, you are being unreasonable. Why do you claim that you are Qi Bao's best friend? This is called hegemony. My mother taught me this. Wu Yuting did not fully understand the concept of hegemony. She merely recognized her inability to counter the girl before her. Yet, she could not allow her friend to be taken away. You cannot take Qi Bao from me. She is my best friend. No, she is mine. Each girl tugged at Qi Bao's arms, pulling her in opposite directions. Unable to withstand their force, Wu Yuting pushed Qi Bao to the ground, causing both of them to tumble down. Chapter 28, Conflict. Perhaps due to the fall, Qi Bao suddenly bled from her nose. The young children, upon seeing blood, panicked immediately. Teacher, Qi Bao is bleeding. Teacher, Qi Bao is bleeding. She seems to be dying. Upon hearing this commotion, Wu Yuting was also thrown into a state of panic. Qi Bao, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Are you going to die? I truly apologize. I did not mean to. I will never argue with you again about who is Qi Bao's best friend. I am so sorry, Qi Bao. Please do not die. I cannot bear to lose you. Another girl joined in the tears. Qi Bao, I am sorry too. It is my fault. I should not have competed with Wu Yuting. Please do not die. I realize my mistake. Perhaps due to the impact, Qi Bao was momentarily dazed and did not respond right away. She touched her nose and felt a warm liquid, realizing she was bleeding. In the midst of the commotion, her voice was barely audible. Noticing Qi Bao's attempt to speak, Wu Yuting yelled, "Everyone be quiet. Do not speak. Qi Bao is about to say something." Qi Bao, go ahead. I promise to fulfill your last words. I am so sorry. Taking a deep breath, Qi Bao said, "Give me a piece of paper." Wu Yuting, bewildered, replied, "Huh? What?" I said, "Give me a piece of paper. I am merely bleeding from my nose. I will not die, so do not worry." "All right. Quickly. Someone give Qi Bao a piece of paper." Sun Yu hurried over, having not anticipated such chaos would unfold in less than an hour. Upon seeing the blood-stained tissue on the ground, she panicked as the students informed her that Qi Bao was dying. Although she was considerably taller than the children, a group of them surrounding one small girl made it difficult for her to assess Qi Bao's condition. Qi Bao, are you all right? How do you feel? Is anything bothering you? Do not be afraid. I will take you to the hospital. You must not fall asleep, understand? I will take you to the hospital. From within the throng of children, a small, warm hand slowly rose, and a faint voice emerged. "Teacher, do not worry. I'm just bleeding from my nose. It will stop soon." Sun Yu finally caught sight of Qi Bao, who was partially obscured by the group of children. The girl had a blood-stained tissue in her nose, her head tilted slightly back, and appeared to be managing the situation quite well. She exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who was the little rascal that told her Qi Bao was dying? Ahem. Let's go, Qi Bao. I will take you to clean up. Okay. Just then, Sun Yu felt a tug on her clothing and looked down to see Wu Yuting holding back tears. Teacher, is Qi Bao really not going to die? Before Sun Yu could respond, a delicate hand rested on Wu Yuting's fidgeting one. Qi Bao's resolute voice rang out. Wu Yuting, do not worry. Qi Bao will not die. I promise I am not lying. Children who tell lies will be captured and eaten by monsters. Yes. Qi Bao nodded vigorously, turning resolutely to stride forward. Behind her, a chorus of children cheered. Go Qi Bao. Qi Bao, you will be fine. Keep your spirits up. Sun Yu found herself caught in a mix of laughter and tears. How could it be that this child before her had already become their leader in such a short time? Unable to clarify, she chose silence instead. This incident, though seemingly trivial, was of considerable significance in a milieu bustling with young masters and ladies. Soon, the tale spread like wildfire. Did you hear? That new girl in class got into a fight right after she arrived, and there was so much blood. Is that true? Could she be the infamous Jinx? Indeed, the moment she arrived, chaos ensued. She must be anything but virtuous. Tian, did you know? They say. Ding Ling leaned closer to Fu Tian's ear, relaying all she had overheard, leaving the truth of the matter uncertain. Fu Tian's eyes sparkled. Indeed, having left the Fu family, Qi Bao was nothing at all. Is that true? Absolutely. Everyone is saying it. It cannot be false. Well, this jinx will surely garner much animosity. Fu Tian stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ding Ling, perceptive as ever, picked up on the nuances of truth and deception in their conversation, adding, how kind you are, Tian, not only holding no grudges but also treating her so well. Fu Tian scoffed lightly, yet without an audience, the enjoyment diminishes greatly. I understand your sentiment. Just then, someone entered, discussing the affair. Ding Ling, raising her voice, exclaimed, "What? Tian, is that new person your sister? Really? But I find her so different from you. To stir such trouble upon her arrival. She surely cannot be a good person. She cannot possibly compare to you." Upon hearing this, a crowd gathered. "Is it true? Fu Tian, is that person your sister? I heard she caused quite a commotion in class, fighting and injuring herself, making quite the spectacle. Indeed, I cannot believe she is your sister. She seems worlds apart from you. But Fu Tian, don't you plan to see how your sister is faring after a fight? I can't help but feel your relationship isn't very close." Stung by the remark, Fu Tian awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth and replied, "How could that be? We share a strong bond. Qi Bao is simply mischievous, and she behaves this way at home too. She must not have wanted me to worry, which is why she didn't inform me. I only just learned of it and intend to check on her. After all, if Qi Bao were to get hurt, Grandma and Grandpa would surely blame me." Ding Ling quickly chimed in, "That's outrageous. Why should you be blamed for something that is not your fault? Perhaps because I am the elder sister, I should be more responsible than Qi Bao. Ah, that is truly unfair." "Exactly. Tian, how could your grandparents be like this?" A faint voice from the corner piped up. "Huh? But I recall you often saying your grandparents treat you very well. This situation seems rather contradictory." The voice belonged to the top-performing girl in their class, who consistently outshone Fu Tian. Fu Tian had never appreciated her and felt the girl was intent on embarrassing her. "Huh, Chui Ran, what do you mean by that?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, the connections of the wealthy are not something you poor folks can comprehend. You will never understand. Best stick to your studies, as that is your only path. If your grades falter, who knows which remote village you may end up marrying into." The words elicited a chuckle from Ding Ling, followed swiftly by laughter from others who sided with Fu Tian. Indeed, what would a child of a poor family know, right? If you don't understand, it's best to remain silent. Focus on your studies, bookworm, or you might end up marrying into poverty and beget another little pauper. Chui Ren observed them, pursing her lips. She knew her words rang true. Her grandparents would never allow others to blame her and would never let her suffer. They were her true allies, unlike the insincere wealthy families. "Enough. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Let us go see how my sister is doing." A group of them strode, purposefully, drawing attention along the way. "Where are they headed with such a crowd? Haven't you heard? That new girl is Fu Tian's sister. I reckon Fu Tian is going to support her. What a commendable sister she is." "Fu Tian's sister? She hardly looks it. Honestly, I think that sister is far prettier than Fu Tian." "Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to be overheard and face the consequences." Though many young masters and ladies attended the school, Fu Tian's standing was unique. Peers typically avoided provoking her, given that her father, Fu Huan, managed the family business. Offending her brought no benefit. The individual sheepishly rubbed their nose and ceased speaking. Wu Yuting sat beside Qi Bao, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Qi Bao. I want to act like that again. Can you forgive me and continue being my good friend?" "It's all right. Wu Yuting, Qi Bao holds no grudge against you. Besides, you are all among Qi Bao's best friends. Let's play together." "Great. Qi Bao, please call me Ting Ting. My good friends all call me that." Before Qi Bao could respond, a voice from the entrance interrupted. "Is Qi Bao here? Please come out. We need to speak with you." Ding Ling leaned against the doorframe, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Yuting turned her head, frowning upon recognizing the person. "Why is she here?" Qi Bao, still processing her name being called, heard Wu Yuting's remark. Ting Ting? Do you know her? Who doesn't T know her? Just look at the person next to her. That SR school's prominent figure. Do you know Fu Jingyi? That Fu Tian is his niece, and she is from the Fu family, having won numerous awards. She is a favorite among the teachers. Of course, she cannot compare to my Jingyi Gij." Wu Yuting's face lit up with infatuation at the mention of Fu Jingyi. Qi Bao couldn't help but chuckle. "Ting Ting. Do you know him too?" "Of course. I'm not worthy of knowing him." Ding Ling, noticing the silence, felt her pride wounded. Since following Fu Tian, she had never faced such embarrassment. Growing impatient, she knocked on the door. "Who is Qi Bao? Why is no one responding? Clearly, there's a lack of manners." Her words instantly ignited the class, inciting outrage. How dare she come to their class looking for Qi Bao and insult her right in front of them? It was utterly disrespectful. Wu Yuting immediately retorted, "You lack manners. You come to our class looking for Qi Bao, and with that attitude? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Apologize. Ding Ling was taken aback by her outburst, and upon seeing her, scoffed. Oh, it's you, Miss Wu. Why the fuss? I was merely joking. Where's your classmate, Qi Bao? Is she unwilling to meet her dear sister? What sister? What are you talking about? I don't care about any sister. It is wrong for you to insult Qi Bao in our class. Apologize. As the confrontation escalated, Fu Tian stepped in to diffuse the tension. Apologies, Miss Wu. I speak on behalf of Ding Ling. I am Fu Tian, and you likely know me. Qi Bao is my sister. I heard about her altercation and would appreciate it if you could ask her to come out. I'm quite worried about her. Despite knowing Fu Tian was Fu Jingyi's niece, Wu Yuding still harbored no fondness for her. I refuse to accept your apology. The scorn directed at you by that follower was not aimed at me. And when did Qi Bao become your sister? Being called a follower to her face made Ding Ling's cheeks flush with embarrassment. You, Fu Tian, immediately interrupted her, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Randomly glancing at Wu Yuding. She resumed her gentle demeanor. A stir rippled through the classroom. What? She belongs to the Fu family. Then she must know Fu Jingyi. How enviable. Indeed, is Qi Bao from the Fu family? Why didn't she tell us? Wu Yuding clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. What is there to tell you? Qi Bao just arrived not long ago. You all know what happened earlier. How can I inform you? All right, there really is no time. Qi Bao. I misjudged you. I apologize, Qi Bao. Witnessing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Fu Tian promptly cooled her expression, though she could not display it outwardly. I came over just to check on Qi Bao's injuries. I didn't expect her arrival would cause you such trouble. As her sister, I would like to apologize on her behalf. After all, she is new here, and I hope you can all be accommodating. In the Fu family, we pamper Qi Bao, and she cannot be wronged here. This morning's incident may have been Qi Bao's fault. She shouldn't have fought with you, and I'm truly sorry. If you have any issues, the Fu family can cover the medical expenses. Before they could react, Fu Tian continued. Qi Bao remained seated, quietly observing Fu Tian. Wu Yuding leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Qi Bao, why do I feel like there's something off about your sister? What's she talking about? Fighting? Qi Bao obediently shook her head. I don't know. After Fu Tian finished her lengthy speech, she slowly turned to leave. Fu Tian grasped the girl's wrist, appearing delicate in her grip, yet applying hidden pressure. Qi Bao slightly frowned, casting her gaze downward to meet Fu Tian's triumphant eyes. She merely smiled without speaking. Qi Bao, why are you running? Your sister only wants to see your injuries. I want to tell Grandpa and Grandma. Don't worry, they want to scold you. And besides, I'm here to plead your case. Grandpa and Grandma will surely forgive you. Come on, don't sulk like a little princess. Let me see how you are. Fu Tian's fingers turned pale as she squeezed Qi Bao's hand, gradually filling it with blood vessels. Wu Yuding, closely observing the two, immediately noticed this and rushed forward. Fu Tian, what are you doing? You're hurting Qi Bao. She hurriedly pulled the girl's hand away, gently cradling Qi Bao's wrist, which bore marks from the grip. Qi Bao, does your hand hurt? Why didn't you say anything? Don't be afraid. I will protect you. I want to let you be bullied. Fu Tian stumbled back from being shoved. As everyone saw Qi Bao being mistreated, they began to voice their accusations. Exactly. How could you do this? And call yourself a sister? It's all fake. How could you hurt someone as adorable as Qi Bao? Right? Coming here pretending to care for Qi Bao, but it's all a ruse. This is unacceptable. Seeing this, Fu Tian immediately exclaimed, Qi Bao, I didn't mean it. Why didn't you tell me? I truly didn't intend to hurt you. You see, you didn't speak up, and now everyone misunderstands me. Besides, you know I've been accustomed to this since childhood. I never expected it would hurt you. At home, you never acted so cautiously. Why are you suddenly unwilling to talk to your sister here? Are you still afraid Grandpa and Grandma will scold me? Don't worry, I won't tell them. If it weren't for you mentioning it, they wouldn't know, and I wouldn't be punished. As long as you don't spill the beans this time, everything will be fine. Trust me. This speech was nothing short of a counterattack. Wu Yuding grew even angrier, blocking Qi Bao's path. Fu Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? You've been subtly blaming Qi Bao since earlier. Don't think I don't notice. I see you have no good intentions coming here. We don't welcome you. Leave? How could that be? Miss Wu, you're misunderstanding me. If I had ill intentions, why would I travel all this way just because I heard Qi Bao was hurt? Besides, Qi Bao and I have a good relationship. Are you misunderstanding something? Who knows what you're really up to? Qi Bao, does it hurt? Don't mind her. She is a bad person. Qi Bao blinked. In truth, her hand didn't hurt at all. After all, during her martial arts training, her master was much harsher. She twisted her wrist. However, it seemed that Tian was putting on a show, and resolving this might be a bit tricky. Very well, she would play along. After all, she had learned quite well from her master. She squeezed her eyes shut, slowly raising her head. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears. What was sister? I'm sorry. Previously, you would allow me to speak of these matters to Grandpa and Grandma. So Qi Bao was afraid to speak up today. Qi Bao was just scared that you would be angry and didn't want Grandpa and Grandma to punish you. Don't be angry. I promise I won't tell Grandpa and Grandma, so they won't punish you because of me. Seeing the girl cry, Wu Yuting panicked, disregarding the underlying meaning of her words. All she knew was that Tian had made her best friend cry. Tian clenched her fists. This wild child was indeed adept at turning the tables, putting on a performance for her. Wasn't she? No, she couldn't let her inform Grandpa and Grandma. Qi Bao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me, all right? While saying this, she continued to tug at the girl's dangling hand, the red marks glaringly visible and even somewhat shocking. Wu Yuting immediately wanted to rescue Qi Bao. Just as she raised her hand, it was violently grasped. Let go of me. Tao Huan, what are you doing? This is a matter between sisters. Wu Yuting, what are you meddling in? What? Are you eager to cling to Qi Bao's leg already? My mother was right. You people are indeed sycophants. What nonsense are you spouting? You are the sycophant. Seizing the opportunity, Tian tightened her grip on Qi Bao's hand, pulling it towards herself while she herself fell backward. Dingling immediately understood the implication of this maneuver and rushed forward to shout, but was stunned by the scene before her. Fu Jingyi coldly observed Tian on the ground. Uncle, what are you doing here? Fu Jingyi said nothing, mercilessly grabbing her collar and yanking her up. Then he turned to the girl beside him, the disparity in treatment glaringly apparent. Qi Bao, are you all right? Little uncle. Qi Bao, feeling a bit awkward, touched her nose, unsure if her little uncle had witnessed her performance. She hoped he wouldn't dislike her for it. Fu Jingyi picked her up and checked her. Didn't I tell you, if something happens, let the teacher find me? Why didn't you listen today? Little uncle, I'm sorry. Qi Bao knows her mistake. Please don't be angry. I promise I won't dare again next time. I will definitely have teacher's son come find you if anything happens. Fu Jingyi helplessly rubbed her nose. Qi Bao, your little uncle isn't mad at you. I just don't want you to be wronged. Do you understand? I understand. Little uncle. Qi Bao was wrong. Please don't be angry. Observing this, Tian disregarded her current predicament and immediately interjected. Uncle. It's like this. Fu Jingyi interrupted her coolly. Tian, I believe you heard what I just said. Am I inviting you to speak? The implication was clear. Unless called upon, she should refrain from interjecting. Wu Yuting, witnessing this side of Fu Jingyi for the first time, instinctively shrank back. Taking a step back, Jin'an seems rather fierce today. Tian gazed at him, her fists slowly tightening. Who could have possibly informed Jin'an of this news? Was it a deliberate attempt to humiliate her? She thought, well, let her not get caught. It remained uncertain how much Jin'an had seen or heard. Qi Bao blinked, looking at Tian. The latter was immediately engulfed by a wave of unease. What did she mean? Was she intending to file a complaint? Uncle. Qi Bao was interrupted once more, as Jin'an cast a cold, indifferent glance at her. Tian's heart sank. His reaction suggested he was privy to some information. Without uttering a single word, his heart had already shifted entirely towards Qi Bao. What place did Tian still hold in the F family? Have you not learned the family rules of the F household? The man fixed a frosty stare upon her, as if her every utterance warranted an accusation. Tian lowered her head slightly, murmuring, Yes, uncle, I understand. Jin'an remained silent for a while before he finally spoke. I am aware, little uncle. Qi Bao would never deceive you. Moreover, Teacher SN has said that children who lie will be taken away by monsters and eaten. Qi Bao certainly does not wish to be captured and devoured by monsters. Qi Bao puffed out her cheeks. She was not afraid of any monsters. It was clear that this was a fabrication, for her mentor had already deceived her once. She would not fall for it again. Little uncle. Today, Teacher SN brought me into the classroom to introduce me to my classmates, and they all like me very much. However, a small misunderstanding occurred, and I fell. resulting in a nosebleed. Upon noticing the alarmed expression in F.J. Ing's eyes, Qbo quickly added, "But little uncle, do not worry. I stopped the bleeding very quickly. It didn't hurt at all. It's nothing." I am unsure what Tian heard, but she suddenly rushed to our class and apologized to Tian and the others, saying that I had caused them trouble and should not have fought with them. I believe Tian was only trying to look out for me. However, Tian, next time, please verify the authenticity of your information before acting. Otherwise, it can lead to quite the embarrassing situation, don't you think? Before Tian could respond, she was met with Qbo's innocent, wide eyes. This Qbo was being purposely mischievous, without a doubt. She clearly understood that Tian had misunderstood the situation, yet chose to remain silent, aiming to make Tian appear foolish in front of them. Well then, Qbo, you certainly play your cards well. Indeed, Qbo, I too heard about your injury and felt anxious. That's why I rushed over here. Perhaps I spoke a bit inappropriately. I am truly sorry. However, we often speak to each other this way at home, so I was unaware of why you were suddenly so sensitive today. It might just be my misinterpretation. It's all right, Qbo, after all. I am the elder sister. I apologize, Qbo. Today is my fault, and I sincerely wish for your forgiveness. Seeing that no one came to her rescue, Tian pinched Elling hard beside her. Ah, yes, Qbo. Please forgive Tian. She did not mean it. You would be so petty, would you? Besides, you both often converse this way at home. Why bring it up now? Surely, you don't wish to embarrass her in front of others, right? Of course, I believe you are not that sort of person. In any case, this is a trivial matter. You two have such a good relationship that it can be easily overlooked. Don't you agree? Tian silently cursed, "Fool. Why would you ask F.J. He will undoubtedly side with that wild girl Qbo. What a humiliation." Elling looked at F.J. with eager anticipation. She had always admired him. Otherwise, she would not willingly play the role of F.T.'s sidekick. If it were not for the fact that F.T.N. was his niece, he wouldn't have bothered to spare her a glance. After all, she could never compare to Qbo. F.J. glanced at her with indifference, for he had not forgotten how this girl had just been conspiring with F.T.N. to undermine Qbo. "What is your name?" Upon hearing him inquire about her name, Elling instantly became excited. She had finally caught the attention of Elling. Elling brushed her hair back. Her face flushed as she replied, "Elling, my name is Elling, and I'm a good friend of F.T.N. Before she could finish, he coldly interrupted, "Have you been to the F household? Or are you a member of the F family?" Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Elling's heart raced, unable to decipher his intentions. "Oh, what? I have not been there, but I am F.T.N.'s good friend. She often tells me about the F family. You are really remarkable, If you have not visited the F household, how do you know what their relationship is like? I, as a member of the F family, am unaware of such matters. Yet you, an outsider, seem to know more than I do. Or has F.T.N. divulged all the family secrets to you, allowing you to understand the F family better than I, a family member? Moreover," he continued, "since you have neither visited the F household nor are you a family member, there is no need for you to call me J. I believe we are not yet familiar enough for such a term of endearment." Elling did not anticipate that the normally gentle man would utter such words, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Not an uncle, no. Chapter 32. The tables turned, witnessing her stammering. Bin could not help but laugh aloud. "Puffed, dear sister, you might as well stop. This is utterly hilarious. Your brother here shows no mercy. Moreover, we all witnessed how you bullied that little girl earlier. Now, calling her uncle seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? At the very least, shouldn't you be offering her an apology?" Bin had observed the interplay between them, noting how they had teamed up to tease the young girl. However, the little girl was quite clever, managing to avoid any disadvantage while subtly gaining the upper hand. Alas, he had initially intended to be her knight in shining armor, only to find that F.J. had beaten him to it. "Little girl, why didn't you inform your teacher to seek out your uncle F.J. when you were being bullied? If all else fails, you can come to me. How about this? Call me brother, and I will provide you with support, all right?" Qbo regarded him, puffing out her cheeks. He was clearly teasing her. She blinked and suddenly inquired, "Brother, since I call him uncle and you brother, does that mean you must also call him uncle?" Upon hearing her words, F.J.'s gloom dissipated. When he had heard that the little girl had been fighting and bleeding, he had been particularly worried and rushed over. To his surprise, he found Tian conspiring with others to bully Qi Bao. Thankfully, the little girl had proven to be clever and avoided any losses. Now she was showing her quirky side, indicating that all was well. He finally felt at ease. Jin'an smirked, glancing at Bin, and said without remorse, "Indeed, call him uncle." "Ha, what are you saying? Little girl, are you being mischievous? Did you conspire with your uncle to bully me? I just provided you with support a moment ago." "Oh, how could I almost forget? You lot, why haven't you apologized to our little girl yet? Are you attempting to sweep this under the rug? Unfortunately for you, I have an excellent memory. Hurry and apologize to our little girl." Ang's heart sank. She had thought they would forget about her, but it seemed that was not the case. "Ha, indeed, this group only dares to bully the weak. Why should they not compel FTN to apologize? They merely see me as easy prey. One day, I will ensure they view me in a new light and make it so that JNGG cannot do without me. I apologize, QBO. Today's incident was my fault, and I should not have said those things." However, before she could finish, FTN swiftly interrupted, for she was eager to depart. Descending the steps, she said, "All right, I shall take my leave." Observing her retreating figure, Fu Jingyi retracted his smile and turned to Fu Tian. Articulating each word with deliberate clarity, Fu Tian, "Apologize. What did you just do? What was your purpose?" "I believe I am well aware of the answer, and it need not be articulated further. With so many witnesses present, it is not my intention to embarrass you. Apologize to Qi Bao and seek her forgiveness. Let this matter be laid to rest." Onlookers murmured, "You arrived too late. The highlights have already passed." Regardless, this time, Fu Tian has indeed stumbled. If she were not a member of the Fu family, she would have been scolded long ago for such behavior. It is rather satisfying to witness. Fu Tian, under the pretense of concern for Qi Bao, hurriedly approached to apologize without discernment, only to rebuke Qi Bao in the process. It is unclear what her true intentions were, and now she refuses to apologize, seemingly clinging to some form of pride. I overheard my parents mention that Qi Bao is now the favored one in the Fu family, while Fu Tian has fallen from grace. Their words reached Fu Tian's ears without fail, and Fu Jingyi, too, could hear the whispers. Even so, did he truly expect her to apologize to that wild child, Qi Bao, in front of such a crowd? Why should she suffer humiliation for the sake of that wild child? After all, she was the true heiress of the Fu family, while Qi Bao was merely an unwanted child. Why should she always yield? Notichinger silence, Fu Jingyi urged impatiently, Fu Tian, I shall reiterate, apologize. With reddened eyes, Fu Tian struggled to hold back her tears. "Fine, I understand. I will apologize." She turned to Qi Bao, her voice trembling. Fu Tian slightly curled her lips. "What does it matter if someone supports you? Let us see how you will explain yourself now." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. Indeed, I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for Fu Tian. She initially came with good intentions to check on her sister's injuries, but ended up being targeted herself. Yet, she is the one who should apologize for her wrongdoing. Her current words seem to imply a reversal of blame. What do you know? Haven't you heard how Qi Bao bullies her at home? Fu Tian, despite her grievances, still looks after and cares for her, yet she is met with this backhanded treatment. Truly an ingrate. Fu Jingyi frowned slightly. Fu Tian's words had indeed placed them in a predicament. He was indifferent to the gossip directed at himself, but for Qi Bao, having just arrived at this school and already facing such turmoil, it was intolerable to be subjected to such criticism. Enough. I believe we have all witnessed this farce. Qi Bao has not bullied Fu Tian at home, nor has Fu Tian lost favor. I hope everyone refrains from spreading rumors. Should I discover anyone mistreating Qi Bao again, know that Fu Jingyi is not easily trifled with. After issuing his calm warning, Fu Jingyi returned to his gentle demeanor, turning his attention to Qi Bao. He crouched down to her level, and upon meeting her obedient gaze, he felt a pang of guilt. Words alone may not suffice, but it is all I can do for now. Qi Bao, I am Julie saw thee. Qi Bao understood his meaning, yet Fu Tian had clearly decided to abandon all restraint, and they had no evidence to counter her claims. For the moment, this was the best course of action. As long as it did not interfere with her quest for divine beasts, it was not a significant issue. "It's fine, uncle. I don't mind at all." Qi Bao deeply cheerfulin. Fu Jingyi chuckled softly, playfully patting her nose. Go inside now. Should anything arise, have teacher's son come find me. Understood? No more incidents like today. Understood, uncle. Wu Yuding could not help but speak up. Jingyi, you need not worry. I will take good care of Qi Bao. I will absolutely ensure she is not bullied. After saying this, she looked at him nervously, recalling how Ding Ling had just called him Jingyi, which had seemed to irritate him. After a long pause, Fu Jingyi finally nodded slowly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Should any issues arise, have the teacher inform me. Oh my goodness, he did not refuse me. I'm so happy. Wu Yuding's heart soared as she eagerly nodded. All right, Jingyi, you can trust me. I will definitely look after Qi Bao. Once they departed, Wu Yuding diligently remained by Qi Bao's side, genuinely fulfilling her promise to protect her. Tao Huan looked at the two with disdain, scoffing as she rolled her eyes. Intentionally walking closer, she bumped into Qi Bao forcefully. Wu Yuding immediately flared up. Tao Huan, what are you doing? Why did you deliberately bump into Qi Bao? What do you mean deliberately? Is this your home, where I cannot walk? She retorted. Oof. Qi Bao, the villain who bullies her sister and snatches away others' grandparents. Only someone as foolish as Wu Yuding would associate with her. How dare you speak such nonsense? Wu Yuding stood up, confronting Tao Huan fiercely. Have you ever been to the Fu residence? Are you a member of the Fu family? Have you seen it? If you haven't, do not spread baseless rumors. You are the real villain for fabricating lies. Wu Yuding, usually timid, found her voice today, catching Tao Huan off guard. You. What about you? Oh, I see. You're merely jealous of Qi Bao's cuteness, beauty, and popularity, so you resort to slandering her, right? Oomph. Qi Bao is indeed cuter, which must infuriate you. Onlookers echoed her sentiments, recalling how they had witnessed Fu Tian's misstep. It was clear that Fu Tian was at fault, yet she had the audacity to blame Qi Bao. They were frustrated, knowing they could not intervene, only able to watch in exasperation. Those present knew the truth. Qi Bao had defended them before teacher's son and was nothing like the villain they claimed. She resembled an angel instead. Indeed, Tao Huan. We all saw it. This situation was Fu Tian's fault. She spoke out of turn first, so why continue to spread lies? Tao Huan, are you truly envious of Qi Bao? Even if you are, this is excessive. You are the real villain here. Feeling exposed, Tao Huan erupted with anger. Who is envious of her? What is there to envy about a forsaken wild child? She merely stumbled upon good fortune by being taken in by the Fu family. What is so enviable about that? She is not even pretty. I am far more beautiful. Not even close to my level. Only you blind fools would defend her. You all seem eager to be her lapdogs. Wu Yuding scoffed. If you cannot argue, just leave quietly. How embarrassing for you. Let us ignore her, Qi Bao. She is merely envious. Seeing Wu Yuding's flushed cheeks, Qi Bao chuckled softly. All right, I understand. Do not be upset. We shall ignore her. No need to get angry. The principal, witnessing the rare sight of a man in distress, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is something amiss, young Master Fu? Please sit down. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. No need for that. I have come to discuss a matter with you, principal, and shall leave shortly. Of course. Please instruct me. I shall do my utmost. Fu Jingyi paid little heed to the words spoken, instead letting out a soft sigh as he remarked, given your demeanor, it seems you have yet to hear the news. No matter. I believe it will reach you soon enough. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Today, Qi Bao encountered a minor incident, and I rushed over upon receiving the news, hence my tardiness. The principal's heart raced. Qi Bao? What had happened to Qi Bao? Why had no one informed him? How could Sun Yu, as the homeroom teacher, let this slip? Such a young lady must not come to harm. Or else the Fu family patriarch would surely seek him out, jeopardizing his position as principal. Tentatively, he inquired, Fu Xiao, I apologize for my oversight. What exactly transpired with Qi Bao? It is nothing serious. Merely a bit of shoving among classmates, resulting in a slight nosebleed. What? Bleeding? The principal sprang to his feet. How did this happen? How careless. Is she well now? Does it still hurt? Has it been treated? Observing the principal's anxious demeanor, Fu Jingyi felt a tinge of exasperation. He had grown accustomed to others' concern for the Fu family and was not surprised by his reaction. He replied coolly, by the time you express such worry, I suspect she has already recovered. It seems your news travels no faster than mine. The principal, recognizing the implication in his words, responded, I am sincerely sorry, Fu Xiao. I never anticipated that such an incident would occur on Miss Qi Bao's first day. Rest assured, I will ensure that such matters are managed properly in the future. and you'll be the first to hear of any news regarding Qi Bao. Chapter 34. Collaboration. Having received the answers he sought, Fu Jingyi nodded, refraining from further discussion about the altercation between Fu Tian and Qi Bao. Very well, since you assure me, I have complete faith in your capabilities. I shall take my leave. Take care, the principal replied. As Fu Jingyi reached the door, he paused suddenly. By the way, principal, I kindly ask you to keep a closer eye on my Qi Bao, as she has just arrived. I wish to avoid any unfounded rumors or gossip that might cause her distress. Isolation is something we cannot permit. Yes, of course. You need not worry, the principal assured him. Once Fu Jingyi departed, the principal let out a sigh of relief and summoned his secretary. Fetch Sun Yu for me. Bian casually draped an arm around Fu Jingyi's shoulders, having initially believed there was a grave matter at hand, as it was the first time he had seen his brother so flustered. Brother, your little niece is quite adorable. However, I see she is no naive sweetheart. Despite being bullied, she has certainly held her own. But aren't you worried she might claim a share of the Fu family's assets? With so many brothers already, adding another niece, what will you do? Fu Jingyi cast a detached glance at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. Noticing his irritation, Bian quickly added, Hey, don't be upset. I was merely joking. All right, I understand. The Fu family shares a strong bond. You seem to mention Qi Bao every day. My ears are close to developing calluses. Honestly, what are your plans moving forward? I doubt your words will change anyone's mind. Your Fu Tian is hardly a gentle soul. Fu Jingyi furrowed his brow slightly. I will consider this matter further. You can dine alone today. Bian exclaimed, What? Are you abandoning me? That's too much. Is there a girlfriend involved? Otherwise, why would you forsake me? Fu Jingyi dismissed him with a wave. Punishment. Tao Huan, noticing her classmates were unresponsive, approached Fu Tian instead. Sensing the newcomer, Fu Tian had an inkling of what was to come. Tao Huan had expected a warm greeting, yet was met with Fu Tian's indifferent gaze. She stood there, waiting for Fu Tian to speak, but the silence persisted, prompting her to look up and discover Fu Tian was preoccupied admiring her slender fingers. After much deliberation, she forced herself to say, You must be Fu Tian, right? Her condescending demeanor ignited Fu Tian's ire. Who did she think she was, speaking to her in such a manner? Yet considering her current situation, Fu Tian reined in her anger and smiled. Yes, I am Fu Tian. Classmate. I've seen you in Qi Bao's class, but I don't know your name. Having already felt disgruntled from being criticized by Fu Jingyi and others, Fu Tian found Tao Huan's display of superiority particularly grating. If not for Qi Bao, would this girl dare speak to her like that? In her former self, she would have dealt with her swiftly, knowing her mother would always back her up. But now, as she pondered this, her resentment towards Qi Bao deepened. So, since you're so reluctant to converse with me, may I ask why you've come to see me? If there's nothing, I shall take my leave, as I have various competitions to attend. Unlike you, who seems to have nothing to do. Tao Huan, feigning ignorance, retorted angrily, You asked me why I am here. What are you playing at? Are you pretending? Participating in competitions to satisfy your vanity? Indeed, with your current standing, I doubt you could survive without the glory of those competitions. Given your situation, I bet you feel threatened by the arrival of the popular Qi Bao. Feeling the sting of her words, Tao Huan grew furious, but refrained from pushing Fu Tian too far, as she could only collaborate with her. While Fu Tian had many options, she was already unpopular in class, and now with Qi Bao stealing her spotlight, her frustration grew. Her mother had taught her to fight for what she wanted, and she was determined to show Qi Bao the consequences of crossing Tao Huan. As for Fu Tian, once she dealt with Qi Bao, she would have her comeuppance as well, recognizing that Tao Huan had no choice but to ally with her. Fu Tian seized the opportunity and offered her an out. All right, since our goals align, there is no need for us to engage in self-destructive rivalry that would only amuse others. Collaboration? Certainly, but I have conditions. All plans must adhere to my directives. You shall merely follow my lead, and together we will ensure Qi Bao faces the consequences she deserves, driving her out. Why should you call the shots? I refuse. I will devise the plans myself. You simply follow my lead. I too can make Qi Bao suffer. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Fu Tian regarded her with a condescending gaze, her height giving her an advantage. You think you're worthy to contend with her? While I may not hold Qi Bao in high regard, your caliber would only lead to your annihilation. Spare us the bravado. If you wish to collaborate, you will obediently follow my guidance. Given our shared objective, my strategy will only benefit you, without any detriment. You need not worry. Once we have dealt with Qi Bao, you can reign over your class as you please. What do you say? Chapter 35. This is the restroom. Tao Huan was moved by her words. After all, she had been cherished at home, but here she felt unwelcome, which created a significant sense of disparity. If Qi Bao were to leave, everyone would then revolve around her. And at that point, she would have no trouble showing Fu Tian a thing or two. Very well, it's settled. But let me make one thing clear. You must not assign me any laborious tasks. I will only engage in what I am capable of doing. Moreover, you cannot compel me to undertake anything I am unwilling to do, and you must inform me of your plans in advance. Fu Tian, uninterested in the myriad rules of this delicate little princess, waved her hand dismissively, exhibiting no sincerity for collaboration. Sensing her lack of genuine interest, Tao Huan felt quite displeased, but, being in a weak position, could only acquiesce. As long as Qi Bao was driven away, everything would be manageable. Xiao Huang, are you sure this is the right place? You are not mistaken, are you? Xiao Huang flapped its wings and flew ahead, still unsteady in its flight due to inexperience. Qi Bao reached out to catch it, but was rebuffed. Reluctantly, she maintained her distance and followed behind. I am certain the scent is emanating from this very spot. It must be here. I cannot be mistaken. The aroma is most potent here. Xiao Huang muttered as it flew forward. And Qi Bao raised her head to find herself before the restroom, staring at the two large characters with a perplexed expression. But Xiao Huang, this is a restroom. Can a divine beast truly be here? The air fell into silence as Xiao Huang, undeterred, circled the restroom door, sniffing left and right. It cannot be. I distinctly smell the scent from within. It must be here. I will not be mistaken. Qi Bao, trust me. The divine beast is certainly inside. Seeing its stubborn demeanor, Qi Bao had no choice but to nod in temporary agreement. All right, where do we find it? Is it hidden within the wall? Shall we have to dismantle this restroom? No, not within the wall. The scent is coming from the second stall. It must be inside. Qi Bao, quickly, open the door. Reluctantly, Qi Bao cautiously pulled open the door to the second stall, only to be met with the sound of a flush. The door swung open from within, revealing Fu Tian, who regarded her with an awkward expression. The two exchanged a silent glance until Fu Tian broke the silence, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing at all," Qi Bao replied, shaking her head and glancing inside. Fu Tian turned to look behind her and suddenly felt a chill. "What are you looking for?" "There's nothing. Come out. I need to go in." Observing her retreating figure, Fu Tian furrowed her brow slightly. She wondered if Qi Bao was up to some mischief again. But what could possibly be behind her? Why had she been staring back? After closing the door, Qi Bao let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, Xiao Huang, you are clever. Otherwise, our conversation would have been overheard, and we would have been exposed. Xiao Huang, resting its chin on its paws, remained silent, lost in thought. By the way, Xiao Huang, did you not say the scent was coming from the stall? Have you located the divine beast yet? After knocking around to no avail, Qi Bao's gaze shifted to the toilet, her expression troubled. Is it true that divine beasts have such strong tastes? Was Xiao Huang like this too? Surely not. Surely not. I often kiss Xiao Huang. Noticing Qi Bao's increasingly peculiar gaze, Xiao Huang hurried to clarify. No. Qi Bao, listen to my explanation. I believe there is something amiss. I can no longer detect the scent of a divine beast. This matter concerning the divine beast was of utmost importance to Qi Bao, and her countenance turned grave as she furrowed her brow. How can this be? We are closer to this location now, yet the scent has vanished? Xiao Huang was equally perplexed indeed. Just moments ago, the aroma was emanating from here, but now it has disappeared. Could the divine beast have moved? Is it not yet in a deep slumber? Impossible. All divine beasts are sealed. They cannot move independently. Besides, this movement is not slow. Xiao Huang ceased its flight, pacing atop the toilet lid, before suddenly stopping, excitement filling its eyes. Qi Bao was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the divine beast is Fu Tian? How can that be? Xiao Huang, did you not say the divine beast has been dormant for ages? Its age far exceeds all of ours. How could Fu Tian be the divine beast? Realizing she had misunderstood, Xiao Huang quickly explained, No. That is not what I meant. Fu Tian is certainly not the divine beast. However, do you remember when we were at the Fu residence? The divine beast scent was only detected on Fu Tian. Hence, we speculated it must be at school, yet we found nothing. Just now she was in this stall, so the scent must be from her. I have not detected the divine beast's aroma on anyone else in this school, only on her. This indicates that Fu Tian must have visited a place we have not, a location where the divine beast is sealed. Otherwise, she would not carry the scent. Therefore, by following her, we can surely locate the divine beast's sealed resting place. What other places in this school have we not explored to find the divine beast? Upon arriving at the school, Qi Bao had instructed Xiao Huang to search independently, and it had surveyed the entire campus without success. She had initially thought finding the divine beast would be swift upon arriving at school, but proved to be quite challenging. Seeing her dejected demeanor, Xiao Huang comforted her. "It's all right, Qi Bao. We will strive together. Besides, the divine beast will surely choose a safe place to slumber. Otherwise, what if someone discovers it? Now we at least have a lead on the divine beast. We will find it in due time. As long as we follow Fu Tian, we will undoubtedly locate that place." Chapter 36. Plea: we cannot allow them to transfer either me or Fu Tian. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Fu Tian, you must not commit such a foolish error again. If we catch you once more, I cannot guarantee your safety. Keep a close eye on Qi Bao. I have a feeling she is up to no good, plotting something. Fu Tian glanced at her with a slight frown, impatience evident in her voice. "Tao Huan, I warn you, do not throw your little princess tantrums in front of me. I am not your mother, nor will I indulge you. If you do not wish to cooperate, that is fine. You can handle Qi Bao on your own. After all, I have plenty of time. I am in no rush to deal with her. But you, I imagine, must be quite anxious, as if you do not drive her away soon. You may not remain in this class much longer. You, I will keep an eye on her. Why are you being so fierce? I never said I was unwilling." Fu Tian dismissed her melodrama and continued, "I do not know the specifics, but I suspect she is searching for something. Just keep an eye out for any anomalies, and report them to me immediately. Do not act smart. Otherwise, neither of us will have a good outcome." Time passed swiftly. Although the Fu family had arranged for a driver to pick them up, Fu Jingyi traversed a significant part of the school city to find Qi Bao. Wu Yuding watched Fu Jingyi, nearly leaping with excitement. She never expected to see Jingyi Gu again today. Qi Bao was truly her little lucky star. Fu Jingyi effortlessly took the girl's backpack, crouching down to be level with the two little girls. "Thank you today, Wu classmate. You are always welcome to visit the Fu residence." Jingyi Gu invited me to the Fu residence. Oh my goodness. Am I dreaming? All right. I will definitely come to play next time. Jingyi Gu, will you be at the Fu residence then? Not at all. I meant, Jingyi Gij, can we play together then? Of course we can. Fu Jingyi gently replied, stroking Qi Bao's head. Qi Bao nodded, her smile radiant. Ting Ting, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Fu Jingyi picked up the girl, and the bystanders in the corridor cast envious glances. It was no surprise. Who wouldn't admire such a handsome and capable uncle? Fu Jingyi was a legendary figure in the capital's academic circles. Ooh, I also want to feel what it's like to be held by him. Qi Bao, oblivious to the jealousy around her, felt entirely content being cradled in his arms. When she was on the Beast Mountain, Mama Tiger carried her in much the same way, and she missed those days. Noticing the girl's sudden shift in mood, Fu Jingyi assumed something had happened at school and tentatively asked, "What's wrong, Qi Bao? Why do you look so down? Did someone bully you?" "No, uncle. Don't worry. No one has bullied me. My classmates are all very nice to me, and the teachers are too. But our English teacher took a leave of absence today, and I didn't get to see her, which is such a pity," the girl pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Fu Jingyi smirked and gently tapped her cute nose. "You'll see her tomorrow. Don't be sad, Qi Bao. Rest assured, all the teachers will like you. If anyone bullies you, you must tell uncle, understand?" "All right." Qi Bao cautiously studied the man's expression. The moment Fu Tian was mentioned, uncle's face changed, indicating he was genuinely upset. Noticing her hesitance, Fu Jingyi did not rush her, knowing the little girl could hardly keep her thoughts to herself. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Qi Bao couldn't help but speak up. "Uncle, can I ask you for a favor?" Fu Jingyi's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that what she was about to say might not be pleasant, but seeing her adorable demeanor, he braced himself and replied, "Speak up, let me hear what it is, and then I'll decide whether to agree." No, uncle. I'm begging you, just agree to Qi Bao," she pleaded. "Just tell me, and then I'll decide." Finding him unyielding, Qi Bao reluctantly continued, "It's like this, Uncle, could you please not tell Grandpa and Grandma about what happened today?" Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyi immediately refused without a second thought, dismissing her request entirely. No way. This matter is non-negotiable. If you faced any injustice at school, we must inform Grandpa and Grandma. Besides, didn't you promise them that you would? That's not it, Uncle. I didn't mean to go back on my word. I just think this matter isn't significant enough to bother Grandpa and Grandma with. Okay? Fu Jingyi halted, gently placing the girl on the ground. Crouching down, his eyes filled with earnestness, he said, Qi Bao, Haven T, I told you before, it's not just when you suffer physical harm or bleed that it counts as injustice. Even if something makes you unhappy, that still constitutes an injustice. What happened today was indeed unfair to you. You cannot hide these matters from us. Grandpa and Grandma, as well as your uncles, only want to protect you from being wronged. Do you understand? Moreover, if you continue to endure this quietly, it will only encourage others to take advantage of you. At suitable times, we must stand up for ourselves, all right? Chapter 37. Do you even deserve it? Seeing that her attempts to be cute were in vain, Qi Bao puffed up her cheeks and relented. All right, I understand. Uncle, I won't do this again. Fu Jingyi, unable to bear her disappointment, comforted her. All right, don't be upset, little princess. I know what to do. Hearing this, Qi Bao's eyes lit up. Really? Uncle, that's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle. Qi Bao loves Uncle the most. As Fu Jingyi carried the girl into the car, the driver joked. The bond between the young master and young miss is truly wonderful. The vehicle slowly drove away, leaving only exhaust fumes in its wake. Fu Tian stood rooted, glaring at the direction of the departing car, feeling that once, she too had a share of that affection. Even though Fu Jingyi had never doted on her as much, he certainly did not treat her as he did now. All of this was due to Qi Bao. Her arrival had effortlessly claimed all the love directed towards her. The driver, feeling anxious, stood by. Ever since the young lady and second young master had moved, her mood swings had become increasingly volatile, often resulting in them being reprimanded. Miss, we should leave now, or the second young master will worry. The driver, anxious, wanted to kneel as he would at home, but was immediately scolded. Are you a fool? What do you think you're doing in public? Do you want to embarrass me on purpose? Do you want everyone to know that Fu Tian is just a bully to those beneath her? The driver had no retort, insisting, No, that's not it, Mississippi. I'm sorry. Mississippi, it was my fault. I realize my mistake. I won't do it again. Please don't fire me. My family depends on this job. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Mississippi Fu Tian seemed to relish the feeling of putting others beneath her, chuckling lightly as she cast a disdainful glance at him. I warn you to know your place. In the Fu household, you're nothing. Not even a dog. But you are right. You need this job to support your family. So, do your job well. Keep your mouth in check, understand? If I hear you speak out of turn, it won't just be a matter of dismissal. I remember you have a daughter, don't you? Fu Tian stared at him, and he quickly replied, Understood. Rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut and not cause you trouble. Please don't involve my family. Good. If you do well, your family will naturally thrive. Now, let us go, otherwise my father will worry. Yes, yes. Li Ning was pacing anxiously at home, while Fu Yong, helpless, pulled his wife down to sit. Dear, you don't need to worry. Jingyi called us to say there's nothing to fret about. The school arranges afternoon tea and snacks, so Qi Bao one tea go hungry. But if you keep this up, you might faint. Li Ning immediately slapped his arm, scolding. Do you think I'm like you, not worried about her, Qi Bao? I see you don't care about her at all. Fu Yong felt wronged. Just then, the sound of a car engine turning off was heard from outside, and she quickly changed the subject. The driver opened the door for Fu Jingyi and was about to assist Qi Bao when she had already pushed the door open and jumped down. The driver, startled, rushed to catch her. Young miss, be careful. Qi Bao landed steadily and patted her chest. Don't worry, Uncle Driver. Qi Bao is very capable. This little thing is nothing to Qi Bao. Spotting the two figures approaching in the distance, Qi Bao's eyes brightened. Li Ning immediately beamed with joy, jogging over in quick strides. She scooped the girl in her arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. There's nothing wrong, Grandma. My classmates and teachers are all very good to me, taking great care of me. I really like them, so don't worry. Qi Bao naturally brushed aside a silver strand of hair from the woman's face. Grandma, why do you have so many white hairs? Li Ning smiled, because Grandma is getting older. When one ages, white hairs appear. But don't worry, look. Grandma has just this one white hair, so Grandma is still very young. If anyone dares to bully our Qi Bao, Grandma will surely teach them a lesson. Qi Bao chuckled at her words, responding with a bright smile. Got it, Grandma. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you, Grandma, I will stand up for you. I won't let anyone bully you. Good, good. Our Qi Bao is so filial, much better than those rascals. Feeling unjustly accused, Fu Jingyi looked at Fu Yong, who mirrored his expression. Fu Yong advised, son, hold on. Your father has been through this too. With you around, it is much better. Fu Jingyi questioned, are you really at ease like this? Aren't you concerned about your wife's habit of throwing blame around? Chapter 38, Concealment. Come on. Grandma has prepared a feast for our Qi Bao. Are you hungry? I made sure to prepare plenty of food to fill your little belly. Oh yes, let's eat. Mom, please tell me, am I really your biological child? Li Ning, engrossed in playing Lego with Qi Bao, barely spared him a glance, saying, if you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave. I'm busy here. Fu Yunqing smiled wryly, resigning to step outside. I understand, I'll take my leave. With a forlorn expression, Fu Yunqing reclined on a chair, gazing at the ornate ceiling. Fu Yangxuan, remaining indifferent, coldly corrected him. It's not Fu Yangxuan, it's fourth brother. Mind your manners. All right, fourth brother it is. I just can't stand that you always look like someone owes you 8 million. What a show. Noticing his thoughts laid bare, Fu Yangxuan's face flushed. What nonsense are you saying? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to bed. Watching him retreat in haste, Fu Yunqing smirked. Who are you kidding? Who goes to bed before 9? Why be shy? Our Qi Bao is so adorable. It's only natural to like her. Fu Yangxuan is just so awkward like a young girl. After lulling Qi Bao to sleep, Li Ning stepped out, only to run into Fu Jingyi waiting outside. Go to the study and don't worry. Okay. Fu Jingyi followed his mother, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, when his mother had called earlier, he claimed that nothing was wrong, and now he was unsure of how she would react. Before he could prepare himself, they arrived at the study door. Li Ning gently closed the door and sat on the sofa, regarding her suddenly uneasy son with amusement. Speak up, what happened? Seeing his mother see through him, Fu Jingyi was not surprised, cautiously replying, Mom, promise me you won't get angry when I tell you. Li Ning sighed deeply, sensing the forthcoming news would not be pleasant. Her son had never used this approach with her before, but now he was becoming more like Qi Bao. While she felt a flicker of joy, her expression remained stern. Fu Jingyi, you know I dislike this kind of bargaining. Just tell me, or the consequences will be worse. Fu Jingyi, feeling helpless, knew he had put a lot on the line for Qi Bao, and he needed her to give him a kiss. It's like this. Qi Bao had a little accident at school today and bled a bit from her nose, but it stopped quickly. Li Ning frowned slightly, realizing that her and Fu Yong's greatest concern had come to pass. She sensed that Fu Jingyi was hiding something. Jingyi, tell me the truth. Did Fu Tian say anything detrimental about Qi Bao? Feeling caught in his first lie, Fu Jingyi's ears turned slightly red. Although it was not an outright lie, merely a small concealment, he had never hidden anything from his mother. Mom, I did say a few things. All right, what did Qi Bao tell you? Why are you stammering? Is Qi Bao asking you not to tell us? Why? Is she worried we would be concerned, or does she not want us involved in her school matters? Li Ning quickly deduced that this must pertain to Qi Bao. After all, with Fu Jingyi's character, even if Fu Tian said something, it would not compel him to conceal it from them. Only Qi Bao could manage to have him hide things. But why would she do that? Realizing he had been guessed, Fu Jingyi's expression changed slightly. He never expected his mother to catch on so quickly. No, Mom, it's not what you think. This is indeed something Qi Bao wanted me to keep from you. Although I don't know the specific reason, it is certainly not as you imagine. Qi Bao loves you both dearly. You should know that. So, it cannot be for that reason. As for why she wants to hide this from you, I believe she has her reasons. Fu Jingyi hesitated, not wanting to disappoint Qi Bao, and after much contemplation, he said, Mom, could you pretend not to know about this? This is the first time Qi Bao has asked me for help, and I don't want to let her down. Could you just overlook this matter for her sake? Li Ning sighed in resignation, realizing how adept their little Qi Bao was at manipulating everyone, even getting Fu Jingyi to plead with her. All right, good night. Rest early. Feeling deflated, Fu Jingyi left the room, leaving Li Ning alone in the study, deep in thought. Before long, the study door opened again, and Fu Yong entered, carrying a cup of warm milk. Madam, why are you here alone? What are you thinking about? I've been looking for you. Drink your milk. If you don't, you'll have trouble sleeping, just like a child. Li Ning ignored him, patting the sofa beside her, signaling him to sit. Fu Yong handed her the milk and skillfully began to massage her head. Li Ning closed her eyes in comfort, her voice gradually emerging. Qi Bao encountered a little trouble at school today. Chapter 39. Guilt. Fu Yong immediately withdrew his hands, startling Li Ning. He did not notice the look in her eyes as a torrent of questions spilled forth. What? Qi Bao encountered trouble. What happened? Was she bullied? Did she suffer? I will confront them. Didn't Fu Jingyi say nothing was wrong? That little rascal. Just wait until I deal with him. He immediately stood up, ready to call the principal, but Li Ning stopped him. Madam, don't hold me back. I want to know what this principal is up to. Our Qi Bao is in trouble at school. And how can he not inform me? He didn't tell me anything. And Fu Jingyi, that little brat. I've already told him to report anything concerning Qi Bao at school. Not only did he not tell us, but he also concealed the situation, saying everything is fine while Qi Bao is suffering. I only just found out? No way. This infuriates me. I must set things right with him. Li Ning felt somewhat helpless. This issue shouldn't have been conveyed to Fu Yong. Although he appeared indifferent, he was the most anxious. When their daughter first began school, Fu Yong couldn't sit still at home, pacing endlessly and neglecting work. All right, don't rush. Just listen to me. Fu Yong, still fuming, plopped down on the sofa. What is there to say? We should never have sent Qi Bao to that school. There is no assurance whatsoever. She encountered some troubles, and we remain in the dark about what has transpired with our Qi Bao. If we were to find Wan, how would we explain this to her? Li Ning's expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, if Qi Bao were in trouble, what face would they have to present in Wan? With a long exhale, Li Ning spoke. This matter is something Qi Bao asked Jing not to disclose to us. Do not blame him. As for the principal, Jing, he must have smoothed things over. After all, they are all members of the Fu family, and perhaps he did not consider the implications. Upon hearing this, Fu Yong appeared disheartened. How could this be? How could Qi Bao not want to tell us? Our Qi Bao has no reason to act this way. Could it be that those who bullied Qi Bao threatened her? Those rascals. I will find out who dared to bully my precious granddaughter, he declared, rising from his seat. Li Ning, feeling somewhat helpless, tugged him back down. Can you let me finish? I have already spoken with the principal. Today, Qi Bao fell and had a bit of nosebleed. But somehow, this rumor morphed into a story of Qi Bao fighting with someone and getting hurt. This reached Fu Tian, who then rushed to Qi Bao's classroom. She did not scold her, but insisted that Qi Bao instigated the incident. When confronted, she became furious and falsely accused our Qi Bao of bullying her within the Fu household. Now, Qi Bao is perceived at school as a spoiled rich child who bullies her elder sister. If you go there now and cause a scene, it would only reinforce this narrative. Moreover, Qi Bao does not wish for us to be aware of this incident. Fu Yong slumped on the sofa, utterly at a loss. During his days of thriving in business, he had never felt such helplessness. What should be done? They cannot simply allow others to bully Qi Bao. Do they truly believe the Fu family is without power? He had yet to devise a solution, but this matter must be addressed. Although Qi Bao wished for them to remain oblivious, only she could convey her thoughts on this issue. Perhaps he should speak with her tomorrow and consider their next steps. Very well, it seems that is the only course of action. The next morning, Qi Bao, feeling somewhat parched, was startled when she saw a figure by her bedside. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she confirmed, Grandma, why are you sitting here at such a late hour? Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Li Ning chuckled. What late hour? Little lazy bug, it's morning. Oh, is it morning already? The curtains must have blocked out the light. Or perhaps she simply did not notice the soft glow filtering in as she rose from bed. It truly is morning. Good morning, Grandma. Li Ning tousled her messy hair gently, speaking warmly. Good morning, our little princess. Let us go wash up and have breakfast. All right. After tidying herself, Qi Bao sat at the dining table an hour later. Watching her eat heartily, Li Ning cautiously broached the subject. Did Qi Bao have a good day at school yesterday? Did anything happen? Was anyone unkind to you? Having asked this question yesterday, bringing it up again today made Qi Bao suddenly aware. It seemed her uncle had been discovered, and she had not expected him to keep this matter entirely under wraps. After all, Grandma and Grandpa were not foolish. She smiled sheepishly. Grandma, didn't you ask me this question yesterday? I told you no one bullied Qi Bao, and she was very happy. Qi Bao's classmates and teachers all particularly like her. Noticing her reluctance to confess, Li Ning found herself at a crossroads. Should she reveal the truth? Qi Bao's reaction suggested she wished to keep things to herself. Grandma meant to let it go since Qi Bao was happy, and that was what mattered. However, if Qi Bao had any grievances, she should tell her. For Grandma would not let her suffer in vain. Their primary concern was Qi Bao's happiness. They need not overthink it. If Qi Bao did not want them to know, then they would remain in ignorance. After all, Qi Bao had her own thoughts, and respecting her wishes was their duty. Seeing Li Ning's demeanor, Qi Bao felt a pang of guilt. Grandma and Grandpa must have already learned everything. Yet it seemed they refrained from asking because of her unwillingness to tell them. She should not have hidden things from them. Just before departing, Qi Bao suddenly jumped from the car, ran up to Li Ning, and whispered in her ear, "Grandma, don't worry. Qi Bao can take care of herself. In the future, I promise to tell you everything." "Thank you, Grandma. I promise this is the first and last time. I will never hide anything from you and Grandpa again. But please believe in me, I will handle these matters well." After saying this, she quickly pecked Li Ning on the cheek, exclaiming, "Miss, you'll be late." As she watched the girl run away, Li Ning felt a warmth in her eyes. Heaven had taken her daughter, but had given her Qi Bao in return. Chapter 40. The English teacher Fu Jing had been stealing glances at the girl beside him, feeling somewhat anxious. He had failed to accomplish the task Qi Bao entrusted to him, and worried about her disappointment. Noticing the man's frequent sidelong glances, Qi Bao tilted her head slightly, pretending not to notice. When he looked at her again, she suddenly turned to him and said, "Uncle, Qi Bao has caught you. Tell me, why are you spying on me?" She posed a playful gesture as if holding a gun. Fu Jing raised his hands in surrender. All right, I yield. Little princess, I was wrong. Uncle should not have been sneaking glances at you. Can you forgive me?" Qi Bao was unyielding, responding, "Not at all, unless you tell me why you were watching me." Fu Jing's expression turned awkward, struggling to find the words. "I'm sorry, Qi Bao. Uncle did not fulfill what you wanted me to do," which led to Grandma and Grandpa finding out about this. Qi Bao had already sensed his displeasure today. Thus, upon discovering that he was watching her, she had deliberately tried to cheer him up, and it seemed to have worked. However, she now understood why he was unhappy. It was because of this matter. She smiled at Fu Jing, her expression pure and charming, reminiscent of a blooming lotus in early summer, her laughter gradually fading. So, Uncle was upset because of this. It was the first time he admitted to being troubled by something all night, and Fu Jing felt uneasy. Well then, can Qi Bao forgive Uncle? Not yet, Uncle. Qi Bao must punish you. Fu Jing's eyes dimmed slowly. Indeed, Qi Bao was disappointed in him. But that was only natural, wasn't it? He had not met her expectations. He forced a smile. "Very well, it's all right, Qi Bao. This time it was Uncle's mistake. Next time, I will do my utmost to meet all your requests and not let you down." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Qi Bao burst into laughter. "Uncle, what are you worried about? How could Qi Bao possibly be angry? When I said I wouldn't forgive you, it's because Qi Bao has never been angry. Besides, how can Uncle be secretly upset over this? That's just too much. And Qi Bao knows you have tried your best. Actually, even if Grandma and Grandpa find out, it won't matter. Qi Bao is quite capable. She can handle anything. So don't be sad, Uncle. Qi Bao is not angry at all, truly. Thank you, Uncle, for helping Qi Bao. She likes you the most, the most, the most." As if to validate her own words, she suddenly planted a kiss on the man's cheek, playfully teasing. Hey, shout, Jiao, do you feel Qi Bao's strong affection for you?" Fu Jing's face flushed slightly as he turned his head away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qi Bao then shifted the topic, continuing, however, as a punishment for secretly getting upset, "Xiao Jiao must take Qi Bao to school today." Just then, the driver interjected, "Young lady, young master, we have arrived." Fu Jing clenched his fist, pretending to cough into it. Ahem, understood. "Come on, Qi Bao, shout Jiao will take you to school." After escorting Qi Bao to her classroom, Fu Jing strode away, and after ensuring no one was around, he quickly slipped into a corner, facing the wall with his head bowed in silence. One could discern a hint of red on his earlobes. "Fu Jing, what are you doing here?" A voice called from behind. Bian, spotting him from a distance, initially intended to greet him, but was taken aback when she realized he hadn't noticed her approach. Given his usual keen alertness, he should have sensed her presence long before she got close. Narrowing her eyes, Bian suspected something was amiss. Startled, Fu Jing turned around with a hint of displeasure. Bian's eyes widened as she scrutinized him. Upon being discovered, Fu Jing's expression changed. He avoided her gaze, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely walking too fast and took a moment to rest. You startled me from behind with your sudden appearance and are now babbling on. Let us hurry, or we'll be late." With that, he strode forward, completely disregarding Bian trailing behind. Seeing his evasiveness, Bian quickly caught up. "Ting, is the English teacher mean?" "I'm a bit scared," she inquired. Wu Yuding puffed her cheeks. "Not really mean, but I don't like this English teacher. I'm not sure why." Perhaps feeling an inexplicable sense of hostility, Wu Yuding's voice gradually dwindled. Qi Bao, will you dislike me because of this? Qi Bao chuckled softly, reassuring her of course not. Ting ting, it's quite normal. It must be something the English teacher did that upset you. It's all right. After speaking, Qi Bao furrowed her brows slightly. Logically, Wu Yuding shouldn't have any dislikes. Since she did, it indicated the English teacher might indeed be problematic. Qi Bao concluded internally, her expectations dwindling. The class bell rang, and a man dressed neatly in professional attire, wearing glasses, entered. Xiaoho's eyes brightened as he spotted Qi Bao, and with a beaming smile, he approached her. You must be Qi Bao. I am your English teacher, Mr. Xia. You can call me Xia Laosher, or just Mr. Xia, whichever you prefer. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. There is no need to feel shy. By the way, I've heard Qi Bao hails from the Fu family. I have long admired the Fu family's esteemed reputation. Please convey my regards to them. It would be wonderful to meet them one day. Naturally, I've also greatly admired the young masters of the Fu family. It would be a privilege to make their acquaintance. Rest assured, Qi Bao, if you encounter any difficulties at school, feel free to approach me. Out of respect for the Fu family, I will ensure to assist you earnestly. Chapter 41. Unworthy? Qi Bao frowned slightly, but, out of politeness, nodded obediently. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Now, let us continue with the lesson. Wu Yuding quietly leaned towards Qi Bao, whispering, you don't need to mind him. He says this to everyone. He repeats it for all the children from prominent families. Before she could finish, a loud voice interrupted. Tao Huan, please stand. Tao Huan rose slowly, her face filled with disdain as she calmly declared, I don't know this question, teacher. She appeared quite pleased, showing no signs of shame or anxiety for being unable to answer. Tao Huan smirked, knowing her family had contributed significantly to Xiaoho. If he dared to scold her, he would ruin his reputation in the capital. Xiaoho, upon hearing her words, did not seem angered. Instead, he adjusted his glasses, responding with a friendly demeanor, It's fine, Tao Huan, you may sit down. Tao Huan, slightly dissatisfied, retorted, Teacher, can you not call on me next time? Standing up is exhausting. Huh? All right, I want to call on you next time. Chen Montak, can't you learn from Tao Huan? She asked, both modest and honest. Not knowing is not a disgrace. What nonsense are you spouting? You're wasting everyone's time. Is your time not valuable? Do you have any idea how much money their parents earn per minute? If everyone were like you, we would all be impoverished. I can't fathom how someone like you even got into a school in the capital. Truly a disgrace to the institution. Being young and subjected to such scorn. Chun Mo's eyes reddened, and she could only remain silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. This opportunity was hard-earned. She could not let it slip away. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I realize my mistake. I want to do it again. Please don't be angry. Seeing her capitulation restored his authority in the class. Xiaoho let out a sigh of relief, but then stubbornly continued. All right, class, let us proceed. The question posed was particularly tricky, not something typically tackled at their age. However, having been taught many skills by her mentors in the mountains, Qi Bao was naturally able to respond fluidly. Xiaoho's eyes gleamed. Indeed, children from wealthy families were different. Chinamo clenched her fists tightly, thinking, no, I can't give up. My grandmother worked hard to send me to school. I must not squander this precious opportunity. Wiping her tears, she scolded herself, stop crying. Chinamo, stop crying. Beside crying, what can you do? That person insulted your grandmother in front of you, and you can only stand there in tears. No more crying. You cannot bow to such a person. You must win beautifully, striking a hard blow to their pride. In a school in the capital, to be regarded, one must either excel academically or possess a formidable family background. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted. Mr. Xia, Qi Bao has a question. Following the voice, Chinemo saw a girl with a rosy complexion timidly raising her hand. How could she compete with someone like that? Xiaoho's irritation vanished, replaced by a smile as he approached her. Qi Bao, feel free to ask your question. I will certainly assist you. Qi Bao obediently stood up, glancing at Chinemo. Their eyes met, and she smiled brightly, her expression radiating warmth like the gentle sun on a winter's day, illuminating a dark corner in Chun Mo's heart, filling her with a sweet warmth. Flustered, Chun Mo averted her gaze, unable to meet Qi Bao's eyes. Xiaoho, inexplicably feeling a twinge of anxiety, heard Qi Bao ask, Mr. Xia, where are your parents? This unexpected question left Xiaoho momentarily stunned, but he soon burst into laughter, interpreting her inquiry as genuine concern. It seemed he held a respectable image in Qi Bao's eyes, which could bode well for his dealings with the Fu family. Ha ha! Thank you for your concern, Qi Bao. My parents are at home. I work hard to provide for them, ensuring they enjoy their retirement. Thus, I must earn a great deal of money. Perhaps you could assist me, Qi Bao. If you're willing, could you arrange for me to meet your uncle? I have some matters I would like to discuss with him. Qi Bao tilted her head slightly, her eyes exceptionally clear, just as Xiaoho thought she was about to acquiesce. Qi Bao hesitated and spoke. Chapter 42, Confrontation. Upon hearing Qi Bao mention informing the Fu family patriarch and matriarch, Xiaoho immediately panicked and hurriedly responded. Xiaoho glanced around nervously. The children in the class all directed their gazes toward him. These children were not naive. They had witnessed similar acts of flattery in Arabic countless times and had become desensitized to it. Although they felt displeased, they had never openly confronted him. However, with a leader like Qi Bao, they began to feel that this situation was rather inappropriate. The collective emotions of the group were stirred, and the classroom grew restless. Wu Yuding was the first to interject, exclaiming, "Indeed, teacher, isn't this a case of favoritism? I just saw you making Tao Huan sit down immediately. Why did you not allow Chanimo to sit, and instead spoke such harsh words to her? If someone else were to say such things to you, teacher, wouldn't you be very angry? Exactly. This is too much. You're simply bullying Chanimo because she has no one at home." Xiaoho felt flustered and quickly attempted to explain. Wu Yuding listened, momentarily stunned. Although she sensed something was amiss, she was at a loss for how to counter. She glanced at Qi Bao for assistance. "Teacher, we have never said we were unwilling to wait for Chanimo. You think you're doing this for our benefit. But it is actually you who scolded Chanimo that made us wait longer. If that is the case, doesn't that make your actions even more inappropriate? Shouldn't the teacher also be punished and be subjected to our harsh words? After all, everyone is equal. You said you were doing this for us, so you should accept the consequences." Xiaoho was immediately alarmed. Since coming to the Beijing school, everyone had treated him with courtesy. How could he possibly confront someone like her? Who is equal to her? She is merely a worthless individual who crawled out from the bottom of society. I am nothing like her. She can never aspire to be someone like me. Xiaoho, enraged and humiliated, did not forget that Qi Bao and her group hailed from prominent families, individuals he could not afford to offend. Thus, he redirected his ire towards Chanimo. After speaking, he intended to leave, but Qi Bao immediately stood up and positioned her small frame in front of the door. Xiaoho took a deep breath, reminding himself that he could not confront them directly. "Qi Bao, what are you doing? Step aside. The teacher is merely administering the punishment Chun Mo deserves. Quickly, let me pass." Qi Bao firmly blocked the entrance. Casting a glance at the corner where Chun Mo stood, her face streaked with tears yet filled with determination. Suddenly she smiled, sharing a laugh with Chun Mo. After laughing, she lifted her chin and looked at the hypocritical teacher, resolutely shaking her head and saying, "Teacher Xia, I believe Chun Mo has done nothing wrong. If you insist on reporting to the principal, then I believe both Chun Mo and I should be expelled together. However, before we go, I must inform my grandparents about what kind of teachers this school has. I am sure they will support my decision." "What do you mean by that?" Wu Yuding stepped in front of Qi Bao, using her small stature to shield the girl. "Yes, I support Qi Bao. I also don't think Chun Mo did anything wrong. If you insist on having her expelled, then I will leave this school too. I will tell my parents that I refuse to attend classes here." "Me too. I will say the same. I do not wish to continue at such a school. Take me with you." An increasing number of young students gathered in front of Qi Bao, shielding her. Xiaoho narrowed his eyes, contemplating how Qi Bao, having only been in this class for a day, had already achieved such a status. The authority he had painstakingly established in class was being shattered by her. "Fine, I understand. I will no longer report this to the principal. Chun Mo can continue attending this class. Is that acceptable?" Qi Bao still shook her head. "That won't do. Teacher Xia, here's the thing. Qi Bao can prevent the principal from expelling Chun Mo and everyone else. But Qi Bao can also have the principal expel Teacher Xia. After all, Qi Bao is a member of the Fu family. However, Qi Bao does not wish to do that just yet. I believe Teacher Xia should apologize to Chun Mo. My grandparents said that recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is important, and Teacher Xia should set an example for us. Shouldn't she?" "Yes. Apologize. Apologize. No apology. No way out. No apology means you'll be expelled. Expelled." Chapter 43. Surrender. Xiaoho clenched his fists, wondering why Sun Yu had not yet arrived. He had clearly notified her. That wretched girl, what game was she playing now? Fine, I will apologize. But Qi Bao, you must promise me not to tell the Fu family about this. All other classmates must also promise not to discuss this with anyone else. Qi Bao rolled her eyes and reluctantly agreed. All right, we promise you. Now, please apologize to Chonimo. Xiaoho took a deep breath, walked up to Chonimo, looking down at her with disdain in his eyes. Remember, this is what they fought for you. But someone like you does not deserve my apology. You belong in the trash. Today's apology is what Qi Bao and the others secured for you. The girl's eyes brimmed with defiance, and she remained silent. Xiaoho noticed her expression and felt a flicker of interest. I hadn't noticed you possess some charm, not like someone who crawled out of the trash. But alas, a person like you cannot wash away the stench of garbage within. He then lazily stated, I apologize, Chinimo. The teacher should not have said such excessive things to you today. After saying this, he turned his back to the girl and looked at Qi Bao. Qi Bao, are you satisfied now? Qi Bao frowned slightly, feeling conflicted. She could certainly see that Xiaoho's words were insincere and intended to belittle Chinimo. However, although she could have her grandparents pressure the principal to expel Xiaoho, she did not wish for them to use their power to oppress others. How she wished she had the ability to handle this herself. Just as she hesitated, Chonimo suddenly spoke up, Teacher Xia, I do not forgive you. I have never regarded you as a good teacher. You should not apologize to me today, but rather to my grandmother, who works hard to make a living. After all, incidents like today happen often, don't they? The only reason I still call you Teacher Xia is due to my grandmother's teachings. However, I do not think someone like you deserves that title, nor do you deserve to apologize to my grandmother. Of course, my grandmother would not accept an apology from someone like you. So today, I reject your apology on her behalf. Since arriving at the Beijing school, Xiaoho had been treated with utmost respect by everyone, with various individuals seeking his favor. How could someone like her confront him so boldly? What? What did you say? Qi Bao, did you hear that? You are defending such a person? Disrespectful, shameless, and full of nonsense. How can someone like her remain in the Beijing Academy? She is simply polluting this sacred place. Chinimo, you have some audacity today. We shall see how I deal with you. His words momentarily stunned Chunemo. What Chunemo said is correct. Teacher, your previous apology lacked sincerity. However, I will not pursue this matter further. I maintain that Chunemo has not said a single wrong word or done anything inappropriate. If Teacher Xia still insists on expelling her, then Qi Bao reiterates her stance. Qi Bao guarantees that Teacher Xia cannot expel her. Rather, it should be you who is expelled. Xiaoho was infuriated. Yet he could do nothing about it. After all, given his current status, he could not afford to offend any of these young masters and ladies. Fine, fine. Well done. All of you. Chunemo gazed at the girl who stood steadfastly beside him. Her hand was slightly drawn back, and though she was shorter than him, she consistently shielded him. Chunmo's eyes became moist. It turned out that this was the reason for her stubbornness. There was always someone standing in front of her. Once Xiaoho departed, Qi Bao let out a sigh of relief. Although she could threaten him to apologize to Chunemo, his words were too hurtful, and she felt powerless to mend the wounds. Chunemo. Chunemo lifted his head to look at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. She turned to the crowd in front of her, thanking each person in turn. Thank you, Qi Bao. Thank you, Wu Yuting. Thank you all. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. I confronted the teacher today. I will take the initiative to explain to the principal and request my expulsion. Before uttering those words, Chunemo had contemplated all the consequences. She did not want Qi Bao and the others to suffer because of her. She understood the difficulties faced by the large group. Wu Yuting immediately interjected, No, Chunemo, we all want you to stay. Please don't give up easily. We will ensure you are not expelled. No need, thank you all. My grandmother has already sacrificed so much to support me, and paying for this school's tuition is a burden for her. So I thought perhaps it's best if I just don't continue. Teacher Xia may not be wrong. Someone like me, from the lower echelons of society, might never rise up. I accept my fate. Though she did not wish for Chunemo to leave, she felt powerless to erase the scars left by Xiaoho in Chinmo's heart. Sun Yu stepped onto the podium and surveyed the downcast faces of the students. It seemed they were all somewhat dispirited. Sun Yu smiled slightly. She had indeed received news from Xiaoho, but upon seeing the scene at the classroom door, she had turned and left without hesitation. She did not believe her actions needed to be curbed. Rather, they required encouragement. This was a ray of light for those individuals, precisely the illumination they needed. All right, everyone, please stand. Good morning, teachers. Good morning, students. Please be seated. Today, I will not be teaching a lesson. Instead, I wish to share something different with you. Sun Yu glanced at Chen Mo and said, "Fate is a belief. If you have faith in it, it exists, but if you do not, it vanishes. I cherish a saying, I am the master of my fate, not fate of me. Your birth does not determine everything, nor do your hardships dictate your entire life. Your future is something you must strive to attain." She lowered her gaze, remaining silent. "Chen Mo, please come to the teacher's office after class." Wu Yuting immediately became anxious, gripping Qi Bao's clothing. "Qi Bao, what if teacher Sun is going to scold Chen Mo? What if she intends to expel her? What should we do? I'm so worried." Chapter 44, Secrets. Qi Bao felt somewhat uneasy, but instinctively believed that Sun Yu was not that kind of person. She comforted Wu Yuting, saying, "Ting Ting, don't worry. I trust that teacher Sun is not that way. I'll go check it out." "Okay, you can count on me." Chen Mo stood nervously in front of the desk. The facilities at Jingcheng School were undoubtedly the finest, with each teacher having their own private office. Sun Yu looked at the apprehensive girl before her and suddenly chuckled. "Chen Mo, I believe in you and hope you will strive to keep moving forward for your grandmother, for me, and for all the classmates standing before you today. Please do not compromise. Give it your best effort. I am eager to see what kind of person you will become in the future." Chen Mo bit her lip, wanting to say more. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, and she looked toward the entrance like a startled deer, her eyes devoid of focus. Xiaoho appeared, his face twisted in anger. Upon seeing Chen Mo, he sneered derisively and directed his sarcasm at Sun Yu. "What? You're still allowing this trash to stay here, waiting to witness a live performance?" Sun Yu frowned but maintained her smile, feigning calmness as she looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo could only nod, walking away while glancing back nervously. Xiaoho noticed her gaze and deliberately pulled the curtains slowly, giving her a knowing look. After closing the curtains, Xiaoho sneered, observing the woman sitting calmly in the chair. "Sun Yu, this is intentional. Isn't it? You've really become bold lately. Do you think Qi Bao's presence can save Chen Mo and you as well? Don't be delusional. I warn you to behave, otherwise. Don't blame me for what comes next." Sun Yu interrupted him directly, her eyes lowering as she sneered. Xiaoho looked at her and suddenly laughed. He approached her slowly, bending down to come closer, his rough hand gliding over her neck where beads of sweat had formed. He twisted his fingers and slowly sucked on them. "Sun Yu, you truly captivate me. However, I'm not one to be stingy. I prefer everyone to witness your predicament." "The police? Huh. You know that once this video is released, the only outcome for you is expulsion. Meanwhile, all I need to do is claim that you seduced me, and I can remain here. You understand that staying here means ingratiating myself. Dealing with a worthless person will be quite easy. Want it?" Seeing the expression on Sun Yu's face begin to crack, Xiaoho smiled with satisfaction and took a step back, creating distance. "Of course, I prefer to enjoy it alone. But if you push me too far, I won't hesitate to take action. So, Sun Yu, I advise you to remain compliant. As for today, I can overlook it, but there must be some compensation, right? I will send you the room number tonight. You should consider whether to come, Teacher Sunday." With that, he turned and left, utterly unconcerned about how the woman in the chair felt. Once Xiaoho departed, Sun Yu began to breathe heavily. She opened a drawer filled with wet wipes and continuously wiped the back of her neck until the tissues bore splotches of blood. Disgusted, she tossed them into the trash, observing the pile of white tissues within. Suddenly, she felt nauseous. So revolting, so revolting. I feel revolting everywhere. Reflecting on her earlier words to Chen Mo, Sun Yu wiped her mouth. She clenched her fists, realizing that her words were not just directed at Chen Mo, but also at herself. "Teacher," a faint female voice called out, prompting Sun Yu to stand up in a fluster and adjust her clothing before opening the door. Qi Bao stood at the entrance, biting her lip and staring at her intently. Noticing Qi Bao's expression, Sun Yu's heart sank. She forced a smile and softly asked, "Qi Bao, what brings you here?" "Come in." Qi Bao nodded and slowly walked inside, her gaze evasive. How much had Qi Bao heard? Sun Yu felt anxious, but said nothing, merely asking, "Qi Bao, have a seat. Is there something you wish to discuss with the teacher? Are you having trouble adjusting to the class? Or is it some other issue? Please share. I will do my best to assist you." Sun Yu understood well that Qi Bao could not possibly be struggling to fit in. After all, this little one had quickly become the class leader. Now, all the classmates followed closely behind her. Yet, the thought of Qi Bao having overheard something troubled Sun Yu, leaving her uncertain about what to say. Although she was aware that a child as young as Qi Bao might not fully grasp the situation, she still felt a surge of panic. It turned out she was not as strong as she had imagined. If Qi Bao revealed what she knew, she would only face scorn and disdain. Seeing Qi Bao remain silent, Sun Yu took the initiative, asking, "When did you arrive, Qi Bao?" Qi Bao took a sip of the milk Sun Yu had prepared for her, blinking innocently as she said, "I haven't been here long at all. I just arrived and happened to see Teacher Xia leaving." Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively believing that Qi Bao would not lie. "Oh, really? Oh, very well. The teacher thought you had already arrived. That's good. Is there something you wish to discuss with the teacher?" Qi Bao remained silent, gazing at the milky liquid in her cup. In truth, she had followed closely behind Jin'an when he arrived. Although she knew Sun Yu would not blame Jin'an, she still felt uneasy and came along. Noticing Qi Bao's silence, Sun Yu called out, Qi Bao, what are you thinking? Didn't you come to find the teacher for something? Why are you not speaking?" "Ah." Sun Yu chuckled helplessly, playfully tapping the girl's nose. The teacher asked, "Did our Qi Bao come to see the teacher for a reason?" Qi Bao quickly brightened her expression and replied, "No, teacher. I actually just wanted to ask you not to blame classmate Jin'an. But it's all right, because Jin'an has already informed me that Teacher Sun did not blame her. Teacher Sun is the best. Thank you, Teacher Sun. I really like you." Chapter 45. A flustered hero? Sun Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Something seemed amiss, though she could not pinpoint it. She could only wave goodbye to Qi Bao, saying, "All right. Qi Bao, goodbye. Be careful on your way. Come back if you need anything. Qi Bao waved cheerfully as she turned, but the moment she faced away, the smile faded. The entire day passed with her mind wandering. It seemed that Xiaoho not only insulted students, but also left Qi Bao feeling troubled. Teacher Sun appeared to be in pain, yet all she could do was pretend to be oblivious to the situation. When Fu Jingyi came to pick her up, he immediately noticed the girl's distracted demeanor. "What's wrong, Qi Bao? Are you unhappy today? Not getting along with your classmates?" "No, uncle. Qi Bao is not unhappy. But may I ask you for something?" After the recent incident, Fu Jingyi was intent on making it up to Qi Bao. This was an opportunity he could not let slip by, so he quickly nodded without hesitation. "Of course, Qi Bao. Tell me. Whatever our little princess desires, uncle will grant." Surprised by Fu Jingyi's swift agreement, Qi Bao paused before smiling. "Uncle, why are you so quick to agree to my request today? Aren't you afraid I might ask you to do something mischievous?" Hearing this, Fu Jingyi felt relieved. Initially, he had his doubts, but his desire to compensate Qi Bao led him to agree. Now, hearing her words, he guessed it probably wasn't anything bad. As long as it was within his capacity, Fu Jingyi would comply. He pinched the girl's exquisitely shaped nose and teased, "What is it? Does our Qi Bao want uncle to do something mischievous? Just tell me, little princess, and uncle will agree." Qi Bao settled on his lap, affectionately rubbing against him. The girl's soft touch made Fu Jingyi's arm itch. "Hee. Uncle, it's really not a big deal. It's quite simple, actually. Qi Bao just wants to borrow a few people from you." "People? What people?" Qi Bao blinked and turned to the entourage of bodyguards following them, staring at him silently. Fu Jingyi understood immediately. Qi Bao wanted him to provide her with some bodyguards. "But didn't your grandparents already assign you many bodyguards? What do you need so many for?" "Qi Bao, I can lend you the bodyguards, but if you plan to use them for something dangerous, you must inform uncle what you intend to do. I will not interfere with our little princess, but I will send people to protect you. All right?" I understand, uncle. I was just about to tell you that. I have no intention of keeping anything from you." Qi Bao had learned her lesson this time. Although the incident with Xiaoho would not be leaked, every classroom in the capital schools had several cameras, capturing every word in action. If Fu Jingyi chose to investigate, he could easily uncover the truth. It was better to be forthcoming with him, so he could support her. Fu Jingyi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Qi Bao would be so obedient, wanting to proactively disclose the situation to him. It seemed that his little princess was quite clever, realizing he would find out and thus telling him in advance, which might even allow him to side with her. Indeed, Qi Bao loves me more. After all, she didn't proactively inform her parents last time. Aware of his unique position in Qi Bao's heart, Fu Jingyi felt a surge of joy. though he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Oh, is that so? Our Qi Bao is so obedient this time? Very well. Tell uncle why you want bodyguards, and I shall lend them to you. Qi Bao, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, attempted to appear innocent. Uncle, you wouldn't believe it. Something significant happened in class today. Otherwise, I would have asked for bodyguards. I was left with no choice. You must help me. Fu Jingyi ignored her lament and directly addressed the matter at hand. Let us get to the point, Qi Bao. Well, you see, uncle, I told you yesterday that I didn't see our English teacher, right? He came to class today. However, I feel he treats us very differently, and his words are quite hurtful. Fu Jingyi immediately tensed up, relieved to know that Qi Bao was not being targeted. He frowned slightly, having gathered from Qi Bao that the teacher was one who flatters the wealthy while looking down on the children from poorer backgrounds. Such individuals were not uncommon in the capital schools. All right, uncle agrees to lend you the bodyguards, but Qi Bao must promise me not to engage in any reckless activities. You know to protect others, but you must also protect yourself, understand? Always have bodyguards accompany you, and never go to particularly remote places alone. If necessary, uncle can accompany you. Qi Bao brightened instantly. She had been worried about this issue, but resolved so quickly. Thank you, uncle. You can rest assured. Son Yu stood by the window, observing the ebb and flow of students and parents, letting out a soft sigh, although it might be quite chaotic. Chapter 46. I asked for your help, Son Yu self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Ding. The phone screen lit up, and she looked down to see a message. 7 o'clock tonight, room 1608. I await your presence. Remember to dress nicely. You know the consequences of your absence. The evening glow painted the horizon a deep crimson, casting a somewhat bloodied hue upon the woman's face. Meanwhile, Xiaohou lurked in his car, glaring fiercely at the hunched old man and the girl beside her. Chinemo, you truly have the looks, but it's a pity that someone like you, crawling out of the gutter, carries the stench of refuse within. Since you chose your own demise today, I have no qualms about aiding you on your journey. Xiaohou drove leisurely behind the two. Having previously researched their route, they walked a small path every day. All he had to do was press the accelerator and strike them down, then find someone to take the fall. However, Xiaohou frowned as he followed them, realizing they were not taking their usual path but instead opting for the main road. This would make it impossible for him to kill them in plain sight and escape safely. Mo, why are we taking this road today? You don't like it here, do you? Chen and Mo held his grandmother's hand as they walked through the crowd, taking their time for her sake, occasionally glancing behind her. The elderly woman sensed that her granddaughter, Momo, was acting strangely today. She inquired, Momo, is something troubling you? I notice you keep looking back. Momo replied, Oh, it's nothing. Grandma, you're overthinking it. I was just checking to see if there were any people behind us to avoid crowding you. After all, we usually don't take this main road. It's too crowded. The grandmother remarked, Indeed, but doesn't our Momo enjoy the hustle and bustle? If it weren't for me, you would certainly traverse this road daily, wouldn't you? You're enduring hardships by sticking with me, dear. Momo reassured her, No, Grandma, how could that be? Being with you is the greatest fortune of my life. She hesitated and then asked, Grandma, would it be all right if I stopped attending school in the capital? Gripping her grandmother's arm, her gaze drifted. The elderly woman glanced down at her. Momo had once been vivacious, adored by neighbors for her playful spirit. However, since that tragic accident, she had become exceedingly mature, bearing the weight of her emotions silently, fearing her grandmother's worry. She was held back from schooling, not due to lack of capability, but because of financial constraints, and now found herself in classes with peers younger than herself. The grandmother smiled softly, gently stroking the girl's hair, her eyes brimming with warmth. Whatever you choose to do, my dear Momo, I will support you. I know you have always been a determined child, and your choices are always well considered. Therefore, I won't pry. Pursue whatever you wish. Momo felt tears welling up. She was unwilling to leave the capital school, yearning to excel and provide a better life for her grandmother. Yet, how could someone like her compete with formidable figures like Xiaohou? Could Qi Bao protect her for a moment, or for a lifetime? Momo's gaze lowered, aware of someone trailing her since earlier. Thus, she led her grandmother down the main road, uncertain of the consequences of crossing someone like Xiaohou. All she knew was that her parents had been tragically struck down by someone like him, and they had paid with their lives while their perpetrators faced no repercussions, only receiving a light card, a token of her parents' blood money, which she could neither use nor accept, fearing it would mean acknowledging her parents' absence. Momo refused to gamble with fate, She and her grandmother could only flee to places where the wealthy could not reach them. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a commotion beside her, prompting her to shield her grandmother. "Hey, don't push. There's an elderly lady here. Stop it." It seemed they were deliberately herded into a shop. Momo's heart sank. Her first instinct was to pull her grandmother away. She realized they were being cornered. However, the speed of a child and an elderly woman could not match that of the burly men surrounding them. The shop door slowly closed before them, and a large man stood in their path, glaring menacingly. Momo stepped back. "What do you want?" "I warn you, don't come any closer. I have a knife." She brandished her small blade, her petite frame trembling in front of her grandmother. The elderly woman gazed at the knife, her eyes widening in shock. She hadn't realized the extent of her granddaughter's fear, prompting her to carry a knife at such a young age. "Momo!" A voice called from behind. Momo froze, her knife clattering to the ground as a bodyguard swiftly seized it, fearing for his charge's safety. Qi Bao rushed over, apologizing. "I'm so sorry for scaring you." I didn't expect them to act without a word. Upon recognizing Qi Bao, Momo's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Remembering her grandmother, she quickly regained her composure, asking Grandma, "Are you all right? You weren't frightened, were you? Are you feeling unwell?" "Qi Bao hasti apolit ima Julie saw the godang ma." I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm a classmate of Momo's, and I had no idea it would turn out like this. The elderly woman waved her hand, sensing the girl was significant to her granddaughter, as Momo seemed to relax upon her arrival. "It's fine, dear. You needn't worry about me." "Momo, I'm all right. Don't fret. This is your classmate. Isn't it? Go and have fun with her. I'll wait here for you." "No, Grandma, I want to stay here with you," Momo insisted. Qi Bao felt urgency. She had seen Xiaoho following them and resorted to this desperate measure to protect them. However, with Momo's grandmother present, she hesitated to speak freely, not wanting to frighten the elderly lady. After a brief greeting, Qi Bao guided Momo to another room, returning the knife without questioning its origin or purpose. Momo tightened her grip on the small knife, feeling grateful for Qi Bao's consideration of her dignity. "Qi Bao, did you need something from me?" she asked. "Do you know, Momo, that someone has been following you since you left? That's why I brought you and your grandmother into this shop. But don't worry, this place belongs to the Fu family, and it's safe here. I'm unsure of that person's intentions, but I believe they are harmful. Momo, let me help you. Please." Fearing rejection, Qi Bao quickly added, "Think of your grandmother. If she were to lose you, it would break her heart. Likewise, losing her would deeply affect you. Wouldn't it? I want to help you, and I promise I won't interfere in your life." Seeing Qi Bao's cautious demeanor, Momo suddenly laughed heartily. Since her parents' passing, she had not felt such joy. Not all wealthy individuals were cruel. Some were genuinely concerned, offering their hearts earnestly. Wiping away the tears that had unexpectedly spilled, Momo nodded. "Yes, please help me, Qi Bao. I will be forever grateful." Seeing her finally relent, Qi Bao's face blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating her features. As her smile reached her eyes, it gradually faded into a gentle expression, the corners of her mouth still lifted. Xiaoho, frowning, surveyed the crowd ahead. The sudden commotion had obscured the two figures he sought. It seemed resolving this on the road would be impossible. Checking his phone, he noted it was 5 o'clock. Time was running short. A sly smile crept across his lips, revealing his greed. Fate seemed to favor him, allowing him to deal with this nuisance just in time to enjoy his reward. "Momo, I shall show you what becomes of someone like you." He chuckled darkly. "I wonder if you will regret not kneeling before me. But alas, you have no opportunity left. Rest assured, I too will descend to hell one day, and you can seek your vengeance then." Xiaoho parked his car near Momo's home, which regrettably lay in a desolate area, devoid of even a flickering light. It should have been a time of brightness, yet darkness enveloped the surroundings. To avoid drawing attention, he had to extinguish the vehicle's engine. Upon witnessing the house illuminated, he could only suppress his nausea and tread upon the ground with his expensive leather shoes. Truly, what a pair of despicable individuals, even in death. They demand that my branded footwear accompany them to the grave. Very well, let this be regarded as an act of charity. However, tonight, you shall endure the repercussions of your actions today. Filth belongs in hell, does it not? Xiaoho gradually approached the dwelling, the sound of his shoes echoing conspicuously in the desolate surroundings. This area was nearly devoid of inhabitants. The scattered houses had long succumbed to the steady rhythm of slumbering breaths. Those within could not afford to be awake. both to conserve the meager electricity and to avoid the sight of their own wretchedness. Xiaohou maintained a smile upon his face, a facade he never intended for them to perceive. After all, this group was unworthy of the benevolence of his smile. Standing outside the door, Xiaohou took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly, allowing the wisps to gather and drift toward the locked doors and windows. He leisurely discarded the flame onto the ground, igniting the alcohol nearby, which quickly engulfed the dilapidated structure in flames. The firelight illuminated his face, revealing an uncontainable madness at the corners of his mouth. He intended for all who scorned and tormented him to pay the price they so richly deserved. Just as in times past, these wretched souls must descend into hell. Since there was no reaper, let him be the one to execute their judgment. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaohou turned to leave. After all, if one could survive amidst such flames, it would indeed be a miracle. This inferno would purge the filth from their very veins, granting them a chance at rebirth. The sound of his shoes striking the ground drowned out other noises. Xiaohou reveled in the fiery spectacle behind him, watching as it intensified and began to spread to neighboring houses, his smile widening with each passing moment. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger, just as he grasped the door handle to enter his vehicle, a group surged forward and restrained him. "Let me go. Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me? Release me. I will summon my lawyer. Release me. I will file a complaint against you." His captors paid him no mind, instead parting to create a pathway. Xiaohou then realized that someone was intentionally leading him into a trap. His pupils dilated as he turned to face the intruders. "It's you. Ha ha. I never expected you to possess such audacity. Truly, a member of the Fu family. I underestimated you." Qi Bao stood 2 meters away, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Unintentionally, she had thwarted Xiaohou's plans, never anticipating that he would be so ruthless as to wish death upon those 2 individuals. "Xiaohou, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that taking a life demands a reckoning? How dare you set fire in this place? Do you not comprehend the number of innocent lives that could be lost should this blaze spread? You would be responsible for their deaths." Listening to Qi Bao's impassioned words, Xiaohou, despite being forcibly restrained, turned his head to glare at her, venom dripping from his voice. "What do those people have to do with me? They belong in the refuse, not crawling out to pollute society. This world deserves to be inhabited solely by individuals of my caliber. These wretches should remain in the trash forever. What do you understand? I am ridding society of its scourge. So what if I burn them all? Their blood is nothing but refuse. Living merely endangers society. I am the harbinger of death, executing their judgment." Chapter 48. Suffering. Qi Bao furrowed her brow slightly. "Xiaohou, I have investigated your background. You were once a resident of this area, were you not? You live in that very house, correct?" Following her finger, Xiaohou's gaze fell upon the very dwelling he had sensed was amiss. "Ha ha ha. You're quite thorough in your research. Indeed, the intelligence network of the Fu family is unparalleled. That is no exaggeration. Yes, that is my home. Did you not realize that someone like me, seemingly glamorous, emerged from such a place? But you see, even those who emerge from the refuse, no matter how beautifully adorned, remain refuse. So spare your sympathy. Someone like you, born into privilege, could never comprehend this. Only I understand them. I know their thoughts. They should have perished. I am merely providing them a nudge. Yet here you are, interfering. You are the true villain. Do you realize how many wretched souls you have allowed to escape?" Qi Bao wished to engage no further in debate, simply gesturing for him to be taken away. Chen Mo trembled in the car, witnessing the aftermath. The distant flames had been extinguished, leaving her home in ruins. She could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had Qi Bao not intervened, if she and her grandmother had been inside that house. Would anyone mourn for them? Would anyone retrieve their remains? Likely, the only response would be a fleeting acknowledgement that they were merely unfortunate souls. Chen Mo self-deprecatingly smirked. Well aware that Qi Bao was her and her grandmother's savior, she could not allow her to downcast. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to quell her rising panic, steadying her trembling hands. Once composed, she opened the door to exit the vehicle. "Qi Bao, thank you sincerely. Without you, I cannot imagine how I would cope." Observing the girl feigning calmness, Qi Bao felt a pang of regret for having brought Chen Mo along. She feared that witnessing such a scene might adversely impact Chen Mo's future. Qi Bao regarded her and instructed the others to withdraw, softly assuring, "Chen Mo, Do not take his words to heart. I believe it is not as he claims. Chen Mo met her gaze with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I am not like him. If given such an opportunity, I will seize it wholeheartedly. I will strive to ensure my grandmother enjoys a good life. I will repay your kindness. Qi Bao understood her desire to not owe anything, wishing to repay her gratitude, so she refrained from further discussion. If that would ease her burden, so be it. Let us depart. Your grandmother is likely waiting anxiously at home. Very well. As Qi Bao sat in the car, she gazed at the dilapidated houses outside, contemplating the sorrow and despair concealed within, along with the filth that lay hidden. She pondered the information she had uncovered, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, Xiao had no parents. They had perished in a fire, a result of someone else's misstep in the dead of night. Whether it was an accident or intentional remained uncertain. At that time, Xiao had been cast out by his parents, finding refuge among the refuse outside, narrowly escaping death. Xiao sat in the car, laughing heartily at the flames outside, while the bodyguards attempted to cover his mouth. Do not move. Laughter seeped from his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the distance, elated. He had finally obliterated this loathsome place. From a young age, Xiao was exploited by his parents, who offered him to patrons with peculiar taste for profit. He endured abuse, degradation, and torment, dragging his battered body to present money to his parents. No matter the cruelty he faced, he survived, believing that earning money for his parents would earn him their affection. Yet, without him, they had seemingly unlocked a new realm of monetary gain, offering him to one customer after another, never allowing him respite, seeking only to drain him dry. They disregarded his scars, his cries of anguish, his tears. Greedily accepting money, they unhesitatingly surrendered him to others. A man, smoking, leered at his recently ravaged body. Pondering why this little wretch garnered such favor from patrons, curious as to the taste it might hold. The woman moistened her lips and swiftly counted the thick stack of cash in her hands. Upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze to him. The man snatched the money from her grasp and, unhesitatingly, slapped her across the face, declaring that she could not hoard all the money for herself. After all, this little wretch still had a share of my efforts. Otherwise, she would not receive this lucrative treasure. However, today I seem to have discovered something far more entertaining than the casino. That night, Xiao cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. He begged them to spare him, to refrain from treating him so cruelly, to stop shattering his last glimmers of hope time and again. He knelt on the ground, stating that he could entertain clients, that he could serve many, and that he could offer them substantial sums of money. He implored them to let him go. The two men paid him no heed. They were solely focused on their enjoyment, their disgusting expressions forever imprinted in his mind. Afterwards, the man adjusted his trousers without sparing a glance at the boy on the bed, his eyes vacant. Let us go. To the casino. What about this little wretch? Huh, damn it, he just bit me. It hurt like hell. Little wretch, you won't be sleeping here tonight. Get out. The two men callously tossed the tormented boy onto the cold, muddy ground, the stench of refuse assaulting his senses. He felt cold and hungry, on the verge of fainting. He did not know if angels would rescue his filthy soul. Thus he chose to descend into depravity. He had to survive. Xiao could only drag his lower body through the rubbish in search of some discarded, spoiled food. In the distance, the voices of two drunks could be heard. Hey, isn't that the kid from his family? What is he doing rummaging through trash for food? TSK. I've heard this child is sent to entertain people every day. So popular, it must be quite an experience. With no one around, why don't we give it a try? Haha, great idea. Chapter 49. I like you. Xiao attempted to burrow into the refuse, hoping to conceal himself so they would find him repulsive enough to leave him alone. However, his lower body was immobile, and all he could do was watch as he was dragged away, plunging once more into the abyss. It was truly exhilarating. No wonder that crowd enjoyed it. No money required for such pleasure. Let us go. Don't worry about him. No one will know it was us. If he dies, so be it. He probably doesn't want to live anyway. Perfect. We've done him a favor. Ugh, what bad luck today. Damn it. I don't even know who those two were. They came out and won all our money. It's all your fault for insisting on betting everything with that person. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly. Who could have imagined his luck would be so good? The two drunks hastily pulled up their trousers, and the woman squinted, sensing something was amiss. Upon seeing Xiao behind the two men, she instantly understood. They hadn't won any money today, but they could certainly exploit these two men. What? Dare to act without facing the consequences? Don't want to pay. I warn you, this child is highly sought after by others. If you treat him like this, how can I deliver him to other clients? I don't care. If you don't give me some money today, you won't be leaving. If necessary, we'll call the police. Let us see if they let you off the hook. Hearing that she would call the police, the two men immediately panicked and hurriedly replied, No, no, no. We'll pay. We'll pay. That is fine. What are you so anxious about? We're neighbors. I never said I wouldn't pay. Besides, this child has probably been used by countless people. He is not worth much anymore. What else with the pretense? The woman, realizing she wouldn't receive much money, was instantly enraged. Not worth much. I warn you, don't speak nonsense. My child is a valuable treasure in the eyes of those individuals. Xiaoho lay amidst the filthy ground, his body covered in dirt, as he listened to his biological parents negotiating his price with those two trashy men. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The few people turned their gazes towards him, the two drunks frightened by his inexplicable laughter, thinking he must be ill. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also retaliated. Your child must be sick. What if he infects us? We'll make sure you regret it. As the two men attempted to leave, the woman quickly grasped their arms. Hey, you can't leave. What illness? I assure you my child is perfectly fine. Don't you dare speak carelessly. Want to take advantage of me? Dream on. I warn you. Pay me now. If not, I will genuinely call the police. The two men, suddenly realizing something, refused to pay any longer. Don't even think about it. Calling the police? You really are clueless. Let me tell you, the first ones the police will arrest are you two. I'm telling you, this child might have some illness. If anything happens to me, I'll come looking for you. What bad luck today. Ugh. Upon hearing this, the woman, fearing they would hold her accountable, immediately changed her demeanor. I want to argue with you. Consider this a favor to you this time. Now get out. The two men hurriedly fled, while the man glared at the boy on the ground, who was still laughing uncontrollably. Enraged, he approached, yanked the boy by his collar, and ruthlessly slapped him. The blow left Xiaoho's face swollen, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixed on the man's distorted face, contorted with rage. The man raised his hand to strike again, but was stopped by the woman. Enough! Don't hit him. Tomorrow, Mr. Wang specifically requested him. If he gets damaged, Mr. Wang will be displeased. After all, he enjoys doing the hitting himself. The two turned to leave, leaving Xiaoho gazing vacantly at the darkened sky. Since his birth, his world had been shrouded in darkness, filled only with this filthy land, a somber sky, and ceaseless torment. It was time to end it. It was time to conclude all of this. In the deep of night, a chill lingered in the air. Xiaoho's expression was vacant, his lips turning purple from the cold. He mumbled incessantly, so cold, so cold. I want to warm myself. I want fire. He stumbled to his feet, diving into the refuse, hoping to find some flicker of flame. What are you looking for? A melodious voice rang out. A girl, dressed in a faded short-sleeved shirt, tilted her head as she regarded him. What are you doing here? Why do you have so many wounds? Are you cold? Xiaoho stared at her, momentarily stunned. This felt like the first instance he experienced such kindness, yet it came in the midst of his utter despair. However, it seemed he had never been pristine or radiant. You don't look at me. Go away. Please don't look at me. Due to his prolonged lack of sustenance, he lacked the strength to open his mouth widely. His voice barely a whisper. After speaking, the girl dashed back home, her figure appearing somewhat anxious. Xiaoho watched her, his gaze somewhat unfocused. After a while, he heard the shouts of a man from a nearby house. Xiaoho stroked the crumpled bill tightly clutched in his hand, bringing his swollen face close to the bill, as if he could still feel the warmth she had left behind. You are so kind. Thank you. I like you. I like you. Chapter 50. Suspicion. Xiaoho limped forward, arriving at the entrance of a convenience store where a pile of vulgar adult toys caught his eye. As the wind chime jingled, the drowsy shopkeeper inside was instantly awakened, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the shabby boy. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Hurry up and scram. If you disturb my business, I'll make you regret it. Xiaoho said nothing and ignored him, walking straight inside. The boss, upon witnessing the boy's vacant expression, felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly given the late hour. He seized a broom and struck the boy mercilessly, shouting, Get out of here. Do you hear me? Don't obstruct my business. Quickly leave. Xiaoho seemed oblivious to the situation, slowly advancing toward the boss. The latter, startled, retreated until his back hit the wall. I warn you, do not come any closer. Get away. You wretched creature. What do you intend to do? Leave. The boy, who had once been mistreated, not only received charity that night, but also sensed the fear others had of him. A smile crept across Xiaoho's lips, revealing a semblance of joy. Give me a lighter and some alcohol. The boss, already terrified, was convinced he had encountered a ghost. He hurriedly packed all the alcohol and lighters into a bag and handed it to the boy, stammering, take it, please just go. I promised never to sell drugs again. I was wrong. Please, just leave. Xiaoho remained silent, disregarding the boss's irrational fear, and slowly walked away with the bag. After determining the right moment, he had initially intended to ignite a fire, intending to incinerate everyone within that wretched place. After all, those who lived amidst such refuse were bound to remain trash wherever they went. It would be better for them to perish alongside him. However, his gaze fell upon the crumpled, solitary banknote he clutched tightly, causing him to hesitate. Help! Fire! Quick, come and extinguish it. A girl anxiously knocked on doors, having awakened to the sight of flames consuming the house across the street, while her father was nowhere to be found. Panic surged within her, but her immediate thought was to extinguish the fire, for there might still be people trapped inside. Yet, no matter how fervently she knocked, the occupants remained oblivious, as if in a deep slumber, until someone shouted, Quick! Fire! It has spread to the east. We must put it out, or else we will all be burned. Suddenly, this call seemed to unlock a floodgate, prompting everyone to rush out and extinguish the flames. The house was completely engulfed, and 2 individuals perished within, while the child narrowly escaped. The police observed the boy, deep in thought. His complexion was sallow, his cheeks swollen, and every inch of exposed skin bore evidence of abuse. It was evident he had been mistreated, raising suspicions about him. Are you the child of that family? Yes. Where were you last night? I was outside. The officer frowned slightly, increasingly convinced of the boy's dubiousness. At such a late hour, what were you doing outside? Xiaoho merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, staring blankly at the officer. I was sleeping outside. Sleeping? The officer found this absurd and warned, Let me tell you, young man, lying in front of the police can land you in jail. You must consider this carefully. The temperature last night was hardly suitable for sleeping outside. How could you possibly have slept outside? Speak the truth, or else I will be displeased. The boy tilted his head, scrutinizing the officer's pristine attire before glancing at his own tattered clothing. Your clothes look nice. I want some like that. The officer, taken aback by the boy's unexpected comment, finally noticed the boy's ragged attire, stained with various blood and unknown substances. He furrowed his brow and sighed, procuring a new shirt for him. Change into this. Though it may not fit perfectly, you'll have new clothes shortly. Seeing the boy hesitate, the man helped him remove his clothing. Upon noticing the scars on his body, his eyes widened in shock. This, he struggled for words, and meeting the boy's gaze, he formed a conclusion. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice from outside. Boss, we found him. Last night, a man named Sun was drunk and causing a scene. He set the fire. We've apprehended him, but he adamantly denies it, claiming he's being framed. He even assaulted one of our officers. It's outrageous. He must be punished. The officer turned to the boy, incredulous. How could this be? Xiaoho tilted his head, inquiring, What is it, officer? The officer's gaze shifted back to him. Oh, young man, why are you so injured? Does it hurt anywhere? I can take you to the hospital. All right, I understand. You may leave now. I will take him to the hospital. Wait, Xiaoho suddenly called out. Will that man go to jail? Of course. Not only will he go to jail, but he will also face the death penalty. Rest assured, the law will provide justice for your deceased parents. He will pay the price. The officer gestured for him to leave, watching the boy intently without uttering another word. After a moment, he sighed, a flicker of conflict in his eyes, before conceding, Come, I will take you to the hospital. Xiaoho obediently stood up and limped along, catching sight of the girl waiting ahead. They brushed past each other, and she seemingly did not recognize him. The boy felt a pang of disappointment, halting his steps, afraid to speak, merely gazing at her for a long time. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. A voice echoed behind them. Young lady, your father has committed a crime and must face legal consequences. Do you have any other relatives? No. Chapter 51. In dire straits, the girl watched her father, who was furiously shouting from within, attempting to break free to strike her. The pain from her own wounds still throbbed. You wretched girl, I warn you, pay attention. I did not set the fire, and no one can wrongfully accuse me. I will not serve time. Who dare slander me? Once I get out, I'll make you pay. The girl lowered her gaze to her shoes, softly murmuring, actually, I didn't hear him leave. I was sleeping quite soundly that night, and only woke when I vaguely felt someone banging on my window, followed by the sight of flames. Nevertheless, her words inadvertently solidified her father's status as a suspect. Shut your mouth, you little brat. You must be the one who's lost your memory. My mind is perfectly fine. How dare you speak out of turn? You must want more punishment. The girl flinched, and the female officer quickly stepped in front of her. What are you yelling about? I warn you, this is a police station. Do you know that murder and arson are crimes? That is a capital offense. How can you even think about getting out? Upon hearing the mention of the death penalty, the man became anxious, banging on the bars. I told you. I didn't do it. Don't you police officers value evidence? Where's your proof? I told you this is a frame-up. Fine, since you claim it's a frame-up. Where were you last night? I was blackout drunk. How would I know where I was? I was at home, not moving an inch. Then how do you explain that we found you near the crime scene, holding the arson weapon, and you still refuse to admit it? Enough. I don't want to argue with you any longer. Consult a lawyer. I remind you once more, confessing will lead to leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. You better tell the truth. Are you hungry? Let me take you to get something to eat. She contemplated other matters and inquired once more. Is there anywhere on your body that feels uncomfortable? If you do, please inform your sister, and I shall take you to the hospital. No, thank you, sister. Very well, then I shall take you to eat something. The girl obediently followed him outside, while the sound of a man's furious shout echoed behind them. At last, life seemed to promise a glimmer of hope. As time passed, Sun Yu glanced at her watch. It was nearly 7 o'clock. She nervously clenched her fists as she looked at the bottle of red wine on the table, anxiously shaking it once more. Soon, everything would come to an end. No one would be able to threaten her again, and she would ensure that no one held leverage over her. Sun Yu's hands trembled with anxiety as she heard a noise at the door, causing her to look up in panic and anticipation. After a while, the door was gradually opened, revealing a petite girl with elegantly styled hair, gazing up at her with innocence. Qi Bao, what brings you here? As the clock approached 7, Sun Yu grew increasingly anxious. The success or failure of her plan hinged on this moment, and it absolutely could not be disrupted. Qi Bao, the teacher will take you away. She grasped the girl's hand and attempted to flee, but Qi Bao remained rooted to the spot. Seeing her reluctance to move, Sun Yu had no choice but to crouch down and coax her. Qi Bao held her hand, her eyes twinkling with an unusual light. Teacher, will you come to school tomorrow? Sun Yu's heart sank. She sensed that the girl might have perceived something. She could only force a smile, attempting to conceal her unease. Yes, I promise you. Teacher will definitely come to school to see us tomorrow. Qi Bao, okay? Sun Yu intended to escort her downstairs, but noticing that time was running out, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, please be careful on your way. Qi Bao, teacher will be at school to see you tomorrow. Qi Bao turned to leave, fully aware of Sun Yu's intentions. Connecting it to what she had heard earlier, Qi Bao reached a conclusion in her heart. However, it appeared that Sun Laosher's plan for today would fail, yet Qi Bao had already assisted her in some way. She wore a bittersweet smile, uncertain if she would have another chance to see Qi Bao tomorrow. Nevertheless, as long as she survived today, everything would be fine. After today, Chen Mo could attend school in the capital, striving to ensure her grandmother's comfortable life through her own efforts. She would no longer live under the threat of others. She wished to escape that harrowing life forever. Chapter 52. To meet her as time ticked by, the initial panic transformed into an inexplicable calmness. 2 hours later, Xiaohou had yet to arrive, prompting Sun Yu to furrow her brow. Was something amiss? Could her plan still unfold as intended? Reflecting on Qi Bao's previous actions, Sun Yu felt an increased sense of suspicion. In her haste, she had neglected to inquire how Qi Bao knew she was there. Now, with a moment to reflect, Sun Yu sensed something was amiss. Even if Qi Bao was aware of her presence in that hotel, how could she know the specific room? This room was not booked under Sun Yu's name. How did Qi Bao come to know? It was possible that she had checked the surveillance footage, as the authority of the Fu family was considerable. Just as she pondered this matter, a knock resonated at the hotel door. Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat. If it were Xiaohou, he would never knock. It seemed that an unexpected guest had arrived. Sun Yu quickly retrieved the red wine she had prepared, concealing the spiked bottle. After slightly tousling her hair, she approached the door. Who is it? We're here. 2 police officers clad in uniforms stood outside. Upon seeing them, Sun Yu instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Good evening, officers. How may I assist you? One officer frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with her reaction. However, recalling the instructions from Miss Fu, he did not press the issue, speaking in a cordial manner. Miss Sun, we need to conduct an investigation. Sun Yu's expression revealed little surprise. Oh, an investigation, is it? Right now? Well, I understand. Would you mind allowing me a moment to change? This attire is rather unsuitable for going out. The officer scanned her, nodding slightly. Please be quick. We do not have much time. Understood. Sun Yu retreated into the bathroom, glancing at the bottle of red wine, feeling conflicted. Ultimately, she turned on the faucet and poured it all out. Hearing the unusual sound of water from within, the two officers exchanged glances outside. One of them contemplated entering to interrupt her, but was held back by the other. Let it be. It's better not to complicate things. Just pretend you didn't see anything. After all, nothing serious has happened, and Miss Fu instructed us to be lenient. The officer appeared torn, but ultimately nodded in resignation, understanding that they were merely pawns in the grand scheme of things. All right. Unaware of the exchange outside, Sun Yu completed her preparations and stepped back out. My apologies for the wait, officers. Shall we proceed? No problem. It's expected. Sun Yu found the officer's unusually pleasant demeanor puzzling. Biting her lip, she seized the opportunity to tentatively inquire, has something happened to Xiaoho? Originally, Sun Yu had not anticipated receiving a satisfactory response, but to her surprise, the two offered more than she expected. Miss Sun, Xiaoho was involved in an arson case today. Although there were no casualties, property damage occurred, and we need your cooperation in our investigation. Arson? Xiaoho. Sun Yu furrowed her brow, taken aback by this unforeseen development. It seemed someone had acted preemptively. Yet, someone like Xiaoho was meticulous. How could he have been so easily caught? There must be something she was unaware of. Sun Yu was filled with a multitude of questions, yet she understood that the police could not disclose too much about the case. That they revealed this much was already generous, so she refrained from pressing them further. Following them to the police station, she encountered a familiar figure, and the fog of confusion began to clear. Chen Mo was equally surprised. She had not expected to see Sun Yu here. She bit her lip, but ultimately approached to greet her. Sun Laosher. Sun Yu's eyes widened in alarm. She wondered what would happen if Chen Mo discovered her connection to Xiaoho. She nodded, attempting to mask her anxiety. Yes. Where's your grandmother? Why are you here alone? Grandma is with Qi Bao. She didn't come. Upon hearing Qi Bao's name, Sun Yu's eyes gradually widened in realization. She should have anticipated this. Why had Qi Bao suddenly appeared there? Why had she spoken those strange words to her? Now, it was clear that Qi Bao had already suspected something. That day, Qi Bao had heard everything. Just then, Qi Bao emerged after completing her statement, and upon seeing Sun Yu, she smiled, her delicate features reflecting a myriad of emotions. Sun Laosher, it seems you need to wait until tomorrow. Qi Bao can see you today. From now on, Qi Bao can see you anytime. Sun Yu gazed at her, and after a moment, a smile broke across her face. All right, let's meet more often. Thus, a ray of sunshine pierced through the shadows of her bleak existence. As for the first ray, perhaps she should thank the arsonist from her youth, for she had always known that it was not her father who committed the act. Freed from the torment and abuse of that man, she dedicated herself to her studies, finally attaining a semblance of normalcy. She had not anticipated another complication in the form of Xiaoho, yet it mattered not. She would not be as timid as she had been in her childhood. It seemed she had once again found someone to protect her. Sun Yu nodded. I understand. I will do my best. Thank you for your assistance. I sincerely apologize. Under the leadership of Sun Yu, she advanced forward and beheld a man, haggard and unkempt, devoid of the pretentious elegance he once displayed. Instead, his true depravity was laid bare. Observing his disheveled appearance, Sun Yu couldn't help but smirk derisively. You've arrived, he remarked, noticing the smile at the corner of her lips. Xiaoho self-deprecatingly twitched his lips. Seeing me like this, are you particularly pleased? Is it exhilarating? Alas, it's a pity that I couldn't provide you with comfort today. But perhaps this suffices, ha ha ha. Sun Yu glared at him fiercely, unflinchingly stepping forward to slap him across the face. Xiaoho, you truly repulse me. It matters not. Even if you evade capture today, you shall never possess me. Leaning closer, she whispered into his ear with a sense of liberation. For tonight, I shall personally end your life. Chapter 53. The Truth? Xiaoho was momentarily taken aback. then erupted into laughter. Ha ha, truly, you are the one I have chosen. He suddenly leaned in towards Sun Yu, his parched lips brushing against her cheek, then whispered softly in her ear. Startled, Sun Yu recoiled, her high heels tripping over a pan on the floor, causing her to lose her balance and fall. She stared incredulously at the man seated before her, unable to believe that he was the very person she had longed to thank, and also the one who nearly ruined her life. How could it be you? Impossible. You were so young back then. How could you have committed such acts? Xiaohou tilted his head, seemingly satisfied with her reaction. He had anticipated this moment. Since he could not have her, he would ensure that Sun Yu, the angel, also fell from grace, for she belonged to him. He could not simply watch her drift further away. He was a demon that crawled from the refuse, while she was a fallen angel. Now they were the most fitting pair. With a hint of pride, Xiaohou spoke of his masterpiece. Ah, you mean that? It was rather simple, really. I believe that night was the only time the heavens favored me. Thus, I have always believed that it was your angelic presence that allowed fortune to bestow a modicum of luck upon me. Fortunately, I seized that opportunity, clinging to the good fortune you garnered for me. I have long desired to possess you, yet after causing your fall, the heavens seemed displeased and reluctant to shower me with blessings again. Nevertheless, I do not mind, as long as I can have you. What does it matter if I lose something in return? In truth, I did not drag him out that night. The fool left on his own accord. I merely lured him a tad, and he complied. After all, it seemed that there was something peculiar in the drink he consumed. Xiaohou gazed at her meaningfully, for he had long realized that Sun Yu was no innocent. Sun Yu's eyes widened slightly, her expression fracturing. How'd he know? How could he possibly know? She had been so discreet in her actions. It was impossible for anyone to discover. That night, she had indeed sprinkled a considerable amount of drugs into that drink, intended to intoxicate and disorient him. Her original plan was to entice him into the river to drown, but unexpectedly, he vanished before she could act. Until the following day, she had not seen him, presuming he had perished, only to find him at the police station. The drug had side effects, rendering one amnesiac the next day. Given this, she decided to turn the tables, ensuring her hands remained clean. At that moment, Xiaohou's involvement was crucial. Without that substance, he would not have been so compliant. With her then frail physique, it was impossible for her to drag him there. Memories of Xiaohou now intertwined with the hazy visage of the boy by the garbage heap. Sun Yu had never suspected that the boy was he. All she knew was that one son from that family had survived. She had not questioned it further, nor had she considered that man to be Xiaohou. Noticing her reaction, Xiaohou surmised that she had unraveled his identity. He smirked, leaning forward to deeply inhale the remnants of her scent in the air, closing his eyes momentarily to savor it, a slight smile gracing his lips. Sun Yu trembled slightly. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. As if reading her thoughts, Xiaohou reclined languidly against the chair, stating, "But you, this is reality, not a fairy tale. You cannot relive this moment. Yet, even if you could, had you not given me that change, it would not have been just your father who perished. My truth remains unblemished. Those who emerge from the refuse are indeed refuse. We are all refuse, are we not? Given another chance, I would accompany you into the abyss. That, too, seems a delightful outcome, as long as I am with you. Thus, Sun Yu, do not think you can escape me. Not in this life, nor the next. Let us remain together, as we are." Upon finishing, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his eyes narrowing to slits, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Chapter 54. Spare him? As Xiaohou's emotions escalated, two police officers rushed in to restrain him. One officer approached her, offering assistance. "Miss, are you all right? You appear unwell. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Qi Bao noticed the woman crouched outside the door, her brow furrowing slightly as she stepped forward. "Allow me. I shall assist you, sister." No trouble at all, Miss Fu. I shall take my leave now. This matter is in your hands. Feel free to call us if needed." "All right, thank you, sister." After sweetly thanking the officer, Qi Bao turned her attention to the woman on the ground, letting out a gentle sigh. Mimicking her, Qi Bao crouched beside her, her petite frame dwarfed by the woman. She did not interrupt, but instead stood on her tiptoes, tightly embracing her. In that room, she had heard everything. As she pieced together the earlier investigation, the extent of Xiaohou's twisted affection left her momentarily stunned. Unsure of how to comfort Sun Yu, she simply chose to remain silently by her side. The warmth of the girl beside her pulled Sun Yu from her frigid memories. Still dazed, she stared blankly at the floor. Only when she felt the gentle embrace around her did she shift her gaze, staring vacantly at the girl. The girl held her tightly, softly patting her back. Seemingly inexperienced, she continually adjusted her grip. Sensing Sun Yu's slight reaction, Qi Bao whispered soothingly, "Do not fear, Teacher Sunday. Everything will improve from here on out. Qi Bao will always be by your side, forever striving to protect you." Sun Yu's eyes reddened as she clutched Qi Bao and wept openly, shedding the resilient facade she typically maintained. Xiaohe was correct. She was refuse. A person who had crawled from the refuse heap. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still refuse. Yet how could someone like her encounter such a tender-hearted being? Perhaps this was a divine compensation bestowed upon her. Once her emotions stabilized, Qi Bao tentatively inquired, "Xiaohe, he has merely committed arson. Thus far, there have been no casualties. This charge could be simplified with legal counsel to classify it as a mere act of arson, and he could be released upon compensating a certain sum. I could also arrange for this to be handled as attempted murder, though it may pose some difficulties. However, if Teacher Sun wishes, it can be accomplished. I have already consulted with Chanamo. She mentioned that this matter is for you to decide." Sun Yu recognized that Qi Bao was inquiring whether she would grant Xiaohe a final reprieve. With a deep sigh, she gazed at the man within, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of pity for him. In her childhood, she had heard tales of the boy's life. Yet at that time, she couldn't even protect herself. So how could she presume to empathize with him? That night was merely her attempt to confess to God, a casual act of charity. She closed her eyes, considering it a form of repayment for his past, and decided that from that moment on, they owed each other nothing. Let be light. Qi Bao understood her decision and refrained from further inquiries, simply nodding obediently. "All right, I understand. This matter will be handled by Qi Bao. Will Teacher Sun be present at the court hearing?" Although Qi Bao was quite young, she had already developed a commendable ability to manage situations with maturity. Sun Yu looked at her, feeling a twinge of envy. If only she could have been as composed as Qi Bao back then. Perhaps her circumstances would have been different now. "No, I won't be going. Thank you, Qi Bao. I appreciate your help with this matter today." "It's nothing, Teacher Sunday." It seemed that Xiaohe sensed something amiss. He pounded on the table furiously, shouting, Sun Yu, what are you hiding from? Come out and face me. Sun Yu, come out. I want to see you." Qi Bao intended to say something to intervene, but Sun Yu gently tugged at the girl's hand and shook her head with a smile. "Teacher, it's all right." Sun Yu squatted down to meet her gaze, stroking the girl's head. "All right, how is our Qi Bao becoming more and more like a little adult? Don't worry, Teacher Sun is not a child anymore. I can handle these matters, so you can rest assured. Now, let's go keep Chinamo company. If possible, encourage her to persist. We all look forward to witnessing her transformation into a butterfly one day. This is the task assigned to you by your teacher. Make sure to complete it. Understood?" "MHM. Understood." Qi Bao nodded obediently. The teachers had instructed her to respect others' wishes. Since Teacher Sun wished to resolve this herself, she would let her do so. Sun Yu gently nudged the girl and waved her hand cheerfully. "Go on. Now the teacher must also fulfill her own responsibilities." After sending Qi Bao away, Sun Yu took a deep breath before stepping inside. She regarded the man seated in the chair with palpable disdain. "Xiaohe, from this moment forth, you are merely an arsonist. As long as you compensate them adequately and apologize, you may leave." Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. He understood that with Qi Bao's status, she could easily ensure he remained in prison for life. Now, merely being branded an arsonist seemed to indicate that Sun Yu had interceded on his behalf. Contemplating this, an uncontrollable joy surged within him, causing a wild expression to cross his face. You pleaded for me, didn't you? You like me, right? You must like me. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have helped me. I knew it. You wouldn't have shown me kindness that night. Those wretches only used me as a vessel for their frustrations or as a tool for profit. None of them truly pitied or cared for me, let alone liked me. Only you, do you understand? At that moment, you shone upon me like light. I believe you were a deity sent to watch over me. So, I eliminated those people, thinking they would be grateful and come to love me. I knew this was the right thing to do. Chapter 55. Departure. Sun Yu gazed at him quietly, watching his infatuation unfold. Once he finished speaking, she ruthlessly shattered his delusions with her scorn. "Xiaohe, listen carefully. I, Sun Yu, have never liked you. I feel nothing but disgust for you. Your presence repulses me. When I gave you spare change as a child, it was because I intended to commit an act against God that night, and I sought divine forgiveness. Thus, I casually offered you some coins, hoping God would see and absolve my sins. I never pitied you, for we are all the same. I have no right to feel compassion for you. Even without you that night, I could have killed that man. You were merely an unnecessary complication. Do not flatter yourself. I loathe you because you dragged me back into the abyss, plunging me once more into despair. You nearly cost me the glimmer of light in my life. Reflecting on that night, Sun Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. After a long pause, she continued, once you have compensated them, leave Beijing immediately. I never wish to lay eyes on you again. If I see you once more, I will kill you without hesitation. I mean it, Xiaoho. With that, she turned her back on him without a glance and walked away. Xiaoho was left shouting in despair. No, you like me. You think you can escape me. But you're mistaken. I tell you, Sun Yu, we are destined to be together. You are mine. We are a match made in heaven. Even if you sought God's mercy that night, you will never have the chance to regret it. Once the demon has set its sights on you, you can only exist as a fallen deity. I will never let you go. As if unable to convince himself, his nails dug into the table, producing a jarring sound as he muttered to himself, you can never escape me. We are meant to be. We are destined to be together. We will always be together. Wait for me. You, I will come for you. Sun Yu seized the man's phone, meticulously searching through it. Yet found none of the photos or videos he claimed existed. Discontent, she rushed to Xiaoho's home to continue her search, but came up empty. Sun Yu felt disoriented until she discovered a hidden file on the computer. I imagine my deity might consider killing me. If successful, perhaps she would see this. My deity has never been one to succumb to threats, nor to accept her fate. Thus, she will surely come to kill me, and I would gladly perish at her hands. Unfortunately, that night, I failed to capture any photos. I fear my deity being seen by others. That was a delicacy meant solely for me. How could it be shared? My deity looked stunning that night. Even while lying there, she captivated me immensely. I possess you, claim you, and cause your demise. You, we are both wretches. We are a perfect pair. You are my fallen goddess, and you will never escape me. We will always be together. Sun Yu lay amidst the chaos, laughing maniacally, realizing she had been deceived, that it had all been a ruse. The threats were nothing but falsehoods. He had never captured those images or videos. He had merely awaited her gradual descent into his trap, step by step, becoming his prey. It dawned on her that it had all been a scheme. She had come dangerously close to sacrificing her entire life. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled, the joy radiating across her face, yet failing to reach her eyes. She felt foolish. After all, she had fought so hard for a future that was nearly within her grasp. She had endured so much, finally eliminating that man. She had toiled ceaselessly to carve out her life, only to almost lose it all due to this trap. Xiaoho was right. He had nearly caused her to fall from the grace she held in his eyes. It was merely a snare, a lie, that truly threatened her downfall. Fortunately, she had Qi Bao. Looking at the disarray surrounding her, Sun Yu yearned to ignite a fire to cleanse it all, to incinerate the dirty, sordid, and nauseating remnants of her past. Ah, baby, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Mommy will hold you. Do you want some milk? Didn't you just have some? Our little one is such a foodie, always wanting more. Don't cry now. Don't cry. Mommy is here. From below, a man's voice rang out, cheerful yet teasing. Little rascal, why are you crying again? Why do you always trouble your mother? Come here, let daddy hold you. Let us give mommy a little break. Sun Yu sat there, a ray of sunlight illuminating her side. Just as she reached out to touch it, the sun was obscured by clouds, and the light vanished once more. A self-deprecating smile crept across her face as she mused on how inconsequential it all felt. She listened to the sounds of children playing downstairs and gently began to hum along. After a considerable time, she unsteadily rose to her feet. Tossing the lighter, she had clutched tightly into the trash bin. All right, little ones, since you are happier than I am, may your joy continue unabated. We have grown accustomed to our meager lives, and continuing on this path is of little consequence. With that, Sun Yu turned to leave, the sounds of laughter and joy trailing behind her. The sun felt uncomfortably warm against her skin, prompting her to scoff lightly. The sunlight was not as comforting as she had imagined, and perhaps its absence was preferable. Just then, her phone rang, and upon glancing down, she saw it was Qi Bao calling. A soft smile graced her lips as her tone unconsciously softened. "Hello, Qi Bao, what is it?" "Thank you, Qi Bao." The day of the court hearing arrived swiftly, and the outcome was as anticipated, leading to a quick conclusion. Xiaoho was ordered to pay 100 million, a substantial sum even for a teacher at a prestigious school in the capital. However, this amount still weighed heavily on him, as he had depleted all his savings to gather it. Chapter 56. Unconventional. He understood Qi Bao's intention was to make him pay a price. Yet as long as he avoided prison and could see you again, he would accept losing everything, even if it meant living in hiding. He regarded the girl before him, the architect of all this chaos, with a disdainful smirk. Now he was a solitary figure, devoid of anything valuable. Thus, he had nothing left to fear. Xiaoho's attitude towards Qi Bao, the favored daughter of the Fu family, had shifted, and he impatiently remarked, "Enough, Miss Qi Bao. May I leave now? Surely you're satisfied with this outcome? It seems only fitting for a lady of the Fu family to manipulate things so effortlessly. A mere trivial act on your part has resulted in my financial ruin. Now that you have achieved your goal, can I finally be released? Surely the daughter of the Fu family would not be so harsh towards a powerless commoner like me." Qi Bao gazed at him, her eyes devoid of emotion, seemingly unperturbed by his accusations. She spoke slowly, her tone laced with indifference. "Mr. Xia, this is your own retribution. I have done nothing to cause this situation. Everyone is aware of this, so there is no need for you to continuously deflect responsibility onto me. Chen Mo and her grandmother lost their home and nearly their lives. You, on the other hand, have only lost money. I advise you against exaggerating the situation. You know very well why you have not served time. Do not feign ignorance. I have the power to extricate you and the power to imprison you again. You are correct. The Fu family has indeed provided me with many things, and I am not so noble as to let you off easily. You seem to have forgotten a crucial detail, the conditions for our settlement. First, a compensation of 100 million. Second, an apology to Chen Mo and her grandmother. Third, you must leave the capital and never return. Once you fulfill these conditions, only then can we truly say you have been released. However, rest assured, even years from now, if you set foot in the capital again, I will still possess the means to ensure you taste the same prison fare as years ago." Qi Bao, her small hand clasped around Chen Mo's, looked up calmly at the much taller man, her presence unwavering. "The time is right. You can now fulfill your second condition, apologize." She added, "Oh, I forgot to mention, my request for an apology is for a sincere one. If we're not satisfied, you may have to repeat it several times. If that does not suffice, you may find yourself spending some time in confinement, as the police station will not miss your presence." Xiaoho's expression stiffened. He could not afford to go to prison. He realized that as long as he remained outside, there was still hope, but if he were to enter, he might never see you again. Xiaoho understood that the wealthy value their reputation above all else. They would not stoop to actions that would undermine their status. Seeing his defiance, Chen Mo promptly grasped Qi Bao's arm, softly stating, "Let it be, Qi Bao. Such scum does not deserve an apology from us, nor does my grandmother. We did not require it before, and we do not need it now. It is better to distance ourselves from him entirely and let him fend for himself, never to see teacher's son again." Xiaoho smirked, confident that Qi Bao, being wealthy, would not allow herself to lose face. He regarded her with amusement, while Qi Bao innocently blinked at him. Realizing that Qi Bao was serious, Xiaoho panicked. He had not anticipated her unorthodox approach. Feeling like a lamb to the slaughter, he clenched his teeth in frustration and hastily conceded, "Wait, I apologize. Since Miss Fu has not received proper education from the Fu family, I will apologize to Chen Mo." He turned to Chen Mo, his eyes betraying no sincerity. "I'm sorry, Chen Montak. I should not have looked down on someone like you, who has risen from the ashes. I should not have spoken to you harshly or harbored thoughts of harming you, nor should I have burned down your home. I apologize. That money would suffice for you to buy a grand house in the heart of the capital. Congratulations on your successful turnaround." Xiaoho bowed slightly to the girl before him, then immediately lifted his head, showing no concern for Chen Mo's reaction, and instead directed his gaze to Qi Bao. "Miss Fu, is this satisfactory? May I go now?" Qi Bao did not respond, instead turning to gaze at Chen Mo, whose expression remained stoic. Chen Mo nodded lightly, her disdain evident. She felt no need to be angry with such a person, nor did she wish to place Qi Bao in a difficult position. Realizing Xia Ho believed that Qi Bao, as a wealthy individual, would not allow him to lose face. She appreciated Qi Bao's unyielding stance, but did not wish to burden her further. That's enough, Qi Bao, let it be. For someone like him to stoop this low is already a testament to his character. My grandmother and I have no desire to argue with such a person. Let this end here. The rest is up to you, Qi Bao. Very well. Qi Bao waved her hand, and a group of bodyguards surged forth, restraining the man. Wait, where are you taking me? Let me go. Where are you taking me? Ignoring his cries, Qi Bao merely glanced at the leader among the bodyguards. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Please proceed as I instructed yesterday. Ensure he is delivered to the designated location. I have already arranged for your families to be there and promised them a generous compensation. Rest assured, your families will receive the best treatment there. I hope you will take good care of him and prevent him from coming within a mile of the capital. Chapter 57. The prison. The bodyguards replied in unison, yes. Thank you, miss. We will keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not approach the capital. After they departed, Chen Mo looked at the composed girl beside her, curiosity piqued. Qi Bao, where exactly are you sending Xia Ho? Qi Bao mischievously blinked, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, that's a secret. After all, this idea wasn't mine. She laughed, changing the subject. All right. Chen Mo gazed at the hand that Qi Bao held tightly. His hands bore thin calluses from hard work, slightly larger than those of a girl. Chen Mo gazed at those delicate hands that could not encompass his own and smiled faintly as he grasped them tightly. Qi Bao seemed oblivious to the moment, her heart brimming with joy as she ushered the girl into the car. As they watched the scenery recede outside, she exhaled deeply. That place was likely not to Huang Shao's liking, yet it was a punishment he rightfully deserved, a gift they had bestowed upon him. A group of individuals forcibly seated Huang Shao on a private plane, where he was unwittingly sedated with sleeping pills, soon losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself alone on the ground, a faint, unpleasant scent wafting towards him. As he raised his gaze to the sky, the remnants of sleep fled his eyes. It was a place he knew all too well. How could this be? Qi Bao could not possibly have brought him here. The effects of the drug still lingered. Huang Shao's body softened, nearly causing him to topple backward. He steadied himself, adjusting to the disorienting sensations before scanning his surroundings. This was it, the very place he would never forget. He was absolutely certain. No, it was impossible. Qi Bao had explicitly stated she would send him far from the capital. How could she have left him here? It was all a ruse. Where were they? Where are you all? Show yourselves. Qi Bao, wretched woman, where is this? Come out. Do not leave me here. Please, do not let me remain here. I beg you, let me go. As the familiar scenes unraveled before him, Huang Shao trembled uncontrollably. Stay away. All of you perish. Do not approach me. I implore you, keep your distance. Leave me be. I will earn money for you, I promise. Please spare me. Suddenly, he erupted in laughter, pointing and exclaiming, Ha! Godi! You all shall perish. I will kill you. All of you. You do not deserve to live. Please no. Father, mother, I beseech you, spare me. Am I not your flesh and blood? Why have you sent me to these people? They strike me, torment me. I am in such pain. I can steal. I can do anything. I can earn money for you. Please, do not treat me this way. With a derisive chuckle, he continued, You scum do not deserve to be parents. You all should die. I'm also scum. Yes, I am. Huh. We are all the same, destined for hell. Go to hell. All of you. Countless surveillance cameras in the corners fixated on him, scrutinizing his every move. Inside the control room, a group of individuals observed. While a doctor discussed, Miss Qi Bao, you were correct. He indeed suffered from severe dissociative identity disorder and a series of psychological ailments. It appears that prolonged exposure to this environment could significantly impact his mental state. Qi Bao, watching Huang Shao's frantic cries and pleas, bit her lip and nodded slightly. Understood, doctor. Please ensure he is closely monitored. There is no need to cure him. Most importantly, prevent any attempts at self-harm. The doctor, beads of sweat forming on his brow, recognized that Qi Bao intended for this man to endure a fate worse than death. He could not possibly contend with a prestigious family like the Fu clan and could only comply for monetary gain. Yes, Miss Qi Bao, rest assured. Contact me if anything arises. After ending the call, Qi Bao gazed at the live surveillance feed, momentarily lost in thought. This place was constructed specifically for Huang Shao by Teacher Sunday. Due to time constraints, it was hastily assembled, merely a makeshift structure. If Huang Shao ventured within, he would realize the facade. The true establishment was still under construction, and once completed, he would be relocated there. When Teacher Sun initially presented the blueprints, Qi Bao was momentarily stunned, for the design mirrored that of Chun Mo's residence. No, it was more accurate to say that Chun Mo's abode had once been shared by Huang Xiao and Teacher Sunday. However, this time, Teacher Sun would not be present, and Huang Xiao, unencumbered, would ignite a fire. He yearned to incinerate that place, rife with sin, filled with refuse, and overflowing with torment. Yet, he had not anticipated being thwarted by Qi Bao once again. Sun Yu had long recognized his dissociative identity disorder, though his alternate persona seldom emerged, only surfacing in the presence of Teacher Sunday. It was within the interrogation room that she noted this phenomenon, leading her to consult a psychologist, ultimately confirming his condition. Chapter 58. Rumors leveraging this insight, they constructed a prison solely for him. He would endure unending suffering within, a fitting retribution, and a compensation for the near loss of Chun Mo and her grandmother's lives. Qi Bao turned off her phone, and Xiao Huang fluttered to her side. Qi Bao, what troubles you? You seem somewhat disheartened. Tilting its head in confusion, it wondered why the girl bore such emotions. Why was Qi Bao not pleased? Had she not sent him to that torturous place to receive his just desserts? Why then did she still appear unhappy? This should have been a positive development. Qi Bao skillfully stroked a tuft of yellow fur on its head, softly replying, "Some individuals are not inherently wicked. Rather, they are led astray by unfit parents. If possible, I believe that before welcoming a new life, parents should first consider their ability to nurture this child. Not every parent possesses the capacity to love their offspring. Some are indeed unfit." Xiao Huang, born from the natural world, lacked parents. Since its inception, it had been cared for by adults, whom it perceived as its guardians. If they treated it poorly, it too might succumb to darkness. Qi Bao lowered her gaze, sadness flickering in her eyes. Were her parents? Did they truly abandon her? Why had they left her in the forest, neglecting her? Were her parents akin to Huang Xiao's, devoid of love for her? Did they sometimes regard her as a burden? Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel these thoughts. No, they must love Qi Bao dearly. There must be reasons compelling them to refrain from collecting her at this time. Qi Bao must be understanding, forgiving them, ensuring she did not disappoint her parents. Surely, they loved her just as her grandfather and grandmother, along with her uncles, did. Yes, it must be so. Huang Xiao's deliberate act of arson as a teacher at a prestigious school in the capital somehow leaked out, igniting discontent among many parents. I bring my child to school, and you have such a teacher. What if something happens to my child? If my child encounters harm, can you afford the consequences? Is it not true that your school prides itself on stringent teacher selection? Shouldn't you scrutinize the past experiences of those you employ? The teacher evidently has some mental issues, and you all actually dared to recruit him. This is a blatant irresponsibility towards us parents and our children. Indeed, we pay such substantial tuition fees each month to have you nurture individuals like this, who only serve to harm our children. How could students taught by such a person possibly turn out well? You must provide us with an explanation. Why would you bring in someone like him? Did your recruitment team receive a bribe? This is clearly a grave error on your part, and you must present us with a resolution. Exactly. We demand an explanation, or we want our money back. The principal was besieged by parents outside, his head throbbing, yet he felt powerless, considering they were all influential ladies of the capital. He was well aware of the incident involving Xiao Ho, having explicitly instructed his subordinates not to let it leak, yet somehow it had spread. He could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this extent, especially since the selection of teachers in the capital schools is exceedingly stringent. He could not comprehend how this Xiao Ho managed to infiltrate the system. The immediate priority was to placate those parents. He could not afford to offend them. If they decided to boycott the capital school, he would be forced to leave. He summoned the director of education and reprimanded him, demanding to know how they had allowed such a person to be hired. Now, the parents were blocking his way, and how was he supposed to explain this to them? Did they not think before hiring teachers? Were they unaware of the need to verify whether backgrounds were genuine or fraudulent? What good are you to me? You know we cannot offend these people. If anything were to happen to their children, both you and I would face dire consequences. The director of education wiped the fine sweat from his brow, knowing he could not reveal that Xiaoho had indeed offered him a substantial bribe, and that the resume seemed acceptable, leading him to hire him. Who would have thought that all of it was fabricated, resulting in this debacle? The selection process for teachers in the capital schools is indeed stringent, but in recent years, no one had dared to forge resumes for recruitment. Thus, he had relaxed his vigilance. Even if the resumes were fake, those hired had always been compliant and cherished the positions, fearing any misstep. He never anticipated that he would be ensnared by Xiaohou. The principal, observing the situation, quickly shifted the blame onto his subordinates with a hint of disdain. Did he think he was a fool? In the selection of teachers at the capital schools, the ultimate decision lay with the director of education, as long as he disagreed. Who would dare to approve anyone? Enough. Do not come here flaunting your authority as director of education, threatening this and that. Am I not aware of your circumstances? The final decision rests here. If you do not agree, who would dare to approve anyone? I do not care why you initially hired this person, but now you must resolve this significant issue for me. If this incident causes our capital school to lose so many parents and trust, you shall bear the consequences. Seeing the blame-shifting fail, the director of education hastily nodded and bowed, assuring, yes, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. Listening to the commotion outside, the principal rubbed his temples, impatiently gesturing, get out. Hurry up. If you cannot resolve this within 3 days, pack your bags and leave. Understood. After the director left, he slowly straightened his posture, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He knew he had to secure his position. He was fully aware of the benefits and perks he had reaped from it. If he lost this opportunity, where would he find another such advantageous position? He took out his phone and dialed. Hello, is this teacher Sun? Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Please come to my office. In the office, the director of education took a sip of tea to mask his unease. Chapter 59. Promotion and salary increase? A knock on the door startled him, and he quickly stood to greet. Ah, teacher Sun, you're here. Please come in, take a seat, make yourself at home. Sun Yu frowned slightly. She had not seen this kind of attitude from the director during her previous visits. Sensing the reason for his summons, Sun Yu remained silent, only responding to his words as she sat down and innocently asked, Director, did you call me for something? The director struggled to maintain his smile, nearly losing it. This woman clearly knew why he had summoned her, yet pretended otherwise. Excellent. Seeing his position threatened, everyone was eager to curry favor with the next in line. It seemed. He forced a smile, putting on a friendly demeanor, and said, Hee, teacher Sun, you must know about the recent incident involving Xiaohou. Oh, has something happened? What is it? I'm not very clear. I've been unwell lately, lying at home, and haven't heard anything. Perhaps you could tell me what happened, so I can understand the situation? The director's smile faltered. This cunning woman was playing the fool. It's really nothing significant, just a minor issue, but it seems to have been blown out of proportion. Those parents are protesting outside, demanding an explanation from our school. Teacher Sun, you must have noticed that when you arrived? Realizing he was pressing her to acknowledge it, Sun Yu sighed in resignation and nodded. Yes, I did see that. But as you know, I'm just a small teacher at the capital school and cannot involve myself in such matters. I'm not quite clear on the specifics. Could you please just tell me directly? Well, since you put it that way, I will be straightforward. It involves your class's Xiaohou teacher, who had a minor conflict with Chunamo during class, right? It's understandable to enforce strict discipline and encourage students to study hard. However, some overzealous individuals have blown this out of proportion, claiming it was an insult to Chun Mo, spreading unfounded rumors. Xiaohou probably intended to visit Chun Mo's home to apologize, realizing he had spoken too harshly, but inadvertently caused a fire in the house. Of course, this was not intentional. Unfortunately, this story morphed into an allegation of deliberate arson and misconduct, tarnishing Xiaohou's reputation. You see how rumors spread. Yet those people refuse to listen to our explanations. They do not believe that our teachers at the capital school are of high moral character. Just look at someone like you, teacher Sun. You are kind and virtuous, and you interact wonderfully with your students. I am sure Xiaohou is an exceptional teacher in your class, nothing like the rumors suggest. However, some people form their opinions based solely on hearsay. Sun Yu regarded him coolly, noting his attempt to drag her into the mire while remaining silent. Seeing her non-response, the director of education brightened, thinking he had a chance, and continued, Teacher Sun, now you understand the situation. They're hoping you can persuade Qi Bao to twist this incident into the narrative they desire, but they fear offending the young lady from the Fu family, thus seeking your assistance. Her lashes lowered slightly. This situation was clearly orchestrated by Qi Bao, as she would not leak any information if she wished to keep something hidden. Within the so-called rumor, she had successfully distanced herself from the affair, ensuring her connection with Xia Ho remained confidential. A warm current flowed through Sun Yu's heart. The director of education was still prattling on, and she felt a growing impatience. Director, you see, Qi Bao is the young lady of the Fu family, and you and the principal may not dare to confront her. I do not feel comfortable doing so either, as we cannot afford to offend anyone from the Fu family. Moreover, it is ultimately their decision to make. If they wish to take teacher Xiaoho to court, we cannot intervene in this rumor, nor can we clarify it easily. I believe it would be more effective if you and the principal stepped forward in this matter. As the homeroom teacher, my words may carry little weight. Alas, teacher Sun, that is not the case. You are the homeroom teacher of Qi Bao, and you undoubtedly know her best, do you not? Teacher Sun has always been one of the most esteemed educators at Jinxing School. Everyone trusts and appreciates you, including the parents, am I right? I firmly believe that you have established a bond with those students who genuinely trust and rely on you. If you were to take action and speak to Qi Bao and Jin'an, they would surely be willing to step forward to dispel this rumor. As for the method, that is certainly for you, teacher Sun, to consider, correct? Each person has their own approach, and I cannot interfere too much, can I? I have but one request. I seek your assistance in helping me and the principal navigate this challenging situation. If Qi Bao and Jin'an could clarify the matter, the rumor would dissipate effortlessly, would it not? We are all educators at Jinxing School. If the school flourishes, so do we, and if it falters, we too suffer. Thus, we must cultivate a sense of collective responsibility. Jinxing School is currently facing difficulties, and we must unite to assist, do we not? Teacher Sun has been at Jinxing School for many years. I trust you have developed an attachment to it. We all recognize your efforts, and you can rest assured that should this matter be resolved, promotions and salary increases would be inevitable. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. As long as the situation is handled well, the principal and I will do our utmost to accommodate you. Chapter 60 Response Sun, you was momentarily taken aback, wishing to refuse, but then heard him continue speaking. Noticing her expression soften slightly, the director continued, and Sun Yu nodded before turning to leave. The director smirked slightly, reclining in his chair, leisurely savoring a sip of the exquisite tea before him. Indeed, the expensive variety is unparalleled. He was convinced that the woman would undoubtedly agree. Who would refuse such an advantageous opportunity? She had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, and how could she fail to cherish it? The wretch, now that he has fallen from grace, treats him with such disdain. It is still necessary for her to humble herself. After all these years at Jinxing School, she has accomplished little. Never mind. This time he would not stoop to her level. As long as she could resolve this matter and secure his position as director, nothing else would matter. As for the rest, he would slowly deal with her in due time. As Sun Yu walked along the path, she could not comprehend why Qi Bao had deliberately disseminated this information. However, being a capable individual, she sensed that Qi Bao must have her own reasons. Rather than allowing others to persuade Qi Bao and risk irritating her, it would be more prudent for her to take charge of the situation. If she complied outwardly over time, this issue would yield the results Qi Bao desired. Yet if she delayed addressing this matter, the director would surely seek others to bother Qi Bao. No, it seems she must discuss this with Qi Bao. Sun Yu arranged to meet Qi Bao and idly observed the bustling traffic outside. Teacher Sun Yu turned to see the girl jogging toward her, and her previously expressionless face began to soften into a smile. No need to rush, take your time. Qi Bao obediently sat before her and inquired, Teacher, you came to find me because those parents are blocking Jinxing School, right? Sun Yu was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Qi Bao had guessed so quickly. It was evident that she had indeed leaked this information intentionally. Yes, you are aware? Qi Bao swung her small feet, calmly sipping her rich milk, a trace of milk residue lingering at the corner of her mouth, unnoticed by her. She raised her head and spoke earnestly, a hint of barely concealed pride in her tone. Qi Bao puffed her cheeks, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Sun Yu's gaze fell upon the milk stain at the corner of the girl's mouth, and paired with her serious expression, it almost made her want to laugh. She suppressed her smile and took out a tissue to wipe the girl's mouth. Qi Bao froze momentarily, internally exclaiming how embarrassing it was. No, she must appear nonchalant. It's all right, it's all right. Yes, they came to see me and even dangled the temptation of a promotion and salary increase. Qi Bao blinked. Wow, a promotion and salary increase. Such a wonderful opportunity. Teacher's son, you must agree. Don't let it slip away. We cannot allow others to seize it. It seems the principal is quite sincere. But they want me to, I know. Rest assured, teacher's son, I have my own plans regarding this matter, so you can handle it. A promotion and salary increase are indeed good things. This information originated from me, so I have my own strategy. Therefore, teacher's son, do not feel burdened. Simply take it on. Seeing her steadfastness, son, you could only comply. All right. Chapter 61 Fulfillment. Noticing son use serious demeanor, Qi Bao intentionally blinked and said, teacher's son, if you get promoted and receive a salary increase, don't forget about Qi Bao. Son, you couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier concerns dissipating entirely. She playfully poked the girl's nose. All right. How could I forget you? If I were to forget you, wouldn't you cause a ruckus? Of course not. Qi Bao is very well behaved. Qi Bao never causes trouble. Please don't wrong me. Teacher Sunday, son, you laugh lightly. Qi Bao, would you like something to eat? I can have my brother bring it over. What do you think? Sure. The waiter entered and presented the menu to the two. Observing the radiant smile on the woman's face, he couldn't resist teasing. You two must be sisters. You look quite alike. Just now, when I saw you sitting by the window, you seemed rather glum. I didn't expect your sister to arrive and brighten your mood so much. You must be a doting sister. Son, you was momentarily taken aback, realizing she and Tian noticed that she appeared happy in front of Qi Bao. Previously, at Jinxan school, she was often described as stern and unapproachable, adhering rigidly to rules, resembling an old teacher despite being in her 20s. Though she was aware of the rumors circulating about her, she had chosen to remain indifferent, behaving as she always did. She had never anticipated that there would come a day when she would be perceived in such a light. Sun Yu pressed her lips together, evidently unsure how to respond. Qi Bao grinned, her delicate lips framing white teeth, her eyes sparkling. Yes, you have a keen eye. We are indeed sisters. My sister treats me exceptionally well. She buys me everything. The young man, noticing Qi Bao's confidence, smiled and added, but miss, you should keep an eye on your sister. She is so adorable. You must be cautious of ill-intentioned individuals. Qi Bao stuck out her tongue in response, playfully affirming, when it comes to mentioning mom and dad, Sun Yu felt a momentary daze, as if she hadn't heard that term in ages. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to accept the reality of her circumstances that led her to overlook others' words. It seemed she had never truly experienced a mother's affection, and her father had treated her cruelly. Sun Yu had thought her longing for parental love had diminished over time, yet she felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that phrase. The waiter, seemingly oblivious, continued, yes. Miss, if you lose your sister, your parents will likely blame you. Sun Yu slightly curled her lips, about to clarify the misunderstanding when Qi Bao interjected. That won't happen. Qi Bao will take care of herself, and besides, Mom and Dad love my sister very much. They wouldn't scold her. Qi Bao wouldn't want her sister to be scolded. The waiter appeared to find the girl's remarks somewhat inappropriate, and was about to speak again when Sun Yu gently interrupted him. I apologize, but we're in a bit of a hurry. Could you please serve our dishes first? Caught off guard by the woman's emotional shift, he nodded dazedly and turned to leave. Oh, okay. Coming right up, sorry. Once he departed, Qi Bao fell silent, jumping off her chair to move across the table. She then climbed on his Sun Yu's chair with some effort to sit beside her. The girl took the opportunity to sip from the woman's cup of coffee. Wow, teacher's son, your coffee is so bitter. You shouldn't drink this. It's not good. Here, have some of Qi Bao's milk instead. It's sweet, and drinking something sweet will surely make you happier. Qi Bao handed her the little milk she had, looking at her with eager eyes. Sun Yu felt helpless, knowing she had long surpassed the age when she desired milk for growth. As a child, she had longed for milk but could never have it. Now that she was grown, it held no appeal. However, seeing the girl's expectant gaze, she sighed resignedly, lifted the cup Qi Bao offered, and took a small sip. It was indeed sweet, much sweeter than the coffee, and tasted just like the milk she had imagined in her childhood, sweet and enjoyable. Yet today, it seemed she savored it as Qi Bao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How is it, teacher's son? Is it delicious? Isn't it sweet? Yes, it's very sweet and quite delightful. Thank you, Qi Bao. Qi Bao immediately beamed with pride. I told you, Qi Bao's taste is never wrong. Teacher's son should drink more sweet things in the future. I have plenty of delicious milk. I will bring it to you every day, and you won't need to drink this horrible coffee anymore. It's dreadful. All right, then I won't drink it anymore. Looking at the girl's profile, Sun Yu suddenly realized she had never met Qi Bao's parents. Although Qi Bao was the cherished daughter of the Fu family, she had never heard of anyone in the Fu family having a child this age. Qi Bao sipped her milk slowly, her gaze lowered as if she could sense Sun Yu's thoughts. She softly spoke, "So, teacher's son, don't be sad. Qi Bao will always be with you. From now on, you should eat more sweet things to be happy. If you're with Qi Bao, no one will bully you anymore. Qi Bao will support you and always protect you. You won't need to use bitter coffee to mask your unhappiness. Your heart will be sweet from now on." Sun Yu felt her eyes grow warm. She buried her head in the girl's small shoulder. She did not cry out loud or choke back tears. She simply rested there quietly, allowing her tears to fall gently for a few minutes before raising her head with a calm expression. Only she knew that today, all the regrets of her childhood had been completely filled by a girl named Qi Bao, and from now on, she held no regrets. Chapter 62. A Stranger? As she walked, she found herself inexplicably at the residential area where the Xiaohou family lived. Her gaze lifted to the illuminated house, and for reasons unknown, she rushed to the supermarket and bought a pile of baby supplies. By the time she realized what she was doing, she found herself standing in front of their door. Sun Yu felt a surge of panic and wanted to leave immediately. Yet her feet felt as though they were weighed down with lead, refusing to move. So, she stood quietly at the door, listening to the familiar sounds inside. There were the cries of a baby, the tender affection of a mother, and a father's care. Sun Yu kept her head down, letting her tears fall to the ground, muttering, "I won't envy you anymore. I won't envy you again. You have nothing to be envious of. I have it too. I have it now." The door suddenly swung open, and Sun Yu froze in place, staring at the ground, unwilling to let the person before her see her disheveled state. The woman looked at her, momentarily stunned, seemingly puzzled as to why this person was standing at her door, weeping while holding a pile of items. But judging by her demeanor, she seemed to want to avoid being seen. The woman slightly pursed her lips, naturally taking the items from Sun Yu's hands, gently holding her hand and leading her inside. Feeling the warmth of the woman's hand, Sun Yu hesitated for a moment. But after some contemplation, she obediently allowed herself to be led in. The interior of the house was just as she had imagined. Warm yellow light, scattered baby toys, and the baby lying in the crib, gazing curiously at her with wide eyes, the very child she had envied. Seeing his wife suddenly bring in a stranger, the man was taken aback, intending to ask what was happening, but was interrupted by the woman. "Honey, did the baby wet his diaper? Can you go check?" "What? Did he wet his diaper? Didn't we just change him? He shouldn't have." "I'm sure he did. Hurry and check. I know our son best. Go quickly." Noticing that his wife was trying to shoo him away, the man nodded reluctantly, picking up the bewildered child from the cradle. "Oh, okay. Off we go. Daddy will take you to get cleaned up. Mommy thinks our baby is dirty. Let's make you smell nice." The woman led Sun Yu to sit on the sofa, saying nothing, merely offering her a cup of warm water. "Drink some water." Sun Yu's voice was a bit hoarse as she lowered her voice and softly said, "Thank you for your trouble." The woman shook her head. "It's no trouble. Thank you for bringing these items. We really needed them." Sun Yu sought an excuse, wanting to say that she had not brought them for them, not wanting them to know she was peeping into their happiness, merely wanting to glimpse a life she had never had. Yet as the words formed on her lips, she changed her mind and said, "You're welcome." The woman then inquired why she was at their doorstep and why she had been crying. She simply rested her chin on her hand, watching her drink the water. Sun Yu felt shy and was about to stand up to greet them and prepare to leave when the man emerged holding the baby. "Are you leaving? Don't be in a hurry. Let's eat together." "Oh, I forgot to ask, have you eaten? We are having dinner a bit late. If you haven't eaten, you can join us." The child, cradled in his arms, babbled at Sun Yu, reaching out his tiny hands. The woman chuckled, gently grasping the warm little hand of the baby. "Does the baby want any to hold him?" Sun Yu was taken aback. "He wants me to hold him?" Looking at the infant's cherubic face so close, she pursed her lips, tentatively reaching out to gently touch his cheek, not daring to apply too much pressure. Observing her cautious demeanor, the woman encouraged, "Go ahead and hold him. He seems to like you." "Me? Perhaps it's best if I don't. I'm not very good at holding babies. What if I scare him and he cries?" Sun Yu repeatedly declined the suggestion, trying to step back, but she saw the child reaching out towards her, his chubby little fingers grasping her clothing before pausing. Sun Yu blinked, and the man chimed in, "Yes. Go ahead and hold him. My child seems to really like you. Give it a try." Reluctantly, Sun Yu supported the child, carefully cradling him in her arms. Though not particularly skilled, she was fortunate that the baby did not squirm, contentedly resting in her embrace, staring at her with wide eyes, and then breaking into a smile. Seeing her child so delighted, the woman laughed. Our baby seems to really like this Annie. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us? How about it? What do you think, baby? The infant, perhaps understanding, giggled and clapped his hands, kicking his legs joyfully. Sun Yu immediately felt a surge of nerves, instinctively protecting him. Although the woman appeared somewhat anxious while gazing at her, it was evident that she harbored a deep affection for children, merely reluctant to express it outwardly. Observing this, she refrained from taking the baby, instead guiding them to the dining table. Come, let us dine. The fare at our home may be rather modest. I hope you won't find it lacking. Not at all. How could it be a bother? I feel like I am intruding. The man replied as he handed her the utensils. Not a bother at all. My wife loves a lively household. However, we've been quite preoccupied with the child lately, leaving little time for outings. Your presence is fortuitous, as you can keep each other company. Besides, our little one adores you and would love for you to visit often. The woman naturally served her some dishes, her expression earnest as she remarked, We are all quite delighted by your presence. It seems our child is the most thrilled. Moreover, your generous gifts for our baby have alleviated our immediate needs. We ought to express our gratitude properly, but I fear this meal is far too simple. I worry it may not suffice. Not at all. How could it possibly be inadequate? The man cradled the child to facilitate Sun Yu's meal, casting his gaze downwards. Had it not been for his wife, he would have overlooked the pile of items. Reflecting on the numerous similar baby supplies in the room, he could not help but smile wryly. Little one, your mother is the gentlest person in the world. Though Sun Yu had already eaten, she did not wish to disappoint them, so she persevered and consumed a bit more. She washed down the food with water, forcing herself to swallow the last morsel. Taking a deep breath, she felt reassured that her demeanor must have been acceptable, and they likely did not find their meal unpalatable. After lingering for a while longer, Sun Yu prepared to depart as the hour grew late. Chapter 63. Agreement. The woman immediately rose to see her off. As they reached the door, Sun Yu was about to speak when the woman stepped closer and gently embraced her. The baby is quite fond of you. If ever you feel down, do come to see him. Children possess a certain magic that might just be what you need. Sun Yu was taken aback, gazing at the woman, unsure of how to respond. Slowly, she placed her hands on the woman's back, resting her head on her shoulder. After a while, she lifted her head, saying, I shall take my leave now. All right, travel safely. By the way, here is something for you. Remember, it's best not to overeat in the evenings, especially not 2 meals. Sun Yu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had been seen through. She was unsure how she managed to exit, but once seated in the car, she glanced at the digestive tablets in her hand and suddenly smiled, feeling as though she had gained much today. She rubbed her slightly uncomfortable belly and decisively swallowed 2 of the tablets before departing. The woman chuckled with a hint of resignation. I merely went to see someone off. Why would that tire me? Has the baby fallen asleep? He has been lulled to sleep. After eating, he dozes off. Before long, he will grow into a robust lad and might find it difficult to marry. The woman ignored him, instead eyeing the pile of items Sun Yu had brought, and said, Let's tidy these up. The man nodded, standing to gently embrace his wife. All right, understood. Honey, you know I have not lived a happy life before you. It was only after meeting you that I truly found a home and began to feel happiness. Thus, I cannot bear to witness the misfortunes in the world, as I feel powerless to change them. Yet today, I realized I could make a difference, which brings me joy. The baby surely thinks the same, hence his happiness. I understand. You did wonderfully today. You provided comfort to someone who was quite dejected. Really? But I'm a bit concerned. What if she is still unhappy? I wonder if she will visit again. Perhaps she will. After all, we share a strong bond. However, even if she does not return, that too would be a positive sign, indicating that my wife has made a significant impact, relieving her need to seek solace here. Well, you have a point, but I do hope to see her again. Hello, Director. I have made my decision. Thank you for your recognition. I am willing to accept this opportunity. The director took a deep drag from a cigarette, the glowing embers stark against the darkness. Everything was indeed under his control. This woman, still attempting to uphold some facade of virtue before me, yet here she is, begging for this opportunity. Could she not have been more straightforward? Though he thought this inwardly, he maintained a facade of professionalism. He chuckled. Ah, teacher's son, if only you had agreed sooner, it would have saved us both time. However, agreeing now is acceptable as long as you can seize this opportunity. That would be a good thing. Very well, since you have taken on this task. We must ensure its success. When you think you can have this matter resolved, you must provide me with a timeline. I cannot be left waiting indefinitely. If you cannot manage it well, I will have no choice but to hand this opportunity to someone else. It will take at least 3 days. The director smirked, yet his eyes darted around. Given her certainty about completing the task in 3 days, her relationship with Qi Bao must be quite special. It seemed the timeline could indeed be shortened. After all, the principal had only allotted him 3 days, and 1 day had already passed. Extending the deadline for her was unnecessary. Teacher's son, you see, it's not that I am unwilling to grant you time. The principal is pressing for results. Every day we delay tarnishes our school's reputation, and our teachers suffer as a result. We are all striving for this, and you must contribute as well. Given your good rapport with Qi Bao, I am confident that you will complete this task swiftly. Delaying benefits no one. Teacher Sunday. Could you possibly expedite this matter? Let us restore our school's former glory. Rest assured, if you accomplish this, the rewards will certainly be plentiful. Sun Yu gazed out at the night scenery. Feeling somewhat disdainful of the man's words, she was not concerned with such rewards. Were it not for Qi Bao, she would not even engage in conversation with such a person. Director, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, this matter is indeed quite challenging, or you would not be seeking my assistance. After all, Qi Bao is a rich young lady, and she possesses a strong will. I cannot easily sway her. If you cannot afford me even 3 days, I truly find this quite difficult. If it comes to that, I shall forego this opportunity and suggest you seek another teacher who might succeed. The director was taken aback by her response, his mind racing with anger. This wretched woman, is it merely that she feels the benefits are insufficient? She is truly calculating, disguising herself all along. Ah, teacher's son, you know I value you highly, which is why I offered you this opportunity. Others might do better, yet I have recognized your potential after so many years at Jinxing School. Do not disappoint me. How about I grant you 2 days? If you can resolve this matter within that time frame, I will promote you to the position of deputy director. This is a role that would take you 10 years of diligent work to attain. Teacher's son, think carefully. If you put in your utmost effort and resolve this matter, your future will be secure. Seeing her objective within reach, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning reluctance as she finally acquiesced. Very well, director, since you have shown such sincerity. I shall do my utmost. Excellent. I await your good news. After hanging up the phone, the man immediately tossed it to the ground, stomping on it in frustration. Chapter 64. Bribery? Wretched woman. One could hardly conceal their pretentiousness before me, as if indulging in hypocrisy while attempting to uphold a facade of virtue. Do you truly aspire to erect a monument to your chastity? Mark my words, once this matter concludes, I shall ensure your promotion and salary increase. Yet rest assured, I will dismantle your so-called chastity monument without a trace. The following day, in a bid to demonstrate her earnest efforts in persuading Qi Bao, Sun Yu would rush to the classroom after each lesson, standing beside the girl and whispering to her. However, the specifics of their conversation remained a mystery to all, as their words were exchanged in hushed tones. Although Sun Yu was Qi Bao's homeroom teacher, her behavior was unusually peculiar that day. After all, Qi Bao was the young lady of the Fu family, and many sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with her, leading to heightened scrutiny of their interaction. Sun Yu had long anticipated that her frequent exchanges with Qi Bao would attract attention. Indeed, I have reaped considerable benefits from this arrangement. Is there a problem with that? Are you envious? Yet, it is truly unfortunate, for there is only one homeroom teacher. Would you care to replace me? What envy? Do not speak so carelessly. I am not one to show favoritism simply because I have received some benefits. Such behavior would be profoundly unjust to my other students. This undermines the very ethics of teaching. Sun Yu dismissed the man with indifference, gliding past him with an air of nonchalance. He was clearly seeking trouble. Yet no matter how he provoked her, Qi Bao would only ever require her singular homeroom teacher. Upon realizing she was ignoring him, the man's spirits rose. He glanced at the growing crowd nearby and deliberately raised his voice. Teacher's son, you cannot allow personal gains to warp your treatment of our students. Such actions will surely dishearten both parents and students. The onlookers immediately turned to observe, murmuring amongst themselves. The man smiled and waved his hand. In truth, this is not a grave matter. Our Jinxing Middle School has always adhered to principles of fairness and justice. However, Teacher's son has accepted bribes from parents, deliberately favoring select students. This contradicts the very ethos of our institution. I do not mean to cast blame on Teacher Sunday. I merely fear that such conduct may disillusion other parents. The other teachers exchanged glances, for it was quite common in Jinxed school to accept benefits from parents and show a slight bias towards certain students. Yet, few dare to voice it so openly. While it was permissible for them to accept such benefits, they could not bear to see others thrive. Who knew whether those families they sought to curry favor with were mightier than their own? If that were the case, ousting the current teacher could pave the way for their own ascension, and soon they might be the ones reaping the rewards. Upon this realization, others joined in, chastising indeed. Teacher's son, how could you act in such a manner? This is a disgrace to all of us at Jinxing school. Yes, teacher's son, this conduct is simply unacceptable. You must keep this from the other parents, or you will be in dire straits. The man fixed a penetrating gaze on Sun Yu, eager to hear her response, thinking, how dare you provoke me? What? Teacher Sun has no words left to say. If you have committed a wrongdoing, do not fear the truth. It is always best to amend one's ways. We all make mistakes. However, your position as homeroom teacher may no longer be tenable. This is no trifling matter, and I believe it will be prudent for you to resign voluntarily, lest this escalates further, which would be detrimental to all. Sun Yu regarded him with disdain, unwilling to engage in a futile argument. Yet their eagerness to oust her was palpable, and if she remained silent, they might mistake her for a pushover. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a youthful voice cut through the tension. The crowd exchanged glances, recognizing that the benefits from the Fu family far outweighed those from any lesser clan. Moreover, the prestige of the Fu family was unparalleled. This opportunity lay before them. They ought to seize it, for it could lead to rapid advancement within the school. The man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Qi Bao, I can do it. Do not be deceived by Mr. Ma's demeanor. He may be a male, yet his attentiveness surpasses that of many female teachers. He will take excellent care of you. You can share anything with him, and he will ensure your smooth transition into this school. Mr. Ma remained silent, merely casting looks at the other teachers, urging them to speak. As soon as the other teachers saw the man take the lead, they could no longer contain themselves, clamoring, Qi Bao, I could do it too. I am also capable. One teacher warned, do not heed Mr. Ma. He speaks one way but acts another. He was just criticizing Teacher Sunday. The man, flustered, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you not just say something similar? Now you wish to build a false reputation. Qi Bao, do not trust her. I'm the best choice for you. The argument escalated, completely overshadowing their earlier righteous indignation towards Sun Yu. Qi Bao stood up, dusting off her skirt. Enough. There is no need for further debate. My ears are aching from the noise. I have made my decision. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their anticipation palpable. After all, being chosen by the young lady of the Fu family was akin to being selected by the Fu family itself, a monumental honor. Qi Bao turned her gaze towards the man who had initially spearheaded the accusations against Sun Yu, speaking slowly, who just led the charge against Teacher Sun. Do you think I will choose you? The man, sensing hope as she looked his way, leaned in expectantly. My choice is Teacher Sun, she declared. I apologize, but I have seen enough of your quarrels. You are not as noble as you claim. Thus, I still prefer Teacher Sunday. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted, yet a twisted sense of equilibrium settled within them. If they could not have it, neither could anyone else. However, astute observers recognized that Qi Bao's choice was a deliberate act of retribution against Sun Yu. One individual could no longer contain her dissatisfaction. Qi Bao, why choose Teacher Sun again? Did you not invite us to recommend ourselves, only to mock us? Another, emboldened by her connections, leaned in with a hint of menace. Indeed, Qi Bao, even the Fu family's daughter should not mock a teacher. Jinxing school has rules against such behavior. How about this? I will keep this incident from the school if you apologize to the teacher. I genuinely wish to be your homeroom teacher. Please speak to your grandparents about allowing me to take on that role. The woman's narrow eyes squinted slightly, a faint, sharp smile gracing her lips. Qi Bao blinked. Is that so? Did I just infringe upon your authority? It appears you and your allies are the ones bullying Teacher Sunday. If you truly believe I have offended you, feel free to inform the principal. I can leave this school if necessary, but I wonder if the principal would expel me or you. The woman, taken aback by Qi Bao's unexpected strength, realized that despite her past victories over parents, she was outmatched by this young girl. And, teacher, were you just threatening Qi Bao? The woman's expression shifted abruptly, and she immediately sought to explain herself. However, Qi Bao continued, "But it matters not. I shall not hold any anger." The woman let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, children are all alike. It seemed that Qi Bao merely wished to save face and disliked being contradicted. Since that was the case, she would comply with Qi Bao's wishes. The teacher had not threatened Qi Bao, and she should not misunderstand. Qi Bao spoke again. According to the school regulations in Jinxing, teachers are forbidden from defaming, insulting, or threatening students. It seems that the teacher has violated one of these rules. However, it is of no consequence. I can choose not to inform a principal. Yet, shouldn't you apologize to teacher Sun? After all, you all witnessed your own behavior. I trust one need not investigate your connections to prominent families. The school cannot afford to offend them. But dismissing a few teachers to set an example is certainly within reach. After all, I believe the principal would wish to show my grandparents some regard. The teachers exchanged glances, realizing that this girl was indeed serious. One man quickly interjected, "No, Qi Bao, please do not say such things. We were merely joking." Teacher Sun would not take it to heart. There is no need to escalate this matter to the principal. Qi Bao ignored his words and continued. "As for the manner of your apology, I will not be unreasonable. Simply bow and apologize to Teacher Sunday. I believe this small concession to your so-called dignity is preferable to losing your positions as teachers at Jinxing Academy, would it not?" Some among them felt reluctant. But upon seeing the seriousness etched on her face, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and approach Sun Yu, one by one expressing, "Teacher Sun, I am sorry. I should not have said that. Teacher Sun, I was merely joking. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against me." The man, feeling equally resentful, approached Sun Yu. As he caught sight of the woman before him, who looked at him with disdain, a surge of anger welled within him. "I apologize. I should not have spoken thus." Sun Yu regarded him with a slight smile. Since Qi Bao had intentionally granted her this power, it would not be inappropriate to assert herself a little. Sun Yu casually asked, "What?" "I am sorry, but you spoke too softly. I did not hear you." The man's eyes widened in disbelief, yet reluctantly, he raised his voice. "I am sorry. I did not mean to say those things. I apologize." Sun Yu nonchalantly blew on her nails. "Oh, I see. You may go now. I do not accept your apology, as I am simply too lazy." He noticed Qi Bao's piercing gaze and nodded emphatically. All right. Sun Yu, you wretched woman. How dare you insult me today? Just wait. You will reap the consequences." Was it merely because she had allied herself with the Fu family? The Fu family has more than just one daughter. They should be prepared. Just as she was about to leave, a powerful voice called out, "Wait." Seeing that it was the dean of students, the man's eyes lit up. The dean had always disapproved of Sun Yu's pretentious demeanor. It seemed he had heard of the incident and was ready to deal with her, to diminish her arrogance. "Ah, Dean, what brings you here? What wind has blown you in?" The dean ignored him and leisurely approached Qi Bao, asking, "Are you adjusting well to school? Qi Bao, do you enjoy school life?" "Yes, it is all right. Thank you, Dean." The man's expression darkened as he noticed the dean bypassing him to speak with Qi Bao. They were all sycophants. Once I rise through the ranks, I will ensure they all see my true worth. Good, as long as you are adjusting. It seems that Teacher Sun has provided you with considerable assistance. By the way, please send my regards to your grandparents. Sure. The dean cast a glance at Sun Yu. Ever since he had assigned her a task, he had worried about her treachery. Thus, he had dispatched someone to keep a close watch on her. Naturally, he was aware of her close association with Qi Bao today. Indeed, the moment they were embroiled in conflict, he was immediately informed. However, he was loath to offend those teachers. So he merely came to witness the unfolding drama after Qi Bao had resolved the issue. As matters stood, since they were all favoring that wretched woman, he could only swallow his pride for the time being. The onlookers, seeing that even the dean was biased toward Sun Yu, felt certain that the Fu family held her in high esteem. Otherwise, the dean would not be so partial. Why were they not the chosen ones? Such a substantial advantage had been handed to Sun Yu without reason. They were oblivious to the fact that Qi Bao's placement in that class was the result of Fu Yong's careful selection. Jinxing Academy, being an elite institution, naturally harbored its own hierarchy. Fu Yong had observed for quite some time before deciding to place Qi Bao in the class ruled by the notoriously strict teacher Sun Yu. Initially, they had harbored a glimmer of hope that Sun Yu was not held in high regard. Now, it seemed that her connection to the Fu family was a confirmed reality. All right, teacher son, do not hold their actions against them. Their intentions were to consider the well-being of Jinxed Academy, and their attitude is still commendable. You should be magnanimous and not lower yourself to their level. Sun Yu raised her eyebrows slightly, realizing they had been waiting for her. Did they think that she had also allied with the Fu family, intending to diminish her stature? Ultimately, they were merely afraid that her connection to the Fu family would threaten their standing. This situation could have been resolved with a simple acknowledgement that it was his directive. Yet he chose not to explain. Instead, he redirected the malice towards her, clearly intending to assert his dominance. Qi Bao, understanding the man's ulterior motives, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow. It seems the dean also believes what the teacher said is accurate. Why do I frequently see the butlers of other families visiting the dean's office? The dean's office should not be entered freely, should it? However, it seems that the dean's attire is rather costly. If I am not mistaken, that watch alone must be worth over 10 million. While Jinxed Academy does offer competitive salaries to teachers, I believe the dean is certainly a family-oriented man and would not extravagantly spend. Therefore, this money appears rather suspicious. Who could it be from? Let me guess. Is it from the Tao family? Or the Wang family? Or perhaps another family? The dean's countenance changed. How did she know? Had she conducted an investigation into him? Alarmed, he pondered how much she truly knew. Although it was a tacit understanding that Jinxed Academy accepted certain benefits, having just reprimanded them, being exposed for similar conduct would severely undermine his authority as dean. Qi Bao, what are you saying? Teachers are not like that. They merely provide a little assistance to students struggling to adapt to school life. This is quite normal. It is the parents who are overly grateful and insist on presenting small gifts to the teachers. The teachers cannot refuse such sentiments, can they? Moreover, it is the love of relatives for their descendants. It would be inappropriate to decline. Teachers do not wish to accept such gifts, but the parents' intentions are too precious. You know how soft-hearted we teachers can be. I hope you do not misunderstand. In a hurry to change the subject, he quickly added, and the others dispersed. The dean then turned to Sun Yu, suggesting, Sun Yu, you need not hold their actions against them. Their original intentions were for the benefit of Jinxed Academy, and their attitudes deserve some commendation. You should rise above this. Sun Yu frowned slightly. If she were to leave, she worried about how this man might trouble Qi Bao. Although Qi Bao was associated with the Fu family, she was still young and might not be able to contend with such a cunning old fox. It would be best for you to stay behind and keep an eye on things. I discerned her intentions. The man squinted slightly. Qi Bao naturally anticipated what he was about to say, and having formed a plan in her mind, she turned to Sun Yu and smiled reassuringly. Teacher's son, rest assured. The director will not take any action against me, as he holds great respect for my grandparents. Does he not? Isn't that so, director? Indeed. I have admired your grandparents for quite some time now. I shall pay them a visit soon. Qi Bao winked at Sun Yu, who immediately understood that the girl intended to send her away to pursue her own desires. She bit her lip and said, All right, I shall take my leave then. Qi Bao, do not forget that you have a class below, so please be mindful of the time. If you arrive too late, the teacher will come looking for you. Yes, I understand. You need not worry, teacher's son. After her departure, the man finally spoke. Qi Bao, has teacher's son mentioned anything to you recently? Qi Bao blinked and pondered for a long moment. Just as the director was about to affirm that, son, you had not spoken to Qi Bao about this matter, the girl interjected, I remember now. She has indeed spoken about it. Teacher's son has been advising me for quite a long time. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. However, you must understand, director, the decision does not rest with me, but rather with Chen Mo seeing a glimmer of hope. The director quickly responded, No worries, Qi Bao. You need not be concerned about Chen Mo. It certainly will not be an issue on her part. As long as you are willing to clarify, everything will be resolved. If need be, I can have teacher's son speak to her, or I can do it myself. You are aware that Chen Mo's family is facing difficulties, and her grandmother's support for her education in the capital is a challenge. If she is willing to step forward, our school will certainly provide her with some assistance and treat her with great importance. Such opportunities are invaluable and should not be missed. I hope you can encourage her. This chance could allow her to offer her family a better life. Chapter 67. With conditions? Qi Bao lowered her gaze, fully aware that they intended to inform only her of this matter, simply because she belonged to the Fu family, someone they could not afford to offend. As for Chen Mo, they naively believed that money could easily dismiss her. They thought that money could solve everything. that it could trample her dignity beneath its weight, and that with enough money, they could persuade her to clarify that everything was false. There are many children from impoverished families in the capital school. They are intelligent and quick-witted, standing out among ordinary people. Yet when they arrive at the capital school, they realize that while they may be cleverer than others, they're not necessarily superior. They may be smart, but they lack wealth, and despite their intelligence, they still fail to garner the attention of their teachers. They may even face disdain and contempt from their educators. They endure much disrespect, humiliation, and degradation while striving to uplift themselves, only to be met with the dismissive suggestion that money can solve their problems. Some even view this as a divine reward, a chance for them to rise. Qi Bao chuckled softly, as the director believed she had acquiesced to his words, convinced that they shared the same perspective. After all, everyone thinks alike. There is no need to feign superiority. Such impoverished individuals can be easily satisfied with a bit of money, and notions of dignity are merely trivial. We have shown our sincerity, Qi Bao, and I hope you can convey this to Jin'an. But if you're unwilling, I can personally speak to Jin'an, though it may be somewhat burdensome for me. However, considering that she is a friend of yours, I am willing to do so. Qi Bao shook her head lightly. No need for you to go. The man smiled, finding it preferable this way. After all, it would be inappropriate for him, in his capacity as director, to converse with a student from the slums. Well then, since Qi Bao is not willing for me to go, it is best that you speak to Jin'an yourself. After all, you're good friends, and she will likely heed your words better, so your persuasion should be more effective. Qi Bao stared at him, then sighed, alas, director, conversing with you is quite exhausting. What? Qi Bao actually intended to come and find you. After all, teacher's son works so hard. I should express my gratitude. Unfortunately, I've been short on time, but now I should be available. I can clarify the situation and even persuade Jin'an to do so as well. Although this may not be entirely truthful, it does not matter. However, I require a small condition to be agreed upon by the director and the principal. The director's heart sank. The condition Qi Bao, a child of the Fu family, wished to propose was likely not as simple as monetary compensation. He knew he could not make such a decision. He forced a smile and said, Qi Bao, as a young lady of the Fu family, your perspective is likely broader than ours. The condition you propose may be beyond my capacity to fulfill. How about this? Let me take you to speak with the principal. Shall we? The girl raised an eyebrow, clearly intent on receiving what she desired. Very well, then let us go together, director. After all, the principal must have entrusted this matter to you. The director wiped the sweat from his brow, reluctant to object. All right, I shall accompany you. The two quickly arrived at the principal's office, where the principal appeared quite surprised to see them together. Qi Bao, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Please take a seat. What is it? Is there a problem with the school or something else? Qi Bao gently shook her head. No, Uncle Principal. It is as follows. The director has noticed that there are many parents outside and is concerned about the school. Therefore, he sent teacher's son to find me and asked me to lie and say that this matter is untrue. Upon hearing her mention the word lie, the man felt a pang of apprehension. It seemed this child had ulterior motives. The principal glanced at the man, then smiled at the serious-faced girl, saying, that cannot be. The director likely did not mean it that way. Qi Bao, you may have misunderstood him. No worries, please continue. Oh, the director kept sending teacher's son to find me, and I felt that teacher's son was also in a difficult position. Therefore, I thought that although Qi Bao was not keen on doing this, for the sake of the capital school, I felt I could make this sacrifice. However, Qi Bao does not wish to involve others in the sacrifice. Others? The principal understood. It seemed the director intended for Qi Bao and Jin'an to clarify that this matter was false, which was indeed a sound idea. Yet, why would he approach Qi Bao? She was from the Fu family, and her thoughts were not those of an ordinary child. If he were to clarify the situation, and she were to propose additional conditions, it would surely be counterproductive. However, judging by her demeanor, should she wish to clarify, it would likely require a significant concession. Oh, Qi Bao must be referring to Jin'an. How could she be anyone else? Jin'an is also involved in this matter. As a student of the capital school, we all bear responsibility to protect our school, do we not? I did not expect the director to seek you out. Of course, if Qi Bao is willing, it would be ideal for you to clarify. If that is not feasible, we can certainly explore alternative solutions. After all, there are many paths to Rome, and myriad methods to resolve issues. Qi Bao narrowed her eyes. It seemed the principal was indeed more astute than the director, having correctly deduced that she did not intend to leave empty-handed. The principal was oblivious to the subtle threats posed by the young girl. Yet, even though alternative solutions could be devised, the prolonged presence of that group of parents outside had indeed inflicted significant damage to the reputation of Jinxing School. Chapter 68. From tomorrow on. Well, since Qi Bao, you are so earnest, I shall entrust this matter to you. Of course, we will fully support you. As long as you clarify the situation, our school's public relations team will undoubtedly provide you with solid backing. Do you have any specific requests? Present them, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Upon hearing his offer, Qi Bao immediately shifted from her previous demeanor, smiling brightly as she replied, Actually, Principal Uncle, this is not a major issue. It is surely a trivial matter for you. Moreover, it is a win-win policy. I believe you can accomplish this. She continued, The principal is already aware of this situation. The other party involved is named Jin'an. She hails from a humble background, a quintessential representative among the many underprivileged students at Jinxing School. Her grandmother has worked tirelessly to support her education. Yet the teachers at Jinxing School pay little attention to students like her, who do not excel academically or come from affluent families, often neglecting even the basic respect owed to them. I need not inform Principal Uncle about the actions of Teacher Xiaoho. I trust you are already aware. This is the root of the issue. Additionally, as you know, the tuition fees at Jinxing School are exorbitant. Thus, for students like Jin'an, who cannot afford the fees while also bearing the pressure from teachers and parents, it may lead to a counterproductive effect on those who are otherwise clever and astute. Therefore, I propose that the principal waive the tuition fees for these students and provide additional subsidies. After all, I believe those who gain admission to Jinxing School are certainly not ordinary individuals. We could also establish a class to help them catch up on any missed coursework, while the more capable students may advance to stronger classes. What do you think, Principal Uncle? This condition should not be too difficult, right? The principal narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Qi Bao was advocating for the girl named Jin'an. This was not an overwhelming request. As Qi Bao had stated, it was indeed a win-win policy. After all, those who truly gain admission to Jinxing School are exceptionally talented, yet amidst the wealthy, they may be overlooked and ignored. Was it merely a matter of waiving tuition fees? The monetary loss could be offset by the enhancement of the school's reputation. Should they later issue a public relations statement demonstrating the school's benevolence, their reputation would surely improve. All right, Qi Bao, I agree to your proposal. You can rest assured that I will handle this matter. However, Qi Bao must also promise to work diligently with Jin'an to see this through, all right? Sure, Principal Uncle. You can count on me to accomplish this, but you must also promise me to execute this properly. Although some individuals tend to burn bridges after crossing rivers, I trust that Principal Uncle is not of that ilk. Thus, I shall forego signing an agreement with you. The man twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling as though her words were akin to bestowing a favor upon him. Even without a signed agreement, he would not dare violate their understanding. After all, the position of principal at Jinxing School was not one he could afford to lose, while offending the Fu family would render that position null and void. Hence, even without an agreement, he would follow through. Rest assured, Qi Bao, I will certainly handle this matter well. However, you must also understand that if the issue outside lingers, it will not reflect positively on Jinxing School's reputation. Therefore, I hope you and Jin'an can clarify this matter swiftly, allowing Jinxing School to regain its former glory. Having achieved her objective, Qi Bao did not delay any further. She nodded, all right. Once you have prepared the public relations team and the media, I will step forward to clarify this matter. After all, without media support, it would not be so easy. Rest assured, we have everything ready on our end and can commence at any time. Very well, then let us proceed tomorrow. Upon exiting the office, Qi Bao exhaled softly, relieved to have resolved the issue. Jin'an had long been aware of Qi Bao's plan, so there was no need for further discussion. They merely had to wait for the following day. The next day, the school entrance was once again crowded with people. Jinxing School had announced the previous day that they would provide an explanation today, resulting in an even larger turnout than usual. However, most of the attendees were hired supporters from prominent families, as they would not engage in such undignified antics. Only a handful of the genuinely concerned poor were present. Didn't they say they would provide an explanation? Hurry up and come out. Isn't there anyone in charge at the school? Indeed, didn't they say they would clarify? Why hasn't anyone emerged yet? Are they deceiving us? The crowd clamored, and finally, the principal and director stepped forward. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I understand that the recent rumors regarding a teacher's misconduct have left you parents disillusioned with our school, and it has caused immense injustice to Jinxing School. However, we shall certainly provide you with a reasonable explanation. Today, we come forth with sincerity to apologize and offer you the best explanation. First and foremost, we deeply apologize for spreading such absurd rumors that tarnish our reputation and have disappointed you, the parents. Furthermore, we will pursue the source of this rumor and impose penalties, seeking judicial redress to restore Jinxing School's honor. However, this is indeed just a rumor, and we have invited both parties involved to speak on our behalf. Now, let us welcome the two individuals at the center of this matter to address you. Qi Bao, leading the tightly wrapped Chun Mo, stepped forward. Hello, everyone. As you can see, we are the parties involved in this incident. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Bao, a young lady of the Fu family. The individual beside me is the main party involved in this incident. Her name is Chun Mo. Firstly, Teacher Xia from the school did indeed utter disparaging remarks toward my friend in class, and her language was offensive. As soon as the words left her mouth, the crowd erupted in chatter. I knew it. This matter must be true. Jinxing's teachers clearly have issues. Oh, what a fuss. How bad can it be for a teacher to speak a little harshly? What respect do children from poor families deserve? They are foolish. Can't they be criticized? As long as it isn't directed at our children, what is the harm? Those poor kids have no other prospects than studying. The teacher is only trying to help them. Exactly. The teacher might just be motivating her. Who knows who spread this rumor? Chapter 69, Victory? Qi Bao scanned the restless crowd below and continued, her youthful voice seemingly possessing a certain enchantment, instantly silencing the crowd. This teacher has repeatedly humiliated my friend in class, and the weight of her words and the disdainful tone cannot simply be dismissed as motivation, as you suggest. We must admit that this teacher Xia exhibits highly improper conduct. She ingratiates herself with the powerful, thereby undermining the ethos of Jinxing School. Upon hearing this, the principal was thoroughly alarmed. He attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Qi Bao's bodyguards. Apologies, please wait a moment. Our young lady is currently speaking. You cannot approach yet. Let me go. What are you doing? Let me through. The principal fretted in place, anxious and pacing. He had instructed Qi Bao to acknowledge these matters. He merely wanted her to declare that all of this was false. Just a simple denial would suffice. What on earth was she saying? This only served to reinforce the notion that Jinxing School's teachers had problematic conduct, further damaging the school's reputation. Qi Bao continued, suggesting that the majority of the prominent families present would not be overly concerned about the matter at hand. For teachers in the capital's schools seldom insult the children of these esteemed families. Here, I wish to extend a heartfelt apology on behalf of the capital school to those students and parents we have inadvertently harmed. Particularly to my friend Shinmo, I believe the teachers and administrators of the capital school owe her a sincere apology. I am truly sorry. I hope the principal will also take the lead in this matter, demonstrating our school's stance. The principal's face flushed with anger at the back. What was Qi Bao doing? Not only was she tarnishing the reputation of the capital school, but she was also demanding he apologize to that girl. Chun Mo lowered her gaze slightly. She had never anticipated receiving an apology. For individuals like them, dignity is something to be trampled underfoot, and respect is an impossibility. Qi Bao continued, however, to convey that our school was also extending a measure of sincerity. Upon learning of this incident, our principal promptly declared that he would rectify the atmosphere among the teachers at the capital school, ensuring that such occurrences would never happen again. Every student who earns their place through merit shall receive the respect they deserve within a nurturing educational environment. We hope that everyone will also supervise our capital school diligently. Furthermore, the school will provide additional courses for these underprivileged students, guaranteeing their educational quality, waiving all school fees, and even offering additional financial assistance. Moreover, for those among the underprivileged who excel academically, scholarships will be doubled. As her words concluded, a small segment of parents erupted in cheers. Among this crowd, they were the most concerned about the outcome of the situation, knowing that the teachers at the capital school would only harm their children, never those of the prominent families. Yet now, the capital school had demonstrated such goodwill, waiving their fees and even offering assistance, significantly alleviating their families' burdens and enabling their children to excel. Someone shouted, "Great!" This is wonderful. Thank you, capital school. Thank you, principal. Some are moved to tears. The tuition fees of the capital school had been a heavy burden for their already struggling families. But with this new policy, they could send their children to a prestigious educational institution without financial strain. This is truly magnificent. Children, do you hear? You must study diligently here and strive to stand out. The applause from the crowd was fervent and prolonged, leaving the principal momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a positive outcome. After all, this situation was originally meant to impress the prominent families. As for the impoverished, he had never considered their welfare. The capital school primarily catered to the children of affluent families, and allowing the children of the poor to attend was already a significant boon. Moreover, this idea was clearly conceived by Qi Bao, yet she graciously attributed the credit to herself on stage, thus receiving the accolades from the audience. The event was being broadcast live online, and the numbers in the stream were rapidly increasing due to this policy. Look, everyone, the capital school has introduced this for the benefit of the underprivileged. Shouldn't you encourage your children to strive and gain admission to the capital school? The principal is making such great efforts. Observing the audience's reaction, Qi Bao chuckled, having anticipated this outcome. Fu Jingyi stood watching her on stage, a slight smile gracing his lips. He knew well that this idea could not have originated from the principal. The capital school was inherently designed for the offspring of nobility. They would naturally not consider the interests of the impoverished, focusing solely on their own gains and those of the wealthy. Such an idea could only have been conceived by his Qi Bao. Fu Jingyi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction that credit rightfully belonging to Qi Bao was being appropriated by the principal. However, seeing the principal's expression suggested that this was indeed an initiative taken by Qi Bao on her own accord. Thank you all for supporting our capital school. My part concludes here. And now, I invite the principal to share a few words with us. Qi Bao skillfully sidestepped certain pressing issues. She did not lie. It was true that Xiaohou had committed an intentional act of murder. Yet she only acknowledged Xiaohou's misconduct, deftly avoiding the matter of his deliberate killing. The principal, slightly dazed, stepped onto the stage, receiving grateful glances from the audience. Clearing his throat, he regained his composure and spoke. I hope our capital school can welcome more talented individuals in the future. Of course, we will introduce more favorable and appropriate policies for these talents. We are committed to fairness and justice. I sincerely apologize for the recent turmoil involving the capital school and hope to progress together with all of you. Wonderful. Excellent. Truly remarkable. The director scoffed, realizing that the impoverished were easily deceived. A mere gesture of charity elicited boundless gratitude, as if they would kneel before him. What a trivial matter, and yet I cannot believe I just witnessed someone in the audience crying. Chapter 70. Supporting the little princess, Qi Bao certainly knew how to play the game. She was indeed worthy of being a lady of the Fu family. Possessing a remarkably agile mind, she understood the need to first elevate the atmosphere, and throughout, she had not lied. Rather, she effortlessly won this battle. Indeed, the emotions of the underprivileged were quite inexpensive. Qi Bao took Chen Mo's hand and led her backstage, ensuring the girl did not make an appearance or speak. She did not wish for these matters to involve Chen Mo. Even when faced with insults later, she could protect Chen Mo. The director noticed this and cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him. Qi Bao, you're truly impressive. Are you complimenting me, director? If so, Qi Bao graciously accepted the praise. Yes, I am indeed praising you. Qi Bao is quite intelligent. She neither compromised her principles nor failed to gain a concession. I almost suspect that you orchestrated this entire affair, Qi Bao. The man narrowed his eyes and turned to regard the girl beside him, exuding an air of authority from his experience in society. Qi Bao turned to him, her expression alert, and chuckled softly. How could that be, director? There is no benefit for me in releasing this matter. After all, the reputation of the Good Samaritan has not fallen to me. It has all been attributed to the principal. Rather than suggesting it was I who disseminated this information, it would be more accurate to say it was the principal who did so. The credibility of that assertion should be higher. No, impossible. The principal would never release such information. That is definitely not something he would do. Ah, but that works in our favor, does it not? It was not Qi Bao who did it. Perhaps it was merely someone who spoke out of turn. After all, there are ears everywhere. Anyone could have overheard. The director cannot simply accuse me based on this alone. I have not gained any advantage from this. You are unjustly accusing me. Though the man harbored doubts, he chose not to press further. Qi Bao had a point. It was indeed possible for anyone to leak the information, but considering the power of the Fu family, suppressing such a matter would have been a simple task. Qi Bao. The girl's eyes sparkled as she immediately dashed over. She was quite fit and showed no signs of fatigue, even at full speed, coming to a steady halt before Fu Jingyi. Uncle, what brings you here? Fu Jingyi picked her up, using one hand to gently stroke her soft hair. I came to see how our adorable little princess was restoring the capital school's reputation and to check whether our little princess had faced any grievances. Qi Bao blinked, about to speak when a voice interrupted. Qi Bao. Wu Yuding approached slowly, adjusting the delicate hairpin atop her head as she neared Fu Jingyi. Gidge Jingyi, you are here too, she said with a hint of surprise. Fu Jingyi found her demeanor amusing. It seemed that this little friend of Qi Bao was quite intimidated by him, always speaking in hushed tones whenever they met. Greetings, little friend Wu Yuding. Upon hearing herself addressed as a little friend, Wu Yuding's cheeks flushed with indignation. I'm not a little friend. Gidge Jingyi, I am not a child. I'm a year older than Qi Bao. She is not a child anymore. And you do not call her that. Why must you call me a little friend? Fu Jingyi was taken aback by her reaction, but realized he must placate her, as she was a close companion of Qi Bao. All right, my apologies. I should not have referred to you in that manner. Let me try again. Hello, Wu Yuding. Now, can you forgive me? The girl fidgeted with the lace of her skirt and replied hesitantly, Gidge Jingyi, it feels rather strange when you call me by my full name. After all, I'm a good friend of Qi Bao. My classmates do not call me that. Very well. How would you prefer I address you? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Gidge Jingyi, will you agree to whatever I say? Before Fu Jingyi could respond, she quickly declared, you should call me Ting Ting just like Qi Bao does. Call me Ting Ting. Qi Bao's presence flitted between them, pondering why Ting Ting appeared so fond of her uncle. All right, I shall call you Ting Ting, Fu Jingyi replied nonchalantly. To him, it was inconsequential what he called Qi Bao's friend, as she was indeed younger than him, and Ting Ting seemed fitting. After settling this matter, he turned his gaze to the man beside him, noticing Fu Jingyi's attention. The director grew flustered and awkwardly stammered, Young Master Fu, what brings you here? I was concerned that someone might take advantage of Qi Bao's youth and naivety, so I came to support her. After all, she is the only precious child of the Fu family, and my parents have repeatedly urged me to look after her. If anything were to happen to her, or if she were bullied, I would surely face consequences. Wouldn't you agree, Director? Indeed, Young Master Fu. Rest assured that no one in the capital would dare bully Qi Bao. The director felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his confidence surged. He glanced at another person standing backstage and smirked, deliberately adding, yes, you are correct. Qi Bao is indeed the apple of the Fu family's eye. However, Miss Fu Tian is also a member of the Fu family. Both are exceptional in their own right. Though Qi Bao excels in various aspects while Miss Fu Tian stands out academically, reminiscent of your own prowess in your youth. Yet, compared to Qi Bao, she still has a long way to go. Fu Jingyi frowned slightly. Though he held no affection for Fu Tian, he could not permit outsiders to speak ill of her. Moreover, this was a public setting, and the director was clearly attempting to elevate Qi Bao while disparaging Fu Tian. If ill-intentioned individuals overheard, they might twist the narrative surrounding Qi Bao. There is no need for flattery in my presence. Both are cherished daughters of the Fu family. Since we have entrusted them both to the capital school, they should be treated equally. I expect not to hear such remarks again. The director stole a glance at Fu Tian, who stood backstage, her gaze fixed upon them, gradually filling with resentment. Satisfied, he nodded. Even if he could not control Qi Bao, he would not allow others to do so. What a joke. How could he have held the position of director at the capital school for so long without merit? Yes, young Master Fu, you are right. It was indeed my folly to speak out of turn. Clearly, I lack your vision and have misspoken. If you continue to speak indiscriminately in the future, I suggest a visit to the hospital. Perhaps you are not suited for your position at the capital school. The man was taken aback. Though Fu Jingyi had never particularly liked him, he had never displayed such open hostility either. Perhaps it was merely a response to his earlier gaffe. Surely, the young master of the Fu family would not target him without cause. Fu Jingyi ignored him, crouching down to speak to Qi Bao. Qi Bao, why not take your two friends out to play? Your uncle has a little matter to attend to, and I will join you shortly. All right, I understand, uncle. As she turned to leave, Qi Bao suddenly leaned on Fu Jingyi's shoulder, grinning as she added, Uncle, you can go easy on the punishment. After all, this was something Qi Bao did on purpose. But punishment is still necessary. Qi Bao knows you have secretly accepted a fair amount of money and even threatened teacher's son. Go for it, uncle. Qi Bao supports you. After saying this, she planted a kiss on Fu Jingyi's cheek and pulled her friends away. The boy touched the spot where she had kissed him and smiled softly. However, when he raised his head, his demeanor had transformed. He regarded the man before him with a cool expression. You should be aware of the reason I sought you out. The man was taken aback by this statement, genuinely perplexed about what Fu Jingyi meant. Ha ha ha, young Master Fu, I hope you'll be forthright. I am but a simpleton, truly unaware of your intent. Fu Jingyi nodded coolly, recognizing that the director appeared oblivious to the reality that forcing Qi Bao and another child to publicly clarify matters to preserve the school's reputation was far from commendable. The sacrifice of two girls to protect his own interests paled in comparison to his admission of wrongdoing for accepting bribes. I have heard that it was your idea to have Qi Bao and Chun Mo step forward to clarify matters. I must say, I did not anticipate that the director of the capital school possessed such cunning. You are indeed quite clever. The man's heart sank as he realized Fu Jingyi was aware of his motives. Yet he believed he had done nothing wrong. This was simply the most effective method to minimize losses. If the girls clarified matters, no one would suffer any repercussions. However, if they did not go along with the lie, he would lose his position and the school would be shamed. As the man spoke, he observed Fu Jingyi's expression. Continuing, moreover, we did not coerce Miss Qi Bao into this. We merely suggested it through her homeroom teacher, Teacher Sunday Qi Bao. In her commitment to our school's honor, voluntarily offered to do so. Therefore, it cannot be entirely blamed on us, can it? One might say Qi Bao has a strong sense of collective responsibility, which reflects well on the education provided by the Fu family, nurturing such an outstanding individual. Fu Jingyi sat there, resting his chin on his hand, watching as the man desperately attempted to implicate the principal and teacher's son to absolve himself of blame. He knew the principal could not escape culpability either. Hearing the director passionately exonerate himself, attributing all blame to others and framing it as Qi Bao's voluntary decision, Fu Jingyi snorted disdainfully. I never imagined the director of the capital school would possess such a disposition. Had I known, I would have advised my parents to remove you from this position long ago. After all, this role offers substantial benefits. Yet some still seek to profit without fulfilling their duties. I believe even a dog could perform better than you in this position. Fu Jingyi disregarded the man's increasingly pale expression and coldly interjected, Enough. There is no need to point fingers about who is at fault. Before Qi Bao arrived, I had already conferred with the principal, and of course, with you as well, that our Qi Bao must not endure any grievances. Even if this time it was Qi Bao's own volition, even if the probability of her being slandered and subjected to online harassment is minuscule, you still allowed it to happen. You deemed that tiny risk negligible compared to your so-called honor of the capital school. But who granted you the authority to make such comparisons? Who allowed you to equate my Fu family's young lady with your so-called worthless honor? Who permitted you to dismiss that 1 in 10,000 chance and make decisions that could impose such consequences on our Qi Bao, such a young child? I suspect you believe Qi Bao is too young to comprehend these matters, thinking that with a little persuasion, we would no longer concern ourselves with such issues. In Chapter 72, Not Becoming the Principal, Fu Jingyi rationally analyzed, a keen intuition flickering in his clear mind. As he spoke, the man became utterly flustered. Fu Jingyi was correct. He had indeed assumed that the Fu family would not oppose the capital school over such matters. While it was somewhat reckless, this approach appeared to be the best solution for the current predicament of the capital school. Moreover, the origin of the rumors remained a mystery. What if Qi Bao had orchestrated it deliberately, leaving herself an escape route? Yet, having reached this point, Fu Jingyi clearly intended for him to vacate his position. If the capital school clashed with the Fu family, both would suffer, but only the capital school would face ruin. In a bid to preserve the school's integrity, the principal would certainly expel him to alleviate the Fu family's grievances. Thus, if it came to that, he would drag others down with him. Master Fu, I was wrong. I was left with no choice. The principal gave me only 3 days to resolve this matter, and this was the best solution I could devise. You know that this decision was not solely mine. The principal was involved as well. He was fully aware of the situation, yet still resolutely allowed Qi Bao to take the stage. This is not solely my fault. It was a collective decision. Master Fu, you cannot punish me alone. I am merely an employee without the authority to make such decisions. You cannot blame me for this." The principal, who had just finished speaking, was immediately incensed upon hearing these words. He had thought that the director had handled the situation commendably and hoped to retain his position, only to find himself dragged down by the man in front of Fu Jingyi. Fearing that Fu Jingyi might waver, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Master Fu, do not listen to his lies. Everything he said is false. He is slandering me. Please see the truth. I truly knew nothing from start to finish. I never imagined he would send that teacher's son to approach Qi Bao about this matter. Had I known, I would have intervened and absolutely prevented it from occurring. I understand you hold me accountable for agreeing to this, but I too have my reasons." The principal sighed heavily. If those parents remain outside, it will tarnish the reputation of the capital school and adversely affect all our students and teachers, including Qi Bao. You see, she was the one who voluntarily offered to clarify the situation, and I hesitated at first. However, Qi Bao made a request that I accept, allowing her to address this issue. I saw it as a fair exchange. Our school has always emphasized the importance of honesty, trustworthiness, and unity among students. This is a rare opportunity for growth. How could I let down the students' love and unity for our school? I recognized her request was not excessive, so I agreed. Indeed, I would have found a way to accommodate even the most challenging demands. Stepping forward to clarify was Qi Bao's own initiative. You cannot stifle her, simply because of your concerns for her well-being, disregarding her thoughts, and forcing her peers and teachers to fear and isolate her. The man's fervor escalated. "Master Fu, this is unjust. Having served as the principal of the capital school for so many years, I have encountered more students than you can imagine, and my educational philosophy is undoubtedly more refined. This is not mere self-praise. You should heed my counsel regarding education. We should allow children the freedom to soar rather than removing all obstacles from their path. Children must encounter challenges to grow. And this is also a valuable opportunity for Qi Bao." The director stood by, astonished, marveling at the principal's ability to twist the narrative so skillfully. However, the principal's so-called educational philosophy might very well provoke Fu Jingyi's ire. Yet, he need not worry about the principal. He should instead focus on his own predicament. The principal must have heard him shirking responsibility, and even if Fu Jingyi did not pursue the matter, the principal would certainly hold him accountable, possibly leading to his removal from this coveted position. No, he must not abandon this prized role. The only way to preserve it was to gather incriminating evidence against the principal. Only then could he cling to his position. "Principal, you cannot articulate it this way. After all, Qi Bao is the cherished young lady of the Fu family, and naturally, her family will provide her with a proper education. It is quite inappropriate for you to intervene here, is it not, Master Fu? Qi Bao is a treasure held dear by the Fu family. How can anyone else presume to educate her?" The principal remained immersed in his impassioned speech, unaware that before he could address the man's failings, he was being accused in return. He immediately shot a fierce glare. "Unrelenting, this entire situation was conceived by you. I never compelled you to act in this manner. Ultimately, it is still about leveraging Qi Bao's identity. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to cry foul now? Master Fu, I recognize your dissatisfaction with Qi Bao's involvement in this matter, but she was the one who proactively chose to do so. Rest assured, we also bear responsibility for this incident. Therefore, I shall remove this individual from the director's position, and you may appoint someone you trust in that role. How does that sound? After all, the Fu family and the capital school have been long-standing partners. It would be unwise to sever ties. You can be assured that we will take utmost care to prevent Qi Bao from encountering such dangers again. You may also have your people oversee us. And should this happen again, I will resign from my position as principal. Does that sound agreeable?" The principal gritted his teeth, issuing a firm statement. Once uttered, even the director cast him a sidelong glance. He had not anticipated the principal would go this far, knowing that the title of principal at the capital's school held significant weight in the city. Chapter 73, Infidelity. Realizing that the principal was willing to sacrifice him to preserve the relationship between the capital school and the Fu family, he panicked. Master Fu, this cannot be. You know I am merely a minor official in this matter. The ultimate decision rests with the principal. Even if you choose to punish someone, it cannot be solely me. If you do not eliminate the root cause, Qi Bao will remain at risk in this school. Today, the principal might sacrifice Qi Bao's interest for the school's honor. tomorrow. He could do the same for any other reason. The core issue does not lie with me as a mere director. Dismissing me will not resolve anything. You cannot allow yourself to be misled by his words. The director had begun to abandon all pretense, recognizing that his departure from the capital school was now a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, he was determined to drag someone down with him. Fu Jingyi was fully aware that this matter had been intentionally leaked by Qi Bao, and his visit was merely a warning to the two individuals. Ultimately, the outcome of this incident aligned with Qi Bao's expectations, as it was part of her design. He would not intervene, yet he would not permit any harm to approach Qi Bao. However, it appeared that they did not hold the identity of this young lady from the Fu family in much regard, treating her merely as a child. Although they dared not commit any egregious acts against her, they unhesitatingly abandoned Qi Bao in the name of their so-called moral righteousness. Today, he intended to make an example of them, ensuring that no one would dare to engage in similar actions against Qi Bao in the future. Fu Jingyi rose with poise, his stature towering above theirs. He lowered his gaze upon the two, and after a prolonged silence, spoke, "Since you, principal, have proposed this solution yourself, and considering your long-standing friendship with my parents, we shall proceed as you suggest." The principal harbored a sense of disdain for this assertion, having discerned that Fu Jingyi's visit was indeed a demonstration intended to intimidate. He had already offered the position of director of education as a sign of his utmost sincerity. However, since he had taken the initiative to provide an avenue for retreat, he would gracefully acquiesce. Yes, I shall certainly pay a visit to the esteemed Fu family to express my sincerity. I also extend my gratitude to young Master Fu for your understanding of our school in the capital. Fu Jingyi did not cease there. He continued, "However, should I discover a recurrence of this situation, you are well aware of the extent to which my family dotes on Qi Bao. We would not hesitate to sever ties with your school in the capital. Do you believe your position as principal would remain secure then? Thus, I advise you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives regarding Qi Bao. Even if there exists a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, it is imperative to ensure that she is shielded from any danger, however slight." Noticing the potential for reconciliation, the principal exhaled with relief. Should their school truly fall out with the Fu family, it would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. Yes, rest assured, this will absolutely be the last occurrence. Fu Jingyi remained silent, his gaze drifting to the distant figure of Qi Bao, peering curiously, and he chuckled, "I entrust this matter to you. I have faith that the principal of the capital school can handle it well. Please do not disappoint me." Yes, I will ensure it is handled properly." Once all had departed, the director finally allowed himself to collapse onto the ground. This was the end. He had lost his position, all due to Fu Jingyi. He had been able to retain his position had it not been for him. Fu Tian emerged, observing the man on the floor, her eyes devoid of sympathy. Just moments ago, he had been flattering Qi Bao in front of Fu Jingyi. Such a person was unworthy of her compassion. Yet, he represented a valuable opportunity for her. The man seemed to sense someone staring at him, and, with a face ashen as death, raised his head to meet Fu Tian's gaze, offering a faint, bitter smile. He did not believe Fu Tian had come to comfort him. She had absorbed every word of his earlier taunts. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, feigning indifference as he stood before her. "Miss Fu, what brings you here? Do you seek something from me?" Fu Tian couldn't help but mock internally. Was he not merely a dismissed director? Why was he still putting on airs in front of her? They were all the same, looking down upon her. "Director, I have heard you have been dismissed. What a pity. I believe this position was truly yours." "Enough, Miss Fu. There is no need to waste your breath on me. While I harbor discontent, I am not like those fools. Qi Bao is the darling of the Fu family. Someone like me rushing in would only be akin to striking a rock with an egg. You have felt the repercussions of that, have you not? After all, did the Fu family not break tradition by allowing second young Master Fu to split from the family?" Stung by the truth of his words, Fu Tian suppressed her anger. "I did not suggest you confront the Fu family openly. After all, you were once the director of the capital school. Now, you can only be referred to as the former director, dismissed by both the principal and the Fu family. You have no place in the capital now, but the money you have pocketed should suffice for your livelihood." The man smirked, having already prepared an escape route. He had accepted considerable sums from parents and had anticipated this day. "As long as I know it, even if I am no longer associated with the capital school, or even leave the city, my finances will sustain me for the rest of my life. So, Miss Fu, It is unfortunate that you have chosen the wrong person. Oh, is that so? No matter, director, do not speak so prematurely. However, I will state this plainly. As long as you assist me, I guarantee your future will be worry-free. Miss Fu, you seem to have forgotten something. Besides being the daughter of the Fu family, you are nothing. What could you possibly offer me outside of the Fu family? Do you think you can protect me? In the end, would you not abandon me like so much refuse? You're overthinking it, director. I do not intend to ask you to commit any heinous acts. Your physique hardly lends itself to such endeavors, does it? I have heard that your father-in-law holds a significant position within the police department. What I am asking of you is quite simple. I want you to secure the release of my mother, Ms. Cheng Jing, from prison. Whatever means you choose. I need her brought out discreetly. Observing her unwavering arrogance, the man scoffed disdainfully. As you said, my father-in-law is a high-ranking officer in the police department. Even if I lose this position, I still have him to support me for the rest of my life. Why should I comply with your request? Fu Tian regarded him with a smile, casually tossing a pile of photographs onto the table, all containing evidence of the man's infidelities. Chapter 74. Suspicious? The director immediately grew agitated. He had believed he had concealed this matter well. How could anyone have discovered it? This absolutely could not be known by others. Why you have been investigating me in secret? What do you want? Who else have you told? Fu Tian smiled slightly, having expended considerable effort to obtain this information. The man had been exceedingly discreet, and she had waited an entire month to catch him. Director, do you not see? Would it not have been better to agree to my terms earlier? We could have maintained a cordial atmosphere. There is no need to resort to exposing these matters, making it uncomfortable for everyone involved. I would be fine, but for you, should these photographs come to light, it would not bode well. The man promptly snatched the photographs from her hands and tucked them away. Seeing this, Fu Tian unhurriedly retrieved another stack of photographs from her bag. Director, there is no need to exert yourself. I possess far more than these. What do you want? What are you planning? Now, director, why the urgency? If you are so anxious, would it not have been better to agree to my terms sooner? However, should you choose to ignore this warning and remain steadfast in your previous decisions, I would advise against making the situation any more unpleasant. I recall that your position was secured through your father-in-law's influence. Otherwise, given your qualifications, you would never have attained such a role at the capital school. I truly admire your audacity, leveraging your father-in-law's power while engaging in such indiscretions. How many times have you done this? I need not remind you. I possess countless photographs. And as for the terms, you may reconsider. Acknowledging that he could not escape her threats, the man decided to abandon all pretense. What does a child like you understand? The women in the family are busy outside every day. I do not see what is so commendable about a woman who seeks attention. Her father is wealthy and powerful, yet she still insists on being in the limelight. She claims to be conducting business, but I suspect she is merely cavorting around. I have tolerated all of this. So what? Is it permissible for her to conduct business while I am not allowed to manage my affairs? I do all of this for the benefit of the capital school. You know how many prominent families invest in the capital school. All of those deals are secured by me. If it were not for my sacrifice, do you think the school in the capital would have reached this point? Fu Tian twitched her lips in her memory. The Fu family had never been home to such a man. Not only could he not control himself, but he also sought to justify his actions, cloaking them under the guise of some noble cause. You need not elaborate on your reasons. Simply agree to my condition, and I shall return these photographs to you. Rest assured, I will not divulge this matter. From this moment forth, it will be buried in the sea of anonymity, and no one will ever know. However, should you refuse my condition, that is of no consequence. You may explain your reasoning to your wife and father-in-law, claiming that all your actions were for the sake of the school in the capital. Do you think they would oppose the school for your sake? I doubt it, for this honor was earned through the sacrifice of their son-in-law, and they might be reluctant to overlook your sacrifice. The man fixed his gaze upon her, fully aware that Fu Tian was mocking him. Nonetheless, he had no doubt that she was capable of such actions. He currently held something over her, while lacking any leverage to counteract her. With his position as director revoked and the Fu family intent on targeting him, he found himself reliant on his father-in-law for survival in the capital. If they chose to cast him aside, he would truly be finished. Fine, I shall agree. But you must ensure that once I consent, you swallow your words and shatter whatever evidence remains. Should I discover any leakage of this matter, I believe the Fu family would hardly tolerate Cheng Jing's existence would they? Do not worry. I am aware that the Fu family will not spare me either. However, even if they do not expect to survive. If we are to perish, let us do so together. Fu Tian could not be bothered to listen to his words. The Fu family had completely lost trust in her, and even Fu Huan treated her with indifference. Suit yourself. But rest assured that as long as you handle this matter well, it shall remain between us, a secret known only to you and me. That would be for the best. That night, Qi Bao lay in bed, feeling utterly exhausted after days of fruitless searching. Xiao Huang spread its wings, resting on the girl's abdomen, rising and falling with her breaths. I do not know, and I have also noticed that Fu Tian's scent has become faint recently. We have been unable to pinpoint its source. How peculiar could it be? I have been stealthily following her, yet I still cannot uncover the origin of that scent. The recent fading of her fragrance can only imply that she has not visited that place lately. Now, I must patiently await her return to that location. I am certain I will discover it then. The girl gently rubbed Xiao Huang's soft belly, saying, Xiao Huang, you have truly worked hard. I am unable to become invisible, and if I were to pursue her, she would surely notice me. Therefore, the task of tracking her to find the divine beast must rest upon your shoulders. You have been exceptional in your efforts. Do not worry, Qi Bao. It is my honor to assist you. In another room, Li Ning observed the photographs and videos sent by the reporter. The girl within spoke calmly, her speech clear and organized. She was already exhibiting the demeanor of a little adult, and Li Ning felt a lump in her throat. If her own daughter were here, she would surely be just like Qi Bao, for her daughter was also quite remarkable. Mrs. Li, do you think the news is suitable as it is? Should any modifications be made? Li Ning glanced over hastily and coldly replied, I do not believe it necessary to glorify what that principal has said. I doubt he is capable of such ideas. Revise it again. As for how to write it, you may decide, but do send me the final draft. Understood. The editor wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had also received a commission from the school in the capital to present the news attractively. In the face of the Fu family, that small institution held little significance. Chapter 75. The meeting, moreover, he felt there was something amiss. As a prestigious school, how could the leadership conceive such a policy? If such a policy existed, it would have been implemented long ago. This was not something that could be concocted solely by the school's administration. Since the Fu family had spoken, he resolved to write boldly. For with the Fu family backing him, no one would dare challenge him. Fu Yong approached the woman, glancing at the video in her hand. Although he had seen it before, he couldn't help but watch it again. Qi Bao exhibited exceptional talent beyond her years, filling him, as her grandfather, with both pride and concern. Madam, I do not believe that the principal of the school in the capital could have conceived such an idea. It resembles something our Qi Bao would devise. Is it possible that the principal has usurped Qi Bao's honor? Even if he has not, the way he has thrust Qi Bao forward as a shield does not indicate he cares much for her or our Fu family. I have already asked Qi Bao. This matter was deliberately pushed onto that principal by her. The policy was indeed conceived by Qi Bao, but she intended to do him a favor. Why should our Qi Bao owe anyone a favor? What gives him the right to claim such recognition? It is our Qi Bao who has exerted herself, while he merely basks in the rewards. Enough. What good does it do to vent your frustrations here? Qi Bao does not wish for us to confront him, and you cannot force the issue. Hearing Li Ning's words, Fu Yong felt deflated. Noticing his displeasure, the woman continued, even if we do not seek him out, it would be wise to apply some pressure. Otherwise, they might truly believe that Qi Bao has no one standing behind her, allowing them to bully her. Fu Yong narrowed his eyes, although he was quite displeased with the hasty resolution of matter. Since Qi Bao had specifically instructed them not to take action against the school in the capital, he could only respect her wishes. Not long after, room 0713. Someone is here to see you. Cheng Jing immediately felt a surge of joy as she rushed outside. It must be Tian. Tian has come to see her. How wonderful. Tian must have thought of a way to take her away from this place. She no longer wanted to stay here. It must be true. Tian definitely has a solution. She must escape. Let her out. Tian. Fu Tian caught sight of the woman's disheveled hair and haggard face. A flicker of disdain crossing her eyes, but she quickly masked it. She forced a smile. Mom, are you doing all right in there? Just wait a moment. I will find a way soon. You do not know. After you left, Qi Bao completely usurped my place at home. Now I can only be driven out of the Fu family by grandmother, living elsewhere with father. Qi Bao has completely replaced me in the Fu family. Upon hearing how her daughter had fallen to such depths in her absence, the woman immediately tapped on the glass. Mentioning her grandmother, Tian frowned. She finally understood that her grandmother deemed her useless and had cast her aside. And this foolish mother of hers had the audacity to call for her grandmother's help. It was already quite commendable that she did not retaliate against the Fu family. Tian pressed her lips together, feigning tears. But all of this is the fault of that wild child, that unknown Qi Bao. It is all her doing. Everything is because of her. My Tian should have been a happy little princess, but because of that wretched girl, I have fallen into prison. And my Tian has also been cast out of the Fu family. I can only watch helplessly as the love that rightfully belonged to me is snatched away. Seeing the woman uncooperative, 2 staff members quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Cheng Jing kicked and screamed, her face contorted with rage. Tian, you must come see your mother. Hurry, get me out. Tian, you're all I have left. You must hurry and get me out. I cannot stay in here. I will die. Tian, you must hurry and get me out. Tian nodded, and after she left, the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually faded. Mother seems to have changed a lot, but it does not matter. She can help me eliminate Qi Bao. However, it seems that Mother is also unable to assist much. And now the only person who can help her is Cheng Jing, who stands by her side. Chapter 76. Seeking my assistance? Nonsense. I have no idea. But I suspect something is amiss in the capital. After all, the schools in the capital are quite significant, and one could hardly have anticipated such an incident arising. I have heard whispers. They say that the young lady of the Fu family has been wronged by the principal and some officials at the capital school. The Fu family cannot remain idle in the face of this injustice, and seeks to avenge their precious daughter. Upon hearing this, some murmured, expressing disbelief at such indulgence, fearing it may lead to poor upbringing. Nonetheless, who can truly fathom the affairs of these prominent families? It is wise to refrain from speaking too freely, as we cannot afford to offend them. The principal paced anxiously in his office. The funding that was supposed to arrive would have allowed their school to embark on a new project. Now, with the Fu family retracting their investment, they cannot proceed with a new endeavor. Although this is troublesome, he has already issued apologies and provided assurances. What more does the Fu family want from him? Is this not an excessive display of bullying? A secretary knocked and entered. Principal, Mr. Fu still refuses to take the call. The butler on the other end offers excuses, claiming either Mr. Fu is not home or he has already gone to rest. The man erupted in anger. If he is not home, why do you not persist in calling? What purpose do you serve? Are you merely idling away? Can you not go to their residence and inquire? Do you lack common sense? The secretary lowered his head in resignation. Someone of his standing could hardly gain an audience with the Fu family. The principal, overwhelmed with frustration, waved his hand impatiently. What are you standing there for? Hurry and prepare something for me to take as an apology. Otherwise, you will witness the collapse of the capital school. Will we starve if it ceases to operate? Hurry. Gather some items that girls would favor. And bring me Sun Yu. Why are you still here? The secretary nodded and quickly exited. Given the current predicament, he could only seek favor from Qi Bao. Yet as the principal of a prestigious school, seeking assistance from a child would surely lead to loss of face. When he informed Sun Yu, she immediately surmised the purpose of his summons. She arrived at the principal's office, her high heels clicking on the floor, her expression stern and formal. Principal, you called for me? The principal, disregarding her displeased demeanor, recognized that Sun Yu was his only lifeline. If he could persuade Qi Bao to have the Fu family reinvest in the capital school, he would tolerate any attitude she displayed. Miss Sun, please have a seat, he urged. Despite his internal anxiety, he maintained an air of authority, sitting directly across from her. Clearing his throat, he began, Miss Sun. The initial arrangement of placing Qi Bao in your class was due to my confidence in your character. I believe someone of your disposition could foster a good relationship with Qi Bao and in times of crisis, assist the capital school. Coincidentally, we find ourselves in need of your help. Of course, I do not wish to impose too heavily. This matter should be quite simple for you. Sun Yu did not engage with his reasoning, recalling how he had schemed against Qi Bao. Principal, when the director approached me, I made it clear that I am merely a minor teacher and cannot truly assist you leaders. My relationship with Qi Bao is simply that of a typical teacher-student. You cannot expect me to perform tasks beyond my capacity simply because Qi Bao was placed in my class, can you? I understand that our school is facing challenges, and I empathize with you. If it becomes too burdensome, perhaps you could defer our salaries. We would all understand. As for this matter, I genuinely cannot assist. She paused, took a sip of tea, then continued. However, I can offer some advice. If you truly wish to remedy this situation, it would be best for you to personally approach Qi Bao, as that would demonstrate sincerity. My presence would be inappropriate and might even exacerbate the Fu family's resentment towards our school. I am certain you would not want to witness such a scenario. Just then, the class bell rang. Sun Yu smiled and stood. Principal, the class time has arrived. While the capital school is facing difficulties, we cannot neglect our students' education. I must take my leave. Remember, where there is a will, there is a way. I believe in you, Principal. You will surely navigate this storm and save the capital school from peril. With that, she turned on her heel, not allowing the principal any further opportunity to persuade her. Once outside, her smile faded, and she spat out the remnants of tea from her mouth, exclaiming in disdain, "What nonsense! How dare he scheme against Qi Bao when I have yet to settle the score with them? I truly cannot fathom how he manages the capital school." With a huff, she strode away, her words entirely contrary to her usual demeanor. Chapter 77. Deserved Consequences. The humiliated principal clenched his teacup. Very well. Now, they have all allied with the Fu family, completely disregarding my authority. Fine. Is it merely an apology they seek? You shall go. He had not anticipated that such a venerable family as the Fu would be so petty. It was said that the probability of this being a win-win situation was exceedingly slim. How could they make this situation so difficult? Is it simply a matter of offering an apology and showing humility? He would go. He pressed the intercom, cursing. Have the items been procured? Why have they not yet been delivered? How can it take so long to prepare something? What use are you to me if you cannot fulfill your duties? Is your salary merely for idleness? Yes, I will bring it immediately. After hanging up, the secretary grumbled. Such is the fate of a worker. How can I procure these items in such a short time? I haven't had a day off in over 100 days. Were it not for the generous pay, I would have left long ago. Who can endure this frustration? Once I have the means, I shall hire you as my secretary, and you will hear my complaints daily. Always grumbling, what a tiresome existence. While the secretary lamented, he resigned himself to the task of procuring the items. At the Fu residence, sir, the principal of the capital school has arrived, bringing numerous items, claiming to be here to pay his respects to you and madam. I have kept him waiting outside for quite some time. Should we allow him entry? Fu Yong, diligently attending to his wife's manicure, scoffed dismissively. Who invited him? Am I acquainted with him? Is my wife familiar with him? Tell him to leave. How dare he come to apologize without even a semblance of decorum? I cannot fathom how such a person manages the capital school. Have him leave at once. I do not wish to be disturbed while tending to my wife's nails. The butler kept his head bowed, suppressing a smile as he listened to his master's complaints. Madam, do you find this color pleasing? How does it look? I believe my French technique has improved. Have I met your expectations? Indeed, there's progress. It was worth the investment in these tools. Very well, butler, allow him entry. While the capital school may not rival the Fu family, there is no need for excessive hostility. Let him in. I am curious to see how sincere he is. However, should he lack sincerity, it matters not. After all, he has wronged our Qi Bao, and he deserves it. Nodded cautiously, delicately applying the diamond to his wife's finger, exclaiming, Indeed, it served him right. Who told him to bully our Qi Bao? The butler chuckled softly, remarking that the master was quite obedient to his wife, always agreeing with her. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly approached the entrance, where he observed the anxious man outside. The butler's face displayed a polite smile. The man, who had been standing there for nearly an hour without any word from inside, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. His legs were becoming numb from standing still, yet he dared not leave. The surveillance camera was fixed on him, and he remained frozen in place. Please come in, the butler said with a smirk. Our master had an important matter to attend to. I apologize for the wait. This was the butler of the Fu family, and the principal felt compelled to respond respectfully, nodding and saying, Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm sure Mr. Fu's affairs are indeed significant. Thank you. You're too kind. As a mere butler of the Fu family, I hardly deserve your gratitude. Please come in. TCH, you bullied Miss Qi Bao. It serves you right to wait so long. Exhausting. The man understood that the Fu family was exerting their authority over him, but he dared not protest and hastened inside, hoping to alleviate the numbness in his legs. Upon entering, he spotted Mr. Fu fussing over Li Ning's fingernails, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars. "Where has my color gone? I told you to go to the nail salon, yet you insisted on doing it here. Now, I can't find this or that. Oh dear, please don't be angry. Madam, it must be around here. I definitely brought it. Give me a moment to look. If I find it, I'll say I brought it." The man couldn't help but twitch his lips, glancing at the butler, whose expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile. "Is this what you call a serious matter? Leaving me out here for over an hour just for a manicure? Do you realize my legs are about to give out?" As if sensing his gaze, the butler smiled back at him. "What is the matter, principal? Do you have any instructions for me?" And no, the butler, perceiving his dissatisfaction, thought to himself that he deserved it. If it weren't for the lady's orders, he would have had to stand outside for 3 hours without being allowed in. How could someone as lovely as Miss Qi Bao be subjected to such treatment? He had no intention of letting him in. "Please wait a moment. I'll have someone prepare some tea for you." "All right." After the butler departed, the man glanced around, uncertain of where to sit. Observing the affectionate couple before him, he could only interject, "Hee, Mr. Fu, you and your wife are truly affectionate. What are you up to?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yong shot him a peculiar glance. Sensing something was amiss, could this man truly be so ignorant? Did he not know that his wife indulged in manicures? "This is a manicure. Doesn't your wife do this?" How could he not know? It was evident that he didn't cherish his wife at all. The man was momentarily taken aback by his words. After all, how was he expected to know about women's affairs? He was busy building his career outside and had already provided for those women, so these matters were certainly not his concern. Nevertheless, he managed a forced smile. "I don't usually engage in such things. It seems Mr. Fu is quite knowledgeable. Your mindset truly reflects youth." "Indeed," Fu Yong replied curtly, his hands continuing their work. The principal felt a bit awkward. It had been quite some time, yet no one from the Fu family had come to offer him a seat. Having already stood outside for so long, he wondered if he would be expected to stand indefinitely. Would his legs withstand it? A wave of discomfort surged through his legs, and seeing no one speak up, he resigned himself to say, Mr. Fu, you are in excellent health. Just look at your vigor. It's clear your eyesight is remarkable. Unlike me, as I age, I find discomfort everywhere. My eyesight is failing, and my legs ache from standing too long. It seems that aging renders one rather useless. I truly envy your vitality. Yes, I usually do not harbor ulterior motives, hence I live longer. If one engages in constant scheming and calculations, their heart and mind bear a heavier burden, naturally affecting their health. Wouldn't you agree? The man twitched his lips, noting that he could report this as mockery, and he had the evidence to prove it. Fu Yong was unfazed, meticulously placing the woman's hand under the lamp. Only then did he lift his gaze to regard him. "If you are concerned about the funding for Jinxan school, fearing that our Qi Bao may lack a place to study, you need not worry. The Fu family will certainly arrange for a private tutor for Qi Bao. As for the other children from different families, I trust those capable will also hire private tutors. However, since they have paid for Jinxan school yet received inadequate educational resources, they may have to hold someone accountable. But rest assured, the Fu family will not blame you. We are quite understanding. After all, everyone has their difficulties." The principal was taken aback, witnessing Fu Yong feign ignorance. He gritted his teeth and bluntly stated, "Mr. Fu, this is not merely about blame. The funding is indeed being withdrawn from your side. Even if it does not hinder Qi Bao's studies, it cannot impede the education of other children. Would you not agree that this is unreasonable? Jinxing School has many qualified yet impoverished children. With the funding withdrawn, the school cannot operate. What will happen to those children? They cannot afford private tutors either. We must maintain a sense of moral integrity in our dealings." Fu Yong snorted, unconvinced by such moral appeals. How naive to attempt to guilt him. "Oh, now you're concerned about those less fortunate students? Why do you assume your morality is superior? Your high moral ground allowed a child as young as Qi Bao to take the fall for Jinxing School? You take pride in your morals while pushing 2 children to the forefront, indifferent to the potential scorn they might face. You've reaped the benefits at Jinxing School for years, haven't you? Enough said. I, Fu Yong, am more moral than you. Those children who cannot afford private tutors can come to the Fu family for lessons. I will graciously provide them with private tutoring. Is that not a noble enough act? Certainly more so than yours." The principal was left speechless. "You no longer stand on your moral high ground to condemn me? Do you feel your position is indefensible? Yes. I admit that you have apologized and acknowledged your mistakes. But to whom are you apologizing? Are we that familiar? Let me be direct. The current predicament of Jinxan School is a result of your leadership. The Fu family is not lacking in funds. Should Jinxing School falter, I could easily establish another institution. Investing billions is trivial. The Fu family will ensure that the students of Jinxing do not go without education. However, mistreating our Qi Bao is something the Fu family cannot tolerate. Fu Yong had made his stance abundantly clear. This apology was misdirected. Despite Jinxing School's significance as a beacon of hope for impoverished children, they could not engage in morally questionable actions. Observing the principal still lingering, Fu Yong felt exasperated. How could this man be so foolish? He had already articulated his position clearly. The man had no reason to remain. He had been told that the apology was misdirected. If he wished to apologize, it should be to Qi Bao, not lingering at their home. Why do you look at me? Do I appear particularly striking? Fu Yong replied, you better not have any serious issues. After speaking, he glanced nervously at Fu Yong. Is this what he meant? Is he asking him to apologize to Qi Bao? Surely he didn't misunderstand. After a long pause, Fu Yong let out a cold snort. Butler, why haven't you seated our guest? This reflects poorly on the Fu family. If others were to gossip, they might accuse us of lacking decorum, of withdrawing support without cause, and of being rude by not offering our guest a seat after such a long wait. Yes. Principal, it was indeed my oversight. Please take a seat quickly, or the old master will scold me. Oh dear, why are you still standing? You should treat this place as your own home. Look at you, being so polite and standing there. Aren't you tired? Please sit down. There are plenty of seats, so don't be shy. Principal, you all are being quite ridiculous. My old legs are about to give out. It's nothing, just standing for a bit. It's good for your health. Don't worry, Fu Leioi. I want to speak a word of today's events outside. Well, I appreciate that. Principal, there is no need for such formality. Haha, you're too polite. Chapter 79. A burly man's whimsical sighed. He propped his face up, feeling drowsy, just on the verge of sleep when Fu Yong suddenly shouted, Oh no, Principal. There is a bug next to you. Quick, grab it. It seems to have gone to your head. What a large bug. Madam, don't be afraid. Let us keep our distance. I'll protect you. The principal, still half asleep, instinctively reached for his head upon hearing Fu Yong's frantic words, but found nothing. Where is it? Where is it? Help me find it. Fu Yong watched him flail about and smirked, then calmly said, Oh, my apologies, I misjudged. It wasn't a bug, just a blade of grass. It's gone now. You must have brushed it off. Are you sure you didn't do that on purpose? Fu Yong wore an indifferent expression, as if nothing had happened. It appears there is no need to worry about that. Please, continue waiting. I want to disturb you. After such a blunder, the man dared not return to slumber. He widened his eyes, staring at the door, but after waiting a long time without a sign of the girl, sleepiness began to creep back in. Fu Yong caught a glimpse of him and suddenly called out. The man jumped in surprise, nearly colliding with the coffee table before he quietly raised his head. Seeing the butler completely absent, Fu Yong shouted into the air. Principal, you did that on purpose. I have proof. Oh, how unfortunate I am. The man seemed to see his savior and could no longer sit still. He stood up, rushing toward the door, and bowed deeply to Qi Bao, following the entire formal apology routine before hastily departing the Fu residence. However, just as he stepped out, he was collided into by Fu Yong, causing him to stagger. I'm bullying you. Yay. Qi Bao is already hungry. Seemingly just noticing the man beside him, Fu Yong suppressed his smile and addressed him. Oh, you haven't tea left yet? I thought you were gone. Why not come inside and share a meal with us? No, I would want to impose. I'll just have a few words with Miss Qi Bao, and then I'll leave. I would want to disturb Fu Leioi while you all dine. At least you have some sense. Qi Bao, go ahead, since he wishes to speak with you. You should oblige. But rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, simply tell your grandfather, and he will certainly not let them off easily. Even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground, he will unearth them. If he can't find them, I will scatter their ancestors' ashes. Principal, you might as well just give them my name. Oh, how sorry I am, ancestors. All right, no rush, Qi Bao. Once Fu Yong departed, the principal exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. He felt uncomfortable with him around. Qi Bao, Uncle Principal has come to apologize to you. He knows he should not have let you and Chun Mo deceive others for the sake of the Jinxing School. Honesty is a virtue, and Uncle Principal should not have acted in such a manner. I'm truly sorry, Qi Bao, can you forgive Uncle Principal? Seeing the girl's expression unchanged, the man continued to lament. You have no idea how your grandparents have been targeting our jinxing school over this matter. Oh, you cannot imagine how I have been struggling these past few days. Now, Jingcheng School has no funds, and Chun Mo and his classmates may not be able to attend anymore. Many other little friends will also miss out on school. I have been tirelessly working on this issue. Qi Bao, can you speak to your grandparents, asking them to let Jingcheng School off the hook? Surely you wish to attend classes with your classmates, don't you? Even if you don't want to, you wouldn't want students like Chun Mo to lose their chance to learn, would you? We just implemented this good policy, and now they can't attend school. How disappointed they must be, right? Uncle Principal, Qi Bao truly wants to attend classes with her classmates. However, her grandparents have promised her that they can hire teachers at home and invite Qi Bao as classmates to study together. Therefore, there is no necessity for her to attend school. The man's face twitched. Why was this little brat not following the script? Wasn't he supposed to say sorry and then obediently nod? Qi Bao, how could that be? It is certainly different to study at school compared to the Fu residence. If you were at the Fu residence, Chun Mo and the others would surely feel out of place. But at school, it's different. Everyone is happy. Would you agree? Oh, is that so? That's fine. I can have my grandparents run a school for us. That way it's the same. Principal, what is wrong with these children today? Do they not want these foolish people to live? This is outrageous. They're all defying reason. I can't even wash their brains. The principal felt like crying. If this continued, the demise of Jingcheng School was inevitable. Oh dear, Qi Bao, Uncle Principal begs you. Please, speak to your grandparents and ask them not to treat Jingxing School this way anymore. This time, it was Uncle Principal's fault, and I acknowledge my mistake. I apologize. Please urge them to reinstate funding for Jingxing School, or it will truly be gone. I implore you, Qi Bao, as long as you agree, Uncle Principal will fulfill any request you have. The man clasped his hands together, looking somewhat dejected. He never anticipated that deceiving a small child would be so arduous, and he could only resort to his ultimate tactic. Oh dear, Qi Bao, I beg you. You have no idea how tough it has been for Uncle Principal. Please, do this for me. Qi Bao, what is this? How terrifying. What is this thing? How can someone be so strange? Chapter 80. A dream. Why you don't need to do this here. I forgive you. I forgive you. Uncle Principal, please don't act this way. Qi Bao is scared. Besides, the Fu residence is equipped with surveillance cameras, and there are people monitoring it in real time. Uncle Principal, you shouldn't be doing this. If it gets out, it won't be good. Principal, why didn't you mention the cameras earlier? It's over. It's over. How embarrassing. Initially, it was just a loss of face in front of a child. But if this spreads, where will I hide my face? Oh, how miserable I am. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Bao, about today's incident, you mustn't speak of it outside. Now let's make a pledge. And Qi Bao, you must quickly tell your grandparents to restore Jingcheng School to its former state. Uncle Principal thanks you on behalf of the teachers and students at Jingxing School. How about this? Uncle Principal promises you one condition. What do you want? Uncle Principal will get it for you. No, no, no. You certainly do not lack money. Thus, feel free to make any demands, and I shall comply with whatever is within my power. Upon witnessing him finally return to his normal state, Qi Bao let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Ah, it's finally over. That was truly terrifying. If it happens again, I must flee." It was utterly unbearable. Fu Tian casually fiddled with a miniature phone customized specifically for her, and as the time approached, she made a phone call. "Hello, Director. Have you made sufficient progress? I have afforded you ample time, and if matters are not resolved adequately, you cannot blame me for my lack of leniency. I cannot predict who might come across these photographs I possess." The man inwardly cursed, having suffered severe humiliation from that old codger due to this affair. If not for the man's relatively considerable influence, he would have long since walked away. He had never held significant standing within their family, and now he had even lost his position as the director of the capital school, while still relying on them to get things done. Were it not for his marriage with that woman still being intact, that old man would have never offered him assistance. One day he would seize that power and rid himself of her. This time, Fu Tian had truly brought him to ruin. Let me make it clear. Once this matter is settled, you must promise me that you will hand over all those photographs to me without keeping any backups. If they get leaked, I shall not spare you. Fu Tian glanced at the time with a hint of disdain, impatiently stating, "Well, I will give you the remaining tasks by tomorrow. Do not worry. I have no designs on your position as the pathetic son-in-law. When can the man be released? Even though the man harbored discontent towards her words, he dared not voice it, for his leverage remained firmly in her grasp. Why the urgency? Even if the Fu family has not dispatched anyone to watch over Cheng Jing, it is not so simple to extricate someone who has not served their full sentence for prison. Tomorrow evening at 7, during the shift change, there will be someone to assist from within. Cheng Jing will be brought out through a small door, and all you need to do is take her away. But I must remind you, after this point, I will have no further involvement in this matter, and you will no longer know me. Whatever you two decide to do has no bearing on me, understood? Fu Tian could not help but feel that the man was rather foolish. He possessed no leverage of his own, so for where did he derive the audacity to threaten her? Moreover, how could the Fu family possibly remain oblivious to his interference? Truly, he was quite dim-witted. However, this was of no concern to her. Understood. After hanging up the phone, the car slowly started moving. Xiao Huang, reclining in the seat, was jolted awake. Oh, this person is heading to another location. What? This person is going elsewhere. Hurry, wake up, we cannot miss any leads. We absolutely cannot overlook any clues regarding divine beasts. Fu Tian gazed tiredly ahead, relieved that her grandmother had left her with a few capable individuals. However, this was merely a contingency plan for herself. After all, if she were to seize the Fu family, her grandmother would undoubtedly reappear at the first opportunity. She was merely a discarded pawn in their game, and these items were nothing but refuse they had thrown her way. Miss, where are we headed now? The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Facing her daughter, Fu Huan pressed his lips together and nodded gently. Did Annie cook for you? Fu Huan looked at his daughter, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Although he had been schemed against by Cheng Jing and her mother during Sweet's birth, she was, after all, his daughter. Since Cheng Jing's imprisonment, Sweet had become significantly more mature. He found himself uncertain of how to interact with his daughter, thus burying himself in work at the company. In retrospect, he realized that he had indeed been neglectful. Observing the girl's eager expression, Fu Huan felt a pang of guilt. No, let us eat together. Great. Fu Tian immediately brightened up. After all, she was still just a child yearning for her parents' companionship and love. Daddy, this is delicious. It's my favorite. Daddy, can you tell me a bedtime story tonight? I haven't heard one in ages. But if you're too busy. All right. Fu Tian froze, looking up at the man, while Fu Huan nodded. Good, I will tell you a bedtime story tonight. Fu Huan awkwardly gazed at the picture book before him, his deep voice reading each word slowly. Once upon a time, there was a little lamb who thought her sister was too beautiful, and everyone liked her. Fu Tian grasped the man's hand tightly, gradually slipping into slumber. The woman's shrill voice pierced through the air, causing the girl to frown slightly. Fu Tian looked at the woman, who was so near, yet separated by a wall. She reached out, attempting to grasp her. Mama, I will rescue you. Just wait a moment. I will soon bring you out. The woman's face gradually contorted into a grotesque expression. Tian, why don't you come see Mama? I miss you so much. Come keep me company, please. Your father has forsaken us. That heartless man. I bore him children, and I loved him so dearly. Yet he refuses to love me. Why? I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Tian, you are mine. We must remain together forever. No one can separate us. Chapter 81. Is there any news? Fu Tian shook her head, retreating. No, that is not right. Daddy isn't a bad person. The scene before her began to shift, with a woman wielding a knife, fiercely stabbing Fu Huan. Ha. Let us die together. Fu Huan, I love you so much. You must die with us. Let us die together. Fu Tian's pupils dilated, her eyes filled with blood. No, don't do this, Mama. Let us not do this. Can't we just be together nicely? We only need to get rid of Qi Bao. Fu Tian suddenly lunged forward, trying to stop the woman, helplessly watching the bloodied knife retract from Fu Huan's body. The man collapsed, surrounded by blood. Fu Tian pressed down on his wound, blood continuing to pour from beneath her hands. Daddy, no, don't die. Fu Tian jolted awake, her eyes flying open to find Fu Huan still seated beside her. Seeing the girl awaken, the man appeared somewhat surprised. Noticing her alarmed expression, Fu Huan realized that she might have had a nightmare. However, having never raised a child, he was unsure how to address her discomfort and awkwardly asked, Tian, why are you awake? Did you have a nightmare? Fu Tian, oblivious to his unease, noticed that he was still there, and tears began to well up in her eyes. "Daddy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want this. I truly didn't want this. I didn't mean to. I just wanted us to be together." Fu Huan was taken aback. Although he did not comprehend her words, he still awkwardly attempted to comfort her. "It's all right. It was just a dream, all false. Go back to sleep. I'm here beside you." Fu Huan let out a soft sigh. Tian, sleep now, I want to leave. Nightmares are just illusions. Daddy is here. All right. It's fine. It's all just a dream. All she needed to do was eliminate Qi Bao, for she never intended to get rid of her father. As long as Qi Bao was gone, their family could reunite. Her grandparents would no longer share their affection with anyone else. The eldest daughter of the Fu family would only be her, and they would only dote on her. That one tea happened. It one tea. Mama wouldn't do that. It was all a dream. Dreams are false, and they often unfold in reverse. Perhaps once Mama was free, Daddy would forgive her, and their family would live together happily, just like before. Daddy would be safe. Eliminating Qi Bao would restore everything to how it once was. Everything she possessed had been destroyed by Qi Bao. She should never have existed. She should never have emerged to disrupt her family. If not for her presence, the Fu family would have always known only her as the little princess. Mother has always been by her side, indulging her. Others have consistently fawned over her, envious of her. It is all because of Qi Bao. She has shattered everything, seizing what rightfully belongs to her. Soon, very soon, they will be reunited, just as they once were. Xiao Huang, have you yet discovered the source of that peculiar scent? Xiao Huangji felt a pang of disappointment as he shook his head. No, I have been closely following Fu Tian, yet I have not found it. She has not been wandering much lately. I am nearly dozing off while crouching here. Nevertheless, Qi Bao, rest assured, the moment she stirs, I shall awaken instantly. I will miss no detail. However, I am puzzled as to why she does not visit that place. After a prolonged search with no results, Qi Bao felt disheartened. She had initially believed that following the scent would lead her swiftly to the divine beast. To her surprise, after such an extensive search, there remained no outcome. How long must this continue? Noticing Xiao Huang's downcast expression, Qi Bao immediately brightened her demeanor and reassured him. "It's all right, Xiao Huang. We will surely find it. Do not lose heart. Perseverance leads to victory. We will undoubtedly discover the whereabouts of the divine beast." Xiao Huang promptly nodded, entirely unaware of the significant information he had missed during those few minutes of drowsiness. Qi Bao felt a subtle flutter of her brow, sensing that something was afoot. However, her master had cautioned her that her skills were insufficient for divination. She must not engage in such practices recklessly, lest it affect her adversely. "Xiao Huang, I feel something amiss. Tomorrow, could you accompany Fu Tian for a longer duration?" "Certainly, I will keep my eyes peeled. I will follow her closely, ensuring she does not slip from my sight. I refuse to believe we cannot find it." Fu Tian gazed at her reflection in the mirror and nodded. "All right, let us proceed. Qi Bao, I sincerely apologize. After all, you have usurped my rightful place." Xiao Huang sensed something was off and flapped its wings, trailing behind the two, feeling fatigued and eventually perching atop Fu Tian's head. The girl was momentarily startled and instinctively touched her head, her fingers passing through Xiao Huang's body. "Was there something that just fell on my head? Perhaps I misinterpreted the sensation." Xiao Huang chuckled mischievously, thinking, "How could you possibly touch me, mere mortal? You are far from it." As the two departed with Xiao Huang in tow, it quickly realized that their destination was entirely different from any previous outing, and it had a strong premonition that they were heading to the resting place of the divine beast. Qi Bao, this is bad. This is bad. I do not know where Fu Tian intends to take me. I am unfamiliar with this place. I have never been here before. But I have a strong feeling that this location is where the divine beast slumbers. Hurry. Upon hearing the news of the divine beast, Qi Bao sprang to her feet. But how would she catch up with him? Despite her telepathic connection with Xiao Huang, knowing their current location, she was unfamiliar with the area. What should she do? She needed someone to guide her. But how could she explain this to her uncles? The bodyguards would undoubtedly inform her grandparents, which was not a feasible option. She needed someone trustworthy to keep the secret. Both the eldest and second uncle were absent from the Fu household. How could she explain her need for the third uncle to accompany her? The fifth uncle was even less suitable, as he was far too boisterous and seemed unreliable. Fu Yincheng lamented, "Wu Wu, Qi Bao, you no longer love me. The sixth uncle was preoccupied with competitions, and she did not wish to disturb him. Moreover, he was too gentle. It would be unwise to involve him in such matters. The youngest uncle was focused on his studies and must not be distracted. After much contemplation, Qi Bao ultimately decided to enlist the fourth uncle's assistance. Although Fu Yongxiuan was known for his aloofness, he was a man of his word. And given the presence of numerous surveillance systems, Qi Bao had no means of hacking into the system. She could only rely on her fourth uncle. But how could she approach him without raising suspicion? Never mind. There is no time to waste. She must secure her fourth uncle's help first. By sheer coincidence, as Qi Bao stepped outside, she spotted Fu Yongxiuan standing not far away. The girl's eyes brightened. "Fourth uncle, what brings you here? I was just looking for you. This is such a fortunate coincidence. It seems that fate has brought us together, don't you think?" Fu Yongxiuan slightly pursed his lips, a hint of a smile gracing his otherwise cold features. He revealed an ice cream hidden behind his back. "Wow, ice cream. Did you buy this for me, fourth uncle?" "Thank you, fourth uncle. I adore ice cream, especially the kind you get. It's the best." Qi Bao obediently accepted it, taking a lick, and a bit of cream smudged the corner of her mouth. However, why was he just standing there? Wasn't he supposed to bring her ice cream? Why didn't he come in to find Qi Bao? "I had intended to enter, but you happened to come out at just the right moment. It was merely a matter of timing." Fu Yongxiuan, the one with the pink hair. "I will never admit I hesitated to enter out of shyness. But Qi Bao was truly adorable just now." Qi Bao nodded, still somewhat skeptical. Though she had savored the delicious ice cream, she did not forget her mission. She could not leave Xiao Huang to fight alone. Brothers stick together, even in death. "Xiao Huang. Ooh, I knew Qi Bao loved me the most." The girl clasped her hands together, gazing at him eagerly. Fu Yongxiuan, who was happy, I shan't say. So cute. So cute. Just like when my sister was little. "I want to take a picture." He maintained his usual demeanor, giving a slight nod. "Very well. I shall not inform our parents. Are you ready to leave now?" "Yes, thank you, fourth uncle. You are the best." He instructed the brothers of the Fu family, Fu Yong and Li Ning. "You rascals. None of you are reliable." Fu Yongxiuan lifted the girl, suppressing a chuckle. "Let's go. Aren't you in a hurry? I will carry you." Qi Bao stuck out her tongue, thinking, I've been discovered by fourth uncle. Hooray. Off we go. Fourth uncle is the best." The girl felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, fourth uncle did not inquire about her reasons, or she would have been at a loss for words. However, she would still need to explain at some point. Hopefully, this time they would discover the divine beast. All the while, Xiao Huang followed closely behind Fu Tian, noticing the vehicle veering into increasingly secluded areas, causing it to grow anxious. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the feeling it had. The resting place of a divine beast was nearby. "What? Are you not getting out? Are you waiting to be discovered?" "Xiao Huang. Have I been discovered? How could that be? Impossible. No one could possibly see me." Fu Tian spoke softly to the man beside her, to which Xiao Huang thought, "Phew. Thankfully, they are not addressing me. That was terrifying. I knew there was no way they could see me." "Yes, Mississippi." As time passed, the two arrived near a prison, and Xiao Huang felt an overwhelming presence of the divine beast's aura emanating from that location. Qi Bao, I found it. I swear on the most beautiful feather on my backside that this is the place. Hurry here." But this place appears to be marked as a prison. Moreover, Fu Tian is acting suspiciously. They cannot be planning something nefarious, can they? The mention of a prison sent a jolt through Qi Bao's heart. What could they possibly want at a prison? Are they visiting Chengqing, or is there something else afoot? Chengqing had previously sought to harm her and her second uncle, causing Qi Bao to harbor some resentment towards her. Yet, time was of the essence. She must alert her grandparents to inform the prison staff to keep a watchful eye on Chengqing. Noticing the girl's troubled expression, Fu Yongxiuan silently accelerated the vehicle. "Qi Bao, I see a woman being escorted out. It's Chengqing. Qi Bao, and I can smell the scent of the divine beast on her. It is incredibly strong. The scent is even more intense than when I inquired about it from Fu Tian. The divine beast is right there. It is in the prison. If she escapes and harms my second uncle and the others, it would be dreadful. Xiao Huang, keep a close watch on them. Do not let them slip out of your sight. I will arrive shortly. Also, be cautious not to reveal yourself." "Yes, understood. Qi Bao, rest assured. Who do you think I am? I will definitely not be discovered by anyone." Fourth uncle, well. Qi Bao pondered for a long time. unsure of how to broach the subject. How should she express it? Should she confess that she has a companion who can become invisible? Regardless, she must ensure that Cheng Jing does not harm her second uncle and the others. Fourth uncle, we must hurry. A friend of Qi Bao's informed her that the second aunt had been deliberately released and has already escaped. Fu Liangzuan was taken aback. He initially thought Qi Bao merely wanted him to accompany her to a fun place, never expecting her to suddenly mention Cheng Jing. Chapter 83. Madness? He promptly adjusted himself and replied, all right. Cheng Jing had grown weary of life in the prison. Upon hearing that she might be discovered, she immediately nodded. Cheng Jing tugged Fu Tian along, running swiftly. After all, she was still young and lacked the stamina of an adult like Cheng Jing. Soon, the girl was gasping for breath. Mom, slow down, I can't keep up. Just as they were on the verge of completely escaping that dreadful place. Being hindered made Cheng Jing somewhat irritable. Cheng Jing raced with Fu Tian until she spotted someone waiting not far away, at which point she sighed in relief. As she drew closer, seeing the man before her, Cheng Jing raised an eyebrow, her gaze laced with disdain. Phew, Tian said someone was coming to assist. It turns out to be you, madam. Cheng Jing scoffed lightly, realizing her mother had indeed discarded them like worthless pieces. This man was the least competent among the bodyguards of the Cheng family. When he was supposed to protect her in elementary school, he nearly caused her to have an accident. She still bore a scar on her finger from that incident. She had wanted to dismiss him back then, but her parents insisted on keeping him due to his low pay. Although she looked down on him, considering he was there to provide assistance, she reluctantly put on a pleasant demeanor. Let us go. I've arrived. What are you waiting for? Yes, thank you for your kind consideration. Otherwise, I would have survived until today. The man slightly lowered his head, devoid of gratitude in his eyes. Back then, he had shielded the young lady from a drunk driver, taking the fatal blow himself. He still bore a shard of metal in his chest, while Cheng Jing only had a minor scrape and a small scar. Yet, they were not satisfied. They brutally assaulted him until he lost a finger before they ceased. However, those fools had chosen to remain for such meager wages. Now, witnessing the Cheng family's downfall filled him with delight. The Cheng family was in ruins, and he had been lying in wait for this day. He intended to personally annihilate everyone from the Cheng family. His parents in the underworld would finally have someone to avenge them. Once in the car, Cheng Jing instantly felt at ease. She held Fu Tian and looked around. Oh dear, Tian, let mommy have a look at you. You're so young, yet already have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't I tell you? You must sleep early. You are a young lady of the Fu family. What is the harm in waking up a bit later? Being slightly late is inconsequential. The teachers will forgive you. Look at those dark circles. You'll never find a husband like that. Xiao Huang, listening nearby, was dumbfounded. Wow, is marriage so terrifying? Can't you marry if you have dark circles? It looked down at its own disheveled yellow fur. It's fine. At least my fur is pretty. But I don't want to get married. I want to be the most glamorous chicken. No. I am a phoenix. I want to shine the brightest. Let all the yellow ones be in awe of me. That is my ambition. Although it held some disdain for Fu Tian, seeing Cheng Jing so enchanted, it felt a twinge of discomfort. Fu Tian, quickly retort. Mom, I need to attend classes on time. Now everyone knows I am not favored in the Fu family, so they want to indulge me. Besides, I need to study hard so that Dad will like me. Isn't it good for our family to be together? Our little princess doesn't need to study hard. Even if the Fu family doesn't favor you, you still carry the Fu surname. The family fortune will eventually belong to you. The classes I enrolled you in aren't for you to take any university entrance exams. I want you to become a refined young lady. If you don't look good, how can you become one? As for your so-called father, after this experience, I've come to terms with it. I've sacrificed my youth for him, and I've never managed to warm his icy heart. Don't think about it. If I couldn't warm him, how could you? Cheng Jing mercilessly criticized, completely unaware of Fu Tian's subtly changing expression. The girl tentatively spoke, Mom. Do you really dislike Dad? Chapter 84. Obstruction? Xiao Huang. You should be eliminated. Speak big words. Spit. Mom, The woman's face twisted, no longer embodying the grace and dignity of a refined lady, but rather an endless wrath. All these years, she had nothing. They all deserved to die. Fu Tian wanted to say more, but the car suddenly screeched to a halt, interrupting her thoughts. Cheng Jing lurched forward, although she was unharmed. She immediately became furious. During her days in prison, while life had been less than ideal, it had not extinguished her noble demeanor. Instead, it had intensified her temper upon her release. "Madam, miss, someone is coming." "What? Who is coming?" Fu Yansuan had brought Qi Bao down, and upon seeing a member of the Fu family, Cheng Jing panicked. Fu Tian was shoved violently by the woman, caught off guard, and stumbled out of the car. She gazed in disbelief at the woman desperately trying to hide behind the seat. Her mother had never acted like this. She would have never pushed her. Did that mean her mother no longer loved her? "Hurry, hurry. Don't let them see me. Tian. Quickly go explain. Hurry." Cheng Jing urged incessantly, fearful of being discovered. Qi Bao, seeing Fu Tian fall, wanted to help her, but realizing she might be exposed, Cheng Jing panicked. "Quickly, get up. Tian. Close the car door. You must not let them find out about me, understand? Do you want to be separated from mommy again? Hurry up and get up. Don't let them find out about me. Quickly." Under the woman's relentless urging, Fu Tian stood up and dusted off the dirt from her legs. She forced a smile. "Fourth uncle, what brings you here?" Fu Yansuan knew that Fu Tian did not fall by accident. Someone had pushed her from behind. As for who that was, everyone was well aware. He never anticipated that in such a short time, Cheng Jing would seem like a completely different person. She had never treated Fu Tian this way before. During her time in prison, the Fu family had somewhat looked after her, preventing her from suffering too much. Unexpectedly, she had once cherished Fu Tian as if she were a fragile treasure. Now, seeing her marriage in disarray, it was natural that her attitude towards Fu Tian had changed. Observing the red skin on the girl's leg from her fall, Fu Yansuan pursed his lips and approached, bending down without saying a word, simply offering her a handkerchief. Fu Tian was taken aback. Was fourth uncle showing concern for her? The feeling of being abandoned by her mother welled up, causing tears to brim in her eyes. The man sighed softly, pursed his lips, and somewhat awkwardly wiped her tears without uttering a word. Fu Tian gazed at him, about to nod, but then remembered Cheng Jing was still in the car. She shook her head, and upon seeing this, Fu Yansuan did not stop them any further. The driver immediately drove the car over, seemingly afraid they might change their minds. Fu Tian was taken aback. Why weren't they stopping her? Hadn't they come to detain her mother? Something within Fu Tian subtly shifted, and she felt grateful to see Bobo. After the car drove away, Fu Yansuan turned to the girl beside him. Why did Qi Bao let them leave so easily? What if they couldn't find them later? The girl gazed at the departing car and smiled, reassuring him, "Don't worry, see Jiao. Qi Bao is quite formidable. No matter where they go, Qi Bao will find them. Besides, since Tian worked so hard to bring Heir Jiuma out, she must want to be with her now. Let's allow them some time together. We can catch them later." Fu Yansuan mused. Then why did I drive so fast? I truly am a complete fool. I will never trust Qi Bao again. Hee. See Jiao, now I have a favor to ask. Could you hack into the prison surveillance so I can see what's inside? Qi Bao Guit. I'm just a bit curious about where Heir Jiuma is staying. Fu Yansuan found this reasoning somewhat absurd and, coupled with the girl's lack of confidence, he realized she must be hiding something. All right, I have no choice but to trust her once more. I will agree to your request. However, our time is limited as Mom and Dad are likely on their way. Give me 10 minutes to breach the system. Yay. Thank you, see Jiao. You are the best. Qi Bao loves you the most. Fu Yansuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ah, Qi Bao said she loves me the most. I don't care. It seems I hold the highest position in her heart. I must secretly win Qi Bao's affection and astonish everyone. Chapter 85. Don't cry. If anyone else were watching, they would be amazed. Truly, he was a master hacker. His skill and speed were almost divine. No, he was a godly figure. All right. Fu Yankun Urjid, but am I not your most formidable uncle? You will commend me, right? Qi Bao will surely praise me. Wow. Thank you, see Jiao. You are the best. You accomplished this in such a short time. Amazing. Qi Bao genuinely admires you. Fu Yansuan thought to himself. I knew it. I knew she would praise me. Clearing his throat, he added what was rather simple. These tasks are quite straightforward. If anyone were nearby, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "You call this simple? This is utterly unfair. Oh, how the great one belittles others, how unfair." Qi Bao, however, paid no heed to his feigned modesty and focused intently on the surveillance. Xiao Huang, what do you think the divine beast is sleeping? It must be quite large, right? Where could it possibly be? Xiao Huang, lounging comfortably in Fu Tian's car, replied, I'm not sure. I've never been inside that prison. If I could get in, I would definitely know where the divine beast lies in slumber. For now, we should start from Chungjing SL. That is likely the best place to begin. If it's not there, we will have to check each one individually, which could be troublesome if we can't enter. I understand, but how will I know if the divine beast is indeed sleeping there? Simple. Qi Bao, have you forgotten what you are? You are the king of all beasts. Close your eyes and use your divine sense to scan the area. Nothing will escape your awareness, and the resting place of the divine beast will certainly appear within your perception. Moreover, if the divine beast catches a whiff of your aura, it will surely awaken. All right, I understand. Qi Bao closed her eyes and attempted to use the method Xiao Huang had taught her to examine every corner of the surveillance footage. However, as soon as she opened her divine sense, she became overwhelmed. The essence of the divine beast permeated everywhere, making it impossible for her to discern where it was strongest. Could it be that the divine beast had shattered into fragments, sleeping in every corner? Having signed a contract with Qi Bao, Xiao Huang could see from her perspective whenever she wished. Qi Bao, I've figured it out. The divine beast must be slumbering beneath the prison. It must have intentionally dispersed its aura to prevent anyone from easily locating it. What should I do then? Should we dismantle the prison? The warden lamented, "Oh no, we can't hold onto our home any longer." The prisoners exclaimed, "Is that true? Really? Quick, tear it down. Tear it down." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang was taken aback, realizing this was what they called extravagant and ruthless behavior. No need for that. Now let me teach you how to slowly delve underground with your divine sense. It may be challenging, but Qi Bao, don't rush. Take your time. Even the most talented individuals have tried hundreds of times. Of course, the most gifted one is you, but even you had your fair share of attempts. It's all right. Take your time. If we can't do it today, we can try again tomorrow. We will surely find where the divine beast is. I found it. What? How did you find it so quickly? Xiao Huang was astonished, feeling inadequate. It seemed like it was becoming less and less useful. Master is becoming increasingly powerful, while I feel like a mere novice. Master must be disappointed in me. Oh dear, Master is so impressive. I truly admire you. Master, you are becoming more and more formidable. You are my god. Is that so? Hee. But why is this divine beast running? Isn't it supposed to be asleep? As Qi Bao pondered this, a misty figure lunged at her. Instinctively, she dodged, but the entity struck her without hesitation. Qi Bao stumbled back, narrowing her eyes. It seemed this divine beast was not very obedient. No matter. Let us see who is stronger. We shall speak through strength. Qi Bao charged forward unarmed, and she noticed the figure scoff at her actions before rushing towards her as well. However, just as she was about to make contact, she found her hands frozen, unable to move. This is bad. Qi Bao. This is a water element divine beast. It can manipulate anything related to water, including freezing you. With your current strength, you're no match for it. However, it seems to have restrained its power. Ima saw thee, Qi Bao. You currently have only one divine beast contract with me and cannot access other spiritual powers. If we rely solely on bare hands, you will surely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, it seems this divine beast does not yet wish to submit to you. Perhaps we should look for another divine beast instead. If you wish to contract with this one, the only way is to defeat it. But I feel so useless, unable to let you use my powers. Otherwise, with Qi Bao's strength, you would undoubtedly overpower it. Xiao Huang felt somewhat disheartened, realizing it was merely a burden to its master. Qi Bao chuckled, "Oh, Xiao Huang, why be sad? I'm the king of all beasts. I can handle this without your intervention." As the sensation of freezing gradually lifted, Qi Bao shook her hands and charged forward once more, shouting, "I, Qi Bao, will never concede." With her second punch, the girl seemed to have gained some strength, forcing the entity back a small step. It tilted its head, surprised, as it could not understand how this human girl, devoid of spiritual power, could still manage to resist it, even if only slightly, even if her strike was not delivered with full force. The palm imbued with spiritual energy was far beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Moreover, she surprisingly managed to retreat with nothing but her bare hands. With a deep breath, she called out for another attempt. Seizing the moment while he was still dazed, the girl launched an unrelenting assault, utterly disregarding the lingering chill that coursed through her arm after receiving his previous blow. The sensation was not only numbing but also intensely painful, making it difficult for her to even lift her arm. In that strike, The entity had harnessed a considerable portion of its spiritual energy, causing Qi Bao to stumble back violently, crashing onto the ground. Chapter 86. Coercive contract. She felt as though her entire body was on the verge of freezing, rendering her immobile. Even her arms were too heavy to lift, and she understood that this time, the entity had expended far more energy than before. This was a form of acknowledgement directed towards her. A smirk danced upon Qi Bao's lips. Her eyes no longer reflected that innocent and naive demeanor, but instead bore the seriousness learned from her masters. She mustered the strength to stand, half of her body completely numb. The piercing pain and cold made her frown. Qi Bao attempted to clench her right fist, only to find it utterly ineffective. Very well then, she would have to use her left fist. The girl dashed towards the entity with haste. Upon witnessing her advance, the entity raised its hand, filled with blue spiritual energy, prepared to receive her strike. However, it was taken by surprise as Qi Bao, utilizing her petite frame, swiftly maneuvered behind it and delivered a ruthless slap. Yet, this blow was merely a trivial annoyance to the entity. It only leaned forward slightly before regaining its balance and turning around, its eyes flashing with a mix of indignation and mockery. A deceiver. How dare it trick him? Gradually, he concentrated his spiritual energy within his palm, this time channeling nearly 50%. Xiao Huang, observing this, felt a thunderous shock in his mind. This was bad. Was the divine beast being serious? Did it not realize that such an immense amount of energy was sufficient to kill a grown adult in their current state? Qi Bao, get away. You cannot withstand this blow. He was genuinely serious this time. The entity barely spared a glance at Xiao Huang, seemingly finding it somewhat bothersome. With a slight wave of its hand, it dismissed him and mercilessly struck Qi Bao, sending her flying. Regardless of being the so-called king of beasts, what did it matter? It was not an adult, merely her substitute. Even if it possessed some talent and power, it was futile. To contract with him, she must first defeat him. The girl was flung away like a broken doll, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Frost began to creep up her body, starting from her feet. She felt as if death was imminent, her eyelids heavier than ever. Xiao Huang panicked, fearing that if anything happened to Qi Bao, he would have to face the wrath of the divine beasts waiting outside. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who this is? This is the reincarnation of an adult. What are you doing? The entity let out a dismissive huff. Qi Bao, how are you? Stop fighting him. Let us just go. Qi Bao, we cannot defeat him. I still cannot identify who this divine beast is, but is certainly not amicable. If we do not defeat him, he will never contract with us. Let us leave this one behind. It's all right. We will grow stronger and come back to contract with him later. What do you say? Qi Bao, we must leave. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Xiao Huang, in a frenzy, paced anxiously while Qi Bao fell into a complete stupor. Seeing the frost covering her eyes sent shivers down Xiao Huang's spine. Ever since finding Qi Bao, it had been protective, fearing she would melt away or shatter. And yet this divine beast had caused her spirit to be shattered like this. It flapped its wings and flew towards the entity, pecking at it furiously. How dare you bully Qi Bao? How dare you bully Qi Bao? This action seemed to irritate the entity, which mercilessly sent Xiao Huang flying. Its yellow body felt like a string of beads cut loose. Qi Bao reached out, wishing to catch him, but her body was completely frozen, rendering her nearly immobile, and she gradually struggled to breathe. Upon seeing the girl faint, the entity tilted its head and approached to inspect her injuries. No way. Is she fainting so easily? TCH, she is certainly no longer an adult. Adults are never this fragile. He would only contract with an adult. Who is the one he respects the most? That was a god beyond reach. These worthless beings could never hope to obtain him. None of these individuals were worthy. They only coveted his spiritual energy and had no genuine love for him. In the name of the king of beasts, I command you to form an equal contract with me. The entity's eyes widened slightly as an uncontrollable force pressed it to the ground, forcing it to kneel in submission. Surrendering to this human girl. No, he would only submit to one person in his lifetime. The entity struggled to rise, but was repeatedly forced back down. Unable to resist, it finally lifted its head and said, "Humph, even if you possess my body, you shall never possess my heart. My heart belongs solely to the adult." The voice was unexpectedly that of a youthful boy. Qi Bao raised an eyebrow, having anticipated the voice of a divine beast to be that of an elder. She steadied herself and stood up, gazing at the entity before her, lifting her hand. The entity instinctively believed she intended to strike it and attempted to evade. But under the pressure, it could only tilt its head aside. It emitted a series of sounds, warning her to keep her distance. Were it not for the damned hierarchy, it would never be this pathetic. Damn it, this child is indeed the reincarnation of an adult. Only adults wield such terrifying constraints. But a reincarnation is still just a reincarnation. She is not an adult. Qi Bao was unaware of its thoughts. She gently lowered her hand and caressed its head. The entity was taken aback. What? She actually touched me? How dare she touch me? Oh no, I have been tainted. The adult has touched me. I am dirty. Yet, it felt somewhat nice. The entity began to emit a purring sound, gradually revealing its true form, a snow-white polar bear cub. The girl regarded it with a void of emotion. Swiftly, she raised her finger, bit it, and let her blood drip onto its brow. The coercive contract was successful. Unlike the voluntary contracting process with spiritual beasts, the coercive contract inflicted significant harm on Qi Bao at this moment, and the methods differed. Her current strength was insufficient to command all spiritual beasts. Thus, when she forcibly contracted in the name of the king of beasts, the entity's resistance caused immense damage to both her body and spirit. Qi Bao looked at the pure white creature, a smile forming on her lips. This was splendid. She had finally taken her first step. However, the powerful backlash from the contract caused her to collapse. Qi Bao. Xiao Huang rushed over. Qi Bao. Qi Bao. Are you all right? Initially, it had refrained from revealing this method to Qi Bao, fearing she would forcibly activate this power to contract. It was baffled by how Qi Bao had figured it out. Chapter 87. Heavily injured? To its astonishment, the divine beast contracted this time was a member of the Shui Rong lineage. That was a top-tier divine beast. Truly, the adult had effortlessly found such a prestigious creature. It was regrettable that it was still just a cub. However, this divine beast was far too unruly, having carelessly harmed the adult to such an extent. Even so, Qi Bao had not established a servant relationship. Instead, they had formed an equal bond. She had genuinely put forth her utmost effort in this endeavor. Qi Bao, what is wrong? Seeing the girl fixated on the surveillance screen without any response, Fu Yangxuan began to panic. Since the moment she arrived, Qi Bao had not uttered a word, nor did she blink an eye. No matter how he called her, there was no response. Finally, she exhibited a slight reaction, only to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Fu Yangxuan dared not move her, waiting for the Fu family to arrive with assistance. He attempted to rouse the girl's consciousness, calling, Qi Bao, how are you? Are you all right? Qi Bao. Suddenly, the girl blinked and slowly turned her head to look at him. Fu Yangxuan's heart leapt with joy. She was finally aware. Qi Bao, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? You scare me. Qi Bao sensed that this might be the most Fu Yangxuan had ever spoken in one breath, and she wished to alleviate her fourth uncle's worries. However, her head throbbed painfully, almost as if it would explode, and her body felt icy cold, with a lingering sharp pain. She forced a smile and reassured, Fourth uncle, don't worry, Qi Bao is fine. Before she could say more, she fainted, her small body collapsing onto the man. Qi Bao. In a daze, she seemed to hear a mocking voice. Humph, you fainted just like that? You are far from being an adult. Even if you force a contract with me, I will never yield. In this lifetime, I shall only serve the adult. She is my deity, irreplaceable by you. Xiao Huang, disregarding where Fu Tian was, knew he had already marked Fu Tian, and she wouldn't escape. Nearby, the polar bear lay languidly, seemingly indifferent to the chaos that had ensued because of him. Xiao Huang glared at him, feeling the strong pressure of rank among spirit beasts. Although he knew he had no right to reprimand him, he still spat out, It's all your fault. Why did you treat Qi Bao that way? Do you not realize she is the adult? Even if you are unwilling to contract with her, there was no need to injure her like this. If anything happens to her, what will you do with all your spirit beasts? Is this what you call steadfastness? Whether you admit it or not, the adult has indeed fallen. Right now, Qi Bao is the adult. Even without her memories, she is still the adult. The bear seemed taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure. He narrowed his eyes, questioning how this scruffy chick dared to speak to him in such a manner. To assert his dominance, he exerted pressure, causing Xiao Huang to immediately cower on the ground. Only then was he satisfied, muttering, It's not like I wanted to fight her. She insisted on fighting me. Why should I be blamed? Xiao Huang felt the weight of his pressure, but still trembled as it forced itself to stand. If you're unwilling, then leave. No one is keeping you here. The polar bear retorted. You have no say in this. Just look at what kind of spirit beast you are. A chick that hasn't even grown all its feathers. Why do you have to criticize me? I'm a divine beast. What? Is my pressure not enough for you? Don't think just because you're her first contracted spirit beast, that gives you the right to dictate terms here. Stop. Xiao Huang felt tears welling up. It had always been looked down upon, yet its mother had told it before her passing that it belonged to the Phoenix clan. But no one believed it. They all dismissed it as wishful thinking, claiming the Phoenix clan was long extinct. Only the adult had continued to believe in and protect it. Now, seeing the adult grievously injured and unconscious, while this divine beast berated it, a wave of grievance surged within. It cried out, "You bully me. You think being a divine beast makes it impressive? What is so great about that? You injured the adult so severely, and she is the one who loved me the most. You have gone too far. The adult was kind enough not to force a servant contract with you, only signing an equal contract to eventually set you free, and yet you treated her like this. You are an ungrateful divine beast. You should have remained in slumber, left to your own devices. Are you crying? I merely stated the truth. Our clan consists of ancient divine beasts. Though our spiritual powers have waned, I am still a divine beast. I demand respect. Our clan operates this way. If you can defeat us, I will willingly contract with her. He forced a contract on me, and I have done nothing wrong. Besides, you're not even a high-ranking spirit beast, so you shouldn't speak to me like that." Hearing this, Xiao Huang cried even more intensely. It could not fight back against him or argue effectively. The adult was injured by him and could not speak up for it. "Wah, I miss the adult." Qi Bao was taken to the hospital, yet the doctors could not discern anything amiss. They could only shake their heads helplessly. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, we have done all we can. Now, we can only await Miss Fu's fate. Her symptoms are indeed peculiar. Her body temperature is continuously dropping, and there is confusion in her brain. We truly cannot ascertain what is wrong with Miss Fu." Li Ning gazed at the pale girl lying on the bed, then at the doctor who was pompously declaring that Qi Bao had no hope, and she erupted in fury. "I don't care how you negotiate. You must save Qi Bao and bring her back to me. Have I been paying you for nothing? The Fu family supports you precisely, so you can tell me you have done your best. Within 3 days, I want to see Qi Bao awake. Otherwise, you all can leave." The group of experts dared not even breathe. They were all trained by the Fu family, specifically to serve them. Chapter 88. Unblocking the spiritual veins. Now that Miss Fu lay in a comatose state, they could not determine the cause. Xiao Huang no longer stayed in the consciousness space to argue with the polar bear. After this incident, Qi Bao's consciousness had suffered severe damage. Recovery would not be a swift process. Unbeknownst to it, after his departure, new green shoots sprouted on the ground in the space. The new sprouts irritated the polar bear, who noticed them and raised an eyebrow. What a fuss over nothing. I was merely unblocking her blocked spiritual veins. I didn't truly harm her. Yet I am blamed. I was simply trying to help her recover. After all, this little human possesses remarkable recovery abilities, truly deserving of being the reincarnation of the adult. Xiao Huang looked at the girl in the hospital bed and couldn't help but sob. "Wah, Qi Bao, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I should never have allowed you to contract with him. It's my fault, or you wouldn't be in this state. But don't worry. I will find a way to wake you up. Don't be afraid." Xiao Huang flapped its wings and jumped off the bed, glancing back at the girl on the bed with reluctance before leaving. Fu Sun observed the girl in the hospital room, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. His sister had once lain in a hospital room in the same manner, and they had been powerless to help her. Later, when she went missing, they had searched for years, yet found nothing. Were they now to watch Qi Bao leave them in the same way? No, absolutely not. He steadied himself and gently patted Fu Liangxuan, who had been sitting in silence. He understood that, as the one who witnessed Qi Bao's injury, Fu Liangxuan must be suffering the most. The man slowly raised his head, his stern face betraying an undeniable weariness. "Elder brother, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Qi Bao. I'm sorry. It's all right. Pull yourself together. This is not your fault. Don't just sit there." If Qi Bao awakens and sees her fourth uncle like this, she would be unhappy. Go investigate if there is something nearby that caused Qi Bao to be like this. Sitting here is futile. Okay, I understand. I will look into it. After comforting Fu Liangxuan, Fu Sun sat down in a chair. What could be the reason? According to Fu Liangxuan, Qi Bao had always been in good health. How could she suddenly cough up blood? There must be some hidden ailment that they failed to detect. Fu Sun gazed at the girl lying on the sickbed and softly remarked that Qi Bao felt as though she was on the verge of being completely frozen. She understood that this was the doing of that divine beast. She had forcibly contracted with it, provoking its ire, curling up into a ball. She attempted to generate some warmth within herself. "Hey, child, I'm calling you." Qi Bao opened her eyes with great effort, and there sat the divine beast beside her, pawing at her incessantly. "So weak. Oomph. If it weren't for your forced contract with me, how could someone like you ever deserve my noble bloodline? If you weren't the reincarnation of the esteemed one, I wouldn't bother with you." The scruffy creature continued to complain. "Oomph. It's infuriating. I am, after all, very kind-hearted." Qi Bao managed to pull the corners of her mouth into a weak smile, the chill enveloping her causing her to shiver continuously. She barely managed to utter a few words. "Thank you." The polar bear paused, seemingly taken aback, and turned its face away. "Thank you for what? You know nothing, and yet you express gratitude. You lack any sense of caution. Someone like you is far from the esteemed one. The esteemed one is not so naive." "Oomph. What is there to discuss with you? You are not the esteemed one. From now on, no more talking. Otherwise, I will truly abandon you. If I abandon you, you can only perish if you cannot endure." Instantly, Qi Bao obediently fell silent. For reasons she could not quite fathom, she felt that the bear bore her no ill will. After all, a bear that enjoyed being petted could not be all that bad. Although she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, she sensed a powerful force coursing through her body. This force was not unwelcome. On the contrary, she felt warmth where it flowed. The bear, appearing somewhat cumbersome, plopped down beside the girl. It extended its paw, enveloping her entire body in its spiritual energy. "TSK, for your age, your talent is quite remarkable. I didn't expect your spiritual meridians to be unblocked so quickly. Are you cold? Oomph. Just endure a bit longer. You need to hit me. I'm kindly helping you unblock your meridians, and yet you strike me. How infuriating. It's maddening. But don't expect me to unblock everything for you. The rest you must do on your own. If you can't endure, you will truly perish." Its spiritual energy flowed into the girl ceaselessly, as unrestrained as if it were free. "Oomph. I am indeed a good bear. That scruffy creature dared to scold me. How outrageous." The bear grew increasingly agitated, turning its back on Qi Bao, yet still transferring its energy. "I still have to watch over you. What grievances do I have?" "Oomph." However, the girl did not hear its grumbling. As the energy surged into her body, she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, Qi Bao found herself lying in an icy chamber, the overwhelming cold causing her to flinch involuntarily. She stood up and surveyed the frozen landscape around her. "Where is this? How did I end up here? Oomph. Little girl, this is no place for you. If you recklessly trespass into my territory, you shall pay the price." Qi Bao glanced around, seeing no one. She could only speak to the air. "I apologize, sir. I truly do not know how I came to be here. Someone must have brought me. I am sorry, sir. If you could escort me out, I promise not to disturb you again. I am truly sorry." The polar bear outside was amused by her words, chuckling softly. What is this human thinking? Does she truly believe that begging for mercy will allow her leave? How naive! My kin would not let her escape so easily. Their standards are exceedingly high. If she does not meet them, she could very well freeze to death in here. Moreover, my kin are quite aloof. They are too indifferent to her. If she cannot endure, her life may be at risk. However, this was the only method available to unblock her meridians. To become the king of all beasts, unblocking the meridians was essential. Chapter 89. Is this really unblocked? Yet, unblocking the meridians required a divine beast of elder status. Fortunately, a fragment of a soul from his kin remained, which should assist her. Otherwise, she could not expect him to unblock her meridians. He was merely a cub of the Shuer Rong clan, incomparable to his kin. Voices of bickering echoed in the cave. "Let me do it. Let me. Old fool, don't crowd." After a bout of pulling and shoving, the elderly voice resounded once more. "Little girl, you are no ordinary person. Do you know why you have come here?" Upon hearing this, Qi Bao felt a surge of panic. She could not perish here. Otherwise, her grandparents would be heartbroken. "Then how can I unblock my meridians?" The voice vanished after a question. Above the icy chamber, a group of polar bears surrounded a mirror. "Oh no, did you speak too sternly just now? What if you scare the little esteemed one?" "Exactly. I said I would speak. You insisted on crowding in. You frightened the little esteemed one, didn't you? An older polar bear huffed. He was the mysterious being who had communicated with Qi Bao. The little esteemed one is not so easily frightened. Stop your bickering. It's giving me a headache. Oof. After finally having the chance to speak with the little esteemed one, would I let you take it from me? The polar bear guarding Qi Bao twitched its mouth. My ancestors, weren't you supposed to be aloof? You were so fierce to me before. Such double standards. You promised to submit only to the strong. Clearly, he is the only one keeping his word. All of you are deceivers. Oh, how unfair it is to deceive a bear. Qi Bao, feeling helpless, could only obey its words. She sat down obediently, crossed her legs, and attempted to feel the meridians as described by the voice. Hey, how long do you think it will take for our little esteemed one to unblock her meridians? I don't know, but I estimate it will take at least 3 to 5 days. After all, it took that esteemed one 3 days to unblock theirs. That esteemed one is akin to a deity. Can our little esteemed one surpass that speed? I agree. Moreover, the little esteemed one is not the esteemed one. In terms of talent, she is certainly far behind. I suspect it will take our little esteemed one at least 3 to 5 days. No matter how long it takes, our purpose in living is to support the little esteemed one. We will remain here with her until she completely unblocks her meridians. Only then will our mission be deemed fulfilled. After that, we will have to rely on the little esteemed one. Qi Bao closed her eyes. Her every breath and heartbeat magnified infinitely. She clearly perceived the pathways of her meridians. What is this? Why does it look so dark and blue? Surrounding Qi Bao's meridians was an abundance of ice attribute spiritual energy that continuously collided with the meridians. However, since her meridians had yet to be opened, this energy could not enter, remaining agitatedly swirling outside. But how could she unblock them? The girl took a deep breath and attempted to channel her energy downward, hoping to unblock them. Yet it yielded no results. Instead, her face turned red from holding her breath. The little polar bear outside laughed heartily. Why is this child so foolish? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. She's indeed no match for the esteemed one. So foolish. Unaware of the bear's mockery, Qi Bao puffed out her cheeks, realizing this method was ineffective. She had no choice but to explore other options, attempting to manipulate the chaotic spiritual energy. She endeavored to wield it, as the divine beast did. Yet, for reasons unknown, the energy resisted her like unruly children, refusing to gather together. Qi Bao glared at them, indignantly stating, I warn you, behave yourselves, or I will no longer need you. I am serious. If I become angry, I shall no longer require your presence. Upon hearing these words, the little polar bear scoffed, exclaiming, Humph, what a fanciful notion. Do you think these spiritual energies are mere pets that you can command? Even those who have opened their spiritual veins cannot compel the energies to obey, let alone someone who has not even awakened their own. However, the moment the girl finished speaking, the group of spiritual energies seemed to heed her words, rushing towards the spiritual vein as if in fear. This sudden movement caused Qi Bao to experience excruciating pain, yet the spiritual vein gradually began to clear as the energies surged forward. Sensing Qi Bao's discomfort, the leader of the energies halted, casting a worried glance at the girl. Do not stop, continue. Upon hearing this, they immediately went wild, all rushing into the girl's spiritual vein, causing Qi Bao to spit out a mouthful of blood. The little bear spat out a mouthful of water, bewildered. Is this truly sufficient? What a joke. How much time has passed? Has this child gone mad? And why are those energies so obedient? Chapter 90. Such talent surpassing adults? The elders outside had yet to notice the unfolding events. Qi Bao observed the seemingly sentient spiritual energies, tilting her head in an attempt to communicate. Could you come to my hand? As soon as she spoke, a portion of the energies from the spiritual vein flowed into her palm. Qi Bao chuckled lightly, directing the gathered energies toward a distant ice block. Seeing them dissipate after being expelled, she felt a pang of sorrow, as if they were a part of her very being. Upon hearing this, the energies within the spiritual vein joyfully surged, flowing energetically through her body. This time, however, the sensation was not the bone-chilling cold she had previously experienced, but rather a warm embrace. The girl laughed. Hee hee, you're all so mischievous. Feeling the relentless warmth enveloping her, Qi Bao was astonished. After all, she was in an ice cellar, yet she felt incredibly warm, devoid of any chill. At this moment, the little bear could no longer remain seated. It stood up in disbelief, gazing at the scene before it. The loud crash of falling icicles finally caught the attention of the elders outside. "Oh dear, don't push me. Let me see. I arrived first. Don't shove me aside. Let me see too. I didn't get to see the little adult earlier. Now I must. Enough. Everyone, step aside for me." A few bears grumbled in discontent, making room. "If you want space, just let us through. Why act so fierce? Just because you look old, does that make you special? You old codger. No, you old bear. So stingy." The talking bear was truly excessive. It was outrageous. These bears were now completely disobedient, defying him at every turn, lacking any semblance of respect. He snorted in disdain, choosing not to engage with them. "Little adult, I am here. He. He turned to look at Qi Bao in the mirror and was instantly stunned. This mirror was quite special, a treasure unique to the spirit realm, capable of presenting events as they had transpired, akin to surveillance cameras in the human world. The bear stared at the image, its expression one of disbelief. "What has happened? What is going on? How is the little adult? Has anything gone awry? Why are you silent? You are driving me mad. If you're not going to speak, step aside and let us see. I'm dying of anxiety. Why are you occupying this position without saying a word? You can see for yourselves. I warn you. Brace yourselves. Do not be frightened." Observing his unusual demeanor and his hesitant speech, the group of bears suddenly panicked. What if something truly happened to the little adult? If so, how could they explain it to the spiritual beasts? A few bears gathered to gaze into the mirror at Qi Bao, witnessing her every action without missing a beat. Suddenly, one bear elbowed another beside it, saying, "Hey, you must be mistaken. Did the little adult just clear the spiritual energy in such a short time? This is considerably faster than any adult from our time. This talent is simply extraordinary. How can this be? Those energies would almost flee from us. How could they be so obedient?" The little adult beckons them, and they comply. "Oh dear, this is unfair to us bears. I have pampered them like ancestral spirits, yet they desperately wish to escape." The bears were utterly bewildered by Qi Bao's actions, each one surpassing their expectations. They had assumed Qi Bao was merely a reincarnation of an adult, and if her talent reached 60% of the adults, it would be quite remarkable. Yet, they never anticipated that her talent would far exceed that of the adult. This was beyond their wildest dreams. If the adult was a divine being, then Qi Bao was a being superior to the divine, forever beyond their reach. The little adult's talent was remarkably high. Her potential was unfathomable. She would undoubtedly be the savior of all spiritual beasts. Henceforth, our Shui Rong clan shall spare no effort to protect the little adult. We must ensure that she does not perish in our presence. We vow to safeguard her with our lives. For the sake of our Shui Rong clan. For all spiritual beasts. Chapter 91. Entrusted to you, Qi Bao remained utterly oblivious to the astonishment her effortless actions had sparked among many. A group of bears gazed enviously at the leader. "Oh, how fortunate to have a chance to converse with the little adult. We desire that too. How unfair. That old bear is insufferable. Oh, the little adult is so adorable. Her cheeks are so chubby. She looks so delightful to touch. I wish to stroke her. They wouldn't mind if we did, would they? Little adult, come here. Ahem, that is enough. You have met our expectations, but remember, little girl, in the future, you must conceal your strength. Never allow others to discover your true abilities, or you will become a target for many and find yourself in peril. Even your family may be endangered. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from revealing your power. You currently reside in the human world, where every action must be taken with caution. Do not expose yourself. Otherwise, people fear the strong and the unknown, and your situation will become much more difficult." The bear then changed its title, speaking with newfound respect. Its tone shifted from that of a weary elder to that of a robust adult, its voice resonating with a blend of reverence and fear for the powerful. "Little adult, on behalf of the Shui Rong clan, I implore you, save all spiritual beasts. With your abilities, if you cultivate diligently, you shall be the hope for all spiritual creatures. Please protect yourself. Continue to train and become the great adult of yore. Shield us." All the bears knelt in unison, submitting to Qi Bao. "We beseech the little adult to save the spiritual beasts. The Shui Rong clan vows to protect the little adult with our lives." The sight of all the bears from the Shui Rong clan kneeling before Qi Bao appeared vividly in her mind, their expressions filled with reverence. Qi Bao hastily moved in a flurry, realizing she could not help them rise. She could only anxiously say, "Please, get up. I will do my utmost. You need not worry. I have promised Xiao Huang that I will strive to save the spiritual beasts. You do not need to do this, truly. It is my responsibility. I will work hard to fulfill it." The leading bear raised its head to meet her gaze, saying, "Little adult, this old bear humbly requests one more favor of you. Our Shui Rong clan was once nearly exterminated, leaving only one descendant. Today it was he who awakened us, these remnants of old, to assist you in opening the spiritual vein. I hope you will protect him, allowing him to stay by your side and learn continually. I believe he will greatly benefit from your presence. Please accept him as your contracted beast. Of course, if you are unwilling, we shall not force you. Even a being as divine as the adult cannot contract every spiritual beast. I am aware that your contracted spirit beasts undoubtedly assess qualifications. Should you deem that our descendants are unworthy of remaining as your contracted beasts, you may dissolve the contract at any time. The old man only seeks for you to spare his life." Little Xiong, listening to their exchange, felt a slight sting in his eyes. The clan members once fought valiantly to protect him, yet they all perished, leaving behind mere fragments of their existence. Once their mission was accomplished, they would inevitably shatter and depart. However, before their departure, they endeavored to safeguard him, ensuring that the little master would protect him well. The leading bear also gambled on the fact that this little master possessed talents surpassing those of the previous one. Yet, if she were to scorn spirit beasts and regard them with disdain, then this little master would become their ruin. The girl nodded, unhesitatingly assuring, "I understand, Grandpa. Rest assured, little Xiong is already my contracted beast. I will protect him diligently. Furthermore, I will not abandon him for the sake of encountering other contracted beasts. He is my companion. A companion is not easily forsaken. If little Xiong wishes to dissolve the contract, I will grant him freedom." The bear's eyes glistened with moisture. Fortunately, the little master was not a cold-hearted individual. She held love for spirit beasts. How splendid it is that the little master would treat these spirit beasts with the same reverence as the adults, serving as their salvation. In that case, our Shui Rong clan's mission is fulfilled. We hope that the little master will navigate the future with ease. You are the hope of all spirit beasts. May you safeguard your own well-being. Strive to grow and become the divine being from your. Let us spirit beasts bask in the light once more. May you find joy and health. Continuously evolve into a formidable self. As these words echoed, the bears gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into nothingness. Please do not leave. Do not abandon me alone. It is so lonely to slumber here alone. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, do not depart. I have just seen you, and I wish to linger with you a while longer. He was the most gifted among the cubs of the Shui Rong clan, and in their final moments, the clan members exhausted their strength to preserve him. Yet, they all vanished, leaving him with nothing. Qi Bao pressed her lips together, bowing slightly in the direction of their disappearance, softly stating, "I will do my utmost to protect them. You can rest assured, I will uncover the truth from that time." After lingering for a considerable while, the girl turned to leave. Upon exiting the cave, a blinding light struck her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself gazing at a snow-white ceiling. The girl gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to her spiritual consciousness space. Fortunately, it had nearly fully recovered. The little bear, observing the substantial restoration of her spiritual consciousness, felt a wave of sorrow dissipate. He raised an eyebrow slightly, noting the impressive recovery, contemplating the potential for further enhancement of this space. Chapter 92. Have you awakened? Qi Bao was a treasure gem in the Fu family, and the hospital kept a vigilant watch over her. Thus, when she awoke, it did not take long for someone to notice. "Miss Fu, you are awake?" "Doctor, Miss Fu has awakened. Hurry." Upon hearing this, a throng of individuals rushed towards the hospital room. The room could not accommodate too many people, so they'd been waiting endlessly outside for Qi Bao to awaken. Now, with the delightful news, everyone dashed in. Li Ning and Fu Yong led the charge, their speed defying their age, followed closely by a swarm of Fu family brothers. The experts were the last to enter, observing the crowded room and twitching at the sight of so many Fu family members crammed together. They had originally been tasked with treating Qi Bao, and now the room was overflowing with family. They were left with an indescribable feeling of frustration. Old Master Fu, Madam Fu, and esteemed young masters of the Fu family, it is not permissible for so many of you to be in the hospital room. Please step outside and do not delay Miss Qi Bao's examination. Upon hearing that it might affect Qi Bao, Li Ning immediately began ushering people out. Whoever is the youngest must leave. Quickly, what are you doing here? The youngest, Fu Jingyi, Fu Jin'an, and Fu Yunqing were ruthlessly expelled. Of course, Fu Yunqing had it the worst. He was unceremoniously thrown out by his beloved mother, who had grabbed him by the hair. What is this? Why discriminate against the younger ones? We are younger than you. This is too much. This is age discrimination. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to his protests as the door swung shut, nearly colliding with Fu Yunqing's nose. Reluctantly expelled, Fu Yunqing could only gaze longingly through the window, watching a crowd of people examine Qi Bao. Fifth brother, don't be angry. There are too many people inside, which is indeed not good for Qi Bao. Once her examination is over, we will be able to see her, Fu Qianan consoled, glancing at his brother's unfortunate expression as he peered through the window. I know. It's just that I'm worried about Qi Bao. Mom and Dad are being too heartless, kicking us out. This is outrageous. Stop talking. I'm already anxious. You should focus on your competition. If you don't compete, I fear for your ability to navigate society. Fu Yunqing looked at his sixth brother, who bore a soft, delicate expression, and scoffed. Sixth brother always acts like this, so soft and gentle. Not manly at all. I'm the most manly in the Fu family. Observing his sixth brother's plight, Fu Jingyi commented, Fifth brother, if Qi Bao hears you criticizing sixth brother, she will likely become upset with you. You should speak less, otherwise, you'll find yourself alone outside. Fu Yunqing felt no qualms about being lectured by the youngest among them, even finding his logic quite reasonable. Oh, you are right. I mustn't let Qi Bao hear, otherwise, she will be angry with me. Qi Bao favors sixth brother. Qi Bao, do you still remember me? I am your grandmother. Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a headache? How do you feel? The girl shook her head, grasping the elder's hand. After unblocking her spiritual meridians, not only had her spiritual consciousness space expanded, but her mental strength had also strengthened, rendering her healthier than ever. I'm fine, Grandma. I apologize for worrying you. However, I am truly well now and full of vitality. I can even carry you up the stairs. Truly. Li Ning chuckled, observing the girl's rosy complexion, finally relaxing her previously tense heart. You are the best at soothing your grandmother. Qi Bao, rest a while longer. Grandma will not disturb you. If anything arises, just call for me. I will be right outside with you, all right? Yes. Thank you, Grandma. Rest assured, there is something Qi Bao wishes to ask of you. Hearing this, Li Ning immediately grew anxious. What? Qi Bao, are you feeling unwell again? I will have them examine you. No, Grandma. I am really, truly fine. I just wanted to say that I'm a little hungry. May I have some food? Also, I wish to eat with you, Grandpa, and my uncles. Is that all right? While I was asleep, I missed Grandpa, Grandma, and my uncles. The elder readily agreed, unwilling to endure the feeling of losing Qi Bao again. No matter her request, she would comply. Of course, our little Qi Bao's small request is something I can certainly grant. We must not let our Qi Bao go hungry. Thank you, Grandma. Please take a moment to rest. You have worked hard taking care of me. All right. Grandma will rest, and our little Qi Bao will rest too. Upon exiting the hospital room, the Fu family encircled the doctor, inundating him with the myriad questions they had refrained from asking earlier. How is it? Is there something amiss with Qi Bao's health? Indeed, is there an issue? How is her recovery progressing? And what could possibly be the problem? How could Qi Bao inexplicably vomit blood? The experts, perspiring profusely, were baffled by Miss Fu's condition. Despite her lack of any underlying ailments, she had fainted without warning. The troubling aspect was that they had been unable to identify any issues, yet now that Qi Bao had regained consciousness, she appeared to be in even better health than before. It was peculiar indeed. This raised suspicions about whether the young lady had truly fainted or had engaged in some other activities during her unconsciousness. However, such a possibility seemed far-fetched. It was truly a mystery. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, and esteemed members of the Fu family, please do not worry, the doctor reassured them. Miss Fu has fully recovered. We have conducted numerous examinations, and her health shows no signs of any problems or hidden ailments. As for the reason behind her sudden fainting, I regret to inform you that we remain unaware. The attending physician paused, and Fu Yong quickly understood. Clearing his throat, he added, "Thank you for your hard work. Please attend to your duties. We will contact you if anything arises. The butler will ensure your compensation is transferred to your account shortly. We are sincerely grateful for your assistance. Mr. Fu, you are too kind. It is our duty to assist you. We shall take our leave now." Chapter 93. The Quarrel of Innocence. Once the outsiders departed, the attending physician spoke slowly. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to accept. It appears that after fainting, Miss Fu, upon regaining consciousness, exhibited heightened physiological functions, particularly in brain activity, which is now more vigorous than ever before, more than double its previous state. This phenomenon is indeed rare, but rest assured, Miss Fu's health is entirely sound. One could even posit that this fainting episode has been beneficial for her. As for the reason behind this occurrence, I suspect some external force may be at play. My family has a long history in medicine, and our ancestors have recorded similar extraordinary phenomena. However, the precise cause remains elusive." Fu Yong, recognizing the implications of the expert's words, understood that Qi Bao's condition was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he could not refrain from asking again, "Are you certain?" "Mr. Fu, I can assure you, I would not gamble my professional integrity on such matters, would I?" "Understood. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. I would prefer not to have too many people aware of it. As you well know the adage about tall trees attracting the wind. Indeed, you need not worry. I possess the discretion required. Furthermore, I must remind you once more that Miss Qi Bao's condition appears to differ from others in some respects, though I cannot specify how. However, I trust the Fu family has the capability to protect her. Since she is now stable, I shall take my leave. By the way, Miss Fu is able to eat, but she should avoid overly spicy foods. I will return for a follow-up examination in 2 hours. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Thank you for your assistance." Once the doctor departed, silence enveloped the room. Li Ning was the first to break it, stating, "This matter must not be disclosed to anyone outside. Even if Qi Bao possesses some unusual traits, it shall only be a blessing for our Fu family. Qi Bao is our kin, and we shall accept her unconditionally. This matter must remain confidential, and you all must ensure her safety. I do not wish for a repeat of today's events." Listening from her position by the door, Qi Bao felt a warm surge of emotion. The sense of belonging to a family was truly comforting, alleviating her fears. However, she had not anticipated that her transformation would be discovered by the doctor. Initially, she had intended to keep it from her grandmother, fearing it would cause undue worry. Yet now, she contemplated changing her mind. If her grandmother inquired, she would confess everything. She did not wish to conceal the truth from her grandparents. It was better to prepare them for the reality rather than let them fret unnecessarily. However, since awakening, she had not seen Xiao Huang. Where could Xiao Huang have gone? She had only fainted for a day, yet Xiao Huang was nowhere to be found, and even their mental connection had been severed. Could something have happened? Perhaps she should inquire with the little bear in her space. It might know something. The girl lay on her bed and entered her space. Inside, only a polar bear was leisurely swimming. Little bear, do you know where Xiao Huang has gone? I woke up and did not see him, and most importantly, our mental connection has been broken. Did he mention anything to you? Or do you know where he might be? How could he sever our connection? Ah, you pervert, peeking while I'm bathing. You are such a lecher, a female lecher. Qi Bao retorted, "Are you certain you were bathing? You are in my pool, and you dare say I was peeking? You don't wear clothes anyway. What is there to be surprised about? I've seen everything. There is nothing to it." Qi Bao resolved not to indulge him any longer. The little bear must adhere to the rules within her consciousness space. Xiao Huang had come first. He was his senior, and the little bear should show him respect. She needed to teach him a lesson. He must not bully Xiao Huang. With her hands on her hips, she attempted to bolster her authority and indignantly declared, "Umph. I did not peek at you bathing. You are a bear who doesn't tell you wear clothes anyway. I've seen you fully. Moreover, this is my pool, and if anyone should bathe here, it should be me. You have no right to be here. And you bully Xiao Huang. Don't think I'm unaware. This is too much. I'll have my eye on you." The bear was caught off guard by her rebuttal and immediately became agitated, completely forgetting the prior instructions from his kin to respect Qi Bao. You are a pervert, a freak. You peeked at me, and I am your contract beast. What is wrong with using your pool? You stingy pig. You are a stingy pig. Drink cold water. And that scruffy chicken? I did not bully it. It is not even in my league. It provoked me first, and out of respect for you, I let it off the hook. How could you blame me? And it is not my predecessor. Its qualifications are far inferior to mine. How could a scruffy chicken compare to a divine beast of the Snow Clan? He rambled on, but all Qi Bao heard was, "Stingy pig. You are the stingy pig. You are the stingy pig. You drink cold water. You misuse my things. Stingy pig. Stingy pig. No, you're not a stingy pig. You are a stingy bear. Rebound. Rebound. I don't care. You are the stingy pig. Rebound. Rebound. Super rebound. You are the stingy bear. You are the stingy bear. I'm not a stingy bear. Super, 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 super big rebound. And your rebounds are ineffective." Both were furious, refusing to acknowledge each other. The little bear thought, "This is too much. I will not back down. This determines my future status within the family. I refuse to be subordinate to that scruffy chicken." Qi Bao replied, "I will not back down either. He called me a stingy pig first. He also bullied Xiao Huang. I absolutely cannot yield. I must be the most resolute one." After a minute passed, Qi Bao exclaimed, "Stingy bear, do you know where Xiao Huang is? I cannot find him, and I am truly worried. Xiao Huang is your senior. We must locate him and prevent him from going missing. What if it gets hurt later?" Chapter 94. Where has Xiao Huang gone? Xiao Shui, all right. You've got me this time. For the sake of my kin, I shall endure. Am I not allowed to compromise? That mixed feathered chicken is my elder, correct? An elder it is. But you must never refer to me as the stingy bear. I refuse to be called the stingy bear. I have a name. My name is the most melodious in the Shui Rong clan. It was bestowed upon me by the elder. Listen closely, I am called Shui Shui, the snow of the Shui Rong clan. Do not call me stingy bear again, or I shall revoke that mixed feathered chicken's elder status. Very well, I apologize. It was my mistake to call you stingy bear. However, you must not call Xiao Huang a mixed feathered chicken any longer. It is not a mere mixed feathered chicken. It is the most beautiful phoenix, quite formidable indeed. You must show it respect. It arrived before you. But Shui Shui, do you know where Xiao Huang has gone? I'm truly worried about him. Shui Shui curled his lip. What phoenix? Has he been deceived by that mixed feathered chicken? What is so admirable about that mixed feathered chicken? Why does he like it so much? Clearly, he is the most gifted spirit beast. He is not someone to be liked by that little brat. He is merely unwilling to accept it. How would I know? I have no idea where he went. He scolded me that day and then went out. Who knows where he has gone? Asking me is futile. Qi Bao looked somewhat dejected, pouting slightly. After finally improving his mental training, he wished to share this delightful news with Xiao Huang, only to find him missing. He had no idea where to find him now or how he was faring. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Xiao Huang struggled to rise, glancing around. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This place was brimming with spiritual energy. It was completely unlike anything found in the human realm. How could this be? How could such a place still exist? Where exactly is this? Wasn't he searching for herbs for Qi Bao? How did he end up here? Xiao Huang had ventured out to find Pulan, an exceedingly rare herb capable of rapidly restoring mental energy for a short period. However, the herb's value matched its perilous growing conditions. Yet Xiao Huang knew where this herb could be found. When he fell from the spirit realm into the human world, not far from where he landed, there was a Pulan. At that time, Xiao Huang had nothing to preserve the spiritual herb, so he left it to grow. He wondered if it still existed, but he had no choice but to take a chance. After all, Pulan is scarce and not easily discoverable. The location was not close, but Xiao Huang finally arrived in the vicinity. The Pulan was indeed still there and thriving. Xiao Huang was overjoyed. This is wonderful. Qi Bao will be saved. Just as he reached out to pluck it, he was suddenly ensnared by thick vines on the ground, and upon waking, he found himself in this predicament. He attempted to contact Qi Bao, but discovered that their spiritual connection had been severed. Qi Bao must be very worried about him. Had he known, he would have left a note. He never anticipated losing their spiritual link. Xiao Huang propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. The cave was devoid of light. He could not discern what lay around him and could only grope his way forward. The unawakened attribute weighed heavily on Xiao Huang's heart. Spirit beasts of similar size had long awakened their attributes, yet he remained. His mother always told him that when the time came, he would awaken. Yet here he was still waiting. Not every spirit beast awakens their attributes at birth. Divine beasts awaken their attributes upon birth, their powers akin to those of a juvenile beast that has trained for 2 years. The timing of awakening varies among spirit beasts and is related to their innate talent, but but it is exceedingly rare for one like Xiao Huang to have yet to awaken. It is no wonder that no one believes Xiao Huang to be a descendant of the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan is an exalted divine beast that has long been extinct. How could there still be descendants? Even as Xiao Huang insists, he is not lying. No one would take him seriously. At this point, even Xiao Huang himself is uncertain whether what his mother told him is true or false. It is so cold. Where on earth is this place? Where is the exit? The ground rustled with sounds, and Xiao Huang immediately became alert. What is that? Show yourselves. I warn you, I am a formidable spirit beast. If you dare to scare me, I will make you regret it. And remember, my master is quite powerful. Do not frighten me. Come out and reveal yourselves. The rustling sounds grew louder and approached at an alarming speed. Xiao Huang was immediately frightened and flapped his wings to take flight. Please do not scare me. What are you? I warn you, I'm truly powerful. If you come any closer, do not blame me for being rude. I will annihilate you. I am serious. Do not approach me again, or I will not hold back. Upon hearing his words, the creatures did not diminish. Instead, the cacophony of sounds multiplied, surrounding Xiao Huang from all sides, on the ground, in the air, all around, even above him. No place was spared. Xiao Huang realized he was utterly surrounded. Chapter 95. Reconstructing the Beast Essence. Unbeknownst to Xiao Huang, something illuminated the cave suddenly. He turned his head and felt a surge of panic. Vines surrounded him densely, their tips aimed at him, as if they could see him. This is bad. He was now completely ensnared by these vines. Escaping would not be easy. He quickly searched for an escape route, but found that what illuminated the cave was none other than the fruits of Pulan. Indeed, the cave was filled with that invaluable, hard-to-find Pulan. Yet Xiao Huang could not even think about selling them. His immediate concern was escaping this cave. The vines had formed a cage, ensnaring him completely. Xiao Huang raised his hands in surrender, knowing the vines understood his words. As for who was controlling these vines, he had no idea. Seeing that they no longer advanced, Xiao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his pleas had worked. His gaze caught a glimpse of a gap behind him, large enough for him to fly through. However, the cave was teeming with vines. Once he flew out, he was uncertain if he could escape. He chuckled nervously, slowly retreating towards the opening, saying, this is just right. Please forgive me. I am merely a little spirit beast, without even an awakened attribute. Spare me, though I do not know your true identity. I believe your greatness surpasses mine. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave as a gesture of respect. Suddenly, the fruits of Pulan dimmed, plunging the cave back into darkness. Yet Xiao Huang knew he could not stop. Behind him lay countless vines. If he were caught, not only might he lose his life, but he would also be unable to save Qi Bao. He could only flap his wings with all his might and fly forward. It was only when the sounds of the vines ceased that he finally slowed down, exhaling a long breath. Phew, I am exhausted. I finally managed to shake them off. Those annoying creatures. They thought they could trap me. How naive. I am utterly worn out. Oh, my dear wings, you have worked hard. Once we reach the ground, I shall swiftly take that Pulan to Qi Bao, and then you can rest well. Xiao Huang understood that extracting the precious Pulan from the ground would not be an easy endeavor. Yet, it had no choice but to press forward with determination. What kind of place was this? Why was it still shrouded in darkness? Cautiously, Xiao Huang refrained from touching the surrounding objects, navigating forward with careful exploration. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and it momentarily believed it had discovered the exit, finally able to escape. How wonderful! Finally, the exit was found. I must hasten to bring that Pulan to Qi Bao. As for what lay inside, alas, it was truly a pity. However, survival took precedence. Yet, the scene illuminated by the light left it utterly dumbfounded. There were vast patches of Qilin grass, a herb even more precious than Pulan, reputed to awaken one's attributes swiftly. How could there be so many here? Had it stumbled upon a treasure trove of herbs? This was simply unbelievable. Why were there so many varieties of herbs within this cave, and not just the ordinary ones, but the rarest and most valuable? It felt as though someone had deliberately presented them to it. How peculiar. At that moment, Xiao Huang had yet to awaken its attributes, and it desperately needed herbs like these to facilitate that awakening, though such herbs were exceedingly rare. It was astonishing to encounter so many here. However, the preservation of Qilin grass was incredibly challenging. Once picked, it would immediately turn to ash. Thus, It could only be consumed immediately to awaken one's abilities in place without any distractions. Any external disturbance could lead to disastrous outcomes, potentially causing all internal energy to dissipate into nothingness. Typically, a spirit beast could only consume up to 3 Qi Ling grasses, and at least 3 days were required for a complete awakening of abilities, during which no interruptions could occur. In an effort to break through quickly, Xiao Huang consumed 5 Qi Ling grasses in one go. Instantly, it felt a surge of power rising from its dantian. Finding a secluded spot, Xiao Huang sat down to meditate, feeling the energy from the Qi Ling grass coursing through its body. However, having consumed too many at once, the power rampaged within it, disregarding its very being. Soon, Xiao Huang coughed up blood. There was no time for recovery. It could only attempt to suppress the chaotic energy raging within. This overwhelming force inflicted severe damage upon its body, shattering its bones gradually, causing Xiao Huang to slowly collapse. Break! Break! It did not want to remain an ordinary spirit beast. It aspired to become a powerful contract beast for Qi Bao. It did not wish to be a burden to Qi Bao any longer. It longed to stay by Qi Bao's side, deserving of its status as a contract beast. It wanted to assist Qi Bao in battle. The immense pain rendered it unconscious. Somewhere, the power broke through. The soft yellow fur on Xiao Huang began to shed, forming a cluster around it, exposing its battered skin beneath. Various wounds marred its body, remnants of the injuries sustained while searching for Pulan. A group of luminous herbs spontaneously flew into its body, healing its external injuries. Gradually, the wounds began to mend, and its bones were slowly restructured. Miraculously, the excess Qi Ling grass not only prevented it from losing control, but also reshaped its beast core. Chapter 96. Where did this broken barrier come from? The beast core within radiated warmth, filling its spiritual veins with energy, making its meridians visible. So their descendants' child awakened swiftly. Our meeting is serendipitous. I shall grant you a gift. Xiao Huang slowly awakened, realizing the changes occurring within it, and its eyes widened in disbelief. I. No way. No way. I truly awakened my attributes. Splendid. I am now a spirit beast with spiritual power, and its fire attribute. How beautiful. Fiery red. Have I reshaped my beast core? This is unheard of. No one has ever reshaped a beast core before. Xiao Huang joyfully touched the boiling beast core inside its body, overwhelmed with elation. This was an unprecedented occurrence, and it was astonishing that it manifested within it. Having consumed 5 Qi Ling grasses, it had prepared for the possibility of losing control. Yet instead, it had reaped unexpected benefits, awakening the fire attribute and reshaping its beast core as if the heavens themselves were aiding it. Indeed, even the heavens seemed eager for Xiao Huang to awaken swiftly, now that it possessed a new beast core, although uncertain of its level. It was undoubtedly an improvement from its previous state. After the reshaping of its beast core, Xiao Huang's wings grew larger, adorned with brilliantly vibrant feathers, no longer the sparse, pale yellow ones. Qi Bao was waiting for it at home. Qi Bao, I am coming. Await Xiao Huang's rescue. Xiao Huang dared not pause, flying for what felt like an eternity until it finally glimpsed an open expanse ahead. As it approached, it accelerated, but collided headlong into an invisible barrier, rebounding several meters away. What is this? It hurts. What is going on? Xiao Huang felt the transparent barrier before it, utterly perplexed. What is this? Why is there a barrier here? Only divine beasts can create such barriers. Where am I? Could there be a divine beast nearby? But I sense no divine beast aura. Who set this barrier? Outside was the very place it had entered, and seeing the Pulan flourishing there, Xiao Huang exhaled in relief. Now, it appeared that breaking this barrier was the only way out. Perfect. It was time to test my fire attribute spiritual power. Even without having awakened spiritual power before, its mother had taught it how to utilize it beforehand, anticipating that Xiao Huang might need it when awakening. After all these years, it could finally apply what its mother had taught. It slowly channeled its spiritual power from its veins into its palm and struck the barrier with force. Upon impact, the energy scattered across the barrier, which remained unscathed and incredibly sturdy. No way. Is this barrier really that solid? My beast core should be formidable now, combined with my fire attribute spiritual power. How could it not be damaged at all? Xiao Huang felt disheartened, having believed its beast core was powerful. Although the barrier was formidable, it was still a contract beast of a great being. This was too frustrating. Who had set this insufferable barrier? It refused to believe it couldn't escape. Gathering half its remaining spiritual power in its palm, it aimed at the barrier and struck again. The barrier quivered slightly, but then returned to its original form like jelly. How incredibly sturdy! Now I cannot even draw, fire, attribute spiritual power. I have barely any left. If I cannot break this barrier, I will be left to perish here. Surely, something was amiss. It had to be the method that was incorrect. It absolutely could not meet its end here. Think. What other means could break this barrier? Its mother had told it before. To break a barrier, one must find the weakest point. Every barrier has a focal point, its most vulnerable spot. If it could locate that, it would surely break free. Then Qi Bao would be saved. But where could it be? Where could it be? Xiao Huang flapped its wings, circling the barrier several times, yet failed to discern where the weakness lay. It must be at the top. Surely, that is where it resides. If only it could shatter this barrier. Freedom would be its reward. Hurry. Qi Bao waits at home. With a vigorous flap, it ascended into the sky, and indeed, there is a minuscule point on the barrier, one that had been obscured by someone else's attempts. My cleverness prevails. How could anyone else have found this spot? I am truly a genius. Ha. Qi Bao is fortunate to have me. No, it is I who is fortunate to have Qi Bao. Oh, never mind. Watch how I shall break this barrier. You wish to confine me? How naive. Gathering all its spirit energy into its hands, it directed its might toward the weakness. The barrier trembled violently. It's about to break. Splendid. At last, I shall shatter you and taste freedom. A mere barrier cannot hold Xiao Huang captive. Qi Bao, I am coming. Xiao Huang flapped its wings with excitement, observing the changes in the barrier. It continued to tremble, beginning to crack from that very point. It's happening. It shall vanish completely. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and the force it carried sent Xiao Huang tumbling to the ground. It spat a mouthful of blood upon the barrier, and its body flew away like a broken bead, landing not far off. After the violent shaking, the barrier returned to normal, as if it had never been attacked at all. How could this be? It had clearly begun to shatter. How could it be unscathed? Xiao Huang, undeterred, attempted to rise and investigate, but the backlash from the barrier caused it to cough up more blood. Now, grievously injured, its spiritual veins depleted, it possessed no power left. Could it truly perish here today? Chapter 97. Who is inside the ice coffin? What terrible luck! To be vanquished by a mere barrier. To speak of it would surely tarnish my reputation. Very well, you win this round. It seems the heavens show us no favor. Allowing my master to perish in vain is grossly unfair. Yet now, I too shall meet my end here. At least I will die alongside my small master. Which brings me some solace. All the spirit beasts have perished, and I alone cling to life. Perhaps they wish to see me join them. If that is the case, then I shall accompany them, for I have been lonely for too long. Yet, I am filled with regret. Regret that I have found my small master only to die here. I am sorry, Qi Bao. It is all my fault. You should have been able to live a life of a princess in the Fu family, free from such suffering. Xiao Huang resignedly closed its eyes. The bloodstains lingering on the barrier began to spread, slowly seeping from one area to cover the entire barrier. It seemed as though the barrier sensed something and began to shake violently. Xiao Huang immediately took note of this, forcing itself to retreat, holding its breath and focusing on the barrier. After another violent tremor, a small door appeared on the barrier, just large enough for Xiao Huang to pass through. What? Is this an invitation for me to enter? Just moments ago, it was attacking me. I shall not go. How outrageous! Xiao Huang stood with its wings akimbo, glaring at the tiny door that barely reached its height. Barrier! I realized my mistake. After a long pause, it finally approached the door, moving slowly. I warn you, I have no desire to enter. If not for Qi Bao, I would not come near. Who would cherish entering this wretched barrier? How dare you attack me moments ago? Once Qi Bao recovers, I shall summon her to teach you a lesson. You wretched barrier! I wonder who set you up? Why do you not recognize me? Could you not have opened sooner? I am here for my little master. Upon entering, Xiao Huang was immediately silenced by the sight before it. What in the world is this? Where is my Pulan? Where am I? This is not an exit. Where are all these? Well, I see now why you opened for me. It appears you have lured me into a trap. What is this place? Before Xiao Huang lay numerous ice coffins, surrounded by countless rare herbs. The Pulan and Qilan grass grew wildly, as if they were worthless. The initial abundance of Pulan and Qilan grass outside had already piqued its curiosity, but this astonishing sight made it realize that this place was anything but ordinary. Where am I? It cautiously approached the ice coffins, eager to discover who lay within. Who is buried in this place, overrun with rare herbs? Xiao Huang held its breath. Inching closer, after bracing itself, it lowered its head to peer into the coffin, only to find it empty. Xiao Huang was immediately bewildered, persistently moving closer, attempting to convince itself this was merely an illusion. How could this be? Where is everyone? It flapped its wings and checked other ice coffins. Yet they too were devoid of occupants. How could this be? Where have the bodies gone? Who has stolen them? Who could it be? To be buried in such a place, one must be of divine beast caliber, or even beyond. Yet now their bodies are missing, indicating they were taken. Who has stolen these spirit beast bodies, and what do they intend to do? Who is it that lies within? Gently, Xiao Huang caressed the lingering energy on the ice coffins. Feeling warmth and familiarity, a voice within urged it. The original bodies in these coffins must be connected to it, tied to its very lineage. It must locate those bodies and uncover the truth of its origins. Am I truly the descendant of a phoenix, as my mother claimed, or merely an ordinary spirit beast? Yet if I am indeed ordinary, why would my master entrust such a monumental task to me? Who are you? What is your relationship with me? Who am I truly? Xiao Huang lingered there for quite some time before finally rising. It was time to depart, even though this place held the key to its origins. As for the mystery of its lineage and the whereabouts of those bodies, it would have to wait for another day. Looking at its own feathers, Xiao Huang gently plucked one and placed it upon the ice coffin. The bloodstained feather lay alone atop the coffin. Just as it turned to leave, the ice coffin emitted a radiant glow. The surrounding space distorted, suddenly pulling Xiao Huang downwards. Desperately, it flapped its wings, striving to escape the force. But the pull was too strong, dragging it down. Time passed, and eventually it landed on the ground, expecting to crash. It was instead met by a gentle force that cushioned its fall, preventing the anticipated pain. This sensation suggested that this force bore no malice. Rather, it seemed to desire to protect it. Who are you? Do you know me? Do you possess knowledge of something significant? Who are you truly? Amidst the rustling sounds nearby, Xiao Huang instinctively turned to survey its surroundings. In the dim light, it noticed the area was enveloped in vines. Realizing escape was futile, Xiao Huang relaxed. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Come out. What are you afraid of? Did you not pull me in here? It seems you quite like me. Come out. After a long silence, a massive vine suddenly shot up behind it, prompting Xiao Huang to turn alertly. Chapter 98. Where does pure spirit energy originate? What on earth are you? The vine twisted and contorted, ultimately taking on a humanoid shape. It did not utter a word, but instead gently coiled a tendril around Xiao Huang. What are you doing? The vine disregarded Xiao Huang's protests and enveloped him within its own form. Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? Xiao Huang's cries were swallowed as he was consumed by the trunk, and the vine emitted sounds of delight, even burping contentedly. Contrary to Xiao Huang's expectations, the interior space was not cramped. Rather, it was expansive, composed of countless intertwining tendrils forming a closed environment. Ah, old vine, what do you intend to do? Why have you brought me here? Do you wish to trap me? Humph. You think you could trap me, Xiao Huang? Dream on. Despite lacking spiritual power at that moment, Xiao Huang exerted all his strength, flapping his wings against the surrounding tendrils, attempting to pry them open and release himself. This infuriates me. Let me out. Let me out. I will strike you. I will strike you. However, it appeared this was of little consequence. Yet, the old vine seemed to comprehend his words, making a few peculiar sounds, none of which Xiao Huang could decipher. What on earth are you saying? Why can I not understand a word? Can't you learn to speak properly? What language is this? It sounds so strange. GJ, ain't they? All right. Xiao Huang now fully realized that communication was futile and resorted to brute force. Channeling his energy to strike a nearby tendril, the old vine twisted slightly, causing the space within to sway, as if expressing discontent with his actions. What? Did I hurt you? Humph. It serves you right. Now that you know pain, hurry up and let me go. A small tendril lightly tapped Xiao Huang's rear, seemingly as a form of punishment. The sting to his backside left Xiao Huang feeling humiliated, and he immediately leaped away. What are you doing? How dare you strike another's rear? This is utterly excessive. You are insulting my dignity. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unforgivable. The tendril tilted its head, seemingly pondering whether its actions were truly excessive. Then, as if playfully teasing, it gently tapped Xiao Huang's rear once more. I warn you, if you strike my rear again, I will genuinely become enraged. You must not strike my rear again. Otherwise, if I manage to escape, I will incinerate you, burn you to ashes. Do you not understand that striking another's rear is exceedingly rude? Ain't it? The vine gently patted Xiao Huang's head, as if attempting to soothe him. It noticed the mottled bloodstains and numerous wounds on Xiao Huang's body. A group of tendrils gradually approached him, causing Xiao Huang to retreat in alarm. No way, no way. Why are they getting closer? I was merely jesting. Are they really coming to strike me? My backside cannot endure such punishment. I warn you, do not come any closer. I am truly about to lose my temper. If you approach any further, I will genuinely become angry. Whoa, I was wrong. I should not have threatened you. I shall not burn you or strike you. Is that acceptable? Please let me go. I implore you, set me free. Do not come closer. Do not strike my rear. The group of tendrils paid no heed to his pleas and began to envelop him from his feet, slowly wrapping him entirely. Xiao Huang's eyes widened in shock, and he attempted to cry out, only to have the tendrils seal his mouth. He could only emit feeble sounds of protest before surrendering to despair. The tendrils seemed quite satisfied with his reaction, rewarding him with gentle strokes on his head. Indeed, this little chick is most adorable when compliant. Its feathers are so soft. They emitted a faint glow, gradually replacing the tendrils and enveloping Xiao Huang within. The sensation was not jarring. Rather, it was exceedingly gentle. They caressed Xiao Huang tenderly, from his feathers to his feet, even touching his rear. The wounds on his body began to heal, and the previously parched spiritual veins gradually filled with spiritual energy. They possessed healing abilities, which did not surprise Xiao Huang. After all, this place was rich with rare herbs, and it was not astonishing that the tendrils had such capabilities. However, he did not anticipate that they could restore his fire attribute spiritual energy. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy within him was remarkably pure. Where could they have acquired it? This was unlike the impure spiritual energy he had extracted. It was of an entirely different caliber. Where did this come from? How did you acquire such pure fire attribute spiritual energy? This is simply impossible. Even in the spiritual realm, such purity would be unattainable. Where did you find it? This is utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing him finally mention this, the tendrils appeared quite excited, eagerly touching and tickling him. Gradually, they loosened their grip, revealing a revitalized Xiao Huang, healed from his injuries. The old vine carefully pulled him out and placed him before itself. GJ, Xiao Huang sighed, wondering when he would be able to communicate normally with these tendrils. Sigh, what are you saying? Can you write? Can you write? GJ. Xiao Huang sighed again, realizing that he could not communicate gradually with this old fellow. He had hoped to glean some information about himself from its words, but now it seemed hopeless. Undeterred, he pressed on with his inquiries. Do you know where the fire attribute spiritual energy came from? Even the spiritual realm cannot yield such pure energy. Where did you find it? Such pure energy has long since vanished thousands of years ago. How did you acquire it? Do you know where it can be found? Chapter 99. The legacy they left behind. The old vine tilted its head, seemingly contemplating the meaning of Xiao Huang's words. After a long pause, it nodded and extended a tendril, pointing at Xiao Huang, then gesturing toward the sky above. Xiao Huang gazed at its erratic pointing, feeling perplexed. Above? Are you suggesting that this fire attribute spiritual energy is extracted from the heavens? Is there truly such pure energy in the sky? How extraordinary! The old vine. This person is incredibly foolish. My heart is weary. It shook its head, appearing somewhat anxious as it exclaimed, GJ. Seeing that Xiao Huang still did not understand, it wrapped him up in its tendrils and abruptly brought him to the cave entrance, gently placing him beside the ice coffins. Then it poked Xiao Huang and pointed at the ice coffins. It nudged Xiao Huang, pushing him closer to the coffins. You mean to say my origins are connected to them? The vine nodded vigorously, looking quite pleased. Then who am I? Moreover, do you know where they have gone? Or who took them away? Where did they go? Or should I search for them? Upon hearing this, The vine lowered its head in disappointment, gently shaking it. Huh? You do not know either? Very well, then. GJ. What are you saying? Ush. Ain't. The vine began to sway wildly, twisting its body frantically before Xiao Huang. Observing this, Xiao Huang inexplicably recalled a song he had heard on the Qi Bao phone, like seaweed swaying in the wind. Seaweed. Qi Bao. I do not acknowledge this as my song. Now is not the time for dancing, Xiao Huang inquired with concern. What is wrong? Are you all right? What troubles you? Hey, little vine, what is the matter with you? The vine came to a halt, seemingly letting out a helpless sigh. Why is this foolish bird unable to comprehend his words? It is so apparent. Can it truly not understand? Silly bird, foolish bird, utterly daft, so very foolish. Hoo. The vine poked at Xiao Huang's hand once more and then mimicked a blowing gesture, subsequently pointing at those ice coffins. At last, Xiao Huang understood. You mean those pure fire attribute spiritual powers were left by them, correct? Did they instruct you to convey this to me? Did they already know I would come here? Who are they indeed? Upon hearing Xiao Huang finally articulate the crux of the matter, the vine joyfully nodded. Ain't they? Is that so? They left it behind? I see. Thank you, little vine. Please take me down. Huh. Ji. The vine gently coiled around Xiao Huang, as if cradling him, and slowly lowered him to the ground. A bit dissatisfied, it wriggled its body. Eight. GJ, little vine, Grandpa, this foolish bird is truly quite dim. Is it truly a descendant of the Phoenix clan? How can it be so dense? Speaking to it is exceedingly tiresome. Old vine, my dear, please be a bit more tolerant of it. It is rather simple-minded and cannot compare to the adults. Have you told it everything? Did it comprehend? Little vine, it understood. I am indeed the most brilliant. Even though it is so foolish, I still managed to make it understand. I'm truly amazing. Xiao Huang, unaware of their conversation, sought confirmation from the old vine. Did those pure fire attribute spiritual powers really come from them? Did they already know I would come here? They must be quite formidable, right? Surely not ordinary spiritual powers. Thus, I cannot be an ordinary spirit beast. I knew it. Mother certainly did not deceive me. I understand now. You must be here to protect them, right? However, as Xiao Huang gazed at them, he slowly flapped his wings and circled around them. The old vine felt a sense of satisfaction, wanting to weep, but discovering it could not shed a single tear. The adults had arranged everything before their passing, ensuring they would serve as guardians. Yet, they failed to protect the adults and only safeguarded the divine pendant left by them. Well, it is fortunate. The elders had anticipated this day long ago and had informed them not to rush into avenging the adults. However, this descendant appears rather foolish. It should be reliable, right? It must be reliable. Otherwise, it would not have found this place, which is accessible only to the descendants of the adults. The elders exerted tremendous effort to establish that barrier to ensure only the descendants could enter. Yet, they never imagined that those people, somehow acquiring the blood of the Phoenix clan, would easily breach the barrier and steal away the bodies of the adults. Fortunately, the divine pendant left by the elders remains. Ain't they? The old vine did not heed his words, but carefully extracted a small stone from its own body, or rather, precisely from its heart, and gently placed it in Xiao Huang's palm. The small stone radiated a warm red glow. Xiao Huang distinctly felt it brimming with exceptionally pure fire attribute spiritual power. Could this be the substance from which the vines extracted fire attribute spiritual powers? This tiny stone can contain such an abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy. Moreover, the energy within remains so pure. This is undeniably a treasure of immeasurable worth. It must be a legacy left by its kin. Oh, how wonderful. Is this also something they left for me? Will you give it to me? The old vine nodded. Xiao Huang gazed at the stone and gently pressed it against his cheek, as if it still held the essence of all his kin, his mother, his grandparents, all his ancestors. They had long paved the way for him, yet they were not by his side. Chapter 100, Secret Manual? All right, old vine. I shall not remain with you any longer. I have a significant task to attend to. Next time, I will bring the little adult to see you. You surely have not met the little adult, have you? The little adult is so beautiful, both lovely and adorable. Mentioning Qi Bao, Xiao Huang visibly bezaiten. Ain't they? Oh, enough now. Do not be so reluctant to part with me. I know I am quite charming. but do not become too infatuated with me. He rummaged through his body and produced a pouch-like item, placing it in Xiao Huang's hands. Ain't. Observing him talk to himself, the vines could no longer bear it. If this foolish bird continues to be so self-absorbed, Grandpa will surely be infuriated. They snatched the pouch from Xiao Huang's hands and helped him open it, revealing an abundance of well-preserved rare medicinal herbs. The fragrant aroma filled the air, and Xiao Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck? How did you manage this? This Qilin grass is astonishingly well-preserved, and these herbs, they are all exceedingly rare. It is impossible to find them on the market. How could you preserve them so well? Oh my, I have struck gold. This is worth an immense fortune. Zhi. The old vine then produced a tattered book and placed it in his hands. Having learned from the previous encounter, Xiao Huang now understood that the items this vine provided must be of great value. He reverently caressed the worn book, exclaiming, "What is this? Could it be a martial arts manual? Did my kin leave this for me? If I study it, will I become extraordinarily powerful and dominate the entire spirit realm? Surely, it must be remarkable. The treasures left by my kin must be exceptional. Oh, Malesi, I never imagined that one day I, Xiao Huang, would rise to prominence. I shall become the most formidable spirit beast in the spirit realm." Eagerly, he opened the book, only to find it filled with scribbles, devoid of any so-called manual. What is this? Old vine, are you certain you have not made a mistake? Is this not merely the homework of your vine babies? Is this truly a martial arts manual, or a legacy from my kin? GJ. The little vine gently poked Xiao Huang with a nearby thorn, and then slapped the tattered book against his face. The drop of blood seemed drawn to the book and swiftly merged into it. Honor can be killed, but not humiliated. Xiao Huang resolved never to forgive these little brats again. How could you be so outrageous? You just slapped my rear, and now you strike my face. This is utterly insulting for a bird. The book, sensing his blood, began to flutter wildly before gradually settling on a page. Instead of containing spells related to Xiao Huang's fire attribute spiritual power, it revealed a healing spell he had never encountered. What is this? A healing spell? How can that be? Healing spells? I have only heard my mother mention them, but no one ever possesses healing spells. Could it truly exist? My mother did not deceive me, but how do I learn it? If I can master this, then in the future, Qi Bao will never be injured again. The old vine gently patted his head, signaling him to calm down. It then softly coiled around him and lifted him upward. Xiao Huang had not yet realized what was happening when he found himself on the ground. The opening he had ascended through was completely sealed, leaving no trace of the wondrous realm below. Xiao Huang felt somewhat disheartened, having hoped to obtain this manual and learn the healing spells that no one had ever achieved. Unexpectedly, the old vine had not uttered a single word and simply sent him up. Was it expecting him to learn on his own? He could not believe that with his extraordinary intelligence, he would be unable to learn from the provided instructions. Yet, where exactly was this opening? Xiao Huang was lost in thought when a passage appeared before him, leading directly outside. He was instantly filled with excitement, having gazed at those icy coffins for quite some time. After a slight sigh, he turned and took flight, eager to deliver the Pulan to Qi Bao. Meanwhile, Qi Bao sat in her room, feeling somewhat disheartened. She sighed, wondering where Xiao Huang had gone. It had been 2 days since he had disappeared, and despite her efforts to find him, there was still no sign. Even Shui, whom she had sent out to search for Xiao Huang, had returned empty-handed. Others could not see Xiao Huang. It was solely up to her and Shui. After searching countless places, she had not even caught a whiff of his presence. She worried about Xiao Huang's well-being. Chapter 101. The Green Tea Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang flapped his wings vigorously, disregarding the potential damage to his precious feathers. Qi Bao, I'm coming. As soon as he emerged from that place, the spiritual connection between him and Qi Bao was instantly restored. Qi Bao sensed the change immediately. Xiao Huang, where have you been? I was so worried about you. The wind roared in his ears as he called out, momentarily stunned by the sound of her voice. Qi Bao is awake now? Whoa, Qi Bao, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Please don't die. Just hold on. The girl chuckled softly, warmth flooding her heart. There is no need to rush, Xiao Huang. I'm already fine, truly. I feel quite well now. Did you go find a way to save me? Xiao Huang assumed Qi Bao was merely comforting him, and tears welled in his eyes. Whoa, even when she is in such discomfort, she still comforts me. How can such a little adult be so kind? Woo-woo. Wait for me, little adult. I'm almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Xiao Huang's current form was a stark contrast to the fragile state he once had. He was not only more beautiful, but also flew faster than before. Before Qi Bao could explain, she saw a large yellow bird soaring toward her from distance. She thought the Fu family had decided Qi Bao was beyond saving and allowed her to enjoy her remaining days. When she spotted the girl by the window, Xiao Huang nearly burst into tears. Oh, Qi Bao is feeling so unwell, yet is still waiting for me. Qi Bao, I'm here to save you. Xiao Huang accelerated, diving towards Qi Bao. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching yellow figure, Qi Bao was startled. It was no wonder she could not recognize him. The transformation in Xiao Huang was quite significant. Furthermore, as he flew directly towards her, she instinctively stepped back in fear. What is that? Thus began a chase, with Xiao Huang pursuing and Qi Bao attempting to evade. Xiao Huang pounced on a girl, clutching her arm and weeping profusely, while Qi Bao awkwardly rubbed her nose. Could she admit she hadn't recognized Xiao Huang just moments ago? How could he change so much in such a short time? It had only been a day. How had he grown so different? He had been so cute and soft before, and now he seemed so much larger. The girl sighed softly and gently patted the bird hanging on her arm. Xiao Huang, thank you, but there is no need to worry about me. I truly am fine. I wanted to tell you that I have no issues at all. Shui didn't harm me. He meant no malice. He was just helping me clear my spiritual veins. He is quite a good fellow, though perhaps a bit brusque. Really, I feel perfectly comfortable now, even better than before. Xiao Huang was taken aback. So I'm still a burden to Qi Bao, am I? I'm still useless, right? I can't help Qi Bao at all. Can I? Oh, how sad. Qi Bao even referred to that stinky bear as Shui. He can only have been that snow-melt-divine beast. How long has it been? How could Qi Bao become so close to him? She even calls him Shui. Qi Bao should only call me Xiao Huang. And now Shui. How outrageous. Xiao Huang immediately donned a sorrowful expression, covering his heart with his wings and pretending to weep. Oh, Qi Bao, my heart aches. You don't know the lengths I went to for this medicinal herb. Our spiritual connection even broke. I was so heartbroken. I couldn't reach you. I missed you so much. Do you know how dangerous that place was and how far I had to travel? I'm just an immature bird, and it took me so long to find this herb. I didn't expect it to be in vain. It seems my efforts were one-sided. You truly don't need me, do you? I'm just an inconsequential waste. I could never compare to Shui. That bear is your newly contracted divine beast, so you must prefer him more. It's all right, Qi Bao. Xiao Huang understands. I'm just a little sad. It's fine, Qi Bao. I'll be considerate and process my feelings alone. I want to compete with Shui for your affection. I will definitely get along with him. Qi Bao was taken aback. Have I been too harsh on Xiao Huang? Have I discouraged him too much? How could that be? Xiao Huang, how could you be a burden? You are my favorite. You've helped me immensely. This herb must be extraordinary. You're remarkable, Xiao Huang, for finding such an incredible medicinal herb. It must be useful to me. So please don't be sad, but next time you go out, you must tell me where you're going. You have no idea how worried I was while you were gone. Shui, and I searched for you for a long time, but found nothing. You must not do this again. Both Shui and I were very concerned about you. MMHM. Xiao Huang knew it. Qi Bao truly loved him. As for that stinky bear, if Qi Bao hadn't sent him to look for her, he would have gone. He didn't care about him at all. He was just pretending to be concerned in front of Qi Bao. That stinky bear was trying to win her affection. No, Xiao Huang had to assert his dominance as the head of this household. He would let everyone know who the true leader was. Chapter 102. I want to share with him. I'm sorry, Qi Bao. I was too worried about you at the time. I wouldn't have acted this way otherwise. Qi Bao, rest assured, I want to do this again. After you fainted, I want to find Shui. But he told me you were beyond saving, which made me extremely anxious. You have no idea. He even suppressed me with his level, forcing me to the ground. I lost all my dignity. But it's all right. As long as I can save you, I'm willing to do anything, even if it makes me a bit sad. It's fine, Qi Bao. You don't need to worry about me. I can be quiet by myself. Xiao Huang secretly observed the girl. Quickly comfort me. Comfort your sad little darling. I must let that stinky bear know that I am Qi Bao's favorite and most useful contracted beast. That stinky bear had better not think he can compete for affection. Xiao Huang, Shui is now my contracted beast too. You both need to get along and not argue anymore. I've already sternly criticized Shui. He won't treat you that way again. I apologize on his behalf. Most beautiful and adorable Xiao Huang. Can you forgive Xue Xue? Of course. Xiao Huang was here first. You are the senior, and Xue Xue is the junior. I've already told Xue Xue to respect you. Can you forgive Xue Xue just this once? But don't worry, I will never show favoritism. If you two argue, I will remain fair and just. Qi Bao. Oh, what's wrong, Xiao Huang? Oh, you must be tired after flying for so long. Go rest in the space for a while. My spiritual power has increased, and the space has expanded. You will surely love it inside. Go on, take a little rest. All right, I shall enter now. Since I am the leader of this household, it should exhibit a degree of understanding. I shall no longer compete for affection with that foul bear. It does not wish to put Qi Bao in a difficult position. After all, it is the empathetic Xiao Huang. It is indeed Qi Bao's most sensible spirit beast. It refuses to be like that wretched bear, who is utterly clueless and disobedient, only knowing how to vex Qi Bao. This time, upon entering, it must demonstrate its prowess and make that bear understand its authority. Cough, cough, cough. The bear lay sprawled on the lounge chair, showing no intention of rising. Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise. That is its lounge chair, its rightful spot, the very best place to bask in the sun. It took ages to find that spot. Hey! Upon hearing its name, Xue Xue glanced over with indifference. What is it? Do you need something? Xiao Huang was taken aback. How fierce! Why does this bear wear such an intimidating expression? It longed for Qi Bao. How dare this person occupy its position and act disdainfully? This is outrageous. Even it, as a senior, has never shown such disrespect. Yes, I am indeed calling you. There are only the two of us here. Can you not see I am addressing you? Xue Xue surveyed the surroundings and then nodded. Oh, you call me for something? If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, then be quiet. Do you not know that Qi Bao has been searching for you, dragging me along the whole time? I'm nearly exhausted. You run about recklessly, and we have to look for you. Truly, you are a novice, a burden. Woe is me. Qi Bao truly loves it. Although Qi Bao does not express it, it is evident that Qi Bao cherishes it the most. How could that bear compare to it? That bear did not even cause it to search for it. Why act so haughty in front of it? What do you mean? You are the burden. Qi Bao favors me the most. I am not a burden, Xiao Huang declared, hands on hips to bolster its confidence. Xue Xue looked up at it and immediately took a step back, wary. I warn you, you must not use your rank to suppress me. I have already spoken to Qi Bao about this. Qi Bao said you are in the wrong. I arrived first. I am your senior. You must respect me. If you do this again, Qi Bao will certainly scold you. Besides, you are not Qi Bao's favorite spirit beast. I am the one most cherished by Qi Bao. If you bully me, I will tell Qi Bao. Xiao Huang's words lacked conviction. It knew well that Qi Bao would care for everyone and would never dislike that bear. Qi Bao is simply too kind. Xue Xue glanced at it disdainfully, lifting its chin. Foolish bird, you are truly nonsensical. Who wishes to vie for affection with you? I do not desire the affection of that little girl. Whoever wants it can have it. Do you think everyone is like you, eager for a favor? I'm a divine beast. I do not require her affection. After saying this, it turned over, deliberately ignoring Xiao Huang behind it. How could that girl like such a foolish bird? What could she possibly see in it? Is it not merely a silly bird, dragging along a dignified descendant of a Shui clan to search endlessly? How could it, a proud being, be less significant than a mere bird? All it does is chatter in front of Qi Bao. I do not covet it. Who would? I do not care for that girl's affection. Xiao Huang dared not openly contest it for the position. Just wait for the day of reckoning. Qi Bao is so adorable. Who does not wish to earn her affection? Some bears are simply hypocritical. Regardless, I will not concern myself with you. You need not desire my affection. If Qi Bao ends up favoring me alone, that bear should keep its distance and not interfere. Xiao Huang fumed, for it could see through the ruse. It too was Qi Bao's #1 fan. It could recognize anyone who loved Qi Bao. You seek to deceive me, do you? Dream on. It will not lower its guard against this foul bear. It shall not allow it to steal Qi Bao's affection. Chapter 103. A different Chungjing, it is indeed Qi Bao's most beloved spirit beast. That bear shall not take even a morsel from it. However, this bear is somewhat pitiful. The Shui clan fought valiantly to protect it. Very well. I shall reluctantly share a tiny morsel of Qi Bao's affection with it, but not too much, unless it offers an apology. Come, Tian, eat more. You have no idea how difficult it has been for your mother in prison these past few days. It has been so long since I have had these delicacies. Eat more today, Jing said, as she forcefully piled food onto her own plate, completely shedding her previous demeanor of a refined lady, disregarding Tian beside her. During her time in prison, she had endured enough hardship. It seemed the Fu family was truly unwilling to let her go. She suspected that the Fu family had bribed the prison guards to torment her. Otherwise, how could she have suffered so? The food she was given was no better than pig slop. If not for the Fu family's deliberate malice, how could she have been subjected to such misery? Fu Wan, how ruthless you are. After all these years of marriage, this is how you treat me? At the very least, I bore you a child. I have strived to be a good wife and mother for you, presenting myself so well. Yet, I received no acknowledgement from your family and ended up in prison. After all these years, even a stone would have warmed up. How could you treat me this way? Just wait and see. Once I recover, I will make you pay. And that little wretch Qi Bao, daring to steal from my daughter. The Fu family's possessions rightfully belong to Fu Tian. Everything is for Tian. No one shall take it away. That little wretch's child is surely just as wretched. How dare she attempt to snatch from Tian after spending so many years in the Fu family? Even if I cannot win Fu Huan's heart, I will seize the Fu family. Once I deal with that little wretch Qi Bao and see Tian inherit the Fu family, will I not become a matriarch of the Fu household? Then I shall see who dares to send me back to that wretched prison, who dares to look down upon me. I shall never endure the disgusting life in prison again. Fu Tian frowned slightly as she observed Jing devouring her food voraciously. This behavior felt foreign to her. Her mother had always been meticulous about dining etiquette at the table. She never allowed Tian to eat excessively, insisting she always maintained the image of a refined lady, lest she bring shame to the Fu family. Yet, she did not understand why Qi Bao could eat freely without reproach from anyone, while she was held to such standards. But now, Jing downed the red wine before her. Ah, this wine is delightful. I have not had such fine wine in ages. The people in prison are truly disgusting. They refuse to buy me wine or food. It must have been the Fu family's orders. Tian, what are you afraid of? Can your mother harm you? Do you fear that I will drag you down? And have I not told you? Your mother loves you the most. How could she be wrong? No, mother. Jing waved her hand, slightly impatient. She set down her glass and looked at her daughter, whom she had once used to bind Fu Huan, now a source of pride. Fu Tian wished to say something, but Jing interrupted her with a wave. Tian wanted to retort, but looking at Jing, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. I understand, mother. I will do my best. That's my good daughter. Tian is truly wonderful. After banishing that little wretch, we shall finally become the true masters of the Fu family. No longer will anyone look down upon us, nor shall we need to ingratiate ourselves with anyone. Jing gently caressed the girl's head, forcing a smile as she said, Tian, you must always listen to your mother. Disobedient children will not be favored by their mothers, so you must be good. Do you understand? Fu Tian felt a twinge of fear. She sensed a change in her mother compared to before. Yet, she nodded in agreement. In Chapter 104, The Mysterious Person, Li Ning summoned Fu Huan to the study. Observing her son, she let out a barely perceptible sigh and spoke in a low voice. I understand, Mom. Fu Huan pressed his lips together, feeling that all the troubles the Fu family faced were due to him. Had he been more cautious then, Jing would not have been able to drug him, and so many issues would have been averted. Sorry, Mom. It's all my fault for being careless, allowing her to drug me. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Li Ning gazed at him, smiling gently as she patted his shoulder. All right, I will. Mom, I'll take my leave now. Go ahead, she replied. After Fu Huan departed, Li Ning sighed softly. In the past, to protect Tian, she had shown leniency towards Jing, merely sending her to prison. It seemed this time she could no longer afford to be lenient. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. She could not allow anyone to harm Qi Bao. Thinking of Qi Bao's unique abilities, Li Ning understood that Qi Bao was not meant to be confined. She needed a greater space, for she did not belong here. Yet, within her capabilities, she wished to protect Qi Bao, ensuring she suffered no harm. Master, are you certain this is the place? The spiritual energy here is quite scarce. Is this truly the reincarnation of that legendary figure? How powerful could that individual be in such a place? Surely, they cannot compare to you. A cloaked figure, holding a compass, walked slowly ahead, followed by an alluring woman. Noticing his indifference, the woman playfully called out, "Master, why are you silent? We traveled such a long distance. It would be unfortunate if our journey was in vain. This place doesn't seem capable of producing a quality beast tamer. I wonder why that esteemed individual insisted we find a reincarnation. The strength that emerges from here poses no threat to them." Sighing, she continued, "I'm so exhausted. Master, is this really the place?" The figure paused, turning slightly. The face beneath the cloak flickered in and out of visibility as the individual cast a dismissive glance at the chatty woman. Upon noticing his attention, she bent slightly and winked. "Oh, Master, why did you stop? Were you waiting for me?" The man slowly gathered a surge of energy, yanking her sharply towards him and gripping her neck tightly. "Do my affairs require your meddling? Just follow me and do as instructed. Do not presume that being asked to accompany me grants you any significance. You are not in a position to dictate my actions." Coughing, she gasped, "I'm sorry. I understand my mistake. Please let me go. I want to ask again. I swear." The man disregarded her pleas, gradually tightening his grip. Watching her face redden, he finally released her. "If you dare to provoke me again, even if I were to kill you, that esteemed individual would not blame me. So do not test my patience. Otherwise, your body will become nothing more than a cold corpse. Do you think anyone would care to speak on behalf of a corpse?" The woman knelt, gasping for air. "All right, I understand, Master. I want to dare again." The man looked at her, his eyes devoid of pity. "Also, do not apply your seductive tactics on me. It is repulsive." The woman clenched her fists in frustration, having initially thought she could win this master's favor and elevate her status. Little did she know he was so ruthless, showing no compassion. If only she could align with him, she believed she could rise even higher. What a pity. It was said that no one had ever seen this master's true appearance. Xiao Huang gazed at the tome, letting out a long sigh. "Sigh, it's been hours. Yet I still have no clue where to begin my practice. Am I destined for destruction? Having acquired such a formidable manual, only to find it lacked an instruction guide, was truly disheartening." Shui observed Xiao Huang quietly. What was that foolish bird doing? It had been sitting there, motionless, which was quite baffling. Could it really be sulking because she mentioned not wanting to seek it out? That was rather petty. Even if she didn't want to go, hadn't it come anyway? It showed no gratitude, sulking instead. Moreover, if it truly wished to avoid her, who could compel it to engage? Indeed, it was a foolish bird, better off being foolish. It was none of her concern. She had no intention of appeasing this silly creature. Absolutely not. "Hey, silly bird, what are you doing sitting there?" Upon seeing her approach, Xiao Huang immediately covered the tome. "I'm not doing anything. You're mistaken." Its feathers were rather long, and Shui couldn't see the manual hidden in its embrace. In chapter 105, A Prank, observing its reaction, she deduced it was indeed upset. "Sigh. This silly bird is so annoying. It requires my coaxing. What a hassle. So melodramatic. All right, you truly are melodramatic. Is it not enough for me to apologize? Can you not discern between truth and falsehood? You are truly dense." Xiao Huang retorted. "You." Shui interrupted, pouring out her thoughts. "Fine. I shouldn't have said I was unwilling to seek you out. In truth, I would be delighted to find you. Please don't be angry with me, silly bird. How overly dramatic you are. If it weren't for Qi Bao urging me to get along with you, I wouldn't bother." Who asked you to coax me? I never demanded your appeasement. You were the one who came to scold me." After Shui apologized, she discreetly observed Xiao Huang's response. Such a loquacious creature. Why could it not simply accept an apology? Why'd it have to add more words? What if it grew angry again? Seeing that Xiao Huang still wouldn't accept her apology, she hurriedly said, "You think I wanted to? If you hadn't been upset, I would never have come to appease you. Do you think I have nothing better to do? I have my own matters to attend to." "What? When was I ever upset? I was not angry at all. I couldn't care less about being angry at you, you stinky bear. After all, Qi Bao likes me best." "Fine, since you've apologized. I shall be magnanimous and forgive you." Shui then realized that the silly bird was genuinely not upset. Had she been the one making a mountain out of a molehill? What was it doing sitting there? Was it daydreaming? Surely not. What had she just done? How foolish she had been. This silly bird would undoubtedly tease her about this for a long time. The embarrassment was unbearable. She had actually admitted to the silly bird that she was eager to seek it out. How outrageous! How utterly mortifying! What had she just said? Such a blunder. She should never have been so presumptuous. She thought of coming to appease it. Oof. It turned out she had been deceiving herself. Not being angry was one thing. She merely meant to convey a message, to prevent certain foolish birds from misunderstanding, unable to differentiate between truth and fiction, and later running to Qi Bao to complain. You're the one who complains. You are. Stop saying nonsense. Fuming, Xiao Huang stood, causing the tome it had been clutching to drop to the ground. It awkwardly glanced at Xue before attempting to pick up the book. However, Xue was faster than it. With a swift motion, the bear's paw scooped up the secret manual, snatching it right from Xiao Huang's sight. Gazing at the tattered book in its possession, Xue finally understood why that foolish bird had been so anxious moments ago. It was hiding this object. What on earth could it be? Was it fearful that Xue would steal a glance? How outrageous! Could it really think of him in such a way? Xiao Huang observed the shifting emotions on Xue's face. This was a disaster. The bear would surely be angered. Huh, and yet you claim you are not stingy. You were deliberately hiding it from me, weren't you? You stingy bird. I would never steal a peek at your treasures. I am a divine beast of the Shuaron clan. Do you think I would covet just this one manual? I assure you, we possess countless tomes of knowledge. I have no interest in yours. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiao Huang cleared its throat, insisting, I had no intention of hiding it. Even if I showed it to you, you wouldn't understand. This was left to me by my kin. Even if you looked, it wouldn't matter. I wasn't trying to keep it from you. In truth, Xiao Huang had no desire to conceal anything. It was merely that this item was a legacy from its clan. The fact that it could not comprehend it was simply a matter of personal embarrassment. It truly did not want that insufferable bear to mock it. Originally, it had intended to master the content and astonish the bear, proving that it was indeed formidable, to demonstrate that it had not intentionally concealed anything. Xiao Huang thrust the manual into Xue's paws. I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm not a miser. Here, take a look. I'm not as stingy as you. Xue clutched the book tightly, a slight smirk gracing its lips. Yet retorted, Humph. I have no interest in your book. I'd rather not have some foolish bird accusing me of stealing its possessions and running to Qi Bao to complain. I would never report you to Qi Bao. Don't slander me. Just look. I'm begging you. Please take a look. Come on, Xue. Just look. Xue raised its gaze, arching an eyebrow in inquiry. Really? You're genuinely begging me? This is your request, and you must not regret it. Xiao Huang felt no sense of unease and eagerly replied, Yes. I'm asking you. I want to tell Qi Bao, all right? Just look already. I need to prove that I'm not a miser. Xue chuckled inwardly, finding the foolish bird utterly ridiculous. Well, since it was so naive, perhaps it would be best to protect it from the outside. All right then. Since you are so earnest in your plea, I will reluctantly take a glance. Xue cautiously opened the tattered book, only to find it completely blank. It frowned slightly. This couldn't be right, for that foolish bird did not seem to be deceiving it. Could it be that this silly bird had been sitting there all this time, merely to look at this empty thing? Was it playing a trick on itself, hoping to witness its own folly? Tell me, foolish bird, what have you been staring at all this time? You're not trying to toy with me, are you? Wanting to see me make a fool of myself? Xiao Huang belatedly realized it might have been duped. Why was this insufferable bear looking at its belongings and making it beg? It had been tricked by that bear again. How unfair. I'm not as childish as you. Do you think I'm like you? A fool. If I could understand what this book says, would I still be sitting here? I would have already cultivated by now, waiting for you to look, seeing the earnestness in its expression. Xue grudgingly accepted Xiao Huang's explanation. It appeared that the inability to comprehend lay with itself. The bear and the bird sat there, studying the manual. Chapter 106. This manual cannot be cultivated by Xiao Huang. What is this book about? Why can't I see anything? The person who gave you this book must have thought you gullible, just trying to send you away, right? I told you, you're so foolish without us. You'll be easily deceived and perhaps even devoured. The one who gave you this manual is clearly after your body. Xue curled its paw, seeking to scare the foolish bird. Unbeknownst to it, its cute demeanor was quite disarming. Unfortunately, Xiao Huang disregarded the latter part of Xue's comment, focusing instead on the notion that Xue could not see. What? You can't see what's on this book? Really? You can't see it? There are words here. Can you see them? How about here? Noticing its serious expression, Xue reached out to confirm again. Indeed, there was nothing written on the page. Not even a punctuation mark, let alone the characters Xiao Huang mentioned. How could this be? How could that insufferable bear not see anything? There's clearly something there. Could it be that this was something only it could perceive? Had its kin designed it this way to prevent others from learning in secret, allowing only it to see? Instantly, Xiao Huang felt elated, lifting its chin with pride. This was specially left for me by my kin. If you could see it, would it still count as a secret manual? Such confidential information can only be seen by me. I told you I never intended to hide it from you. Besides, you wouldn't be able to see what's written anyway. I couldn't care less about hiding it from you. Shue had indeed heard of such secret manuals that could only be perceived by certain individuals using special methods. However, the creation of such tomes demanded immense effort, and the creator must possess formidable strength. Could this foolish bird as kin be powerful enough to achieve such a feat? It seemed that Shue had underestimated this foolish bird. The owner of this manual certainly did not appear to be an ordinary spirit beast. However, it would not admit that. So what if it was left to you by your dear kin? You still cannot learn from it. What is there to boast about? There is no difference from not having it at all. Feeling the sting of the words, Xiao Huang fell silent. I'm not discussing this with you. I kindly shared this manual with you, and you dare mock me. Xiao Huang huffed, turning its back. If only old Tian had told me how to cultivate, I wouldn't be here being ridiculed by this bear. All right. I won't mock you anymore. But seriously, how do you plan to cultivate using this manual? What do you see? I've seen many manuals from our Shiuron clan. Describe what you see, and perhaps I can assist you. Upon hearing that it could be helped, Xiao Huang's anger dissipated, and it eagerly turned back, excitedly spilling everything it had seen. In this illustration, there are some vines glowing green. They seem to absorb something and then heal an injured person, and that person recovers. What did you say? Healing? Shue was instantly taken aback. It had never witnessed healing spells before, only heard of them in legends. Hadn't such healing magic long since vanished? How could there still be a manual? Was Xiao Huang's ancestor a healing spirit beast? No. This information must not reach others. If it were to leak, they would encounter immense trouble. This matter needed to be communicated to Qi Bao at once, so she could prepare for what was to come. Xiao Huang waved its hand nonchalantly, satisfied with the bear's reaction. After all, it had been equally astonished when it first heard the news. Seeing the bear react similarly brought it a sense of balance. However, what exactly were they absorbing? It did not resemble any elemental energy it had encountered before. What kind of energy was this? Strange, this spiritual energy seems to differ from my own attributes. How should I cultivate this? I know what attribute this spiritual energy belongs to. Really? That is splendid. But how do you know? This is secret passed down by my ancestors? Never mind. Let us not delve into that. Quickly tell me, what attribute does this spiritual energy possess? Is it of the fire attribute? If it is not fire attribute, what then? Can I still cultivate it? That old vine did not mention how to cultivate it all. Truly, how frustrating. Shue gazed at the tender yellow bird, feeling a sense of wonder. Indeed, foolish birds have their own blessings. To stumble upon such a great opportunity by merely stepping outside. Yet, is this truly a blessing or a curse? As for the spiritual energy required for healing spells, he had only heard of it in passing long ago. The spiritual energy necessary for healing magic is quite unique, not akin to the attributes they cultivate. That energy is of the light attribute. No one has ever awakened the light attribute, because it is exceptionally powerful. Thus, healing spiritual beasts have never been seen, existing only in legends. They are beings so formidable that others dare not believe in their existence. Possessing light attribute spiritual energy means it is capable of continuous absorption. Light attribute energy differs from other attributes. It is non-aggressive, solely possessing healing qualities. Yet, this is precisely what is most needed in times of war, providing endless healing to those in need. Noticing his silence, the little yellow bird hastily urged, "What is it? Hurry and tell me. Why are you hesitating? Is it or is it not fire attribute energy?" Shue stared at it, lost in thought. Since this foolish bird claimed that this was a secret passed down from its kin, there should be no issue for Xiao Huang to cultivate it. However, if Xiao Huang is of the fire attribute, then its kin must also be of the fire attribute. Why would they bestow upon it the healing techniques of light attribute energy? Wouldn't that render this secret entirely lost? If this secret is passed to Xiao Huang, could there be another method? Could it be that Xiao Huang is meant to cultivate dual attributes? But that would be unprecedented. Chapter 107. Awakening Dual Attribute Spiritual Energy? Wait. Shue's eyes widened as she looked at it. Xiao Huang, did you just mention an old vine? There are vines in that book, right? So, that light attribute spell is not left by your clan. Its true owner must be the Vine clan. However, this is considered their treasure. Why would they give it to you? Xiao Huang was taken aback, realizing that this indeed seemed to be the case. The vines that healed it in the cave were the ones who provided this secret. Thus, the vines are the true owners of the secret. A gift to their own kind, right? Just because it is a descendant of those beings, they granted such an important thing to it. Who exactly are its kin? The healing spells of the light attribute are quite formidable. Yet, such beings are merely the guardians of its kin. How powerful must its ancestors be? Xiao Huang grew increasingly curious about those ancestors it had never met. Since it is their descendant, does that not imply it is formidable as well? After all, if its ancestors are so powerful, it should not be lacking in strength, right? Then why does its awakened attribute energy seem so inferior compared to other spiritual beasts? Is an anomaly among its kin? Xiao Huang sighed deeply and shook its head. No, that cannot be the case. It simply has not encountered the right opportunities. It is not an anomaly. I knew my kin are all very powerful. Stinky Bear, do you understand my prowess now? You must not call me a weakling again. I am certainly not a weakling. I am quite formidable. Shue could not be bothered to argue with it about this matter. Yet the fact that this foolish bird spoke some truth was undeniable. Oh, right. The attribute required for this healing spell is exceptionally unique. Xiao Huang's heart sank. It had an ominous premonition. Indeed, it heard Shue continue. The attribute required for this healing spell is light attribute. The joy on Xiao Huang's face instantly faded, and it incredulously asked, what? This spell actually requires light attribute spiritual energy? How is that possible? How can I cultivate this? I have already awakened fire attribute energy. Even if I had not awakened fire attribute energy, I cannot awaken light attribute energy. You know that no one can awaken light attribute energy. That is simply too powerful. Is the heavens playing a joke on me? Did that old vine do this on purpose? Knowing I cannot learn it, it deliberately gave this secret to me. Xiao Huang, unable to believe, grasped Shue's paw, confirming, Shue, are you sure you are not mistaken? This cannot possibly be a spell of the light attribute. If it were a spell of the light attribute, why would they give it to me? I certainly cannot learn this. You must be mistaken. It cannot be of the light attribute, right? Xiao Huang shook its head frantically, unwilling to accept the painful reality of possessing such a precious secret, yet being unable to cultivate it. Why is it so unfortunate? It initially thought it could become a powerful spiritual beast with this secret. To find out that it cannot learn, it is a tremendous agony. Truly, the heavens have played a cruel joke on it. Shue sighed lightly. I am not deceiving you. It is indeed the case. Healing spells can only be learned by spiritual beasts that have awakened light attribute energy. I am very certain of this. Thus, for so many years, no spiritual beast has been capable of using healing spells, as no one can awaken light attribute energy. You know that for years, healing spells have been legendary. We have never seen them. I did not expect you to find such a secret. However, since they entrusted it to you, there must be a reason. With that, it made a move to fly off to find them, but Shue stopped it. All right, calm down. It is not impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? You are not a waste. If you were a waste, they would never have given this to you. Xiao Huang slowly calmed down. Those vines certainly had no reason to play tricks on it. Could there really be a turning point? Shue stroked its chin, pondering that the vines must have their reasons for doing this. It seems this secret is indeed a treasure of their clan. If Xiao Huang cannot cultivate it, even if its kin are gone, they would not have entrusted this secret to someone like Xiao Huang, who seemingly has no potential. Therefore, the best explanation is that they know Xiao Huang possesses the ability to cultivate it. Moreover, no one is more suitable than it. Some spiritual beasts can cultivate two types of attribute energy, but I have only heard of such cases. We have hardly encountered them. It is rare for a spiritual beast to awaken two types of energy upon birth. Usually, one is intentionally stimulated later. Such spiritual beasts often become peculiar and tempestuous, born for battle. Now, if you wish to awaken a new attribute, it is not entirely impossible. However, You should be aware of how painful that process can be. Xiao Huang was stunned. Can it really do that? Awaken two types of attributes? Does it truly possess that potential? It has never heard of a spiritual beast awakening two types of attributes. How could it possibly achieve that? Even divine beasts like the Shui Rong clan cannot do it. How could a mere ordinary spiritual beast like it manage? Seeing its indecisive expression, Shui sighed softly. To awaken dual attributes of spiritual energy not only entails a painful process, but also an uncertain outcome. The outcome remains unknown to them, whether good or bad. This undertaking will be a tremendous adventure. Should it succeed, Xiao Huang would transform into a rare spirit beast capable of both offense and healing. Chapter 108, Confession with Qi Bao. However, what it will become is uncertain. Simultaneously, if this matter becomes known to others, they shall encounter great troubles. If it fails, the worst outcome for Xiao Huang would be death. Observing the tender yellow chick before her, Shui immediately remarked, "Do not rush to a decision. Let us discuss this with Qi Bao, for this matter is of utmost importance, and she has the right to know. If you truly decide to proceed, we must be prepared for the worst from the outset. If you succeed, it will undoubtedly be a significant boon for us. The affairs of the spirit realm are not so simple. Our adversary is powerful and enigmatic. We do not know their whereabouts or identity. However, they may have thoroughly assessed our vulnerabilities, leaving us entirely exposed to their gaze. Furthermore, Xiao Huang, do not forget that Qi Bao is merely a reincarnation of an adult. Although her talent surpasses that of the adult, we are unaware of how many spirit beasts she can contract. Presently, you are one of her contracted spirit beasts, and I hope you will give your utmost effort while also taking care of yourself." Xiao Huang understood that they would soon face a formidable battle. As Qi Bao's contracted beast, it did not wish to hinder her progress, nor merely watch as she charged ahead while it remained powerless. If it could learn healing, at least Qi Bao would be well protected and spared from harm. Resolute, Xiao Huang lifted its head, its eyes brimming with determination, proclaiming, "I will train, regardless of the outcome. I shall train. For Qi Bao and those spirit beasts, I will make the attempt. The adult has entrusted me with this task, and I must fulfill it diligently. Moreover, Qi Bao agreed to save our spirit beast for my sake. I cannot allow her to assist us while I contribute nothing. That would be unfair to her, Shui. She ought to be a joyful young lady of the Fu family, free from this murky entanglement. None of us knows how perilous it is, nor does she. Yet, she foolishly dove headfirst into it. Therefore, it is my duty to protect her with all my might, is it not?" Shui gazed at him, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed the words. Yes, Qi Bao was initially an outsider, yet they had drawn her into their troubles. That little girl truly was Navi. Noticing Xiao Huang's furrowed brow, it managed a smile to comfort him, saying, "All right, I am aware of my own limits. You need not worry. Besides, with such a formidable divine beast like you before Qi Bao, if I do not strive to be somewhat more impressive? What if Qi Bao ends up favoring only you? Even for the sake of competing for her affection, I shall endeavor diligently to ensure you do not surpass me. After all, I aspire to be Qi Bao's one and only favored companion." Shui observed Xiao Huang's carefree demeanor, feeling an indescribable sensation. He understood that Xiao Huang's motivations were not solely based on rivalry. Nonetheless, seeing it, he acquiesced with a nod. "Very well. Then pursue me with abandon. Let us see who proves to be superior. However, I shall not yield to you. My talents demand that I work doubly hard to maintain my lead. Do not even think of surpassing me." That evening, the two little creatures emerged from their space, sitting in a row on Qi Bao's bed, fixating their gaze upon the girl before them. Under the unwavering stares of the two, Qi Bao felt her heart melt. She reached out her hand to stroke them, only to be instantly halted by their protest. "Do not touch us, Qi Bao. We are discussing serious matters. It is imperative." "Oh dear, but they truly look delightful," she lamented. They had grown and no longer enjoyed her caresses. The two exchanged glances. Shui remarked, "Was I too harsh just now?" Xiao Huang replied, "A bit. If Qi Bao wishes to pet us, let her. You enjoyed it, did you not?" Shui's face flushed. "Who enjoyed it? I do not like it at all. Do not say such things." All right, I understand. You are a contradictory fellow." Qi Bao straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor to align with them. I understand. Let's be serious. What important matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Xiao Huang and Xue Xue exchanged glances, then resolutely assigned the task to Xue Xue. Xue Xue, I believe it is more appropriate for you to convey this. Qi Bao raised an eyebrow, observing them closely. Xue Xue, when did their relationship become so amicable? What secret discussions had they held without her? How had their rapport transformed so suddenly? Oh dear, she felt an inexplicable sense of maternal pride. Her little ones had finally matured. How touching. Xue Xue nodded, assuming a grave demeanor as if bearing a monumental task. He sat upright and declared, "It is like this, Qi Bao. Today, Xiao Huang and I made a very important decision. We must now share this decision with you, and you must prepare yourself. And please do not be angry. What is it? Why this air of mystery? What mischief have you two conspired behind my back? Why are you concerned about my anger? This does not seem good," Qi Bao thought, observing the two little creatures that did not appear to be capable of wrongdoing. Still, she opted to take a step forward and see what they wished to explain. Very well. Qi Bao took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. All right, I am prepared. Now, tell me, what is it? The two exchanged glances, and Xue Xue slowly began. It is like this. On the journey to find medicinal herbs for you, Xiao Huang encountered a fortuitous opportunity. It obtained a very important and rare tome. This was left to it by its kin, or rather, it was a gift from a friend of its kin. However, to cultivate from this tome, one must awaken a second attribute. As Xue Xue spoke, he watched the girl's expression, and seeing her maintain her composure, he felt emboldened to continue. In our spirit realm, no spirit beast has ever naturally awakened a second attribute. If Xiao Huang can achieve this, it would be an extraordinary existence. However, non-natural awakenings do occur, albeit through a torturous process. Generally, those compelled to awaken dual attributes are sent to the battlefield. Chapter 109. It cannot witness that scene again. They become brutal, bloodthirsty, and consumed by madness. Some spirit beasts that fail to awaken can only perish slowly. Yet, the current issue is that the spells within that tome are healing spells, which have never appeared in our spirit realm, existing only in legend. If Xiao Huang can learn them, it would be an unparalleled boon for us. However, to master this spell, one must awaken the light attribute, meaning the awakening of a second attribute. The process will be excruciating, and the outcome remains unknown. As she listened, Qi Bao's expression gradually darkened, her sunny smile fading. She directly and adamantly rejected, "No, I do not agree. Xiao Huang has already awakened the fire attribute. With diligent training, it can become quite strong. There is no need to awaken another attribute. Furthermore, the outcome is too uncertain. I do not wish for it to take such a risk. If, I am saying if, the result is dire, who will bear the responsibility? How can I explain this to the other spirit beasts?" Seeing Qi Bao grow somewhat angry, Xiao Huang panicked, quickly offering comfort. "Oh, Qi Bao, the situation is not as dire as you might imagine, truly. As Xue Xue mentioned, the unfavorable outcomes are quite rare, are they not? Moreover, I am Xiao Huang. I possess the capacity to learn. Indeed, I can safely master this spell. Furthermore, it was I who dragged you into this murky water. I cannot simply remain idle while you exhaust yourself for my sake. The journey ahead is long, and the enemies remain unknown. We both need to grow stronger. Hence, I must undertake this task. Qi Bao, I cannot bear to watch you toil alone while I remain apathetic, ultimately unable to assist you. Rest assured, should anything go awry, I will immediately cease my endeavors and never touch this tome again. All right?" Qi Bao maintains a stern expression, saying nothing at all. Her attitude is unmistakable. They, too, decided everything before informing her, without even consulting her, taking matters into their own hands. Does she not worry about them? Why not discuss such an important issue with her? The girl lets out a long sigh, gazing at the two somewhat anxious creatures before her, feeling a pang in her heart. If it were the former adult, they would never allow them to suffer like this. Indeed, it seems I lack the capability. If it were the previous adult, they would have protected them well, and there would be no need for them to take such great risks on my behalf. Xiao Huang, I still disagree. This method is far too perilous. It is wagering your very lives. What if it fails? You must understand what awaits you if it does not succeed. I do not require you to take such risks for me. This matter has been my choice from the beginning, and I will strive to do it well. However, I do not want this for you. You may work hard to improve yourself for my sake, but the prerequisite is that you must take care of yourself. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain that? That adult cared for you so well, meticulously nurturing you, Yet, I am unable to protect you, allowing you to perish for my sake. Have you even considered my feelings? Qi Bao, it is not like that. Xiao Huang gazes at the girl, wishing to grasp her sleeve, but she evades him. Qi Bao. Xiao Huang is reluctant to leave, opening his mouth to say more, but is abruptly pulled away by Xue. Once inside the space, Xiao Huang shakes him off. What are you doing? Why did you pull me away? Qi Bao was just very angry. Could you not see that? At this moment, she needs us to comfort her. Just a little persuasion, and she will surely agree. I must undertake this task. I cannot allow myself to be a burden to Qi Bao, so I must convince her. Xue sighs softly, knowing that Qi Bao is actually feeling guilty. She blames herself for not providing them with a stable life like the adult did, for lacking the ability that requires Xiao Huang to take risks for their safety. Let her be for a moment. This matter requires careful consideration, and you must reflect on it again. The consequences of this decision may not be fully understood by you. I know clearly. I certainly understand what the consequences of failure would be. Even if I were to succeed, I might not remain the same. I could become unattractive, foolish. I'm aware of all this. I comprehend. But how can you expect me to abandon this opportunity? How can you expect me to forfeit the chance to assist Qi Bao in the future? This is not the same as my fire attribute spiritual power. Even if I become formidable, I cannot always save Qi Bao. But this is different. I can revive Qi Bao. Do you understand? I can save Qi Bao. I must cultivate healing techniques. I cannot, nor do I wish to, watch the adult perish before me once again, while I remain powerless. I can only witness or make arrangements, and then slowly fade away before my eyes. I cannot accept this any longer. Do you understand? Xue looks at him, gently embracing him, softly comforting him. Xue knows that the adult entrusted such an important task to Xiao Huang before passing away, placing considerable pressure upon him. The adult was a benefactor to all their spiritual beasts. She protected them, soothed them, sheltered them, becoming their supreme deity in their hearts. Yet that deity succumbed before him. And he knows how deeply this pains Xiao Huang. He has long borne this burden. He cannot bear to see Qi Bao perish before him like the adult did. Therefore, he must strive to enhance himself, to elevate Qi Bao's power. Xiao Huang lies in his embrace, quietly sobbing. When he grows weary, Xue gently lays him on the bed. He steps out of the space, and the lights in the girl's room are still aglow. Qi Bao sits on the bed, staring motionlessly out the window. Chapter 110. Compromise. Noticing Xue's emergence, she gently forces a smile. Xue, why did you come out? She slightly purses her lips. Where is Xiao Huang? Is he asleep? Is he well? He is fine. He has already gone to sleep. Qi Bao breathes a sigh of relief. She realizes her stance may have been too rigid, but regarding Xiao Huang's life, she does not wish to be ambiguous. That is good. Xue, please keep an eye on him for me. He absolutely must not secretly learn this. That will be too harmful for her. However, given Xiao Huang's character, if I continually refuse, he will certainly practice in secret. You must watch over him. Do not let him. Qi Bao. Xue gently interrupts the somewhat flustered girl. His paw lightly presses down on her trembling hand. Do not blame yourself. Qi Bao, this is not your fault. Xiao Huang's actions are not solely for you. Seeing the girl look at him in confusion, he continues, long ago, there was a great war in the spirit realm, where many spiritual beasts perished, and those that survived fell into a deep slumber. The adult sacrificed her life to protect us, but do you know where she died? Observing the girl's expression, Xue realizes she has guessed correctly. Yes, just as you suspected. The adult died before Xiao Huang. At that time, Xiao Huang had not even awakened his elemental spiritual power. He helplessly watched as the adult entrusted him with the task of saving the spiritual beasts, preparing everything, and then slowly faded away before him. We cannot fathom how heartbroken he was then. The adult was a deity to him, no, to all of us spiritual beasts. The feeling of seeing the revered deity fall before your eyes while being powerless is something no one understands better than Xiao Huang. Thus, he fears that you, whom he has so painstakingly found, might also perish like the adult while he remains utterly helpless. In truth, even if he does not cultivate that healing spell, he could still assist you, but only in offense, not in healing any wounds. Hence, he chose another method, opting to take a gamble to seek a glimmer of hope for your future. Qi Bao is taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xiao Huang's motivations included this aspect. If her master were to fall before her, and she were powerless to help, she would undoubtedly feel immense sorrow, resenting her own lack of ability. If given another chance, she would strive to make amends. After much contemplation, Qi Bao ultimately concedes. Very well, I agree. However, should anything feel amiss during this process, stop immediately. I will not allow him to jeopardize his life over this matter. I will do my utmost to protect myself. Shu nods. Although he too does not wish for Xiao Huang to take such risks, he understands in the face of the unknown dangers ahead, this is currently their best approach. Xiao Huang slowly awakens, recalling how he had just been sobbing in the embrace of that dreadful bear, and his face flushes with embarrassment. Taking advantage of the absence of others, he intends to fly back to his own territory to avoid an awkward encounter with Shu. A voice emerged from behind. You have awakened? Xiao Huang froze, mechanically turning its head. Ah, yes, I have awakened. Shui, oblivious to its discomfort, sat beside Xiao Huang, speaking with palpable excitement. Qi Bao has agreed. Xiao Huang, caught off guard, asked in confusion. Agreed? Agreed to what? Are you referring to that matter? Really? Did Qi Bao truly agree? She did not oppose it? This is simply splendid. How did she suddenly come to agree? Shui lifted his chin, reluctant to admit that he had pleaded with Qi Bao on behalf of this foolish bird. Such sentimental matters were not something he wished to disclose. He tossed his head back with a hint of pride. Who knows? Perhaps Qi Bao just had a sudden epiphany. However, it struck him as rather peculiar. Why did Qi Bao choose to share this with you rather than me, especially regarding something that was meant for me? Or could it be that you were conspiring behind my back? Shui panicked, fearing that Xiao Huang had discerned something. Just as he was about to defend himself, the foolish bird continued. Are you secretly trying to curry favor with Qi Bao? Do you wish to usurp the affection she has for me? You truly have ulterior motives, you wretched bear. Shui's lips twitched. This bird was indeed dim-witted. Never mind, I shan't engage with it further, lest this foolish bird becomes too fond of me. Xiao Huang felt a warmth within. I certainly do not require your reminders. I will strive with my own efforts. Do not think you can monopolize Qi Bao's affection. I shall not allow you to succeed. The Fu family remained conspicuously silent, yet Fu Tian's heart grew increasingly anxious. The Fu family's silence could not possibly signify their forgiveness of Cheng Jing. They were undoubtedly plotting something significant. Cheng Jing cast a detached glance, seemingly perplexed, unaware of why her daughter had adopted such a timid and fearful demeanor. What are you afraid of? Did I not assure you that, regardless of the circumstances, I would not implicate you? Besides, if I were to depart, who would drive Qi Bao away for you? You need not feign concern in wanting to send me away. Is it merely that you fear the disappointment of the Fu family? You are worried that I might hinder you, correct? Very well, rest assured. As long as I can remove Qi Bao, I will promptly take my leave elsewhere. Fu Tian's eyes widened slightly. She had not anticipated that Cheng Jing would harbor such thoughts about her. No, mother, how could you think that of me? I do not mean that at all. I am genuinely afraid that the Fu family will take you away. I do not consider you a burden. How could I ever view you as a hindrance? Enough. My dear, mother knows her own heart. You need not worry. Please leave first, lest you linger here too long, and the Fu family traces their way back to me. That would not bode well. Fu Tian wished to speak but recalled the woman's earlier words. Her heart instantly chilled. She could only nod in agreement.